Dust.
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day,
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast, featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr directing traffic. Says Wiggins set a screen. So Curry now gets the rookie Giddy. Curry working alone. Step back. Nothing to do. Finds Thompson for three. Got another one. Klay Thompson. Back-to-back threes.
They gave him so much room. I cannot believe his defender did not challenge that.
Nor can we, Jim Barnett and Tim Roy, of course, on the call. And oh, baby, good morning here on the Tuesday. I'm a little fired up today. Warriors rolled to their 9th straight victory. They're now 41-13 on the season. A balanced attack, as I say good morning to everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Of course, the Comcast Business text line. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts and getting ready for work. Langford, Curly, and Joe Shasky the third. We got a lot to get to today. It's going to be a lot of fun here, but let's start off with the Golden State Warriors. Man, they just bring a smile to my face. The Kuminga hype train, it is real. Klay looking like Klay with the handle. Steph letting the game come to him. Jordan Poole doing his thing. Shasky, do not, Chris Muller keeps saying this on the pre- and post-game show. Do not take vacations from March or when did the playoffs start? Early April, all the way through June. Do not take a vacation because this team will be playing basketball.
I mean, Kuminga's putback dunk was pretty sick, too. You didn't even reference that one.
I mean, every day we can talk about Kuminga.
I mean,
he's everybody's favorite rookie.
Yes.
The guy, he does no wrong, but whenever I see Kuminga do something, I'm not going to lie to you. I get great joy knowing that we went up to the California Classic and locked in on this guy from day number one. This guy's done no wrong in our world.
What's crazy to me is the jackals, the internet jackals losing their minds. Warrior fans have become, and there's not all of them, believe me, it's not all of them, but there are a selective few on the internet that are the most spoiled brat children I've ever seen in my life. They're sleepwalking through this game. What are you talking about? What are you watching? It's the NBA. The other team gets paid too. I don't care if it's OKC. And you brought up a great point before we turned on the microphones, B. What'd you say about OKC? Teams like them when they face the Warriors.
It's their NBA Finals.
Right?
It's their playoff series. Because the Warriors are still the Warriors. As long as Steph Curry has on that jersey,
exactly,
and Klay Thompson has on that jersey, other teams are going to look at the Warriors as if they're the same team that went to 5 straight NBA Finals. They are the biggest show in town. All the Warrior fans there at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Whenever they travel.
Is that what it's called now?
The Paycom Center.
Was it the Chesapeake
Bay? Yeah, Chesapeake Bay. Now they're going to go to Salt Lake City. A lot of Warrior fans. They go to L.A. A lot of Warrior fans. Yeah. So they're going to get everybody's best shot.
There's no doubt about it. And I just look, forget the score. Just look at the way the ball is moving. Look at the help, by the way, the help defense over this, 9-game win streak.
I love it.
It's been absolutely outstanding. And I love the effort on the offensive side for trying to grab rebounds, just tipping balls. And I referenced a specific play where Jordan Poole and Looney are tipping balls back, and boom, Jordan Poole goes right back up with it. There's just an ethos about this team right now that's so positive.
How about Jordan Poole off the bench? 11 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds in 30 minutes, 5 of 8 from the floor. Very efficient, starting to find his groove.
You know, when I look at assists, I think we have devalued assists because we're so used to the ball pounder who's trying to chase a triple-double. But, like, when you make a beautiful pass and you set someone else up, you're now getting your teammate involved. Think about what you said there. 8 assists. That's 16 points. So you add that in with the 11 that he made. He's combining for close to 30 points a game. Like, that's what I need from Jordan Poole off the bench. Some nights it's not going to be your night to just stroke it. Sometimes you need to pass the ball around and get others involved. And I love the evolution of where he's at because I was really worried about him coming off the bench.
Be a playmaker. Be a playmaker.
Exactly.
That's what they need. And a lot of people say, man, he could be the Jordan Clarkson. I don't want him to be Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson's a high-volume scorer.
He's not really
He's going to take shots.
Playmaker for others.
This guy's a playmaker. He can get you in the offense. He can set up for the others. And, of course, Steph Curry. It all starts with him.
Oh, my God.
18 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds. All right? He was 6 of 12 from the floor. And during a 9-game winning streak, Steph Curry did sit out the game against San Antonio. So he's played 8 games during the 9-game winning streak. 8 and 9. 22 points per game. I'm not mad at that. 41% from the floor. Nearly 42%. 35.6% from 3. So he's still down in 3 per percentage. But 8 assists, 6 rebounds, a steal and a half, and he's getting the team. He's now facilitating as well. Those are still all-star numbers.
Is he going to hit a career high this year in assists in terms of per game?
Per game, he might.
I mean, it feels like his distribution has been higher this year than other years, which I'm totally here for, even if that means a little down click in terms of efficiency.
It's going to be tough. He averaged 7.7 assists during the first championship run.
Was that what it was? Wow.
7.7. Actually, the year before that, he averaged 8.5 assists per game over 78
That's his career
games.
high, 8.5.
8.5. He's at 6.4 right now.
Well, then he's probably not going to get anywhere near. But it just feels like his floor game's been better in terms of the efficiency.
Really good.
You know, I do feel like his assist-to-turnover ratio feels better. But for me, the final 3 minutes of the game, Bonte, we got splash bros. I mean, we got Klay hitting a big-time dagger. We got Steph Curry hitting a big-time dagger. The one area, forget the raw data of where he's down. The area for me is like, can you hit those put-away threes where it feels like you're up 4, 5, 6, and you hit a 3, and it feels like you put the game away. We really haven't seen a lot of that from Steph Curry this year, so I'm absolutely loving it.
Klay Thompson, 21 points and 2 daggers, and he said, this is my house. This is my house. And we know that's where I heard Langford today on the pregame show. It's where Game 6 Klay was birthed. Mm-hmm. Right there in that arena, Game 6, 2016. Isn't it good to see Klay Thompson back?
I mean,
he's hit the fadeaway jumper from the elbow, the 3-point shot, the defense. He's going to the rack, and he's distributing, and he's handling the ball like a champ. This Klay Thompson, I didn't think he could be this good this soon.
I mean, he's going to the lane and trying to finish with the left, trying to finish with the right. He's still got the Klay up from time to time in terms of the just blatant miss, but you gotta love it. And here's the thing with him: he just keeps shooting. He keeps shooting.
He chucks.
How many times he looks completely out of rhythm? Then he comes down and hits that big time 3 and basically turns to the crowd. Is that what he said? This is my house.
This is my house.
I thought he said this is my gym.
This is my gym.
Yeah,
this is my house. This
effect.
is my gym. But he got his minutes bumped up to 30. 30.
I mean, he's looking great, you know, and almost feels like the All-Star breaks come in at an inopportune time for him.
Here's a quick 7-second cut of his 30 minutes.
Felt incredible. I mean, that's a big milestone for myself, and hopefully can build on it. And that was a lot of fun, especially to come back in the game the way we did.
Then he discussed the coaching staff trusted him with those minutes.
I trust Coach and his rotations. He's been doing this a long time and very successful at it. So I trust him with the keys to the car.
And he's not taking it for granted.
All this.
It was a ton of fun. I am most impressed with my no turnover game. I don't think I've had one of those this year, so I'm glad I was able to do that. And I just am happy playing almost 30 minutes. I don't take that lightly. That's a big, big milestone.
That's pretty awesome. But all the Steve Kerr slander that's out there, and this guy's basically telling you that like he trusts his coach. And I mean, this is one of the all-time great Warriors ever. And he's over here telling you how much he cares and trusts and listens to Steve Kerr. And yet, you know, Warrior XX5217 on Twitter is like, Steve Kerr's terrible, fire him.
Those spaces. Twitter Spaces is now a thing, right?
Explain to the audience who has no idea what Twitter Spaces is.
So Twitter Spaces is something where anybody can start basically a podcast on Twitter.
Yeah, it's like a live feed.
Live forum.
Yeah.
And people get a chance to speak. You got to wait your turn.
Yeah.
You request to speak. Somebody goes to you. And there was a Spaces last night that I tapped into for 5 minutes.
Oh.
And I said
5 full minutes.
5 full minutes.
Baby Ches, come sit down. Daddy's going to teach you about the Twitter world.
Baby Ches was knocked out.
Oh.
She was knocked out at that time.
Oh,
I
so
put
no cat in
earbuds
the cradle situation.
No, none of that. None of that. I'm not going to subject
Do you know
her to
that song?
No, not
Okay,
really.
that's all
Cat in the Cradle?
You don't know.
Can you sing it? Can you sing it?
The cat's in the cradle and the big man on the moon.
You don't even know the
I don't even
words.
know the lines. I just know my dad loves the song.
Langford, you know the Cat in the Cradle? Where you at, Langford?
Cat's in the Cradle, The Silver Spoon,
There you go.
Little Boy Blue, and the Man on the Moon.
Go. I didn't know the actual lyrics.
I
just know the cat's in the cradle and I'm gonna be like you, Dad. Right,
Yeah,
Langford?
When I was young, I was listening to Spice What a Shebo, unfortunately. Those are my bedtime stories.
Okay, then let's go San Quinn. Always be a daddy.
Anyway, that's a great pivot. That's a great pivot.
Only on this show will you get Cats in the Cradle and San Quinn in the same minute.
In 2 minutes. No
Where are you at, Jason Barrett?
Dude, so we'll get to Jason Barrett in a second. So Twitter, and you're right, 925 on the Comcast Business text line. It's always open, 888-957-9570. Twitter is a cesspool. These people.
So you tap into a Spaces.
And they were just killing Steve Kerr.
Why? They're 41. What are they, 41 and 13?
They won 9 in a row, 41 and 13.
Well, let me guess.
Navigating without Draymond and James Wiseman.
Let me guess. Steve Kerr is not exclusively using Steph Curry as a pick and roll monster.
Or on the ball. It's incredible. It's incredible.
So let me tell somebody this. Let me just say, all these people who never played a lick of basketball at any level in their entire life, every now and then, it's okay to not have the ball in your hand. I know this is a novel concept.
Gravity.
It's not just gravity, B. When you bring the ball up the court, okay, whether it's third grade, high school, college, or the pros, when Steph Curry, LeBron James, whoever it is, when he's bringing the ball up the court, what are the other 5 players on defense doing?
They're looking at Steph Curry.
They're looking at who has the ball, okay?
At the ball. They're locked in.
Every single defensive shell drill, every single zone, every man-to-man, 1-3-1. Pick the defense. The number one principle is eye on the ball, right? You'll have the pistols out, eye on the ball, and you're hovering. You're always got eye on the man, eye on the ball, and you're positioning to the basket.
Right.
When you don't have the ball in your hand, you can be more lethal from, not all the time, but at times, because no one's looking at you, or at least you don't think that they're looking at you. And, Bonte, if they are, then gravity does happen because they're not watching the ball and the guy drives into the lane for an easy layup. Like, I cannot believe, I need to get basketball 101 on the whiteboard and explain to people how the game's played.
Kevin Durant joined the Spaces in the summer. And people told Kevin Durant what a double T was and what a zone was.
It drives me insane.
They told Kevin Durant, one of the greatest players ever.
Can you imagine that?
You don't know, Steph, you don't know basketball.
Hey, Tom Brady, I'd like to sit down with you. That is not cover 2.
No, that is the cover 3, Tom. You made the wrong read. Like, it is unbelievable. By the way, text line, we got there's going to be a lot of drive-bys today.
Oh, today's the day.
Today's the day.
I woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, I got my motivation for it.
And Tuesday. I think Steven might bury me as well for screaming during his show.
That's okay. He checked you.
He did.
He did check you.
I was worried. I just walked away.
Dude, 925 Comcast Business text line. Always love the Dubs recap, but dropping the lead, not going right in on Steiny right now. Oh, how I remember.
What happened?
Well, Steiny yesterday, I heard you call the show. I heard Papa Shasky call the show, and poor Guru sitting there fighting a good fight. He's getting mollywopped because Steiny.
Guru, help me, Bonte.
Steiny is out there talking about, I'm from the Bay now. I'm a Bay Area resident now, and I get all that. He's a transplant. First of all, he's a transplant. But all of a sudden, he's claiming the Bay now.
Wait.
I worked with Steiny for over a year. He's always claimed Oakland, not the Bay.
Well, I mean,
Oakland this, Oakland that, Oakland this, Oakland that, Oakland this, Oakland that. He just basically craps on Fairfield, craps on Richmond, craps on Alameda, craps on all these towns.
How dare you talk about Cordelia like that?
Hey, I'm saying he's craps on Albany, craps on everybody. And all of a sudden he's claiming the Bay. And then I hear you say, well, you know what, Steiny, you are from the Bay.
No. What was my exact analogy?
I don't remember because I was half asleep.
Okay, so here was my analogy, all right? Have you seen Dances with Wolves?
I have,
Okay, is Kevin Costner a native? No, he's not, but he's a part of the tribe. They embraced him as part of the tribe.
Are you embracing Steiny as part of the tribe now?
That's what I told him. I said, you're part of the tribe. Now, you weren't seeded and breeded. There's a big distinction between the two. Is too short from the Bay?
No, but he is from the Bay.
Oh, he is?
He's from the Bay.
Yeah, where did he grow up?
He's from the Bay.
Where did he grow up?
He's Oakland. I don't care about L.A. He made his mark in Oakland, California.
So Steiny made his mark in Oakland?
No, he was already a grown man in Oakland, California.
He spent more time in this area than he did over there.
No, he didn't.
I'm caping up for Steiny.
Yeah, I know you are.
Back to New York,
you are.
Steiny.
I'm hoping that he can get me on
Chuck.
I'm hoping he can get me on Chuck Carica at some point.
Yeah, of course. That's what it was. He was. You disappointed your own dad yesterday.
Oh, my dad's furious.
Your own dad.
My dad's
furious. I was furious too.
He called me a traitor.
You are a traitor. Oh, it ticked me off.
If Larry June can claim San Francisco, then I think
Larry
Steiny
June
can
is
claim
Frisco.
Yeah, but he moved to Atlanta.
Yeah, but that's not his fault. Sometimes your parents do your thing.
Steiny was born over there. It's not his fault.
Oh, man, stop. He was trolling, and all of a sudden he wants to start claiming, and he came at your dad, and you didn't even have your dad's back.
Nah, I'm
You
done
didn't even
with
have your dad's back.
I've had a rough week with my dad.
If I was Papa Shasky, I would disown you.
Well,
I really would.
Yeah.
I mean, it was embarrassing. You embarrassed yourself, and I got Guru's back here. And then Steiny's ripping off Fairfield and all these other towns, and he always rips off San Francisco. He's a resident because of his address, but he ain't Bay.
Bonte did have a point.
Yeah, thank you, Guru. So that's chopper number one. That's the Uzi. Another Uzi who's going to...
Steiny, I got your back, yo.
Another guy who's getting a bullet today. He's catching a stray. Because I woke up on Twitter, and this guy named Jason Barrett, who I guess used to be a program director here at 95.7 A Game. And Jason Barrett comes out with his major market rankings and shows. So last year, he ranked us at number 19.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Was I on the show then?
Yeah, Kate was here. She was a roaster. She still is a roaster,
so
by the way.
So we barely made it into the top 20.
Barely made it. So this year, we didn't improve one iota. We are number 19 because Jason Barrett knows all about major market radio. And a little birdie told me that Jason Barrett and Jeremiah Crow told you one year that you would never work in this market again.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what, Jason Barrett?
To my face.
Tell us how our asses taste. How does my ass taste, Jason Barrett? Number 19. Get out of here.
Hey, what's
number
funny,
19.
I looked at the list, right? This is if you just want to see what's wrong with America on the list.
Go compare. Yeah, not 510 is right.
What's that?
You just said Steiny's the Bay Area is just as Bay is too short. Stop it.
No, I didn't say Bay is too short. I was making a comparison between the two. But here's the thing on the top 20 rankings for these morning shows. Number 1, we have the greatest audience in the world, and I think that our show is reflective of the Bay Area.
Right.
Bonte, I looked at the other 20 shows. It is the oldest, whitest, crustiest group of shows I've ever seen in my life. And I'm sitting there, I'm saying to myself, what algorithm did you use? What is this? Is this the Fox Network algorithm? Like, what is going on? How are we 19? And I know nobody cares but you and I, but I'm pissed. And this is why I was screaming this morning, and I think Steven's ready to kill me.
You know, number 19, that's fine. You can be number 19 all you want to.
You know who's number 19?
Who?
Johnny Unitas. You know who's number 19?
Joe Montana, Kansas City.
Thank you. Debo Samuel.
Oh, man. Jason Barrett. Is he even relevant? What does he even do anymore?
This is the best part. He's unemployed. He's not even employed by a major radio station. So, like, your point is, and yes, I'm mad about this because that fool looked me in my eye and told me I couldn't do something. Move on. We're giving him more crap.
Yeah, we are. That's our Jason Barrett riff right now. So Steiny can get it. Jason Barrett can get it. Anybody can get it on the roast
Twitter
today.
Spaces? Can they get it?
Oh, I don't even know. It's a mob. I'm not messing with that one. At your new, you know what? I'm not even doing it. Not even doing it. But yeah, they freaking out there. They were out there. I heard Steiny yesterday. They went out for about an hour about whether or not Steiny was from the Bay. An hour.
I gotta say, it was an impressive pull. When you have no other material and you pull in the back pocket that one and troll the audience, mad respect, yo.
Man, poor Guru. Postseason coverage is presented by Maryland
Guru's
West Credit
from
Union.
Sacramento.
Working for you today, tomorrow,
Claiming
together.
the Hayward.
He's from Union City. Come
Claiming
on.
the Union.
He's Union City. He went to Logan High School.
Okay.
That's Bay. Logan Roywood, that's Bay. That's Bay. Guru's Bay. He's Bay Area.
I love how you're the Pope blessing and baptizing who and who isn't.
Here's my only problem.
Bonte the Pope.
You want to claim the Bay.
Bonte the Bishop.
But listen, you want to claim the Bay. But you want to rip on San Francisco. You want to rip on my city?
Who?
Well, Steiny does it all the time. He always Oakland this, Oakland that, Oakland this, Oakland that. It ain't never Frisco.
I love how angry you are.
I go to
Why
Oakland
are you
and I show
so upset
love.
about this?
I'm not upset. I'm just saying. Anybody can get it today. Anybody can get it. You go to Oakland. I go to Oakland all the time. Eat, drink, have fun. Show Oakland love. I show Richmond love. I show El Cerrito. I show the whole Bay
When was
love.
the last time you were in El Cerrito?
My mom lives out there.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a random pull. Like, is Piedmont next?
Hayward, Piedmont, Hercules, all that stuff.
I
It's all
put
love.
on for Los Altos.
Man, Walnut Creek. You know how many times I just said the Creek nightlife is one of the most underrated in the country.
When was the last time you spent a night and evening in Walnut Creek?
It's been a couple years because now I got a baby and everything like that. So, but I was in the creek.
I love the way you use Chestnut as a meat shield right there.
Dude, yeah, I was in those streets, man. Telling you. Bay Area. I'm off. The Warriors win.
I love how
and you know what?
discombobulated.
Steiny, too. What was the win total you had for the Golden State Warriors? Hey, John Hollinger, what was your win total about the Golden State Warriors? You said 39-43? 39-43? How you like them apples with the Golden State Warriors, huh? 41-13.
Hey, Steven,
9 in a row.
The poetic justice here is he literally had the galls to tell you, a quarterback in a muddied pocket with a lot of stress is going to have to deliver, and you have to stay calm. And what does he do? He gets all riled up over Steiny saying he's from the Bay.
I'm not right. I was more Jason Barrett. We're number 19. We didn't even improve one spot. Might as well just dump us off the list.
This is a great question.
And then he throws our picture up for the NFC Championship game where we're looking all Jovi and jubilant, all happy with
hammered.
champagne bottles.
I know, we got better pictures than that.
Jeez.
I mean, man.
What a pull.
This is a great question from the 408. What is technically the furthest city to be considered part of the Bay Area?
South San Jose.
North. So like Gilroy doesn't. I'm just asking.
No,
out
that's
loud.
not Bay.
Okay.
That's not Bay.
Okay.
San Jose.
Okay.
Vallejo.
Okay.
Marin. Where do you go to Marin? Do you go?
I mean, is it Novato? I think Petaluma, Santa Rosa is part of the Bay Area. To me, Santa Rosa.
Yeah, that's a little too north. That's a little too north.
I mean, what's the cutoff?
I would say San Rafael, Novato, maybe in that area.
You know how many people are commuting from Petaluma to San Francisco?
I know.
And even in Santa Rosa?
I don't care about the commute. I mean, people are commuting from Gilroy.
Like, because
people are commuting from Tracy.
Is Napa considered part of the Bay?
I think you got to throw Napa in.
My demarcation is an hour and a half. If I have to drive from either Oakland or San Francisco an hour and a half, that's approximately what I consider to be the extension of the Bay Area.
All right.
And that's based on freeway traffic.
All right. The mean streets of Dub C. You better be right, B. and Carmichael. One time I went to a club in Walnut Creek with my boy Big B, Matt Payne. He goes, we walk in front, and the door guy's like, man, we got to shut it down. Walnut Creek is a new Richmond, man. It's case now out here. I swear to God.
No, he did
I
not.
swear to God he said that. I swear to God on my life, man.
I love you.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Look, we're going to do a lot today. We got Tim Brown coming on at 7:30. Tim Brown to talk about the Tuck Rule, 30 for 30. We're going to get into that because we want to discuss the biggest woulda, couldas, shouldas in sports history. The biggest woulda, coulda, shouldas. The Tuck Rule. We're going to get into that coming up next. Plus more Warriors talk. The Thompson won 9 in a row. We got Zaza 8 o'clock. Rick Barry 8:30. Told you it's going to be a fun show today, boys. John Hollinger, I hope you're out there listening. Dubs already eclipsed the 40-win mark. Impressive stuff. We'll get more into Kuminga and Company. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting.
Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
So, what is the Bay Area? Like, as in...
No, what is the Bay Area? What is this song right here?
Well, that too. What is this song?
Tame Impala, eventually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. But, like, what would be the geography if we were to put down, a fence around the Bay Area, all right? Because there's eminent domain, maybe some of these other regions are going to want to creep in. What would that line of demarcation be? Does
it go to Vacaville?
I don't think Vacaville, because there's a long stretch of nothing on the way to Vacaville.
Once you get to Fairfield, you get Sacramento channels.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So I think I got kind of cut off right there.
Yeah.
And I still concede, you may not, I consider Santa Rosa part of the Bay Area.
I got love for Santa Rosa.
West Sonoma and
I got
that
love
area.
for Santa Rosa. Center, that's far.
I know it is.
That's far.
Yeah, but you know what? It's quicker for me to get to Santa Rosa than it is for me to get to San Jose on most days.
That's true. Hey, by the way, it's time to take them. Hey, look, we're going to take some calls in a second here. People want to get in on what's the Bay Area. It's amazing what that topic does. But it's time for taking them to school, presented by Evergreen College. Stephen Langford, I know you got a good highlight cooked up for me today as the Warriors beat the Thunder 110-98.
Curry pulls down another rebound. He's had a good night on the glass. His seventh. Klay Thompson fakes, flyby, three ball. No good. Dunk by Kuminga. High in the air. Nobody saw him coming. Oh, man.
Well, that's what happens when you keep running to the rim and all of a sudden the ball bounces the right way. They don't see you. Oh, what a spectacular catch and dunk.
Air traffic control was alerted on that
dunk. Tim Roy, JB, having a lot of fun on the broadcast right here on 95.7 The Game. That was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game, paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for the 2022 spring semester. You don't hear JB get excited too much like that. Goes, whoa! So the nicknames are starting to come out for Jonathan Kuminga. You heard Tim Roy talk about air traffic control.
I like that one.
Kalin Azubuike talk about the human helicopter.
What's with the broadcast and the human thing? Human, what was Steph Curry's one?
Human torch?
The human torch, the human helicopter. Human helicopter I like more than the human torch, but it doesn't roll off the tongue.
Human helicopter, I think about the choppers. I mean, he is up there. Yeah. But the last three games for Jonathan Kuminga, he is hooping 19, 18, and 16 points. Check this out. Shooting 61% from the floor. All right, the three-point shot's not going in. He's shooting 18% in the last three, but he's taking 3 attempts per game. And then 17.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists. 17 in the last 3 for Jonathan Kuminga. So he's earned his minutes. He's going to be a rotation player come postseason. Play that dunker role, switch it on the pick and roll. Jonathan Kuminga, everybody's favorite rookie. But let's get back into the Bay real quick.
I think JK is my favorite.
JK, yeah, just
it's
roll
just
with JK.
Simple, yeah. And some guys that like Matt Cain didn't have a nickname. He's just Matt Cain, right?
Yeah.
Certain guys don't need to have nicknames. In just my estimation.
The Caner.
The Caner.
Did you really call him that?
No.
Okay, I had never heard that one.
Dude, I'm going to sit back on this Bay Area thing because people get fired up on this one.
All right.
People get fired up, and we would not do an hour on Bay Area talk because we got a lot to get to.
Yeah, we got Disney with Dad today. So if
we got Disney with Dad too?
Yeah.
Damn.
I want to do that at some point in the next 20 minutes.
The kids.
Yeah.
It's all about the kids.
I got a good one
By the way, I met 2 kids before the Brooklyn and Warriors game right out there at the Gatehouse. Connor and Lucas from San Mateo. They listen to the Morning Roast all the time. They can't get enough of the Morning Roast. These guys are in 6th grade. Youngsters listen to us in the morning going to school in San Mateo.
Wow.
I think Lucas and Connor. These kids were great.
Yeah.
Kids were awesome. They had the headband on. They had the Steph jerseys. Chopped it up with them for about 10 minutes.
Wow.
It was great. These kids knew more hoop than me. They knew everything.
And you ran into them where?
at the gay house here. We're chilling. They was like, hey, Bonte, what's up, man?
That's pretty
Morning
cool.
roast. And I said, damn. I went over there chopping up with him, dude. We were talking for like 10 minutes.
You know, that actually opens up. We produce on air when we do these things. I want to do a shout-out segment where someone could come on and shout out anything they want. Their local business. They want to shout out their CYO team, their Park and Rec team, their Little League basketball team, whatever it is.
We got high school playoffs coming up.
I know. I'm going to tonight, St. Ignatius versus Sacred Heart girls basketball game at SI. It's going to be awesome.
It's a playoff game?
No, it's I think one of the
Last
final regular season
Is
games.
this for a league title or?
Well, I don't know, but Maggie's playing tonight, so I'm going to go watch my niece.
Varsity?
JVs. JVs is at 6. Varsity's at 7:30.
Okay.
She's a freshman.
Angelique, assistant coach of SI's varsity girls team, right?
Yes.
Shout out to Angelique.
Yeah, it's actually a really impressive staff in general. Very close to 2 games the last time. A lot of girls were out with COVID, so hopefully both teams are fully healthy.
No doubt. Let's go to Anthony in the city. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the
Those
roast.
2 kids are on the Twitter space.
What's going on, you guys?
What's up, man?
Good morning. So I just wanted to chime in with the Bay Area stuff because I heard it just yesterday, and Steiny was just talking out of the side of his you-know-what. But I think the territory is anywhere. If the BART don't go where you live and KMEL don't play where you live, you're not in the Bay.
Wow.
The BART literally stands for Bay Area Rapid Transit.
All right.
So if it don't go where you
real
stay,
quick, Anthony, what about Marin, though?
Yes, sir.
BART doesn't go to Marin.
But KMEL goes there.
All right, but I said also.
KMEL
works there.
Got it. Okay, gotcha.
KMEL in the BART because, like, I think you guys said Vacaville, that KMEL stopped working in Vacaville.
Oh, good point.
Cutoff is probably Fairfield.
Yeah.
Sorry, Javier.
I like that one.
Sorry, Javier in Vacaville.
That's so mean.
No, I love Javier. He's one of my favorites, dude. I did think about Javier way too much.
Here's the problem. I don't think there's a hard and fast rule because I think it's very subjective. Livermore's way out there, right? Way out there. And I consider that part of the Bay because it's not, once you go past that, what is it called? Altamont Pass.
Right.
To me, that's not the Bay Area anymore.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Dustin, Walnut Creek. Dustin.
Again, just
what's
my
happening?
particular point of view.
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Butch?
What's up, Dustin?
I want to give a shout out to the Bay. I mean, my roots, I grew up in Hercules, Vallejo, went to Vallejo, Hogan High School, Benicia. I lived everywhere, man.
Hey, I went to a track. Hey, real quick.
I want to shout out Walnut Creek.
Walnut Creek, shout out to the Creek. Dustin, real quick. I went to a track meet. I went to a track meet as a sophomore at Vallejo High School. I'd never seen high school girls like
that. You went
to Vallejo? No, I was at a track meet. I was there at a track meet.
What were you doing at the track meet?
Washington was there at a track meet on a Saturday.
Yeah, were you on the track team?
I was working out with them to try to pick up my speed. But
I was going to say, I couldn't see you running like...
I was actually in the track team photo my senior year, which, go figure.
Were you an athletic trainer taping ankles?
I don't know what I was doing. But Dustin, I got to say, the women at Hogan and Vallejo High was so damn impressive as a sophomore. I wanted to just go to Vallejo or Hogan just for the women, man. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a fun town, man. And then Walnut Creek, man. I was calling about Walnut Creek. You brought that up. Yeah, I used to go up there. I used to bartend at Pyramid Breweries back when that was open. Because, I mean, everything is closed now, but I used to go to Club Redux, Spin, whatever you called it back then. And I would see Too Short, Be Legit, Richie Rich, Be Legit were rap a lot, actually. They're just for fun, being drunk.
Yeah.
And then Too Short, and I would see them. I'm like, Too Short, dude, they played your song already. He's like, man, he's like, dude, there's no girls here tonight. And man, I would have just stayed in East Oakland.
Damn, the Creek. That's a great story.
Always for the girls.
Hey, man, the Creek is where it's at, man. It's lit out there in the Creek.
Bila.
It's lit out there in the Creek. By the way, why doesn't Bart go to Marin?
Oh, well, they rejected that many moons ago.
Really?
Yeah, I think, people that are, I think Dibley's from Marin originally, correct? Or at least from Marin County.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fairfax, right, Langford? Is it Fairfax? Yep.
Yeah, so I'm sure he knows the exact answer, but if memory serves, they rejected a proposal to have it extended to the North Bay many, many moons ago. I want to say it was in the 70s. I've seen a Peter Hartlob, who writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. I've seen an article about Bart where they had the plan to go there, and then the residents basically nixed that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. All right, Dizzy with Dad coming up here. Antonio, we'll get to you on the other side. Dizzy with Dad. Then we'll get into the Tuck rule. Warriors beat the Thunder. We got a lot to get into when it comes to the Dubs. Draymond Green not back, but we got good news on James Wiseman.
Yeah.
Good news on James Wiseman.
You got to hear
coming up. That's coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking. No compromises.
Postseason coverage on 95.7.
Diet Coke? Free. Vanilla Frosty Chino? That's cold brew plus Frosty Creamer plus free. So don't sleep on this deal. Get any size drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's. A la carte only. Offer valid upon request on lowest priced qualifying item. Not valid for third-party delivery.
Here at Frank's Red Hot, we've put together a completely exhaustive list of essentials that will bring everyone together on game day. Number 1, Frank's Red Hot. Number 2, wings. Okay, it looks like that's it. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Dubs win! Dubs win! Dubs win! They're 41-13. Woo! Andrew Wiggins, 15 points, 5 rebounds. We didn't even talk about him. Warriors with 5 players in double figures. Looney continued to be a strong player, 8 points, 7 rebounds. Otto Porter Jr., not the best night. Also an injury scare with Andre Iguodala. He only played 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's lower back tightness. And you know what? You may just have to put him in bubble wrap until the end of the season. You know, Steve Kerr sounded really concerned about Andre Iguodala and this injury here. But Monty Poole had a report on NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm not sure if we have the sound here.
If you before you go on to the Wiseman thing,
right?
Give it a couple weeks. If Iggy's playing golf, the back is completely fine.
No doubt. That's true.
Right, and I'm not saying that in some like nefarious way. I'm saying that in like a legitimate way. Like he loves golf, and if the back is hurt even a little, you'll see him not playing any golf at all. I know some people are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe these athletes have lives outside of the game." Like, yeah, they do.
Well, to summarize what Monty Poole said yesterday on Warriors pre and post game live, Warriors insider Monty Poole basically said about James Wiseman, look, they were encouraged with him practicing. He traveled with the team, saw him in Oklahoma City. There could be a shot that he's back before the end of the month. Before the end of the month, James Wiseman could be back. That makes me excited. That makes me happy. This guy gets ripped left and right. He's already labeled a bust. Embiid missed the first 2 years of his career. How's it working out for him?
He looks like an MVP again this year.
All right. Things happen.
Yeah.
This guy, I'm not saying Wiseman's going to be Joel Embiid, but the dude put on numbers on par with Kevin Garnett, Rasheed Wallace, and Dwight Howard as a rookie. As a 19-year-old rookie.
Who had no idea what he was doing.
No idea what he was doing. Give it time. But that makes me excited if Wiseman could give this team 10 to 15 minutes per game. That gets me excited, and that's great news for the young man.
If you want to go back and see how bad the Warrior offense was last year, I honestly just pick a random game that Wiseman played in and Kelly Oubre started in, and you watch the ball movement. And you watch the amount of shooters that were out there. And it took a while for Wiggins to get his footing for this team offensively. And then you contrast that with the ball movement that you saw last night. And you tell me if Wiseman wouldn't benefit from playing with this particular unit of players as opposed to last year's.
I mean, I just saw a stat where Oubre went 0 for 8 from the three-point line last night. And I think he was shooting, gosh, who had the stat? This guy, Oubre's he's just chucking it up and bricking left and right. That's who he was playing with. How about Kent Bazemore? Not to rip on Kent Bazemore. He can't crack the Lakers rotation. He's lost there. Can't use the right hand. I'm not trying to rip on Kent Bazemore. It is what it is.
I follow him on all social media platforms.
Do you?
Well, I'm very jealous of his golfing life.
Yeah, that's... What about J.R. Smith, too?
Oh, well, of course. I mean, J.R.'s living the life. I mean, playing college
I didn't know Bazemore was a big golfer.
Oh, he's huge. He has a simulator at his house.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. The bays.
How much are those simulators?
They're like 35 G's if you want one like him and Steph.
Wow.
I'm going to get a good payday, whatever happens.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Oh, yeah, he's like big into golf, and he rocks all the Under Armour golf stuff. Yeah, he's out playing all the time.
Damn.
He's got a fun Instagram to follow, actually.
Jeez, I did not know that. Oubre Jr. in the month of February in 4 games, shooting 16% from the three-point line in 4 games. You love that, huh? You love that.
It's just,
you love that.
It's just,
you love that. Why do you guys love that, man?
Brother, I'll never forget my brother. My brother comes at me. My brother loves sports. He comes at me one day and he's like, "Dog, You guys talk about Kelly Oubre way too much at the station. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, he's not that good. Stop talking about. Every day we talked about Kelly Oubre, the fit. Where should he start? What are his feelings?
Ready for these numbers?
Give them to me.
Last 8 games, Kelly Oubre Jr. 16 points per game, 5 rebounds. Not bad, right?
No,
not bad.
No.
1 assist per game.
Oh,
75%.
More than I thought.
76% from the free throw line.
Okay.
36% from the field.
Oh, efficient.
2 of 9 from the 3-point line. 25% from 3 in the last 8.
I mean, and that's up from the 16%.
Oh my God.
I mean, the big thing with him was he was square button, meaning he was shooting all day.
Chucking all day.
The X pass button did not work on the Kelly Oubre joystick.
How many times did he run into Steph?
Oh, dude, in the corner? Like, no, that's not your spot. Like, anywhere beyond the arc is not your spot. They should have played him at the 4. Like, that's what he was offensively.
Well, he didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
his dad came out and said Warrior fans are too hard on Kelly Oubre Jr.
Oh, his dad said that?
His dad, came out and said Oubre Jr., he was not happy with Warrior fans. Postseason coverage is proudly presented by the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Visit sfzoo.org to plan your visit. Iggy chillin', getting paid like he's Bonte Hill. That's from the 424. Trust me. I ain't getting paid like Andre Iguodala. No. Not even close.
No.
Not even close.
His book is making more money than what you and I are going to make combined in the next 10 years.
Bro, I'm broke, baby. I'm in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, man.
I know.
Or slash condo, if you want to call it that.
We're broke.
Yeah, very broke. Like money making Mitch said and paid in full. Come on, baby. I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money.
Right.
Antonio in Oakland. What's happening,
Hey, Antonio?
Long time no talk. What's going on?
Hey guys, man, Steiny's not from the Bay, man. I mean, you got to be born here or raised here as a minor to be, a Bay boy. You know what I'm saying? Like us, Yeah, you guys are with San Francisco, and I'm Oakland. So, that's that 510-415 love. Steiny don't know nothing about that. Come on now. But hey, Warriors won. I love when we win. So, and Steiny was wrong about the Warriors. So, hey.
Oh, damn. Antonio, you're a great dude.
This is turned into the Steiny slander.
I'm not doing
that.
Steiny, look.
It's not fair.
He's a transplant. He loves the Bay.
No, he's not.
And you know what? I've said this
to his new soil.
And I did say this a long time. I told Steiny straight up, you get a hood pass. You can walk down the hoods in West Oakland. You can walk through the hood in East Oakland.
Uh-huh.
They ain't going to mess with you. You get a hood pass. Steiny gets a hood pass. Not from the Bay, but he gets a hood pass. I'll tell you who's not from the Bay. Not even close to being that dude, Jason Barrett. He's not even close. He better not ever claim the Bay.
Wait till your daughter starts busting out the Frozen movies. In the words of the great Elsa, let it go, let it go.
Oh, that's going to bother me.
Yes.
2 years in a row, we're 19 on his little rankings. Who did the research for this? And if I see him keep retweeting the same 5 articles his website has written in the last 3 years, that unfollow's coming. Jeez, get some new material, dog.
So inside radio.
Oh, Jason Barrett. The roasters you didn't know. He's a former PD here at 95.7 The Game. Dude was shuffling shows left and right.
Don't he look like a thumb?
He does. He was shuffling shows in and out, like the Yankees trading players. Oh, you're in the minors. You're gone. You're in the minors. You're gone. Let's demote this guy. Get him out of here.
Yankees is way too much credit. More like the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, that's probably even worse. Yeah. Sorry, Curly. We're just drive-by left and right. Drive-by left and right. Dude, so the Warriors win 9 in a row. And we're going to talk to Rick Barry because he was at the Rockets game at the start of the winning streak. You talk about Rick Barry. He's going to have a chopper, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a chopper show. It's going to be a lot of ripping. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We'll get to the tuck rule in just a second.
I used the Rick Barry line.
What's that?
When we were in the Mustang 5.0, because my dad was approaching dangerous levels of speed, 120s, 130s, and I turned to him and I said, "It's point name, ain't it?"
Oh my gosh!
Come on, people.
Hey, Langford, if you could pull that cut of Rick Barry, give it time, because I want to send this to Bully. Because I keep talking, I was like, dude, Rick Barry was talking about like driving 150 miles an hour.
Wasn't it the catacombs? Is that where he was?
I don't know where the hell he was at.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, he just starts going off because he like got offended that Larry Brown was driving him around. He's like, well, he drove this little bucket car. My car is a Porsche. I don't want to get it out, but I don't want to mess it up on the roadways. Drive your car. You
think driving Miss Daisy was difficult? I mean, driving Rick Barry around? Could you imagine that? No. No, that parking spot. No, that parking.
Dude.
Get out of the seat and let me drive.
Dude, Willis sat next to him courtside at the Rockets game.
Yeah.
I would have sit next to Rick Barry
when he
before he
flamed
came.
his other teammate who fell asleep during the game.
Oh, Clifford Ray. Clifford Ray. They were at the Magic game last year. And I was like, man, it looked like Clifford was falling asleep. Well, you know, Cliff, he can fall asleep anywhere. Movie theater, games, whatever. That's just what Cliff does. And he says it with a straight face. With a straight face.
Oh, God,
Man.
I love Rick.
Dude, so we could go in a number of different directions with the Warriors. You got Kuminga, who's playing really well. I'm really happy about the James Wiseman news.
Yes.
That makes me happy
How
because
about Moody?
I keep seeing, and we'll get to Moody in a second.
Yeah.
Because I keep envisioning Wiseman and Kuminga front court in the next 4 years.
Yeah.
That gets me really excited. You got Jordan Poole now settling in, 11 points. You know, he had 3 turnovers, which is, I'm not mad at that. But 5 of 8 from the floor, didn't force anything. 8 assists, 8 rebounds. I love that stat line. Klay Thompson shot in the mouth saying, look at Jordan Poole. Wow, look at the efficiency. Look at this game. That's what I'm talking about. Then you got the Splash Brothers doing what the Splash Brother does, right? Bomb threes, play efficient. No turnovers for Klay Thompson. And Draymond and Wiseman are coming. It's scary hours right now, Shasky.
I know it is. You know how like the Giants have a Willie Mack Award?
Yep.
And there's the Len Eschman Award for the 49ers.
Yep.
You know, do the Warriors have awards like that?
I don't think so. That's a great question.
Because like there should be an award for someone like Kevon Looney.
Let's ask Zaza 8:00.
Yeah, do you get where I'm going with this?
I do.
Because like you're talking about all these great stories and everything that's going on, and I'm just sitting here and I'm watching Kevon Looney last night, and I'm saying to myself, he just does every little thing that a coach absolutely loves.
I got the award. It would be the Nate Thurman Award.
Perfect.
Name it after Nate or Al Attles.
I like the Al Attles, the Destroyer, the silent assassin.
There you go.
You know, I mean, the Destroyer is one of my favorite players. I call him Mr. Warrior.
No doubt. Give it to Looney.
Yeah.
Looney is 8.7 rebounds, the screens that he set. And ask any basketball player, a guy who could set a great screen to get Klay, to get Steph, to get Wiggins open.
There was one where he did, it's the dribble handoff, DHO, depending on who your coach is. He does a little dribble hand. He dribbles really hard left, hands over, turns, and just kind of, it's a screen, but it's also like a sidestep, and he just, boom, puts it right into Steph Curry's pocket. Steph takes one dribble to the right. He basically screens 2 players, and then Steph rises up and goes over both of them. And it's like, it's so subtle, yet it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
It's just so, I love the way he plays with Steph.
This team, look, I figure they could be top 4 in the West.
Mm-hmm.
They're exceeding my expectations, man.
There's no doubt.
41-13, and you think about the next 3 games. Utah, the Knicks, the Lakers. Then you get the Clippers. What you smiling about, man?
I'm just getting ripped for my Let It Go tone on Frozen. People are
Who's
just
ripping
destroying me. It's just all over. The text line, YouTube, my personal line, everyone's saying
Why
that.
are they destroying you?
Because they said my voice in Elsa is way off.
I mean, it is, but I get it. I'm not going to rip you for that. I got it. I mean, I actually just watched Frozen for the first time.
It is a good movie.
2 months ago. It's not bad.
Olaf?
It's not bad. It's not bad. I like Olaf.
Yeah, everybody
not bad.
does. Who doesn't like Olaf?
Not bad.
Frozen 2, not as good as Frozen 1, but I do like Frozen 1.
Not many sequels better than the original. Not many.
Especially in the cartoon category.
Not many. Like Toy Story 2 wasn't as good as Toy Story 1.
Speaking of sequels, I actually have a movie that was basically a sequel to multiple shorts. Do you want to get into Disney with Dad?
Oh, boy.
For people that are driving around, why don't you read the legal and let's do this?
Boy. Are we getting back to Disney with Dad?
We are, and we're going to make fun of you.
You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
While Bonte Hill was watching sports,
I guess you got to stick out when you're Brandon Nemo. Subway, right?
Finding Nemo.
You got to stick out in Subway.
Have you seen that movie yet?
I have not seen Finding Nemo.
He missed out on all the classic Disney movies.
Mufasa, Simba's father, was voiced by a famous actor. Was that actor Morgan Freeman, or was it James Earl Jones?
Morgan Freeman. It was Morgan Freeman. Oh, it's James Earl Jones.
It's James Earl
Jones. Are you kidding me? Oh,
Darth
my
Vader.
gosh.
Here's Disney with Dad on the Morning Roast.
The Morning Roasts, Disney with Dad, where I ask Bonte Hill a question about a classic Disney movie. And today's installment...
Our next animal friend is a cuddly old bear who lives with his pals in this magical book.
Bonte, Winnie the Pooh!
Oh, God.
When was the last time you saw Winnie the Pooh?
I was 8 years old.
There's 50 versions of Winnie the Pooh, but we're going to go to the 1977 version. They're all going to be the same, all right? So the main cast of characters is all pretty much the same. And this isn't a question. Do you remember who the main human character was?
I don't.
Christopher Robin? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. So, Winnie
I
the
know.
Pooh.
It's going to be a lot of that, Langford. Get that button ready.
1977, it gets released. There's 3 different little shorts, short little films, and then they said, you know what, let's combine it. It's a book, and the book now gets converted to a movie. It's a bumbling bear, Winnie the Pooh, as he battles a nest of vicious beeves over a trove of honey. Who doesn't love honey? And then he obviously weathers a terrible storm, endures all these different foibles that try to kind of mess with him. And don't forget the hyperactive Tigger, the tiger.
Yeah, Tigger.
Yeah, everybody remembers Tigger. All while singing and bumbling his way through life. So let's start here at the beginning. Christopher Robin leaves the house and he goes into kind of like a forest area.
Yeah, that's where they stayed, right? Winnie the Pooh, Tigger, and all them, Piglet.
Yeah, look at you. I'm going to name those characters in a second.
Boy.
So when Christopher Robin has to leave to go to school, is he leaving the 100-acre wood or the 1,000-plot forest?
1,000-plot forest.
It's the 100-acre wood. And in fact, the song at the beginning said it if you were listening carefully.
I wasn't listening
Our next animal friend is a cuddly old bear.
Damn.
Okay. So you referenced some of the characters, okay? You referenced some of them, and this one's not multiple choice. I'm just going to leave this one out into the ethos, and I'll give you 3
I gotta
guesses.
say, multiple choice. It's not. Help your brother out.
I know.
Look, the best thing that ever happened to me in college when I took Stats 5, all the math tests were multiple choice. I said, boy, this is great. I'm going to be able to trash with schools. SF State, here we come. Thank you, Miss Rose. Thank you.
By the way, my favorite Tigger, as Tyler Miller says here, is Big Tigger from Rap City.
Yeah, that is true. That is one of the most underrated shows on BET.
Of all time.
All time.
Hands down.
He doesn't get enough credit for that.
Oh, I miss him.
I do miss him, too.
I miss him. Tigger was like an
He had
icon.
everybody in that booth.
No question.
And Tigger would have his bars, too.
He flowed.
Oh, man.
And he had swag.
He had swag.
I love Tigger.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
do too.
So speaking of Tigger, the hyperactive tiger, there's obviously Piglet, Owl, and there's this character named Eeyore. Bonte,
Eeyore.
I will give you 3 guesses. What kind of animal is Eeyore?
He was blue, right? Like bluish gray.
Bluish gray.
Yeah. Eeyore was a small rhino.
No.
Did he live in water?
No, he did not live
No, he didn't live in water. Eeyore is a dog. Dog.
Your next guess was going to be hippo, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Dog. Give me a dog.
Not a dog. It starts with a D. I'll give you that.
Donkey.
It's a donkey.
There you go.
There you go.
Donkey.
Okay.
Donkey. Let's go, baby.
All right, so you're
Let's
1
go.
for 1.
50%.
1 for 1. You're 1 for 1.
Let's go.
All right. Disney with Dad, Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky. I'm questioning him on classic Disney movies right now.
We'll get back into
if you're
sports
just
in a
joining
second.
in, and we love making fun of this because he's a new dad. And him and baby Chez are going to have to go through the classics.
14 months, man.
Yeah,
14
Disney
months.
Plus in your horizon.
Ooh, it's already there.
And at some point, you'll be getting the Kindle or the iPad, and you'll just be throwing it at her to just be quiet.
So what you're saying is there's going to be no more random Big 12 Wednesday night basketball games going out of the house.
No, the only film you're watching is not Mac Jones. It's going to be Disney. All right? I'm just letting you know that right now. All right, the main antagonist of Disney's Winnie the Pooh franchise throughout all the history of them, and they first appeared in 1968, but Pooh encounters them in a dream. Okay, he has a dream about them. They're the bad guys, essentially, of the Winnie the Pooh franchise.
They had bad guys in Winnie the Pooh?
Yes.
I used to think it was the softest cartoon in the world.
Well, it is kind of soft. It's for very young children, okay?
Sorry.
All right. Are the bad guys, are they Boodalops and Wiggles?
Boodalops and Wiggles?
Or Heffalumps and Woozles?
I got to go with the first one. What did you say? Boodalops and what?
That's not it.
Oh, damn. No, man.
The main bad guys in all of the Winnie the Pooh when he has these visions, these dreams. By the way, what kind of drugs is Winnie the Pooh on to have these kind of crazy dreams?
I know.
Heffalumps and Woozles.
Heffalumps and Woozles. It sounds like I need drugs to watch Winnie the Pooh.
Some of the old Disney stuff doesn't necessarily hold up over
Our
time.
next animal friend is a cuddly old bear.
Heffalumps. So it sounds like I need edibles to watch Winnie the Pooh.
Yes.
So you want me to be high watching Winnie the Pooh movies with my daughter?
I mean, we did watch the 101 Dalmatians, and we did this a couple months ago, and they had some straight gangster type stuff.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, they were out there trying to like put hits on people.
Damn, Winnie the Pooh. So I lose that round of Disney with that. It's been a while. I gotta shed off the rust, man.
Yeah.
I gotta shake it off like Klay Thompson.
The fact that you thought it was a water animal, Eeyore, was quite funny.
Hey, I mean, you know what? Like 941 days without playing basketball. It's been about 700 days since we've done Disney with Dad.
We got Pandora's Box tomorrow.
Oh, crap. No, it's Super Bowl week. We can't do Pandora's Box. Come on, man. I've been listening to, I walked in the studio today bumping Rick Ross.
Okay.
I can't do Disney Pandora's Box. I haven't been bumping the snitching moves.
Oh.
That was pretty good, Langford.
The good Rick Ross,
That was good, Rick Ross. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. You got something to work out. We can't do the coach no more from the former coach of the Raiders. You can't do that no more. So,
is he the only former corrections officer to like make it big in the rap world?
And Wingstop.
It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, he is. He's a big investor in Wingstop, right?
This is a funny text. Comcast business text on. I was a street gangster to becoming a parent, and honestly, it's the most rewarding thing of my life that I've done and doing. I would say so. Being a street gangster is not fun. Being a parent is very fun. That's a hell of a turn right there. Applaud that guy. He was a gangster, and he said, I became a dad and changed my life. I'm proud of him, man.
Good.
408, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Damn. Everybody listens to this show. Former gangsters, real gangsters, present gangsters, snitches, they all listen to the roast.
Our next animal friend is a cuddly old bear.
I do need to phone a friend. Bonte's losing this Hawaii breakfast. You're right. I do need to phone a friend for Disney with that.
Yeah, what I noticed in the Winnie the Pooh franchise as well is the characters all exhibit, and Doobie in Chicago is saying this as well, very big character flaws. I mean, they would all be either clinically depressed or have anxiety issues. You know, Rabbit was kind of a weirdo. There's a lot going on when it comes to the Winnie the Pooh characters.
Very true. Another 408. Ice Cube, Ice-T, and LL Cool J were rappers who became cops.
Yeah, I mean, television.
I knew. Come on, you gotta let it ride. You gotta let it ride. All right, we're gonna get into Tuck Rule because 888-957-9570. What is your biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda in sports? What is your biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda in sports? Because the Tuck Rule is Langford's biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda. And the Tuck Rule 30 for 30 was phenomenal with Charles Woodson and Tom Brady. Look,
so good last night.
510 is Steiny from the Bay. No, he's not. He lives here, but he's not from the Bay. That's it. No more. No more of that. He's not from the Bay. All right? He's not from the Bay. I will say it because Shasky was scared to say it yesterday when he phoned the freaking show and tried to make it the morning roast in the afternoon. Papa Shasky represented. So 510, Steiny's not from the Bay. He moved here. He didn't grow up here. He moved here. All right? Case closed. Case closed. Done. Wear your bulletproof vest, folks, because I don't want to bring out the chopper anymore. How about that? Tuck Rule. You watched it last night, Shasky.
Oh, I can't wait to get into it. And there's so much that history forgets, which every big sporting event, history forgets something about that game down the end. And there's a couple of things that we absolutely need to get into. In Tom Brady's palace, it's not a home, it's not a mansion, it's a palace.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And that's what's coming up on the Morning Roast on the Game here, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Fairfield, since they have a BMW dealership, that's Bay. That's Bay right there. More coming up on the Roast.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey app.
We are your West Coast home for Cincinnati Bengals football and fandom. This is your Cincinnati Bengals fan station. LFG, no Rams Super Bowl. Let's go, Burrow. Let's do the damn thing.
The Odyssey app. Night. That's AUDACY.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder blink and you'll miss it iSki faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New Xfinity Connect customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 1 year, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible gateway. Gig speed Wi-Fi is shareable across all devices. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Odyssey celebrates Black History Month, honoring Black icons.
Halle Berry is an actress who began her career as a model, winning several competitive titles, including first runner-up to Miss USA in 1986. Her most impressive award came in 2001 when she won the Academy Award for Best Actress for her role in Monsters Ball, remaining the only Black actress to win this award.
Odyssey, celebrating Black artists, athletes, and trailblazers all month long. More on the Odyssey app.
So I just picked out the perfect ring, and that night, my girlfriend started seeing ads for wedding dresses. I haven't even popped the question yet. Why is she seeing ads for things based on what I'm looking at online? I downloaded the DuckDuckGo app, and I stopped getting creepy ads right away.
DuckDuckGo is the easy button for privacy. With one simple download, you can search, browse, and email privately. Take back your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Monogram appliances. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. You can preheat your oven using voice control, or check how much time is left in your dishwasher cycle with your phone. And now, receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. You can see all of the Monogram appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or friedmansappliance.com.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
The average 30-year mortgage stays on the lender's books around 8 years before it's paid off. So why do people take a 30-year loan rather than a 10 or 15? Lower monthly payments, of course. However, those lower payments come with a much higher interest rate. What if you can have the low interest rate of a 10-year loan with the low payment of a 30-year? Sounds smart, right? Introducing the Smart Money Loan from Owning. With a 1.99% rate, 2.589 APR, fixed for the first 10 years. You can lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest.
Call 833-2-OWNING to lock in a 1.99% rate, 2.589 APR today. Or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
New to Curiosity Stream. Blue whales follow a mysterious ocean current from the edge of Antarctica to their arrival in the tropics. Witness a filmmaking marvel that reveals the secrets of this aquatic superhighway on the Humboldt Current. Plus, go back in time to investigate the world's most notorious murders and the old-school detective techniques used to solve them on Murder Maps. It's all on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are just $20. Visit curiositystream.com.
Water stains on the shower glass. Try rubbing some shaving cream on them.
Tyler's cleaning crew knows every housekeeping trick in the book.
Handling timesheets now.
But they need a proper bookkeeper to keep finances tidy.
New equipment is a business expense, right?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The 42. Blitz. Lost the football. It's on the ground. Covered by the Raiders.
His college teammate, Charles Woodson, on the blitz.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback's arm
was going forward. It is an incomplete pass.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
I hate bringing that up for Raider fans. That call hurts me. In my opinion, it's one of the biggest robberies in pro sports. It's so much to unpack from the Tuck Rule game. We're going to talk to Tim Brown at 7:30. Hall of Fame wide receiver, Raiders. Tim Brown is an all-time great out of Notre Dame, Heisman Trophy winner. He was part of the documentary as postseason coverage is presented by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Tuck Rule game, Shasky.
So last night, ESPN, and I'm sure they had it up for a couple of days, weeks, whatever it was. ESPN launched the 30 for 30, and it was done by Tom Brady's 199 Productions, which is obviously the spot he was picked at. And they went back 20 years, because it happened this year, 20 years ago, the Tuck Rule game. And it was the final ever playoff game at the Foxborough Stadium before they built Gillette. And they interview basically all of the key people. And Charles Woodson goes over to Tom Brady's palace. It's not a mansion, it's a palace in Tampa. Bonte, the pool alone. Before we get to the actual thing, the pool.
The house is sick.
It's ridiculous.
The pool goes. It's in the backyard. It goes underneath the house to the front yard. It's just sick.
It's crazy. And then I know a lot of people don't like Brady, but I just thought him and Charles Woodson, as they were college teammates, and Brady talking about how Charles Woodson was 5 years ahead of everybody.
Yeah, he said he was a man amongst boys in Michigan.
Everybody was trying to keep up with him, and I loved how they kind of set that template of them being teammates. And
how sick was Woodson in that number 2 in Michigan?
It was ridiculous.
It was just nasty. When he picked off that pass against Alabama, he starts shimmying with his helmet off.
He's a defensive player that won the Heisman. Just say that out loud in today's day and age.
I'll never forget.
I mean, it's so rare and so random. And then they kind of touch on how Drew Henson comes in senior year for Tom Brady and how he kind of loses his starting spot. And it was very interesting. It was a very interesting setup. And then they sit down and they're watching the Tuck Rule game. And you get all the key people, Bob Kraft, Mark Davis, you get
Bill Belichick,
Willie McGinnis, Bill Belichick, obviously.
Teddy Bruschi.
Gruden not in the video, but pretty much everybody else, Tim Brown, Eric Allen. I mean, how great was Eric Allen with the Eagles and the Raiders?
He was awesome. By the way, some breaking news here from Shams Charania in the NBA. The Pelicans are finalizing a deal to acquire Portland Trail Blazers guard C.J. McCollum for a package around Josh Hart and draft compensation. So the backcourt.
That's it?
We got to see what happens here. The backcourt of Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum about to be broken apart. It is a divorce. And at one point, some people consider them to be the best backcourt in the NBA. Now, was it true? Wasn't true at all, but CJ Dave just couldn't get it done in the playoffs, and we knew it didn't work. This is a move that should have happened 2 to 3 years ago.
One, and think of the value that they got back in return for CJ, and they held out for what? Josh Hart and picks? Man, if I'm a Blazer fan, that's really disappointing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'd rather have Ben Simmons, as bad as the Ben Simmons thing is.
And they just traded Robert Covington and Norman Powell.
I mean, geez. Dame's out of there, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be.
Wow.
It's got to be.
Wow.
So back to the Tuck Rule. Back to the Tuck Rule. Had all the main characters in there. They're sitting there watching the Tuck Rule.
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. Now, we know what happened with the Tuck Rule. It spurred a dynasty. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. 888-957-9570. What are the biggest woulda, coulda, shouldas in sports? Because this one was the biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda, as Charles Woodson explained, saying that if we get this call, we win the Super Bowl.
We went back to back.
We go back to back, and I'm a Raider for life.
Yes.
Now, Tom Brady said, if we didn't win, and that was ruled a fumble, here's what Brady thought about his immediate future with the Patriots.
Well, what do you think for you, though? We keep the fumble, right? Beat the Patriots. So then what happens? If that
unnecessary roughness isn't called and that fumble is called, then I think that I'm probably the backup quarterback going into 2002. That's what I think probably happens.
And Belichick immediately goes, no, we were going to go with Tom. And it's like, it's easy to say that with 20 years. I mean, I think it's a lot harder to execute that thing. Like, I think people forget Bledsoe was a sick quarterback. He took him to the Super Bowl in 95.
I know, with Bill Parcells.
Yeah, or 96 or whatever year that was.
They lost to the Green Bay Packers. They were in that game, too. Belichick, by the way, said the whole thing was much ado about nothing.
Well, he referenced a Vinny Testaverde fumble earlier that year where they called that Pacific. So, like, when you're coaching on the sidelines, this is the one thing I think that when, like, people who watch the game, they're like, well, every player knows every rule. No, they don't. Some players have a high comprehension of all the rules. Some just play. I'm not saying that they don't know the rules on some level, but they might not know specific subtleties and nuances. Right. I mean, every level, there are guys that are just really, really skilled who really don't know what they're out there doing.
That fumble happened.
But Belichick knows everything.
Dude, everything, right? But Teddy Bruschi said, look, the tuck rule happens, and our coach Bill Belichick is so good that he was able to help. He would have helped us moved on.
Yeah.
Gruden didn't.
Get to the next play. And they're showing Gruden on the sideline losing his composure.
But
Bonte, this is something that I said about the Harbaugh era, which I know a lot of people rip Kyle Shanahan for late game situations. I actually thought the 49ers, when Harbaugh was running them, he would lose emotional control on the sideline with the referees, and then the team would lose emotional stability, and they would play like a team that was frenetic. And I didn't like that. And that's the one hallmark of Brady and Belichick. Both of them remain calm. And how about the throw he makes after Walt Coleman overturns the
Walt
fumble?
Coleman
was great.
Walt Coleman was a Belichick favorite.
Oh, 100%.
Ever. Was Walt Coleman ever allowed to referee a Raider game ever again? Here's what Walt Coleman said about that.
Well, I never worked another Raider game in the next 17 years. But, you know, the interesting thing was I worked a lot of Patriot games.
Hey, Walt. How you doing? Oh, terrific. Hey.
Much ado about nothing.
Unbelievable. Like,
do you think Coleman, it was a fumble?
Absolutely.
But by that tuck rule, I thought he adjudicated it appropriately. Now, we can argue about the rule. No, because I didn't even know that rule existed.
Right, and they got rid of the rule in 2013. I never knew the rule existed.
I didn't either.
Never heard of it.
But by the definition of the rule, now that we've had years.
Technically, is it an incomplete pass? Sure. But Brady's left hand touched the ball.
No question.
And Brady had no intention on throwing the football.
But the whole thing was about tucking it back to your body.
But it's a load of crap.
No, I know.
And it's a load of crap.
We agree. The rule is wrong.
On any football field.
In the parking lot, here, on the field.
It's a fumble.
Kezar, yes.
That is a fumble. But the Raiders got jobbed. Not only did they get jobbed with that call, but the owners had a say in whether or not they wanted the night game on a Saturday. And Robert Kraft was like, yeah, I want the night game. I want it to be snowing. It's a California team. Lincoln Kennedy, over and over, I've heard this story so many times, and he goes, they made it a night game. 8 o'clock East Coast night game on a Saturday night? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but
it was snowing.
One team won the division and had the home field advantage, and you didn't. And like that's part of home field advantage. Like I'm okay with that element.
And the Raiders dominated that football game.
How about Belichick saying it felt romantic with the snow coming down? I was like, romantic?
Dude.
Wow, Bill.
I mean, Belichick is just unbelievable. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. It got us thinking about a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas.
Well, Troy Brown fumbles right before they go out there.
And the Raiders don't recover it. And I don't remember it either.
I don't remember it at all. And then people, I think, forget the tuck rule. They had to still drive the length of the field.
No doubt.
Get the field goal.
45-yarder.
He threw a dime on the very next play.
But what about a 45-yarder?
I mean, it was an incredible, one of the greatest kicks in football history.
And then in overtime, Antoine Smith gets the screen. Raiders miss tackles on that screen play. And the Patriots go down and get the field goal there. And they went for it on 4th and 4.
Yes.
4th and 4.
So to say that like that singular play, yes, it's crucial. It's like the Tart interception. It's the woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I'm thinking about that being, what I kept thinking about was, Tom Brady saying at the end, I would have found a way. Right, I would have found it, but I don't think it plays out this exact way, and I agree with him on that. So I started thinking about, we've talked so much about the catch. It's the 40-year anniversary of the catch. What if Eric Wright doesn't catch Drew Pearson on the very next play, the drive after they have the catch? Because there's still like a minute left on the clock. If Drew Pearson comes back and they score, does Danny White have the Joe Montana career? Does Joe Montana end up getting traded in 1983, which was not part of that Peacock doc, where Bill Walsh was trying to move heaven and earth to go get John Elway? Like the woulda, coulda, shoulda of that. Do I think Joe still would have been really, really good? Yeah, I do think he would have found a way. But I don't think his career plays out the way it did after the catch.
What if this play never happened back in 2018?
So you got to believe this is 4-down territory here. Garoppolo escaping trouble, running, and he will get all the way inside the 10 to the 7 before he is leveled by Steven Nelson. Well, there's some pushing and shoving going on after that hit on Garoppolo. That was a big hit.
Well, and Garoppolo should have went out of bounds. Instead, he's going to lower his shoulder, and he's going to actually initiate the contact with Nelson.
Jimmy Garoppolo, 2018, Week 3 against the Kansas City Chiefs. Doesn't go out of bounds. Tom Brenneman on a call there for Fox Sports. What if Jimmy never tore his ACL? What if Jimmy Garoppolo never tore his ACL? What do the Niners look like now? What do they look like in 2018? What do they look like in 2019? To me, it's one of the biggest woulda, coulda, shouldas in the Shanahan era.
That's a very interesting question. Well, I mean, the easy thing to say is, well, they don't draft Nick Bosa, right? I think that's what a lot of people would say because that bad season ended up netting them Nick Bosa, right? And they got lucky there, too. They got lucky that they won a game against Seattle and the cards still fell in their favor, and they got the number 2 pick and not the 4 pick or the 5 pick. Like, what would they look like with Quinnen Williams? You know what I mean? Or what would they look like with a pick in the teens? You know what I mean? They would look totally different. And then there's also the Jimmy Garoppolo question. Did he, and this is something I don't know the answer to, because you hear a lot of people now like, well, if he never hurt himself with the ACL, he's a different player. Was he? Like, was I viewing 2017 and at the beginning of 2018, was I viewing it as a fan as so desperate and so deprived of basic quarterback play that anybody who was going to be competent, I was just going to elevate them? And he's basically the same guy in 2021 that he was in 2017. I don't know the answer to that.
The Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017-18 had a certain swagger about him. It's a swagger that I saw glimpses of in 2019 and 2020. But it's not a swagger I saw from play 1 to the last play of the game like I saw in 2017 and 18. This guy had a certain swag, a certain command. The guy I saw the last 2 seasons, 2.5 years, was a guy who looked a little insecure, who looked unsure of himself at the quarterback position under Kyle Shanahan. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's not. You know, the woulda, coulda, shouldas. We got a big list here. What if the Warriors traded Steph instead of Monte Ellis? What if the Warriors don't fire Mark Jackson and don't bring in Steve Kerr? Do they win championships?
What if Steve Young never gets traded for and it ends up being Joe Montana? Or they allow Steve to leave in free agency in 1991 like he wanted to, okay? And Joe Montana gets his job back.
Yep.
You after watching that Peacock doc, and we disagree on this, you believe the Niners would have won more than the one Super Bowl if Joe would have been the quarterback.
Joe would have had 6 rings.
That's your thought.
That's my thought. Okay. And you can't tell me any different.
Okay.
Any different. I mean,
I don't know that he gets through those Cowboy teams. That's my particular opinion. Even though I will sit here and say to you, he was the better quarterback between him and Steve. Steve Young set a record for efficiency in 1992 and then broke that same record of efficiency in 94. Like, he was as good. Now, in the playoff games, he wasn't as good. But, Montana didn't play for a year and a half.
Biggest woulda, coulda, shouldas in sports. After we watched the 30 for 30 tuck rule, and the guy who was on that Raider team, he's an absolute legend. He's a Hall of Famer. Pro Football Hall of Famer, College Football Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy Award winner, one of my favorite wide receivers all time. Number 81, Tim Brown joins him. Morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. Tim, good morning. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. And let's just start right here, Tim. Let's get right into it, man. We don't want to waste your time. 30 for 30 tuck roll, and it was fascinating.
It was so good.
You were great on there. I like the mini fro you got working there too, Tim. You look good, man. Yeah, you're like a fine wine. But look, is that the biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda for you? That game right there, the tuck rule game?
Yeah, I was a little offended by Teddy saying, a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas. I mean, there's not a lot. There's only one, and that is if that thing would have been called a fumble, then the game would have been over. They had no timeouts. We would have settled the ball. That would have been it. And Tom Brady's legend, who knows what would have happened, but it wouldn't have happened that year, that's for sure. So, but other than that, man, I thought Woodson did an incredible job of really going after Tom. They have that kind of relationship. He can do that. I don't know if anybody else could have ripped Tom the way he did.
No, that was great. I mean, it was absolutely great. And Eric Allen, yourself, and Lincoln Kennedy, everybody talking about it. I remember where I was sitting in the living room watching that game, and I didn't know what the tuck rule was at that time. It looked like a fumble to me. Did you know that the tuck rule existed?
Yeah, and I'm surprised Teddy didn't bring this up, and I brought it up, but they didn't play it. But there was a play early in the season. They should have played with the Patriots and the Jets, but there was a play with Kurt Warner, Monday night game, and I remember they called that tuck rule, and I said to Teddy, they're just looking for a reason. If that's a real deal, then that's what they're going to come up with. But I think the thing for us was it took, I think, almost 12 minutes for them to come up with that decision. So obviously they were searching for something to lay their hat on here. So
12 minutes.
12 minutes. I remember that Hall of Famer Tim Brown here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I kept thinking when they went to review, because I thought it was a great time blitz by Charles Woodson. I thought you guys played great in the snow, better than I could have ever imagined. And I remember they showed a clip of Al Davis in the box. And I said to myself, Tim, they're going to screw the Oakland Raiders. They're going to screw them. And did you guys think about that after the game? Was like, because the NFL and Al Davis, we know about their relationship there. It wasn't the greatest relationship. You know that. We all know that. Did that kind of pop into your head during that 12-minute delay?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we knew they were looking for a reason to hang their hat on something, and if they had anything that was, you hear Walt Coleman last night. Oh, I mean, it was a fumble. It was a fumble. I knew it was a fumble. Well, why did it take you so long to come to that conclusion then? But and certainly right after the game, I mean, Gruden made the statement. They're never going to allow you guys to win here. And I thought that was pretty interesting that he used you guys and not us. And I went up to him and was like, what do you mean by you guys? And he just sort of walked away from me. Of course, a couple of days later, he was traded to Tampa Bay. So maybe he knew something we didn't know. But, look, I heard Lincoln say that, we really hadn't felt that kind of, distrust from the NFL. I was like, Lincoln, what team were you on? I mean, every week we were getting letters saying, "Oh, we apologize, we missed this call, missed that call." But it's just one of those things, man. As a Raider, you got used to. You couldn't leave the game in the hands of the officials because some kind of way we felt like we were going to get screwed.
Wow. So there's a lot to unpack there. Walt Coleman said he never refereed a Raider game in 17 years.
And that was the right thing for him to do, not the referee, not the Raiders.
Wow. And then the Gruden thing, so I thought that was fake. I didn't believe that was real. We read about it. We heard about it. But I was like, there's no way Gruden would say that after a game. After a loss like that, when you guys are on your way to Pittsburgh, and I thouuld you guys were going to beat Pittsburgh. I really did. I thought you matched up really well against the Steelers that season. That was a real thing, saying you guys will never win here. Wow. Did you lose any respect for Gruden? Never allow you guys to win here. Did that kind of make you lose a little respect for Gruden there? That's got to hurt, man, to hear a coach say that about after a loss like that.
No, I took it as, he was saying the NFL, they were going to find a way to not let this team win. I don't think it was a personal shot at the team itself. It was, for the NFL to do what they had just did, I think everybody was feeling the same way, but to me, it was all about him saying, you guys and not us, because if we were going to be a team, then, why are you separating yourself? Right. But I knew, 2 days later, like I said, I knew exactly, that statement he made a lot of sense because he was on his way to Tampa.
So Belichick, I mean, clearly you have respect for both of these guys, but Belichick's sitting there going, oh yeah, I knew all along. Super stoic, classic Belichick. And then Brady's over there, like basically tongue in cheek, like, yeah, it was me tucking it. And I mean, the two of them, you're sitting there and you're the former player. It's your career on the line there, and you hear Woodson. I think we would have went back to back that going to Super Bowls. I mean, when you see those two and their reactions, Belichick and Brady, what's going through your mind?
Look, I mean, I think Belichick, like you said was classic Belichick, right? I mean, the little tongue-in-cheek and, and doing the production with Woodson, Tom Brady said multiple times it was a fumble.
Wow.
He couldn't help but to say it was a fumble because it just kept coming out. And you look at that one picture, the picture at the end of the broadcast, a still shot, and you see that Tom's left hand is not touching the ball, but it's on its way for sure. But certainly he is not in a throwing position. The ball is definitely back. And this whole thing about you got to tuck the ball like you're a running back, that makes no sense for a quarterback to ever do that. Why would a quarterback ever tuck the ball if he is still trying to get the ball down the field? So anyway, so I just found it very interesting how Tom kept saying that it was a fumble, and of course we expect Belichick to be Belichick in situations like that. So
Hall of Famer Tim Brown here on 95.7 The Game. What did you think about Robert Kraft saying, I wanted it to be a night game? Because Lincoln Kennedy's ticked off about that.
Yeah.
To this day, he's ticked off about that game being played at 8:15 Eastern time. What did you guys think about it leading up to the week saying, man, we got to play at night in the snow?
I mean, I don't think anybody was fretting about the fact that it was going to be cold, it was going to be snowing. Our whole deal was, hey, look, we got 3 hours to play. They got to live here. Let's go do what we have to do and get out of here. And I think for the most part, man, I think both teams were affected by footing. So, the cold weather didn't affect us at all. I think we probably had more guys without sleeves on than they did. So it wasn't that type of situation, man. And 8:15 Eastern time is 5:15 our time, so that wasn't a big deal for us. I think we played a pretty solid football game under the circumstances, man. And in situations like that, you got to get a bounce to go your right way. And even when you think you got the bounce, you force the bounce, and the bounce you get the bounce. They find a way to take the bounce away from you, and that is something that you really can't overcome. And I think another thing Teddy said, I can't wait to see Teddy. I got a couple words for Teddy when I see him. But if you're a tough-minded team, you just bounce back and let it go. Come on, bro, stop tripping. You guys hadn't won a Super Bowl at that time, and believe me, that would have crushed you guys too if that's how the game would have ended. So
I love your candor, and I appreciate you being so honest and forthright with us. We're talking to Tim Brown. One of the greats of all time in Raider Nation, and we're talking about the Tuck rule because the 30 for 30 thing came out last night. There's a lot of little elements that we forget, right? I don't even remember the Troy Brown fumble. At all.
Right.
And even Brady and Woodson are like, we don't even remember that fumble. Is there any other element that maybe wasn't part of the document or something that you were jogged and you didn't remember, through all these years, but then you go back and you go, man, they should have included this?
Well, there were a couple of plays in that game that we felt like the referees hadn't really been on our side about. There were a couple of plays on their sideline that we had in regards to getting the first down, and we felt like the referees, because their coaching staff was like, it was right here, and they would mark the ball exactly where the coaches told them to mark the ball, even though in our eyes it was clear that we had gotten a couple first downs. So, I think, surely they didn't want to make that a condemnation of the referees, per se, anyway. So I'm sure they tried to stay away from that. Wow. But, I think there were a couple of interesting plays in that game that they could have focused on to really set the tone for what we thought was us getting screwed,
Yeah. Most recently, the Niners played in the NFC Championship game, and me and Bonte went to the game, and I'm like, 4th and 2. You got to go for it. Like, you just have to. Momentum, right. Everything that's going on right there. And then I'm watching last night. They showed the Zach Crockett play on 3rd down, and then Lincoln Kennedy's like, I wanted to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
Should Gruden have gone for it on 4th down?
Without a doubt. I think in that situation, because there was an error with Big Frank in our right guard, thinking that it was 15 instead of 14, and that was the reason why the guy came free and blew up the fullback and Zach. So I think in that situation, that play we had gotten the first down we were almost 99% on that play.
Yep.
The whole year, because it's one of those plays. It doesn't matter what the defense does. There's an answer for it with the offensive line, what they do. So I think in that circumstance, being that we didn't get blown up and we ran it the right way, being that there was an error, I definitely think that we should have. Of course, in hindsight, 30 years,
Right.
yes, we should have gone for it. Absolutely. But you take in the conditions and everything, but with Troy runs the ball back almost to the 40-yard line, so really we only got 15 yards of field position change.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point, Tim. And Teddy Bruschi, I can't wait for you guys to meet. Hopefully you film it for us because we want to see that. We want insight on that conversation because he was chirping a lot. And he also said the Gruden timeout in overtime gave the Patriots time to clear the snow like they did back in '82 against the Dolphins with the guy on the work release program getting out of jail. Bruschi was talking about that timeout Gruden did. Did you ever think about that? Was like, man, it should be illegal for them to clear the snow. What are they doing?
No, that was a 20-yard field goal. There was really no way. Right. Of course, there's a chance he slips, but if he doesn't slip on a 45-yard field goal, chances are he's not going to slip on a 25-yard field goal, whatever that was. But no, I think our focus, was really done after the Tuck rule. I think our defense did a really good job to hold them to a 40-some-yard field goal.
Right.
And of course, Vinatieri making that kick sort of breaks your heart on our side of the ledger for sure. But one of those games, man, I think will be discussed forever, no doubt about it.
Do you think about it every single day?
Not every day, but certainly, around this time of the year, it's very hard not to think about it. You know what I mean? Because I agree with Woodson. Now, I don't know. Well, this certainly has not been talked about because there was no reason to talk about it. But I was out for the playoffs after that game. I hurt myself in that game. I had torn my sports hernia, and so I made the Pro Bowl that year. And 3-4 weeks later, I went over to the Pro Bowl, and I still couldn't run. So I definitely would not have played in the game the next week. So that would have been extremely heartbreaking for me to watch our team go out there and for the first time in my career, for the most part since my injury in '89, I would not have been participating in the game. So,
Tim, which one of the narratives kind of drives you and your buddies from those teams, from that team, the most crazy? Is it the Belichick's a genius narrative? Brady's the GOAT, and that's where it started? Is it the Vinatieri legacy? Because, I felt like so many narratives derive from this game. Which one kind of is the one that gives you the most anxiety?
I think before this documentary, I had never heard Tom admit that it all started there and it all could have gone in a different direction, So it was great to hear him admit that because I've said for years, every time I talk about this, that Tom Brady, in every interview he does, no matter if it's football related or not, because if not for that game, he probably wouldn't be in the position that he's in. Just say, I want to thank the Oakland Raiders for being who they are. Okay, what was your question again? Because I just thought that, everybody's like, well, Tom would have certainly, been our starter the next year. Stop it. Just stop it with that BS. Because there's just no way that you let a guy, your starting quarterback let a team from the West Coast come in a driving snow and beat you, and it was your fault because you fumbled the ball. And he's going to be our starter going into the next year. So anyway, not saying that Tom wouldn't have come and won 5 or 6 Super Bowls still, but the legacy wouldn't have started then. That's for sure.
Man, Tim, you're such a great sport to have to relive this.
Awesome.
You were awesome in that documentary. It was one of my favorites. 30 for 30, the Tuck Rule. Check it out. I'm a Niner fan, Tim. Shasky's a Niner fan. We watched that game live, but we both said back in 2002, you guys got screwed.
Yeah.
That was a fumble.
I didn't even know that rule existed.
I can't believe it. Once they went to the replay, I didn't realize it was 12 minutes. I'm like, they're going to screw Al Davis and the Raiders. And what do you know? They did it. And then that nugget about Gruden in the locker room saying they're never going to allow you to win here in Oakland. That's just phenomenal stuff. Tim, enjoy the Super Bowl this Sunday. Thank you so much for the time, man. We'll do it again soon.
Hey, sounds good, guys. Appreciate your time.
Anytime. Tim Brown, a Hall of Famer here in the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Longtime Raider. Of course, he played with the Bucs in 04. We'll remember him as a Raider. Damn. You think about that. Legacies that was tarnished. Legacies that was written. And you can tell he clearly isn't happy about what Teddy Bruschi was talking. He was chirping a little too much in that doc.
No, there's no doubt about it. And I just keep thinking about the woulda, coulda, shoulda. So there's like a butterfly effect.
Man.
Have you seen that movie, Ashton Kutcher? Right, the butterfly effect. And like things that happen because of chance. And then now you have all the Marvel movies. There's these alternate timelines. Right? And these alternate universes. And what's great about the 30 for 30 is at the very, very, very end, they kind of go through the alternate timeline of what would have happened for Charles Woodson had they they won? What would have happened for Tom Brady had they would have won? So I was thinking about something, and
Tom Brady said he was going to be the backup the next season. Incredible.
It's unbelievable. But Drew was their best player.
He was.
I mean, going into that
people
season.
forget Drew won that AFC Championship game because Brady got hurt.
Exactly.
And Belichick went back to Brady for the Super Bowl, which is crazy.
And John Madden saying, that reminded me of Joe Montana, that drive.
I know.
So I'm going to go to one player, and it's very controversial now. Like, you bring up the name Colin Kaepernick, and people get so emotionally charged for off the field, on the field. Like, the polarization has nothing to do with just the kneeling. Just him playing the quarterback position, Bonte, made him a polarizing player, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Had he connected with Michael Crabtree in the end zone, and let's say the Niners beat the Baltimore Ravens, I think about this all the time.
That's 2 back-to-back championships. Because the year they lost to the Seahawks, they would have played the Broncos in the Super Bowl in New Jersey, and they probably would have beat the Broncos. And the year before, they lost to the Ravens.
So let's just say he hits Crabtree. I'm not that play, not the Sherman play. I'm talking about
in the Super Bowl. Oh, okay,
Crabtree fade. Let's say they score a touchdown. Okay, he's playing again. Harbaugh gets extended.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Forget Kaepernick for a second.
Frank Gore gets his ring. Patrick Willis is in the Hall of Fame.
Patrick Willis gets his ring. All those guys are remembered differently.
Joe Staley.
You probably bring back Deshaun Goldson and not draft Eric Reed.
What happens to Alden Smith?
Exactly.
Does it change his life?
Now, what does it do to Colin Kaepernick? Wow. Super Bowl quarterback winning in his first season as the quarterback.
Wow.
In his second overall season. Like, the domino effect of them losing that Super Bowl, to me, dramatically changed the franchise forever. Now, we can talk about the catch and all the woulda, coulda, shouldas there. Just go back 10 years and go to yourself. Crabtree catches that pass. Crabtree probably stays for 5 or 6 years.
Here's one I think about a lot.
What's that?
When it comes to woulda, coulda, shoulda. I think about the Niners 98. They beat the Packers, get the monkey off their back. Right? They get the monkey off their back. They beat the Packers. To me, that was their biggest threat. I thought they would have went to Minnesota and beat the Vikings. They were better than the Vikings. What if Garrison Hurst never tore his ACL on the first play of the game against the fraudulent, dirty bird Atlanta Falcons? I really thought Steve Young was going to get his second ring as a starting quarterback with the 49ers. That was J.J. Stokes' best season as a 49er. T.O. and Rice were in sync. They were balling. Hurst was running the ball hard. Terry Kirby's your third down back. I think about that a lot. Nobody ever talks about it. What if Hurst never tears his ACL, tears his knee up on that turf?
So let's switch sports for a second. What if Brooks Conrad never makes that error at second base?
Giants don't win the World Series.
I mean, they don't even get past Atlanta.
They don't.
And they're still the bridesmaid. Think of how that organization and the mythical story building that we've done off this franchise and the characters involved. Lincecum's legacy, Posey's legacy, Bruce Bochy's legacy. Think of all the people who are going to be eating for life off the 2010 World Series. No, I'm serious.
Cody Ross.
Okay,
Cody Ross. If Jose Guillen
doesn't get popped for
roids, Cody Ross doesn't even play, and he doesn't hit those 2 home runs off of Doc Holliday.
It's a crazy woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now go to the Warriors, and this is the one to me that I can see this playing out 5 different ways. We're going alternate timelines here. Draymond never gets suspended in the 2016 finals. What happens? Does Durant come?
So the Warriors...
Do the Warriors win it all?
The Warriors win on Monday night because Bogut doesn't get hurt. They win the championship on Monday night.
Are they considered...
We're partying on a Thursday or Friday.
Are they the greatest team ever?
They're possibly the greatest team ever.
73 wins and a championship over LeBron James.
They don't get Kevin Durant.
That's what I'm saying.
Harrison Barnes probably resides. And do they get to that 4th or 5th, finals?
I don't know.
Do they beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2017? I don't know.
How do we look at Steph Curry in the finals differently? Because there's a big, the national media, not locally, but the national media, Steph Curry doesn't do anything in the finals.
Probably wins MVP. Probably wins finals MVP in 2016.
I mean, just think about how many different things have changed. I mean, the Warriors, the valuation of their franchise changed dramatically when they got Durant.
There's so many good ones here on YouTube, Twitch, the Comcast Business Text Line. I want to involve the audience here with this one. What if Alex Smith never got hurt against the Rams, opening the door for Colin Kaepernick?
It's a great
what happens?
Question.
Does Alex Smith go to New England and win against Tom Brady? Does he win in the Superdome against the Saints?
Does he hang 45 against Green Bay at home?
I don't know. I don't know. How about the Kyle Williams flashback?
I mean, come on.
Ahmed Bradshaw.
Alex gets to the Super Bowl then.
Let's go to Philmo Mike in the city. He's got a woulda, coulda, shoulda moment here. Philmo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man. the last 12 years of the 49ers been a whole woulda, coulda, shoulda, bruh.
Yeah.
And I'm sick of it.
I know.
We need our great players to have rings, man. It hurts me to the point where I damn near sometimes I think about it, I'm like, man, Frank Gore, greatest running back I ever seen, one of the greatest. You don't have a ring. Joe Staley, you don't have a ring. Colin Kaepernick played his booty off. You don't have no ring for that? Patrick Willis ain't got no ring. I'm sick of the shoulda, coulda, woulda. I feel so sorry for that. The Raiders. Just imagine if the Raiders would have won the Super Bowl for the Tuck Rule, they maybe still be in Oakland.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a great.
Hey, come on, man.
Hey, Fillmore. How many people were bandwagon Raider fans in the early 2000s?
A lot.
On this side of the bay.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. But I give Raider fans this. They stick to their team and they love their team. My team went from LA back to the town, back to San Francisco, then go to Vegas. I would never support them. They love their Raiders. I give them that all day.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a great point.
My point was that you win, and now you get all the casual fans jumping in on your side. I wasn't knocking Raider fans. I was saying that there were a lot of Raider fans that
there
were.
There was a lot of silver and black.
My cousin Joey went from Niners to Raiders, and I'll never forgive him for it.
Big Dog City went from Niners to Raiders.
Did he?
I remember when the transition happened. And I was like, man, you just like the colors because the colors were dope. He transitioned to the Raiders and never looked back. And it was around that time. It was around that time. Maybe they do get a stadium in Oakland.
Who knows?
They get the parade in Oakland.
I know.
And imagine the bragging rights they would have had.
I know.
The Tuck Rule's cold, man. Well, you know what? My blood started boiling a little bit watching that play over and over and over.
Yeah.
How can you screw a team that
Gruden
goes through double days, that works their ass off all season long, and you go up there to New England? I love the opening graphic with Greg Gumbel and Phil Simms, and they show the Raiders and Patriots, and they set the scene with Foxborough Stadium. It's crowds going crazy. It's snow all over the field. Raiders come out the tunnel, and they outplay the Patriots. They outplayed the Patriots for basically 55 to 58 minutes of that football game, and they got screwed. What if Klay Thompson doesn't tear his ACL in the 2019 NBA Finals? The Warriors go up to Toronto and win in Game 7? I believe so.
Wow. I don't know. I have no idea.
I believe so. Think about that.
I know.
Think about that.
It's a crazy one.
It's a crazy one.
It really is. I was thinking about it, and I know Langford's a big...
Hey, real quick, Klay probably steals Finals MVP.
Yeah, because of the way he was playing. And yeah, that's a great one. There's no doubt about it. I think about it if Bonds wins the World Series, how he's remembered, how this team is remembered. Dude. If they could close it out in 2002.
I'm with the 408 here. Comcast Business Text Line is my first year here at 95.7 The Game. Covered a lot of those Raider games. When they beat the Colts on Christmas Eve, they were humming. They were going to get a bye week and a home playoff game, possibly against the Pittsburgh Steelers on a Saturday night. But you know what happens? Derek Carr breaks his leg, breaks his fibula. They go to Denver the next week. They lose. They have to go on the road. To Houston in the wild card round with Connor Cook.
And who was the other quarterback for the Texans?
At that time?
Was it Brock Osweiler?
Probably was.
Was it him? That might have been the worst quarterback game of all time.
It was awful.
And I remember Jadeveon dominated
that game.
Yeah, he did.
Dominated that game.
God, that's a great one. Well, I always go back to the Cespedes trade when we go to Oakland. I'm thinking the A's trading their number 4 hitter for Johnny Lester.
I was in Boston.
I'll never forget that. That's a horrible trade.
Boston.
Damian Moss and all the other guys in the lineup struggled.
I was at his first game at Fenway Park thinking, I can't believe the A's did this. And Donaldson and Brandon Moss's numbers went down the drain.
Yeah.
That Brandon Moss in fantasy baseball that year. He had a big year.
Microfracture off the knee injury. He came back with a force.
Wow, that was a lot of fun. Tim Brown, go to the Odyssey app and replay that bad boy. Tim Brown, the Hall of Famer here on the Morning Roast. On the other side, it's time for the Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia.
Let's do it.
And that's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
At Whole Foods Market, get animal welfare certified boneless beef chuck roast and stew for $4.99 a pound through February 8th, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last.
24. Your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you? With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Ever have questions about your prescriptions, even in the middle of the night? Well, Walgreens now offers Pharmacy Chat 24/7, so you can ask an expert about things like the correct dosage of your medications or possible side effects. Speaking of side effects, the side effect of getting your questions answered at 2 a.m.? Sleeping much easier for the next 6 hours. Try Pharmacy Chat today or tonight, online or on the Walgreens app.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is proudly presented by the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Visit sfzoo.org to plan your visit. You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
An inside look at the Warriors front office.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
With NBA champion and Warriors front office member Zaza Pachulia on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Free Spirits, non-alcoholic spirits for amazing cocktails that keep you in the game. Available at drinkfreespirits.com.
Mr. Nothing Easy on this week's edition of the Executive Show. It's Mr. Zaza Pachulia. He's a two-time NBA champ, former Warrior, now in the front office. He's a consultant working with the players, working in the front office. He's at speaking engagements. Zaza, good morning, man. Good to have you back on the show, brother.
We back. Morning.
We back. We were just talking about the Tuck Rule game. I don't know if you know, but the Raiders got jobbed by the Patriots back in 2002. And Tom Brady fumbled a football, which they called incomplete. So we just had former Raider legend on, Tim Brown, saying that's his biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda. In basketball, Zaza, what's your biggest what if? What's your biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda moment in your NBA career?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. But before I answer this question, I want to wish my brother, Klay Thompson, happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Klay.
Klay's birthday.
Wow, so Kevon Looney and Klay Thompson back-to-back? Klay Thompson and Looney back-to-back, man? They must be doing some sick celebrating in Oklahoma City or Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's back-to-back, and guess who's coming in 2 days?
Who, you?
Yes, all the great people are born in February.
So what are we doing? Where is Shasky and I showing up, man? Do we show up in the suits? Do we bring the bottles of champagne? How are we celebrating your birthday, Zaza?
Yeah, I mean, since I'm retired, we can get crazy. Those guys have the games to play, but we can get crazy.
I don't know if I don't know if getting crazy with you is the best idea for us too, Zaza. It looks like you can get really crazy at a party.
But regarding your question, I have that moment, Lante, and obviously I'm never going to find out the answer. But obviously I was drafted from Europe. I started playing professional basketball when I was 16 years old, and I was playing with the grown-ups. I was playing with professionals as a teenager. The kid was still growing and still getting stronger and still learning this game and improving, and that really put me in a situation that I had to be a role player. There are exceptions like Luka, of course, but it's once in maybe century. But especially in Europe, we're playing ex-NBA players and, growing ups. It really puts you in a situation where you really cannot show what he can do. In just becoming a role player because, all the European teams, well, most of them, I would say, that was playing for, in EuroLeague trying to win.
Right.
So what if I was playing in college and with close age of mine, right? So that's something I would never know, but maybe I would develop differently. Maybe I would develop, more, the guy. But but it doesn't matter, right? I mean, it still worked out, and I found a way. But I was always curious if I had played in college, if I played with my own age, right? So maybe I would have a different role. I would develop as a different player.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, speaking of the college, I guess it segues right into a guy who really didn't get any chances in college, James Wiseman. And I keep thinking about, what would he look like had he played a year or two in college or had a training camp or something like that. It sounds like he's coming around, and maybe he'll join the team in the coming weeks. Do you have any light to shed on James Wiseman, Zaza?
Yeah, there's a progress, and it's good to see the progress. He's in a good spirit, and we had a conversation 2 weeks ago about, how important it is to watch the games and really scout the games, really scout the players and, kind of see himself on the court, what he would do differently, right? Or, see, what every big man is capable of doing, right? Because once he gets it, it's only going to help him to adapt to this game as soon as possible, right? And one thing, obviously, especially when you play for the championship team, coaches don't like the rookies and young players making mistakes. That's how you earn the trust of your coaches. That's how you earn the trust from your teammates, right? So I think it was a great conversation, and he really understands the importance of learning the players, learning the opponent's skills and tendencies.
Zaza Pachulia here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, the executive show, of course. And look, last season the Warriors against the Chicago Bulls back on March 29th had an all-female broadcast team right here on 95.7 The Game. Kate Scott, Mary Murphy, and Kerith Burke. Tomorrow night in Utah, we're going to get the first ever for a nationally televised NBA game, an all-female broadcast. Beth Mowens, Doris Burke, Lisa Salters, the producer and the director will also be female, and that's pretty cool. So we are making a lot of progress here. Zaza, how cool is that, though? If you just want to take a moment to acknowledge that the all-female broadcast on ESPN, really cool that women are getting more and more opportunities in the sports world.
Yeah, shout out to ESPN for doing this, and it's beautiful to see these amazing ladies going to work and doing amazing things together, and then show the world, and this is how it should be done. And that's why I love NBA. That's why I love everything about NBA. That's in so many ways we are the first ones, and we are leading by example, and just super proud, and can't wait to watch the game tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Zaza, last night, Klay Thompson, your boy, the birthday buddy, he said he was blacking out on the court as he's going, this is my house, this is my gym in OKC. It was pretty awesome to see both Splash Brothers down the stretch hitting buckets. Man, I'm surprised by how good Klay Thompson looks. Are you surprised?
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, we've been hearing it, and if anybody thinks that Klay's full of something, right? I mean, it's so wrong, right? And these guys been talking about they can't wait to get back to where he was, and can't wait to remind the world who Klay Thompson is, because 2 years has been a long time, and people forgot, and he was so mad and he was so disappointed in not making top 75. And, his reaction was very authentic. I mean, this is something a lot of people don't understand that, Klay, he never plays games, outside of the basketball on the court, right? So whatever he's saying, he believes he has so much confidence, and, he works so hard, and I'm not surprised at all. And I think more to come. I think we're only going to get better. And, Klay going to get better, and the team going to get better once Draymond gets back. And, even Klay's comments yesterday, it gives him chills when he thinks about, after completing the full team, having the full roster, what this team is capable of doing, and especially with getting towards the second half of the season. And, that's what's really getting interesting in the playoffs, right? So it's really, I'm so happy for Klay, first of all. So happy, and, well done. And this is the only reason we're seeing this because of his work ethic and how much hard work he put during this tough 2 years.
Warriors putting in a lot of work here. Zaza, 9-game winning streak. They take on the Utah Jazz tomorrow night. Of course, the Lakers and the Knicks. Knicks on Thursday, Lakers on Saturday. Plenty of tickets available. Just go to Warriors.com, and don't forget to have your vaccine card and show proof of your booster shot. It's going to be a lot of fun to chase it as the Warriors continue to roll here. You talk about Klay. We can talk about Andrew Wiggins. But how about this young rookie and Jonathan Kuminga? I mean, the last 3 games, he's averaging over 17 points per game. He's dunking over everybody. I'm a little ticked off. Zaza, he's not in the dunk contest, but this kid just continues to get better and better and better, as well as Moses Moody, man. What a unique situation for you guys. You got the veterans here. You guys are still playing at a championship level. And, oh, by the way, you guys are developing the youngsters as well, especially Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give credit to our coaching staff for that, Monte. And obviously, we all know Steve Kerr, and, a lot of people know Mike Brown, but we have some amazing coaches. Seriously, I mean, developing coaches. And, every time I go in the gym, every time I go to the office, and every time I'm chasing it, those guys always have someone on the court working out, watching the videos, right? And going the X's and O's and, drilling and, rebounding for those guys. So, and unfortunately, we don't see them. I don't think we give them enough credit. But all the developing coaches, starting from Jama and, Dan and, Kenny Atkinson and Chris DeMarcos and Bruce. And I mean, I don't want to miss out on, every single day, those guys are in the gym working their butts off and helping these young guys, especially young guys, to get better, to teach them, right? And not only physically, but mental aspect as well, like teaching the game, like watching someone break down the videos. And it's just beautiful to see, and we are so lucky to have those guys, every single day doing what they're supposed to do and helping these young guys getting better, and we'll see the results. I mean, it's not this Kuminga's performance didn't come just like that. I mean, it was a lot of work done from both coaching side and the player side. Even like sending the players to the G League at the right time, right, where they continue getting the confidence and they continue getting the minutes. Maybe not in NBA, but at the G League level, it's pretty good. But then it translates now to he's performing really well on NBA level as well. So lucky, we are lucky in that. And of course, when you look at it big picture from the executive standpoint, from the management standpoint, that's what you want to see. You're trying to build a team who is capable of winning today, and also, you're trying to build a team where future is bright for you. So that's why Warriors is amazing for, making that happen.
Zaza, you keep referencing Kerr and the coaching staff in particular, and it just seems like every night Warrior fans, and I know it's a loud minority on the internet, they're critiquing Steve Kerr, and they're like, there's something that they have to. He doesn't run with Steph on the ball enough. They don't do enough pick and roll, and it just seems ridiculous to me as someone who's been in the locker room with Steve Kerr, as someone who's now a part of the front office and has been with the organization for quite some time and has a feel for other coaches around the league. What do you say to somebody who wants to critique Steve Kerr and say he's not that good of a coach?
I just imagine, telling this to Steve, what would be his reaction? I mean,
would he laugh? Would he just laugh at it?
We laugh at it.
Because we laugh at it.
We laugh at it, Zaza. It annoys me because it lacks all context and nuance, and it's ridiculous. He's a great coach.
I'll tell you what he would do. He would say, like, I would gladly let those guys, take my seat for a couple days and just coach the team. Probably that would be his reaction. But one thing I learned, especially after the San Antonio series, if you guys remember back on 2017, I believe, where we won the championship. One thing I learned, we're living in a world where right now it's easy to, say whatever you want to say. And it's not about being right or wrong. It's not about thinking what this can do to the world or to the community or to the person that you're talking about or to his family. It doesn't matter. Like, it really does. I mean, we don't care. We just saying whatever we want to say. And, through the social media, this can get out. And who cares, right? This is right or wrong. Who cares if we, hurt someone's feeling or if you're affecting negatively, right? So this is one thing I learned, and, this continues, obviously. It doesn't stop because, actually, you know what? We have more and more social media platforms now, right? So what do you say about that? You just have to let it go. And right now we won 9 in a row. I'll tell you that. And we have a very serious chance to win the championship. I can't wait to have a complete team. We are one of the best teams in the NBA, and I like our chances. I like our team. I really like our team. It's such a well-balanced team, and I see a lot of joy. I see Klay's getting better. I see Steph, happy with Klay being back and not having as much pressure on three-point line, and so. Basically, when you win a championship, I mean, that's the best way to answer all those critiques, guys. I mean, what are you going to say? You're going to get into the conversation with those guys.
Right.
And, I respect that they have their own opinion, but one thing I'll tell you, the fans are watching this game on TV or live, right? So they don't understand what's going on, how much work is put behind the scenes, day in and day out. I'll text to Steve Curry, here and there, and he would not probably respond for a couple hours or maybe a day, and maybe he would get back to me next day, right? That didn't happen before, and this guy's constantly working. He's always watching the tapes and thinking about what can be done for this team for us to be better. So. A lot of people don't understand that, but that's okay. That is totally fine, and obviously you can't get into social media war and conversation with those guys. But best way is to keep doing your job, something you love to do. Keep doing the way you think it's right, and once you win the championship games and championships, that's the perfect answer for those kind of critiques.
Yeah, well, 41-13, not much to critique here. Jordan Poole playing well, 11 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds yesterday, very efficient. Warriors overall very efficient, shooting 50%. But Zaza, before we get you out of here, I got to ask you about the deadline. Trade deadline's coming up February 10th. We just saw C.J. McCollum traded to New Orleans for a slew of prospects and picks, so that backcourt is broken apart. Could you let us know, about the deadline? What is it like being a player going through the deadline, and what are most teams doing? Are they being transparent with guys who are probably on the trading block? Take us through what an NBA player has to go through the week of the NBA trade deadline.
Yeah, it's a multiple ways to look at it, right there. And if you have Steph Curry, you can have a great night's sleep. You don't need to worry about anything, and it just probably Steph doesn't even know when the trade deadline is, right? But there's sometimes there are the situations where there's a lot of conversations, and I've been in the situation. That's the worst thing, to be honest, and especially having family, and especially if you have that feeling for being loyal and really getting addicted to the place where you've been for a couple of years now, and you don't want to leave this place, you don't want to leave the city, fans, community, your teammates, but unfortunately, it's not in your hands. That's the toughest situation to be. And then the media, social media keep talking about the people, you're getting out of there, right?
Right.
So that's very tough for the player. And, I had a lot of sleepless nights, I remember. And if that happens, it's part of the game. And, we're going to continue seeing trades, every single year. Yeah. Some big names, some picks, and et cetera, et cetera. But what are you going to do, right? Unfortunately, it's not in your hand. And but one thing I'll tell you, if trade doesn't happen, then it kind of getting relaxed. And it's to me, it was motivation. It was a motivation. I remember how great game I had after the trade deadline, and I didn't get traded. I didn't get traded because it kind of puts you in a different spot, and it really shows you this business in a different way and motivates you differently. So let's lit a fire in you, right? So to prove them they did the right thing, not trading you, basically. So it's tough, like I said, for the players, but it's part of the game.
Zaza, we're going through the Winter Olympics right now, and before you get on out of here, I would like to know, because Bonte and I didn't really grow up with snow. I'm not here hitting the slopes. I can't ski. I can't do snowboarding. I really can't do many Winter Olympic sports. But if you were in the Winter Olympics, what would be the event that you would excel at?
Oh, with it being 6'11", I don't know. It's a tough challenge.
Bobsled?
I see
curling.
I see Zaza as a great hockey goalie.
Curling is good.
Curly, I see you as a big hockey goalie, man, covering up the entire net. How is somebody going to score a goal with you in net playing goalie?
That's a good one. But curling. Actually, I was watching the Olympics with my family last night, and we watched all the highlights and different sports. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see the sports again back on the sport on TV, and especially in the Olympic level, right? So the whole world is involved, and especially those types of sports are living from Olympics to Olympics, and so great to see these athletes getting an opportunity to compete on the biggest stage, and some sports that we don't necessarily see every day, and I still take curling.
Could you imagine Bonte as a figure skater?
I would love to see that in the outfit. Bonte in the outfit.
Trust me, nobody wants to see that, Zaza. Nobody wants to see that, including myself. Hey, Zaza, have a happy birthday.
Buddy.
We'll
Happy
see you
birthday.
at Chase City Thursday. We'll wait on the invite, but I don't know if we want to go party with Zaza. Sask, I don't think we're ready for that.
Nah.
We're not ready for that.
I'll be your wingman, though. You can invite me anytime.
Okay. Hey, how about some Georgian wine, guys?
I'm in on that.
I'm in on that. No
I'll
doubt.
get the Harris Ranch beef. You bring the wine, and we'll meet in the middle.
And I'll just bring myself.
Done deal. Not in an outfit, though.
Figure skating outfit? Zaza, you're the
Thanks,
best, man.
Zaza.
Oh, man, happy birthday.
Always great talking to you guys. Thanks.
Anytime, man. Zaza Pachulia here on the Morning Roast, the executive show brought to you by Free Spirits. Trying to cut back on alcohol but still love a great cocktail?
Yeah.
Well, Free Spirits make non-alcoholic beverages, baby. That's right, free non-alcoholic spirits, so you can have the same delicious cocktails you love just without the alcohol. Available at drinkfreespirits.com. Zaza Pachulia saying a lot there. Don't forget, for all the best Warriors content, from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Zaza Pachulia there saying Klay looks great, and the best is yet to come. His handle, the Jonathan Kuminga hype train. I said on a tweet the other day, I was like, man, there's no more room on the JK hype train anymore. There's going to be JK jerseys everywhere now in the Bay Area. This team is humming right now, Shasky. 9 in a row. And just go back to that back-to-back against Indiana and Houston. And it was doom and gloom. I had to talk you off the ledge a little bit, but that's you. You know I love you like a brother. That's just how you roll.
I'm living in the moment.
No, yeah, I know you do. Say, Bonte, I don't know. Jordan Poole, even Matt Nahegan. Oh, this is Jordan Poole coming out there. I don't know. Everything is fine. They've now won 9 in a row.
Yes.
They're 41-13, and they're humming. So John Hollinger is somewhere typing on his laptop saying, damn, I thought this team was only going to win 39 games.
The Warriors got Hollinger again.
They got
But, here's the thing with the Warriors, man. We know that we're now recalibrating, and we're all worried about what's going on with the Draymond injury.
Right. And Wiseman.
Should it overshadow the 9-game win streak? No. But the reality is, now that we're thinking championship, it's hard not to focus on the Dre injuries. Missed the last 15 games with the back, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer. It's just I'm just worried to see where we're at in a couple of weeks, because I do think it'd be a really big blow psychologically to this team if they knew he wasn't coming back.
No doubt. And he's not going to rush back, but he's in great spirits here. The Wiseman used yesterday, Monty Poole broke it on a pre- and post-game show, basically saying Warriors NBC Sports Bay Area, of course, pre- and post. Monty Poole, Warriors Insider, basically like, look, Wiseman may be back before the end of the month.
Yeah.
And he's traveling with the team, which I always view that as a good sign.
Okay.
Being with the roster, being around the guys, being with the coaching staff, going through his rehab, and you saw him warming up yesterday before the game. I think it's just a matter of time for James Wiseman. A matter of time, and everybody's going to be able to relax, and you're going to get 10. All I want from Wiseman this year, 10 to 15 minutes a game.
Well,
10 to 15 minutes. That's all I want.
I mean, Kuminga feels like he's farther along, but he's also in such a different role than what Wiseman was in last year. All he has to do is just, accentuate all his positives. And they're not putting him out there to get exploited for long stretches.
No doubt. We're going to have Rick Barry on in about 5 minutes here. Just real quick. Think about last year, how it was rushed. They rushed the schedule because of the pandemic. You rushed through training camp. He gets COVID. You're rushing through all the games. You're playing the baseball back-to-back. Everything was just a mess last season. Kuminga came into a situation to where he got to play in summer league. Wiseman didn't. He got to go through training camp. Wiseman didn't.
He's the fourth or fifth option on the floor.
I know, exactly.
At all times.
Exactly. So,
I mean, last year, Wiseman was the third option on the floor, if not second.
I would say forget all the other rookies, LaMelo and Anthony Edwards. They're all great. But these guys get to learn from the best.
Yeah.
Curry, Klay, Draymond,
It's not
Iggy.
a sprint. It's a marathon.
It is a marathon, baby.
Though those other guys are really good, and that doesn't preclude other guys from being great from this draft class.
But how quickly will those guys be in championship contention? Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, Poole. They're playing for championships now as youngsters.
I mean, think of how we looked at Tyler Hero in the postseason off that one run in contrast to other players from that rookie class.
Exactly. All right, Rick Barry coming up on the other side, the Hall of Famer, of course, champion with the Golden State Warriors, and that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Northern California Toyota Dealer.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on. Get in now.
by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, that's a smooth beat right there, Langford. That's very smooth. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will bring you the Xfinity Flex Moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as the Flex Moment of the show. Postseason coverage also is proudly presented by the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Visit sfzoo.org to plan your visit. I think before the Super Bowl, I'll take Baby Chess to the zoo. Kind of get my mind off the game for a little bit.
My brother's going Thursday.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's going to take the boys out there on Thursday.
Man, I wouldn't meet him out there, but Thursday we got the Knicks, Warriors, back-to-back. Tell Deli Boy maybe next time. Maybe next time.
It's all good.
Hey, wait a minute. He's already taking the baby boy out to the zoo?
He wants to get out the house. I think they've been stuck
He's
in the
only
house.
a month old.
Yeah, so what? You got to acclimate him to this Frisco weather.
Damn. Shasky's ain't no joke, man.
Yeah.
Rick Barry joining us in moments here. We were talking about woulda, coulda, shouldas because we're discussing the Tuck Rule. Very fun interview with Tim Brown, the Raider legend, Pro Football Hall of Famer, College Football Hall of Famer, all-decade team in the 90s. Heisman, you name it. The tape on the fingers. Love Timmy Brown, Touchdown Tim.
8-1.
8-1, baby. Legend. So he joined us, and go to the Odyssey app to download that interview. Odyssey is the best app out there. Rewind feature, everything you want on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, and if you're looking for just some fun stuff to take a look at, I know everybody's got this thing on their phone now. It's called the YouTube app. Go on, search 95.7 The Game. I put up a video. It's about 11 minutes. It's very simple. You could fly through it, and it breaks down all of the top 9 49er quarterbacks of all time. And it gives you kind of a reason for each single one of them. And whether you agree, disagree, whatever, feel free to subscribe, hit the like button,
fire,
comment.
No breaths. You just went rapid fire.
I edited the video myself, little iMovie action.
Wow,
it's excellent. You should take a look at it.
Little iMovie.
Yeah.
I haven't used iMovie since college, man. I forgot all about it. I got
took a lot longer to edit than I thought.
I know, it is no joke. It is no joke.
Gotta find you a good editor in life.
We got Rick. All right, we got Rick Barry. And you know what? The Hall of Famer Rick Barry, of course, won a championship with the Golden State Warriors back in 75. Of course, he's always out here in the Bay Area. He was sitting courtside next to Chris Mullin a couple Fridays ago when the Warriors started this winning streak against the Houston Rockets. Now, they were down big at the half. Steph Curry hits the game winner. So you know what, Shasky? I'm going to blame Rick for the winning streak because that's when it started, when Rick Barry graced us here at Chase Center, sitting courtside, and the Warriors were a bit rocky at that point, but they've been rolling ever since. Rick Barry, good morning. How you doing, man?
Well, I'm doing great, and hope everybody's doing well during these chaotic times. Yeah, I was crazy because I'd seen the game, before that one that they gave away by not fouling in the last 10 seconds to go, and then kind of gave that game away. But they got away with one against the Rockets. They were lucky. We were sitting there talking, Chris and I, and saying they're lucky to down 20-something points in that game. And Joe Lacob was really not happy at all. I said, Joe, just remember, there's 2 halves to a game of basketball.
Hey, Rick, we were kind of joking around before we get back into the Warriors. For your own career, or it could be on the court, off the court, at whatever point, we're going what if? If the Tuck Rule didn't happen because we were watching the Tuck Rule 30 for 30. For you, in your career, you're on, off the court. Was there ever a what if that you look back on and go, man, I wish something would have played out a little different?
Well, I don't live in the past, first of all, but, looking back and stuff, and I told people, I said, if I knew that I could be where I am today, have the amazing life that I have and my son Canyon and the friends and all that I've had, and know that I could have that if I had stayed and played with the Warriors and just stayed in the NBA, I would do that.
And not go to the ABA the way you did?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can't even believe some of the shit I had to go through there. Unbelievable. I mean, the owner and the coach of a team fighting it at All-Star. It was like,
wait, what?
Wait, Rick, no, seriously.
Explain this.
The thing is, when we had going ahead and going to put everybody in quarantine and go ahead and do that and have them in the lockdown stuff. I said, wait a second, I know what that was like playing in front of nobody because I went to Houston to play in a game one time at the ABA, and there was more people sitting at the scorer's table on the bench than there were in the stand.
Rick Barry here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So Klay Thompson's back. The ball handling that he's developed over the last 2 years after missing all that time, 941 days without the game of basketball. What has impressed you most about Klay? Is it the shot being there? Is it his lateral movement, his quickness, his ball handling? What has impressed you so much about Klay Thompson since he's been back in the lineup?
Well, I had said when he was down, I said if anybody's going to come back from this, I would think it would be Klay, and it probably wouldn't impact him as much as it might some other players. Only, especially with the offense, with shooting the basketball, especially because he's not a guy that's out there doing a bunch of things to get his shots. He's such a catch and shoot guy. But what has impressed me has been his mobility. I mean, even in the first game back when he came in, it goes in and gets that dunk. I mean, I know what it was like for me when I had to get cut open. I didn't have arthroscopic type of surgery that they have now. Whether or not that knee is going to hold up. Mm-hmm. And for him to be that aggressive and to be able to have done that, the only thing he was doing wrong in the beginning, he was kind of rushing stuff. He wasn't getting himself set, the butterflies. I mean, hell, you haven't played in that long. I mean, it's got to be an emotional thing. And then he's got that back under control. I told somebody, I asked him one game, he went 0 for 7. I said, I'm not a betting person, but I'll bet you whatever you want to bet that Klay Thompson never has another game in his career where he goes 0 for 7 from 3. He's that good a shooter. And so very impressed. And as you said, he was smart enough to work on other skill developments, handling the ball even better. He went to the basket in those games when I was watching him. And that's what I respect about Klay and Steph both. Steph made himself into a most valuable player. I mean, he wasn't coming in with great accolades and all that. And then you got Klay, who was a one-dimensional kind of catch-shoot player. Well, he's turned himself into an all-around player. Great shooter. Now he can create a shot, goes to the basket, shoot the mid-range shot, great free-throw shooter. He's turned himself into a much better all-around basketball player. And, of course, his defense was always, outstanding. So very impressive what he's done. I'm happy to see that, happy for him. I can't even imagine what he had to go through with those two, what used to be career-ending injuries, each one of them for guys.
Yeah. Well, what's your thoughts on the evolution of Jordan Poole? This is a young player who didn't have a lot of experience, even at the college level, and he didn't look good early on. They didn't know if he was a point guard or a shooting guard, and now he seems to be finding a role off the bench as kind of like an instant offense player. What are your thoughts on Jordan Poole's evolution thus far?
Well, I'm proud of him as well, because when he first came in, as a rookie, I got to watch him, and I didn't think he was very good. I mean, his shot selection was absolutely horrendous. He thought he was Steph Curry trying to shoot from Steph range. And wasn't doing a very good job. And I think the awakening came when they sent him back down to the G League and realized that, I don't have it made here. And so, to his credit, he worked very hard at his game, and he became much more consistent shooting the basketball from outside, and has done a nice job, and now has a lot of confidence. And you have to give him a lot of credit as well, knowing full well that he had established himself, was playing quite well in the starting role, and now all of a sudden he's got to go back to coming off the bench and coming in when Klay's coming out and not having the same role. A lot of guys, that would be a real problem for him, but he's dealt with it quite well, and so you have to admire and respect that in him.
Rick, we love you. Something tells me you wouldn't have been cool with coming off the bench after establishing yourself as a starter.
Well, I would have played so well they wouldn't have put me there. But I was willing to accept. Hey, listen, when I was in college, I went off to go play in a game. It's the only game I ever played with the USA jersey on, representing our country against the Russians. It was the Soviet Union at the time, and it was in Butler Fieldhouse. And because I was not, what they did is they started all the guys they had on that team who were Big Ten guys, and also I came off the bench to have to play that. But I was willing to accept that, to be able to have USA on my chest and play.
Rick, who was that guy in front of you? Come on, I know you remember who it was.
I don't even remember. I really don't remember. It was one of the guys, a Big Ten player, whatever it is. But I wound up playing significant minutes and played very, very well. We won the basketball game. But I wasn't afraid of doing that. I mean, even when I went to the Rockets, seriously. Yeah. And when I left the Warriors, over $10,000, by the way, which is just a whole other story. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's incredible. Wait, they didn't want to give you $10,000? Rick Barry?
Yeah, exactly. That was the difference. Sat there. The general manager said, I can't believe you're going to blow this over $10,000. I think you got it backwards. I said, I can't believe you're willing to go over $10,000. And so that just shows you the difference. It wasn't even arguing about millions of dollars. It was $10,000. So anyway, I go back to the Rockets and I play there. I'm willing to accept the subservient role and fill in because I got a chance to play with 2 future Hall of Famers, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, Mike Newland, Mike Dunleavy. I was probably the most overall talented team I've ever played on. And I was willing to do it, and I really was playing almost basically point guard and was in the top 10 in assists, didn't shoot the ball very much, 11, 12 times a game. They said, Rick Barry can't play anymore doing it. No, I was willing to accept that role to be on a winning team. Okay, 1 game in 2 years. I started at 2 because Calvin Murphy was sick, and I got the start. And I got 25 shots in that game and scored 37 points. So I could have played at that level if they wanted me to, but I was willing to accept that role. In fact, I was going to go to the Boston Celtics, except the league changed, the rule from 12 players to 11 active players. Otherwise, I would have gone like so many other players did and finished my career as a Celtic.
Wow. I didn't know that. Rick, you referenced in that story that you told that people thought that you were not washed up, but weren't as good as you used to be. I'm hearing a lot of that same sentiment regarding Steph Curry this year.
Yeah.
When you hear someone say Steph's having a down year, what's your rebuttal?
A down year? No, he's just gone through a stretch here where all of a sudden his shooting was off a little bit, which happens to everybody. But the guy, his slump, guys would pay a fortune to have his slump shooting.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Okay? I mean, seriously. I mean, he just is with such a high level, and that happens. But to say that he's having a really bad year, no, you're kidding me? I mean, they wouldn't be where they are if it wasn't for Steph. And other guys have filled in, and that's what a team does. When somebody's struggling, hell, in Game 7 in Western Conference Final when I played and was stinking up the gym, if it wasn't for my teammates, we would have lost that game and never got a chance to go to the finals and win.
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry, 18 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds last night, Rick. And you talk about a lot of people slump. Chris Muller tells me, because I work with him on the Warriors pre- and post-game show, and he goes, Bonte, he's not slumping. Those are Hall of Fame numbers, 25-5 in the month of January, and that's a slump for Steph and Curry. We're just not accustomed to shooting so poorly by his standards. Still, 39% from the three-point line in January. You'll take that all day long. What about the young kid, though, Jonathan Kuminga? What has impressed you about him? Now he's starting to get minutes. He's averaged 17.5 over the last 3 games. What about this Jonathan Kuminga kid, Rick?
Yeah, he definitely is a supreme athlete. But what I was most impressed by him when I watched him in Summer League was that he actually sees the floor and has the ability to facilitate and get the ball to people. And he's not selfish, and he has a nice little feel for the game, which is an important element. And, you know, he'll get better. I mean, my God, being around Steph and Klay, all he has to do is just hang with them and hope that some of that rubs off on him. Can you imagine if he becomes a great shooter with his athleticism? So, yeah, he's going to be a nice player for him, no question. It's nice that he's getting the extra minutes because that'll make him playoff ready. He'll have had a lot more experience because he wasn't getting very much at the beginning of the season. So that's the big thing when you're a player. You always have to be ready and keep yourself in as good a shape as possible. Put the extra work and effort into it because you never know when your number is going to be called. You don't know if something is going to happen with an injury or what may take place. And if you're not prepared to do that, you blow perhaps your only opportunity to be able to show the team and everybody what you're capable of doing. But that's on you.
Yeah. Rick, last year you were really critical of just the IQ of some of the players on the court, and you were right. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. If you were to criticize, I know they're awesome this year, but if you were looking for one area where they can get better, not criticize, but an area they can get better, what would that area be for the Warriors?
Turnovers. They make too many turnovers at times. They try to don't make the spectacular pass. I mean, my thing, here's another thing. When you look, especially if you're trying to feed the ball inside or whatever, okay, if I throw this ball to my teammate, and this has to be instantaneous, but I'm saying it and explaining it. If I pass this ball to my teammate, what is he going to be able to do with it? Why would you make a pass to a guy in a position where there's 2 other defenders around just because he's in the low post? Does he have good position against it? Right. Who is guarding him in there? So you have to make intelligent decisions, but you have to make them instantaneously in the game of basketball as to what is this going to accomplish by me passing the ball to my teammate.
You know, Rick, this team's 41-13, and we'll get you out of here with this one. They're 41-13. They're second in the West. Is turnovers the only thing that could derail this team from winning the NBA championship this season?
Well, that and just staying healthy, and because they're playing really at times they play outstanding defense. Their rotations are fabulous. They're doing a really good job in that. And boy, this may be the worst I've ever heard in my life of a cartilage injury for a player to be out as long as he's been in with Wiseman. There's got to be more to this than just a cartilage. And if he ever comes back and starts to get a chance like Kuminga, get the minutes and get some more experience because he's got a nice upside as well. Right. I don't know how great his feel for the game is, but boy, he really does have some natural talents, and there's no question about that.
What advice would you have for him right now? What advice would you have for Wiseman as he tries to stay ready? He's traveling with the team. He was working out before the game yesterday in Oklahoma City. What advice would you have for him as he returns from this injury to kind of just keep his head above water?
Well, basically just continue to work at the skills necessary to take your game to another level. Don't try to push it. Let the game come to you. A lot of times players go out and they try to force things, make things happen. No, just take. It's like when you play defense. Take what the defense gives you on offense. Take what the defense gives you this way. Take what the game gives you. Recognize what's happening and capitalize on the opportunities that you're given. Don't try to force it and make things happen. That's what I would.
I say it every day at practice, Rick. Just make the easy play. It's sitting there right in front of your face. Why do you try to make it more difficult? My dad says every single time you're his favorite player of all time, and every time I take him to Chase Center, he says, when are they going to commission the statue? Rick, do you have anything to break? When are they going to get the Rick Barry statue out at Chase Center? Have you heard anything?
No, I've never heard anything. I mean, it'd be quite an honor, to be honest with you. It'd probably be the nicest honor I've ever received, but, I have no say in any of that things. I'm just, happy that the team has gotten back and playing well. The fans have been so incredible for all those years. And if I could quickly, two promos, medicaleaf.com, medicaleaf.com. Number 24 is the code Amazing Cannabinoid Products. I highly recommend them. I use them every day. And then Go Sleeves, GOSLEEVES.com. small RB24 is the code, small RB24. Incredible products. I use them. I've sent a bunch of stuff over to the trainers over there to try to get Draymond to use this for his calf injury, to try to get Klay to use it. It's great for recovery. I don't know if they're using it or not, but I certainly wish they would try it because they're great products. So I wish everybody the best. I hope everything's good. Hey, the one thing about the Warriors, even behind the Suns, the one thing is they have a better record in the division, which is a big thing. If they can just round up tying them, they'll still get home court because they're 8-1 in the division, and that's a big thing.
And 2-1 against the Phoenix Suns, and it sounds like we need some of that recovery medicine for just waking up so damn early, Rick. We're tired, man. We're watching the Warriors at night, waking up early in the morning. We need some of that recovery.
Cannabinoid.
By the way, next time we talk, I got to ask you about James Harden, how he's dogging it in Brooklyn. I know that ticks you off, Rick. I know that drives you crazy.
Well, I just saw a story today. I think it was Steve Nash saying that Harden wants to stay there with Brooklyn and all. But anyway, he's an interesting story, and you can have a whole show talking about him and all the things that he's been through. So, but but I'm saying he's not. I don't think let me just say I don't think he's a selfish player. I really don't. Okay, and we can sometimes discuss that when we talk again.
No doubt, Rick. You're the best.
Thank you,
man.
Rick.
Take care. Bye.
Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, NBA champion.
I mean this with all sincerity. We need to campaign for the Rick Barry statue. And I'm not just saying that like tongue-in-cheek.
You love statues. You love statues.
Because this is my theory on this. Like, I want to see players, and it's the same thing with the Hall of Fame.
Right.
I want to see them get their just due in real time while they're alive.
No doubt.
Right? And Rick's getting up there. And like,
got the jersey hanging.
No, I know. But for people my dad's age,
no doubt.
Like, that's their guy. Rick is their guy. Now, people our age, you may not have, but I did. I listened to Rick every single day on the radio.
Yeah.
All right? I didn't agree with a lot of the things he said. But like, when it came to basketball, I thought he was a prophet.
What a shot. I listen, but I didn't agree with everything.
No, but like he makes you think, and he has strong opinions, and he has specific principles that he believes in athletes and sports.
Rick and Ralph Barbieri on the crosstalks for gold.
It was incredible. It was incredible.
Rick
but like when he talks about basketball, I listen. And again, some of the concepts might be somewhat outdated, but for the most part, he's pretty spot on, and he has evolved his thinking over time. I just think that he's a basketball luminary in these parts, and he needs to have that appreciate. Like, when was the last time Rick got the chance to stand in front of the crowd of Warrior fans?
That Rockets game.
Was that the one?
Yeah, it's a couple weeks ago. He always comes back to Chase.
Well, that was for the 75th anniversary. But I'm saying, like, I want him to get a statue. Like, they need that statue.
901 saying here on the Comcast Business text line, Rick Barry should be on Warriors Live co-hosting. You imagine that? How many yes bobs?
Well, he would take umbrage with Darrell saying, he had a great game. Great. It was just good.
Whoa.
And you think me and you arguing over Jimmy G is liquid hot magma.
Or we could just listen to Rick talk about Ferraris.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it was transportation back in those days. I mean, now I don't really care much about it. Although I will have to say my Ferrari 365 GT 2+2 was a pretty cool car, and I drove it across country and it was in the salt flats and actually went 185 miles an hour. And I tell you what, when I got to there, I put it on the center line. I didn't think I was driving. I felt like I was a projectile and I was aiming.
Gene in Oakland.
We got to hear it one more time.
One more time before Gene.
There's like 7 layers of stunting in someone's face here.
Well, I mean, it was transportation back in those days. I mean, now I don't really care much about it. Although I will have to say my Ferrari 365 GT 2+2 was a pretty cool car, and I drove it across country and it was in the salt flats and actually went 185 miles an hour. And I tell you what, when I got to there, I put it on the center line. I didn't think I was driving. I felt like I was a projectile and I was aiming.
Langford, when you get a chance, can you send me that clip to my phone, please?
Oh my God!
Send me that clip to my phone.
Play that for Molly.
I need that. Gene in Oakland, biggest what if, because we're talking about the Tuck Rule 30 for 30.
God,
were you surprised? And I'll ask you whether or not you were surprised about Rick Barry's biggest what if. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Yeah, I was going to say something else, but you're talking about Barry, and Curry are my two favorite.
Me too.
Warriors of all time, and in fact, in my list of best white players of all time, he's number one. So
I love it.
All,
yeah.
Consideration of the others there. But anyways, anything I can do to help in my small way to get a statue of Rick erected, I'm more than willing to do it. So anyways.
Yeah, see, Gene's a smart man, like my dad.
What's your biggest what if, Gene?
The biggest what if, I got a bunch of them, I've only been following sports for 60 years, so, I got two quickies, all right? One goes back to the 76 Raiders, all right? The Raiders, they played the Pittsburgh in the middle of their dynasty, but Franco Harris was injured, okay? Their best player was out, so that opened the way for them to go all the way to the Super Bowl and win John Madden's only Super Bowl, okay? If he had been playing, they wouldn't. I don't think they would have won, and of course they came back the next year. So, anyways, that's one. 2016 Warriors, if you're talking about, if they didn't have all the four things, and I don't need to list them, that really kept them from winning that championship, they wouldn't have gotten Durant. And they would have kept Bogut, okay? Now, if Bogut's healthy, I think they would have been able to win the next year. Bogut had a serious injury the beginning of the following year. Without Bogut, I don't think they could have done it.
No doubt.
And quickly, so if I could say one last thing, the beginning of this year, I thought we didn't have enough to win the whole thing because we didn't have that Bogut character. However, with Wiggins playing at all-star level and basically, when everybody's together, we're going to have 4 all-stars, tremendous depth, and this kid Kuminga is becoming a regular part of the rotation and maybe going to solve our, 5 coming off the bench issue. So I truly believe we got a chance this year. We got an excellent chance.
No doubt, Gene. You're absolutely right. As we head over, it's time for the flex moment of the show brought to you by Xfinity. What you got, Langford?
Looking back and stuff, and I told people, I said, if I knew that I could be where I am today, have the amazing wife that I have and my son Canyon and the friends and all that I've had, and know that I could have that if I had stayed and played with the Warriors and just stayed in the NBA, I would do that.
And not go to the ABA the way you did?
Yeah. You can't even believe some of it that I had to go through there. Unbelievable.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
We're going to get fined by the SEC due to our show. How many people just come on our airways, on our show? They feel so comfortable. They're just letting F-bombs, S-bombs fly. Yeah. Rick Barry, he's go for one an interview.
So there's a couple things here. The first one, when I was doing study on the quarterbacks of all time, the 49er greatest quarterbacks, John Brody was approached by the AFL, and he was offered all this money. It was him, Mike Ditka. They were like the notable players that were offered money by the AFL, and that created the merger because the NFL was worried they were going to lose everybody. And I've been talking to you about this, and I'm so glad Dibs is coming in right at this particular time because I've been telling you, it looks like 9, 10, 11 of the top 20, 25 golfers in the world are just going to take off for this Saudi money, right? And you're like, well, if Steph Curry, he would never leave the NBA. Well, let's put it this way. What if 9 of the top 25 NBA players, instead of getting $50 million a year, they were offered $200 million a year?
They'll play where?
I'm just saying 9 guys, not one. It'd have to be like a handful of guys. It's hard to turn down that money. And I'm not saying they're right or wrong.
What league? The ABA, the old CBA?
It would be in the QBL, the Qatar Basketball League.
Exactly, something like that.
That's what the essence of this is. There's 2 prongs to this. One, PGA Tour players like Phil Mickelson are mad at the Tour because the Tour is hoarding a bunch of money that could go to the players, and as if the players need more money, but that's not, that's not the point.
You're so right.
You're going to get me back on the Iguodala vet min thing, and I'm trying not to go there. So the one prong is the players aren't getting what they consider their fair share, but the other side of it is this other golf league is backed by filthy, oppressive, slave-inducing oil money. So you talk about Steph Curry. He's a guy who no way would he go to a league that was backed by this sort of ill repute.
Right. But golf, I did agree with Shasky, though. Like, PJ slipping, and you could go make buku amounts of money playing golf anywhere in the world, and they're going to pay you. You got to do that, right? I mean,
if Ian
depends on if you have a soul and a conscience or not.
Yeah. So I take it you're not going to watch this.
No, of course not.
Wow, Shasky, you left out some details.
Well, no, he's making a great point here because the other layer to this is the Saudi Arabian money that's backing this is trying to whitewash. I don't even know what the word would be. So they're trying to make it legitimized through sport and go, don't look at all this stuff we're doing over here.
You know what?
We're going to be a proper country.
I'm out on this. I was in on it. I had no idea until Dibs brought it. I'm out on it. I'm out on it. These guys are crooks.
Do you think normal people are understanding this in the sports world of what's going on behind the scenes?
Well, there's two different things, and again, I don't want to get too geopolitical about all this, but let's talk about the NBA and their association with China and what's going on in China in a number of regions. Yet, the NBA is backed by billions of dollars from Chinese support, etc. The Warriors sponsor is a Chinese company, I believe, Rakuten. And you talk about all of the associations between leagues and other countries, and then it gets to the essence of you as a sports fan. What's your responsibility as a sports fan? I want to watch great golfers do great things on beautiful courses. Do I need to have geopolitical awareness? I love the Olympics. Mark and I have talked about it. He's not so into it. I'm watching it, but then, it's live from Beijing, and you can't help but think about some of the things that goes on in
Beijing,
in Beijing and in China. But then again, look at our country. What goes on in our very country? And, we're fans of, whatever sport you want to pick, and there is a seedy underbelly in virtually everything. So at what point do we draw the line? And we were talking about music before, and I love the music of R. Kelly. You can't even say that anymore.
No.
You can't even
Michael Jackson for me.
But
that's my guy. I grew up with Michael Jackson.
So we have radio stations across the country where we won't play Bump and Grind, but we will play Wanna Be Starting Something. So where do we draw our moral outrage? And so to your point about the golf, I like the PGA Tour because it is classic courses, American courses I've played, the four majors, the WGC, etc. But if you really want to peel back the onion on all of this stuff, you're not going to be a fan of anything anymore.
Well, and like when Bryson gets offered 122, 135 million, I'm like,
and he's overrated. I don't know much about golf.
The money is ridiculous.
Every time I watch Bryson, he's in the dumps.
Well, he's hurt now.
He's hurt
because
now.
all this super training.
Shocking. Right.
Yeah.
And he's hitting the ball. But then
Yeah.
Brooks Koepka schooled him on that little players in one-on-one match, in Vegas. And I'm like, not only is Brooks overrated, but he's boring. He's boring.
Overrated.
Bryson DeChambeau, whatever his name is. Brooks was great. Bryson's boring. I've seen him twice now on this match thing. You want to get a casual golf fan like me involved in your sport? Get Bryson out of there. I'm over him. And if you want to throw $125 million at him, man, that's awful.
But you just sort of said it, Bonte, and I think this is where this whole conversation sort of leads, which is that each individual fan, you gotta just like blaze your own trail in terms of not only what matters to you, but what you enjoy. Like it's about where you put your dollars, right? And knowing what it's going to end up supporting. Dibs, what you just said. I mean, heck, we got issues with politics in ownership with the San Francisco Giants,
right?
Big time. But so each of you needs to decide what matters to you, where you want to put your dollars. But does that filter down to Gabe Kapler and Brandon Crawford, who are like California bred? I mean, Gabe Kapler's family are activists. So like there's all these different branches on the tree, and we could take this well beyond sports. You ever do this? Like you think about, okay, I'm going to make a stand, right? I'm not putting my dollars to there, but you're going to go to the grocery store and buy your food. Do you know what billionaire is behind every single label you buy? Do you know
Apple
who they
products.
are? Do you know what they support? Right. Do you know where their money goes? So, like you said, Dibs, we can play this game. You're going to end up not being able to support anything pretty soon.
Grow your own vegetables and stay the hell home.
There you go.
That's the way it all
in the
ends,
backyard.
That's it.
That's it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. privacy simplified. The 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Thomas Coffee, Willard Dibs, of course. Shout out to RJ and Paula. Biggest what-ifs. We just watched the Tuck Rule, 30 for 30.
That was
we
so
had Tim
good
Brown.
last night.
So good. We talked to Tim Brown today.
How about Tom Brady's pool table with the Patriot balls and the Raider balls?
How about Tom Brady announcing last night that he's going to be on the 49ers in another year? How about never say never?
Don't never say never. Don't do that. Don't do that. Biggest what-ifs. I mean, the Tuck Rule forever to me is a fumble, no doubt. Greg Pop on the call. That's a fumble. They revealed the play. Why? It was great.
That was clearly his finest moment. Not to promote the comp, but that he lockered 4 stalls away. And it's just like the whole thing is just pure poetic beauty. And that's one of my favorite moments. Is Tom Flores finally gets a word in edgewise.
Yes,
poor Tom. And I know a guy who. Well, I know another. Well, I know. There's been a lot of us who fought for that word in edgewise role. But after Greg does 2.5 pure minutes of genius, Tom, the late great Tom Flores, they're going to review it. Why?
What?
It's like, Greg, take a breath and let your color guy jump in and let you know that they're going to review it. Why?
Take a breath? What? Did you not work with him
I
before?
don't need to breathe. Yes. Just real quick, the day after the teabagging, I was on the air with him, and he did 31 unbelievable unanswered minutes. I was knitting. I crocheted. I ordered a Domino's pizza, and it had 30 minutes to come. I had a slice before I even had a chance to speak.
It's an elite diatribe. However,
I never worked with a guy who threw to the sound, replied to the sound, and kept going for 27 minutes. And somebody texted and said, "Hey, B, you working today?"
No,
I know you're all having a therapy session right now, and that's good. But now I need therapy because did you just kill Tom Flores?
No,
you just killed. Yes, you did. You just called him the late great Tom Flores, who is 84 and alive and well as we speak. So
I've done it again.
Everybody, please.
I've done it again.
Sigh of relief. Tom is still with us.
What was I thinking of?
It's all right.
Brian Flores, his career died. That's what I was thinking of.
Did you remember the Troy Brown fumble?
Is that a good save or no?
So good.
So, no, it's becoming your thing.
No, it's been my thing, Mark. It's been my thing. I say, so-and-so, rest in peace, and then they play the theme song, is so-and-so dead or alive? And I get them wrong all the time, Joe.
Did you remember the Troy Brown fumble? I didn't remember that at all.
No.
How about Brady trying to kick him?
No, the only things I remember are the Tuck and Adam Vinatieri.
Yes.
And by the way, what we learned from the 30 for 30 that I had forgotten, John Gruden, choke artist, calls timeout and allows them to clear the field.
I couldn't believe that.
I didn't even think about it in the moment.
Unbelievable. Tim Brown joined us at 7:30 and said, Gruden, I didn't think this was a true story at all. But he goes, Gruden says, hey, as long as you're here, they're never going to allow you guys to win. And Tim Brown's like, wait. You're the coach of the team. You mean us? And 2 days later, Gruden's gone to Tampa Bay. Unbelievable.
So I'll never forget that day because I was a stage manager for, it must have been like Fox Sports Bay Area at the time, working with 95.7 The Game radio color commentator Tom Tolbert.
Oh, wow.
My job was to get him from St. Mary's to Stanford. We had a midday game at St. Mary's. We had a night game at Stanford. I was to, quote unquote, babysit him. So we went to the sports, we went to a bar. Yeah. So we went to the sports page in Palo Alto. We watched the first half and I said, Tom, we got to go to Stanford. So we bounced over to Stanford. I'm listening to the game on a Walkman.
Wow.
While also giving promos to the play-by-play guy. Might have been Barry Tompkins, like Roxy, who knows?
Barry Tompkins.
And Tom may or may not have had action on the game, so he kept looking at me, and I was like,
"That's affirmative."
I'm trying to give him updates. I think he had the Raiders +3, and so I was like, "Hey, there's a fumble," and then I was like, "Hey, Tom, they're going to review it," and he goes, "Why?" True story.
Oh, that's perfect. Biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Wow,
I guess you guys will chime into that. What else you guys got cooking?
Let's see. Kyle Turley's coming on the show. It was a fascinating story.
Awesome Ram.
We want to get into Kuminga. We actually have a very different view on something that you would think is a completely innocuous sort of a topic. Are you ready to say Kuminga is a hit or no? Too early.
Not quite yet, but we've been on that Kuminga train for a long time. Not quite yet. Pump the brakes.
The sample size is not comprehensive enough. I mean, he's in a perfect role to give you flashes. But I like where they're going.
He is ascending, but he's not a star yet.
I thought Pablo Sandoval was going to be a superstar. He had one of the greatest rookie years of all time, and then it just never materialized again.
But that also is an expectation that gets set that, Pablo Sandoval
had 324 jacks, 90 RBIs.
Pablo is forever remembered in this city, right?
I know, but we're talking he had ridiculous talent.
Right. I guess Kuminga, though, yes, not a finished product, obviously. However, there are things he can do on a basketball court that very, very few people can do, and that's already there. He's
surpassed Anthony Randolph. That's for sure.
Wow.
No,
that's a high bar to clear.
Yeah, I know.
Still waiting on Patrick O'Brien.
Such a high bar to clear.
He's right alongside Ike Diagu right now, Joe.
Marco Bellinelli dropping 37 in the summer league. Remember that? I mean, Mullet told me the story. He goes, Bonte, chill, summer league, dog. He goes, I was in New York when Bellinelli dropped to 37. He said, dude, I'll see you guys next week. Relax. It's summer league. And right now, Kuminga's playing against summer league type of teams. OKC, Houston, San Antonio. They're G League teams.
No. I'm not going to let you do that. It's January. It's January. It's not summer league. And he's playing against everybody.
It's not summer league, but they are G Leaguers.
Is he only playing against bad teams?
The G League All-Stars.
Or are there only bad teams?
I mean, there's a lot of bad teams in the NBA. You ever watch League Pass? It's tough. It's tough watch.
Hey, bet the favorites right now. Just bet the favorites. You notice this? There's a little trend. Just bet the favorites.
That's it for us. You guys have a great show. Thanks, Roasters, for another great day. See you tomorrow at 6 a.m. on a Warriors Wednesday.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm not kidding. First, I'm leading with it. Bet the favorites. You know I love them dogs. But first of all, we might have a little something here. Carlos in Concord, right? He got you a green check last night. And I'm sitting over here watching the Utah Jazz down by 9 late third quarter, and I'm laying 8. And they covered anyway. Those guys are right. There's a lot of bad teams in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
Just hit your wagon to about 5, 6, 7 different teams. I've noticed this little trend. Don't now go, don't put all your savings on this. We're getting a lot of favorites covering in the NBA of late.
And you should refrain from texting the thread late in your game. Oh, looks like I'm going to lose this one.
I did go snuffleupagus on you.
Hey, Big Bird, I've got a little bit of a head cold today. Have you seen Oscar? You think he's grouchy? Oh,
listen. Actually, no. I was trying to be compadre with Spadone, who wore the L. He wore a frustrating L last night, right? What'd you have? You had ASU get on here. What was it?
12
ASU
against
plus 12.
Arizona, and they were down 25 points with 5 minutes to go, and they made it close and ended up just losing by 12. And obviously on the show, a push is a loss.
A push is a loss, and we were 3-1 outside of that, so we were a half point away from a perfect night. So I was trying to be compadre, simpatico with my guy, Joe Spadona, and so he took the red X, and it was like, don't worry, Joe, I'm getting the red X tonight too. It's not you, it's us. We're a team. It's okay. And then Utah, they went on a late run, Dibs. They went on a late run, and then somebody called me at the end of it and went, pay him, pay that man his money.
I love it. Yeah. And I've got a new friend on Instagram, and it's my man Carlos from Concord. And by the way, he and we as a Pick Your Battles organization, the pick is already in. And
we already have your pick for tonight?
The pick is in.
Is it? So how does this work? Is it Carlos again?
That's none of your damn business.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
It's Carlos and Company is the official name of our corporation. Yes,
sitcom.
Carlos in Charge is what it is. Yeah.
All right. Okay, great.
We feel good about our pick today, and that's coming up at 11:45.
Well, it should be a happy day. We have offensive linemen coming on the show all over the place, and they are the best human beings in sports. I know people like hockey guys. Hockey guys are really good dudes. Some of them talk funny. Their locker room is the smelliest thing in the planet.
Oh,
you ever been to a hockey locker room, right?
It's like a high school football locker room.
Gosh, it's like, who died in here? But offensive linemen, they're smart. They just want to help other people out. I mean, think about their job. There's no credit. All they're supposed to do is eat and get in someone else's way. So that's just by definition a nice person. So Kyle Turley at 10:30, Matt Burke at 11, which is some sort of like, I don't know if Kyle's going through therapy sessions or whatever. He booked Matt Burke, yet Matt was on the team that was his most painful Bay Area sports loss ever. This was the Ravens beating the 49ers in the Super Bowl. So I don't know why he wants to relive this for some reason, but you know.
It's like you when somebody cuts you off on the roadway, you just want to talk to them.
I do. I want to sit down and be like, you realize all the wrong things you're doing in life. Let's fix this.
It's funny because I had a classic Dibber moment right outside our building where it's a four-way stop. I come to a complete and final stop, and I'm looking at the car across from me who's turning right. They have the right of way. They go. I proceed to go, and here comes biker lady off of my right side, who, by the way, did not stop at the stop sign. So she's pedaling on through the intersection without stopping. I enter the intersection and immediately stop so as to not run her over.
Right.
She turns to her left and fires me a look and mouths, meh, 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 meh. So I roll down my window and I say, look, you old bag, you didn't stop at the stop sign. What am I supposed to do, lady? And she, meh, 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 meh. And then
she's Charlie Brown's parents.
I told her that she needs to go find youth. Go find youth, ma'am.
Good for you.
Because
did you really rock an old bag? Did you rock that out the window?
Maybe I went old hag.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but and she's about my age. But point being, Mark, if you don't stop at the stop sign, you don't get to glower at me and scold me as a bicyclist because you are beholden to the same laws that I am.
All right. Well, I'm glad you killed Tom Flores today and not her.
I'm sorry,
so
Tom.
That's
I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, because that's not real. Tom actually is still breathing and all as well. And same for the female on the bike on the cycle.
Well, not if she continues running stop signs in this city.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to all the Flores family. I'm trying to think who I was thinking of. No, not John Madden, because I know that Tom Flores got in.
Oh,
he finally got into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you. Gosh, who was it that you? Yeah, you've done it a few times.
Many times. I mean, long before
Mel
even
Brooks. Oh, that's right.
Brooks.
You killed Mel Brooks. I was like, you know what you keep doing? You know why it works,
man.
If there are people out there that you could do this to, and I'd be like, oh gosh, I'm not sure. But you've done it to some of my favorite people, and I'm like, no. I'd know if like Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Mel, when you go,
no.
I'm taking the day off that day. I can't come talk to you when Mel
Scotty
Brooks
Brooks
passes
still
away.
with us? The Pride of Manteca?
Scotty is definitely still around.
How about Hubie Babbling Brooks?
I went to a college with a guy named Frank Brooks. To my knowledge, still with us.
Brooks Robinson, how's he doing?
Brooks Robinson. Can I tell you a quick Brooks Robinson story?
Been waiting all day for it.
Very, very quick. So, 1998, I'm doing minor league baseball, Boise, Idaho. I'm the 2 chair, so I'm also hosting the pre and the post game show. They tell me before the season, hey, whoever you can get for pregame guests, do whatever you want. The norm had been just grab somebody at the stadium. I'm like, no. We're gonna do better. We're gonna do better than that. So that when the team goes on the road, I would get out my baseball book and I'd just start calling teams on the road. Like you have their team hotel and usually, I mean, the players go in under an assumed name. You're not going to get them. But you found out real quick who, in the world of broadcasters and former greats, who were really nice people. And they would just go in the hotel under their regular name. Vin Scully comes to mind. By the way, Dusty Baker did this once upon a time. So you call the hotel And the Orioles were on the road, and I'm like, hey, can I have the room of Brooks Robinson, please? Oh, yeah, we'll just patch you right through. And he wasn't there, so I left a message. I'm leaving who responds to a message in their hotel room on the road? I get a voicemail 2 hours later. Hey, this message is from Mark. This is Brooks Robinson.
That's a 4.
Just wanted to call you back and let you know, talk to you whenever you want. You just give me a call. Here's my number, and we'll do that interview anytime you want.
That's so great.
Could not have been nicer. Brooks Robinson. I wanted to save the voicemail tape. I had Ernie Harwell on there, Brooks Robinson,
wow.
Vin Scully. It was the craziest voicemail tape. It is dead. So it may rest. You can go ahead and kill the voicemail tape.
All voicemail tapes, all answering machines.
Gone.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. All right. Anyway, let's get the whole thing started. 888-957-9570, which is also our Comcast business text line. 888-957-9570. Hello to Twitch and YouTube audience. You can always watch us. Take a look at Dibs because he is better looking than you think. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. So we were talking to the guys a little bit about Jonathan Kuminga, who clearly stood out. And that's sort of my point. I think sometimes you can see it. You can see when someone pops. He certainly pops on TV. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga is an all-star someday. I don't know if he's a 1. I don't know if he's a 2. I don't know if he's a 3. He's a player, and he pops. He pops on TV. And so you watch this guy's, you watch his evolution, you watch his growth. It's already way better than what it was even back at the beginning of the season. I give credit to the Warriors culture for this in many ways, like, Trey Lance, Jonathan Kuminga, these guys are really lucky. In addition to being talented, they ended up in really good spots. Like when you're a top 10 pick, you usually have to go to a crap situation. That's not the case here. So he's also protected. There's no pressure. Not much is being asked of him. But I look at this guy now and I already start thinking, okay, if we were going to put your chip in the circle of one player here in the Bay Area for 2024. Who you got?
2024. So you're talking about 2 more years for the NBA. 23-24 or 24-25?
Let's go 24-25.
Okay, so 3 seasons from now.
Yep.
I mean, that's a pretty good chip to put to play, because you're looking at Trey Lance as a guy. At that point, he should be looking at a second contract. If he's not looking at a second contract, then I don't want to put that chip into the middle of the table. Jonathan Kuminga is a good candidate. You've got Moses Moody as a candidate. Some of these various yet-to-be-seen Giants minor leaguers.
Marco Luciano.
That's always the one. Elio Ramos would be the other one. Yep. Joey Bart. Boop, 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 if you believe that he's going to bounce back. Some interesting candidates out there, but Kuminga would probably be on the short list. And sadly, the name James Wiseman hasn't come up, and I know you haven't had a chance to weigh in yet, but I would put Wiseman behind just about all those guys right now.
Well, it's interesting too because no joke, my neighbor comes out of the house today.
I love this neighbor.
Oh, he's great. He's great.
He's pretty nosy though. He's always in. He's always in your mix.
No, because it's partially because of what you and I do. He's a huge Bay Area sports fan, and so loves to open the door and he loves to talk about Bay Area sports. So he flies out of the door today, and by the way, he's got a perfect Kramer door open. Like he just boom, he's out. Hey, did you watch the game last night? Boom. Yeah, buddy, I did. And we talk it out. And what was on his mind today was James Wiseman. And he wanted to use the word bust. He goes, you know who I think's a bust? He goes, because Kuminga's good. You know who's a bust? James Wiseman. And I thought to myself, well, I get it. LaMelo made the All-Star team yesterday.
Uh-oh.
I know as an alternate. But he made the All-Star team yesterday. That's going to get some people going. Warriors messed up. They didn't draft LaMelo. They draft James Wiseman. I get it. Everything that sort of makes sense in life points to that direction, right? They messed up. They should have gone LaMelo. But to me, it is a different conversation when you're talking about injury. Now, we've had this conversation before. I find it fascinating that people think that injury should be predictable. You should be able to know. Maybe you drafted Jalen Hurd, and you should have known because he had problems in college. Well, so did Frank Gore. We could do this all day long. So did Nick Bosa. And by the way, Nick Bosa has had some injury problems in the pros too. I don't know. Do you want to give him back? You don't want him anymore? Is he an injury problem? So I'm not there yet on James Wiseman. And so while it sounds like, I know you and I had this conversation, James Wiseman gets time, but yes, I'm already ready to say the Warriors, they nailed the last year. They nailed it. Jonathan Kuminga, that's a dude. I don't know how good of a dude, but he's a dude. Moses Moody looks like he's going to be a productive NBA player. Even go to the offseason signings, GP2, Otto Porter, and beyond. Like the Warriors nailed this offseason.
So far, so good with the draft picks. And Otto Porter Jr., yeah, he's been good. And Nemanja Bjelica, he's been a solid piece. He didn't have to pay him that much to bring him in. GP2, he's been great. And even Juan Toscano-Anderson before that. When it comes to draft picks, this is where you and I differ slightly, because you look at James Wiseman's arc, and he was hurt, and now he's hurt again. And I think that injury, if you have a player who's injured, and let's just say, worst case scenario, James Wiseman never recovers from this knee injury.
Greg Oden, yep.
Yeah, worst case scenario, yep. James Wiseman's played his last basketball. That would be tragic. That would be terrible. He goes down as a bust. It goes down as a missed draft pick. And that's just the unfortunate part of doing what they do in professional sports. And you can't necessarily say, well, therefore Bob Myers is an idiot. No, they took a risk. They took a player with unbelievable upside, and if he doesn't match that upside, they didn't take a player number 1 overall. They couldn't get, Edwards, fine. You could have gotten LaMelo Ball, who had a much more established body of work, but you chose to take somebody who had this unbelievable upside, this unique skill set, and if the player you take at number 2 doesn't fulfill that promise, then it goes down as a bust, injury or not.
I don't disagree with that. What I mean by injury is early going. Like, yeah, if he never plays again, then sure, the Warriors they ended up getting nothing for their number 2 overall draft pick. What I mean, though, is it's too early to call him that now. Like,
agreed.
We have not seen James Wiseman play and said, boy, I do not like what I see on the court. Yeah, there might have been some things where like, that's pretty green, that's a little raw.
But I also think it's too early to call James Kuminga an absolute boom. I mean, he's played 41 games.
Not a boom, but a dude.
He looks like he's going to be a dude. It's still too early to tell.
Okay, let's compare this. Do you remember the Darius Miles with the Los Angeles Clippers, right?
Of course.
Bing, bing on the sides of the head.
Yeah.
So there's a guy that, to me, that's now worst case scenario for Jonathan Kuminga. Darius Miles, for a moment with the Clippers, it was like, holy smokes, this dude's going to be a guy. As it turned out,
he was a dude.
Not much, but he was highlight. He was box office for a few years. People in L.A., kids on playgrounds were like, Darius Miles, Nerf hoop, bang, So that's the worst case scenario to me for Jonathan Kuminga, and I don't think it's going to be that at all because he's already doing things like Darius Miles was just dunks.
Number 3 overall pick in 2000. He came out and averaged 9 a game, 26 minutes a night, by the way. He played 81 games, so he had a far better rookie year than Jonathan Kuminga is trending toward having.
Give me those numbers, though. How many minutes a game?
26 minutes a night.
How much did he average?
9.4 a game.
See, if Kuminga got 26 minutes a game, do we agree he would be in double digits?
Probably.
For sure.
Probably.
Yeah. He's got a more diverse game than Darius ever had.
Darius ended up having really 7 years of semi-productive basketball, then he fell off the map.
Right.
And that was it.
But he could dunk.
He sure could. He was explosive, and 6'9", that's an interesting comp, by the way, as far as what the downside of a Kuminga could be. I just am always cautious when it comes to, we can't call him a bust for 3 or 4 years, yet we're ready to anoint a guy after 41 games. To me, if you're going to wait on bustifying a player, and we're not saying this about James Wiseman, And because, hey, he's only 20 and he's been injured, we don't yet know. At the same time, 41 games, we don't know about Jonathan Kuminga. We don't know. Now, it looks like solid dude, good work ethic, skill set, great culture, all the things that it looks like. But if we're going to be, you got to wait 3 years to judge a draft, well, then you got to wait 3 years to judge a draft.
Well, yes and no.
Yes.
No, we do know some things. We'll get into this a little further. 888-957-9570. Where are you on what you're willing to say or not say about Jonathan Kuminga? We can get into that. By the way, Oscar nominations are being released today.
What?
That's right. They're being released today. So therefore, we're going to do our own 2021 Bay Area sports version.
Good.
And hand out some Oscars.
At least that'll be something we've heard of.
Maybe we'll call them busters. I mean, we can call them whatever we want. We'll have that coming up. And then again, next hour, Kyle Turley, Matt Burke after that. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact
Floors. It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tee it up at the Golf Mart for the next generation of drivers, where titanium ends and the carbon age begins. Introducing the new Stealth Carbon Wood driver from TaylorMade, with 60 layers of carbon twist-based technology designed for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. Come into the Golf Mart and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart is home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I just got the email. He shall remain nameless. Super Bowl squares. Time-honored tradition. You in any squares this weekend?
Oh, God, I get so many squares.
How many squares you got?
I got squares in the J&D pool. Those
Okay.
are, I think, Nickelback. Shout out Nickelback.
I was gonna say, how many?
This is how you remind me of... Thank you. I give myself a 1.
How many M&Ms do you have to pay in order to get a square?
3 greens, a yellow, and an orange.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm also in one with an unnamed listener / Facebook friend.
Oh.
For quite a significant piece more than that.
How many M&Ms does a square cost in that one?
It would be a twomp and some change.
Okay.
A twizomp. So I got squares. I've got squares.
I got squares.
I got squares.
It's hip to have squares.
Thank you, Huey.
You're welcome. Okay. 888-957-9570. Yeah, it's Kyle Torley coming up in an hour. It's all sponsored by the Exergen Corporation. LaMelo is an all-star. Klay Thompson owns OKC. We all had a really annoying text exchange as we tried to come up with cool ways to enter the word Klay into OKC.
The Oklay is played out and it's a rerun, so I get ripped on the air for repeat material.
You do?
Yes.
By who?
Kyle.
Okay.
Kyle deserves to be on shaky ground. Yesterday I had a funny quip, and then Kyle downgraded me because it was repeated material.
Well, that's okay.
And Oakley C is a ripoff. It's a rip job, which is why I gave it a 2.
Right. You also ripped my, wow, he's made that place his Oklahoma. You didn't like that one either.
It was okay. I gave you a Philip Phillips. This place.
To make this place my home.
My Oklahoma. Yeah.
American Idol.
Anyway,
exactly.
That's right. Back when American Idol was cool. Remember that? Or maybe it never was. I don't know. But anyway, I do think Jonathan Kuminga is really cool. The text line has had quite a bit to say about this already today. And I'll put it this way. There's, to me, boom, and yes, it's way too early to call him boom. It's way too early to call him great. However, I do think it's a hit as far as a pick, because it was only the 7th pick in the draft. It wasn't the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And when we talk about boom or bust, yes, young players are allowed time. They're allowed time because we have a lot of examples of players who look totally out of sorts when they're 19, 20, 21. Then they get some seasoning and we go, oh, look at that guy. Jordan Poole is our most recent example. Look at Jordan Poole. I'll give you another one toward the end of this year for the 49ers. How about Juwan Jennings? Wait a minute there. 7th round pick. Just been kind of hanging around, injured. Who knows? Is he there? Next thing you know, end of the second half of this year, Juwan Jennings on 3rd down was a thing.
For a couple weeks.
There was more than that.
Juwan Jennings is Juan Toscano Anderson, where if neither one does another thing, they did better than what you thought they would have done.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's a seventh rounder, sure.
Seventh round picks are really,
Flyers,
quite frankly, most likely useless. It's like a gigantic Glad bag of aluminum cans. It's awesome. I got all these cans, and you take them into the recycle center, and you get $3.81.
Well,
which is better than zero. And I'm not calling Juwan Jennings a bag of aluminum cans. What I'm saying is seventh round picks are not big time, deep investments, and Juan Toscano Anderson was not draft capital. To your point about Kuminga, I think in this case, the way you got that pick, that number 7 overall pick was a throw-in. It was a steal.
Oh,
it was a legitimate
heist. It was
steal.
a heist.
And that's where the Wiseman comparison isn't apt, because you had to go up to number 2. You went to number 2 and you got Wiseman. That was a bigger investment than what it was to just get a throw-in number 7 for Kuminga.
Well, I guess I could make the case, though, that Wiseman was kind of a throw-in situation. It was a weird year. The Warriors had all the injuries, and they end up having the worst record in the NBA.
Right.
And they end up getting the number 2 pick, and so it was like you knew that was not – you weren't there because you've been awful for 10 years, like the teams that usually end up there. So – but number 2 and number 7, those are very, very different things in any draft. I guess my point is young players, in my opinion, they get time. I'm not going to look at Trey Lance second weekend in September this year and say, you better be amazing. You better be amazing right away. He gets to go through his bumps and his bruises. However, what you also want to see, in my opinion, from a rookie or a second-year player or whatever, if you see those flashes, if you see the pop, you're like, okay. Because there are a lot of guys where you don't see that. You don't even see that. You just see someone who looks lost in year 2 and year 3, and you're like, oh my gosh, this was a miss. And we know what that looks like. You mentioned a bunch of those names during the crossover. Patrick O'Brien. I mean, like,
I got a signed ball from Patrick O'Brien.
Ike Diogu. Sure, they might have had a game. Oh, Ike Diogu. Remember, there was like Ike Diogu. He's going to be good. No, he's not going to be good. He was a player. I mean, he played in the league for a little while, but this guy, to me, you can say one guy gets patience. I'm not ready to call you a bust yet, but on the other hand, if someone pops off the screen right away, that's real. I don't have to say, nope, I can't decide for 3 years or not whether or not you excite me when you fly through the lane and dunk with your mouth. Like, holy hell. You're like, seriously, the guy is box office already.
Well, beyond that, because athleticism wanes over time.
Sure.
And his ability to do what he's doing now at 19, when he's 34, ask Vince Carter, he's not going to be jumping over Frenchmen in the Olympics at 38, 39 years of age. But what is most, I guess, encouraging to me about Jonathan Kuminga is not the high-flying dunks. It's the other things he's doing. The patience in the post. The fact that the game is already slowing down. He's showing an ability, not a great ability to shoot the 3. I'm not saying he's going to be the new Splash Brother, but he's got a pretty good-looking shot, and he's able to score on his own. Other areas of his game will improve. Defensively right now, he's a foul waiting to happen, but beyond the excitement, and you're right, he is exciting. He's probably the most exciting athlete. He or Trey Lance, they'd be 1 and 1A as far as like absolutely have to watch when they're on the field or on the court athletes.
Well, and then also, like, the other thing that I love about him right now, rapid growth. Like, he looks so different already now than he did in November.
Yeah.
Right? And I know we didn't see a whole lot of him in November, but before it was like, okay, it's garbage time. And then it was like, all right, let's sprinkle you in. And he would look awkward at times. Like, he'd have an amazing dunk. And then he would try to do a post move and he would travel or whatever. And then you get to the turn of the year and you're like, hey, he's kind of like somewhat efficient from 3. His post moves are starting to look more refined. If he does get the ball inside the paint and you're not in exactly the right position, you're defenseless. Like there are plays where I'm like, oh, they're chest to chest, and he's like, no, I'm dunking the ball. Like, he's just going to go right over people. So that, to me, it's not too early to say some things. It's too early to say everything.
Right.
But it's not too early to say some things
And that's
about
all
Jonathan
I'm saying.
Kuminga.
And you and I are in the same camp. I'm just looking to pump the brakes just a little bit on, oh, he's an absolute smash hit. He's a future all-star. He is trending toward being an unbelievable player. He could be a generational player. And you can start to dream as a Warrior fan of 5 years from now where your starting lineup is Moody and Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga, and whomever else they want to, seriously,
Yeah,
you can
crazy.
start to dream and think about that lineup in 5 years. And again, they'd have to keep them all. They have to stay healthy,
Right,
blah, blah, blah.
like, how do they keep them
A
is my
meteor
question.
hasn't plummeted into the earth at that point, all those things. But you're talking about all those guys being between 25 and 27 years of age. The future is so bright, I've got to wear shades.
How do they keep Jordan Poole? Because that contract
It's
comes
the first
up.
time that's ever been said.
No, but how do they? Like seriously, because that's going to come up, and Steph and Klay are still going to be. They're still going to be humming. Knock on wood. They're like this. Still, the team is potentially still going to be in a championship window. Jordan Poole is a free agent after next season. Now he's restricted. But the games that teams will play.
Right.
And if Jordan is still feeling like, and I'm sure he will, because this is the way guys are you feeling blocked out and locked out? Do you feel like you should have more minutes? Do you feel like you could average 25 a game if you had your own team? That kind of conversation, I can completely see that coming up for Jordan Poole after next year if this arc continues and Steph and Klay continue at full health. Like, how many minutes did Klay get last night? Was that his season high? How many minutes did Klay have last night?
They were talking about getting him to 30, and I'm wondering if he made it all the way to 30.
Let me see. I can pull this up real quick. Klay last night, 29
Perfect.
minutes. So we go, oh, good, that's getting better. Jordan Poole might be of a different opinion. Oh, great. I'm so glad that Klay's got 30 minutes. Do you know what that means for me? Now, Jordan Poole still had 30. He had 30 minutes off the bench. But as we get closer, Klay gets to full health, playoff time, experience matters, Draymond comes back. Are Jordan Poole's minutes going to go down? Is this something over the next couple of years where he feels like it's time for his flower to bloom?
I'm sure at some point it'll be that time, but it's going to be a lot more change than just Jordan Poole as you look to the future, because next year Steph Curry is going to make, and I want to make sure you swallow that iced latte or whatever it is you hoist.
Just a regular coffee. But
Steph's going to get $48 million next year, and Klay, 40. Wiggy, 33.6. Draymond, 25.8. That right there is 58 plus 88. That's about $148 million on just those four guys. Then you throw in Wiseman and Kuminga. Now you're at 160-something million. And, man, just cross your fingers that Andre Iguodala will play for the vet men again.
Hey, we saw him last night for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And he left.
What do you get, 6 minutes?
Iguodala, 6 minutes. But he made his only shot.
Yeah.
And it was a 3-ball.
Huge.
Whee,
And he threw that highlight oop to Kuminga.
Yeah, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, a steal. Even got a foul in there.
Yeah.
Way to go,
That's
Andre.
awesome. It's awesome. Hopefully he didn't tire his wrist out for the resultant round of golf.
Don't get mad at me. Your relationship with Iguodala is one of my favorites. It's my favorite. It really is.
I have nothing against him, honestly.
You kind of do.
No, I really don't. I don't begrudge the fact that he's able to do what he does. It's just sometimes, the comments are...
He rubs you the wrong way.
They strike me as a little bit tone deaf.
And that's fine.
As we're out here grinding through $4.89 for regular unleaded gasoline.
Actually, not bad if you can find $4.89.
Yeah.
Some places are looking at about $5.09.
It's madness out there. So it just rubs me the wrong way. But to your point about Jordan Poole, he's on the books for 3.9 next year, and then restricted free agent. But something's going to have to give at some point. I mean, Joe Lacob has been so willing to go over the tax and into the tax and pay exorbitant sums of money But it's going to be some financial gymnastics to continue to keep this core together.
You win a chip this year, it changes everything because, they're going to be all the more willing to keep opening up books and keep everybody together, and that's the way it works. You win a chip, you keep everybody together, then you play for another year, then the fans get mad that you kept everybody together. That's the cycle. That's the cycle of life if you're lucky. If your sports team is good, that's the cycle.
And I think the hard part of this now is that Wiggins is becoming more and more as a guy you don't want to get rid of. And next year he's going to make 33.6, and after that he's unrestricted. So maybe this window, chip or not, this whole keep them together window might only be one more season.
Might be. Well, and you know what? Brings up another interesting point that you brought up yesterday. Trade deadline is what? Thursday? 2 days away?
2 days.
Is that right? Trade deadline is Thursday. And everyone wants to know, hey, the Warriors are going to get another big man. Like, what are you going to do? I'm looking at their roster. Go ahead and tell me who it is you're trading to get anyone. I don't want to see them trade anybody. I would rather them, scroll the buyout market for a backup big. There are no assets here that I want to see leave because the sauce is tasting good right now, right? At 41-13, don't trade somebody for for insurance on Kevon Looney's hip. Like who are you going to give up?
Well, that's the thing
that anybody wants.
Well, even in the buyout market, who are you going to clear out? I mean, the Chioza Quindary Weatherspoon spot, perhaps, but I don't even know, and I'm no capologist, but how much room do you have to bring another guy in, another vet min guy at the buyout deadline? I don't know how much room you even have to do that.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Kyle Turley's 40 minutes away. Matt Burke, veteran, former of the Baltimore Ravens, who beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Both of them will dive in on football all the way around as we hear get ready for Super Bowl week, the home of the Bengals right here in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game. But we also, with Oscar release day, nomination sensation, if you will. Oh, by the way, I finally had the talk with my daughter yesterday. Finally. And she's in.
Okay, good.
No, not that talk. She is going to make some sort of a donation receptacle,
right,
if you will, and put her artistic spin on it.
Good.
And we're going to have that in here. She asked for about a week and a half.
Okay.
She said, Dad, do I need to do this tonight? I said, no. Honey, it's 9:30. You don't need to do this tonight. But if we could maybe talk about by next week or so. She said, no problem.
Good.
I'm in.
Well, I've been adding up all of the references.
Have you been keeping track?
It's been a tabulation sensation as we've gone through.
We all owe $150.
Actually, you and I are closer to 200. Kyle is right around the 50 to 75 mark. Spadoni, I think, is at $2.
Yes,
but
Spadoni's a cheapskate.
Spadoni's a genius.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah. And all of this, for those just joining the program, every time we rip off Tim Roy's Elevation Sensation, we throw $1 into the charity jar for a charity to be named later.
Well,
it's a determination sensation.
Thank you. It is, and that's very generous of you. And there's a show meeting today, and I am bringing this up.
Please don't. I have a doctor's appointment.
No, I'm sorry. We're bringing it up. And if nobody else is going to name a charity, then damn it, I will take the baton and I'll name that charity, and we're doing it. We're doing it, and we're doing it. And I'm not taking no for an answer.
Doing it well.
That's right. Okay, so there's that. But we also wanted on Oscar Tuesday to hand out our own awards. So we've got categories, and we've got nominations. For instance, and we'll roll through some of them. Best play, best performance, best press conference, breakout star. This is all for 2021 Bay Area sports. Best supporting player, best game, best player. Look at our best play nominations, Dibs. We got 4. The Jordan Willis / Hufanga in Green Bay.
And that's 5 sacks for this defense in each of the last 3 games, and it's blocked! Up into the air and spinning inside the 10, picked up and a touchdown! Hufanga got the the return for the touchdown after the block by Jordan Willis. Hufanga.
What a play. Never gets old.
When you get somebody of that ilk in broadcasting who has to wait for the whole play to be done before he says the name, that tells you he's never heard of him before.
Well, it's great work by the spotter who is pointing to the board, and Buck looks. He doesn't recognize the number, and then he goes to the roster. Hufanga? It's genius.
It's so good. Don't forget a game you attended. Mike Yastrzemski swinging a drive.
There's a high drive to right. Is it fair? Down the line. It is a grand slam into the water. Can you believe it? And they all score, including the man who hit the ball. Incredibly, the Giants have come from 7-0 behind, and Yastrzemski has put them ahead.
I mean,
never leave early.
John Miller, they've all scored is the best.
And I sent the only IG picture of my girlfriend and I ever released the 5th with the caption, Giants lose, but I win, because I'm here with my girl. Well, boy, did I get that one wrong.
Is it still up, or did you delete?
No, I left it up.
Good for you. Of course. Good for you. GFY.
Yeah, thank you.
Good for you. Steph Curry is the all-time three-point god.
Wiggins comes across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
There's Tim Roy talking about Steph Curry threes, which through the years have truly been a compilation sensation.
You score that one, yes. That's incredible. It's a great call there from Tim Roy, and a great moment and up for best play in the Oscars, we're calling them?
Or the Busters? What are we calling them? Whatever. Anyway, call them the Bosters. So one more, and just a quick reminder that even in baseball, defense wins championships.
And this one is caught by Chalkman. He robbed him. Albert Pujols came that close, and he may just be finding out right now that was not a home run. Mike Chalkman keeps the Giants alive in this one.
Well, Austin Barnes stuns the Giants, and Mike Tauchman just stuns the Dodgers. I mean, complete extension, and pockets it right in the sweet spot.
They don't win the division without that catch. And it was in like May.
May, yeah.
Oh, and if you had Mike Tauchman references in 2022 on your bingo card, go ahead and see our cashier. You're a winner.
Yes, and that's one of those plays. So many plays from an inexplicable 107-win season, but that one is maybe the most symbolic of the improbability of that whole thing.
Thank you for extending your talk while I sneeze. I appreciate it. All right. We will go through the remainder of these awards in a little bit. Also, we will award them. We will hand them out at about 11:30 later on in the show. Kyle Turley next hour. Your phone calls, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling so great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold.
Text line activity. Comcast Business text line 888-957-957. We've got some people who want to call these awards the berries.
Okay.
925 likes the Busters. You know, you can call me Ray. I don't care what we call him as long as we do him.
Okay.
Actually, that said, Spadone, can we unveil our other nominees and categories, if you will? We mentioned all the plays for best play. And again, we will hand these out coming up at about 11:30 this morning. Best performance, Logan Webb, NLDS, Game 1 versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. 7 2/3, 5 hits, no runs, 10 strikeouts. That was on October 8th, 2021. Deebo Samuel, Week 10 versus the Rams. 5 catches, 97 yards and a score. 5 carries, 36 yards and a score. Or on November 8th, Steph Curry drops the 50-burger on the Atlanta Hawks and finds room for 10 assists as well. Logan Webb, Deebo Samuel, and Steph Curry, your nominees for best performance of 2021.
Really good performances and, so many from which to choose in a year where you've got the Giants winning 107 and going into a playoff, unfortunately losing to the Dodgers. And Steph is always going to be at the forefront of these categories.
You went voiceover guy there for a second. I love it. In a year,
nice.
With the Giants won 107 games. Best press conference. I look forward to this one. Which one of these did you like the best? Jimmy G's farewell. Remember? See ya. Buster Posey's retirement press conference. Let's go to you in the back. And
let's go to Mark.
Kyle Shanahan not being able to guarantee that any of us will be alive come draft day.
I like that. All the questions about what they're going to do, and, we can't guarantee that we're even going to be alive.
I don't even know if we're going to be here, okay? Breakout star, Elijah Mitchell, Lamont Wade, Jordan Poole, or don't call him a hit, Jonathan Kuminga.
You can call him a hit.
I will. And you don't have to.
I want to hear Joe Buck say Jonathan Kuminga.
It's actually a good
Hafanga? Kuminga? Hafanga?
That's funny. Kuminga?
Hafanga?
Best supporting player, Kevon Looney, Tyler Rogers, or Kyle Juszczyk. Best game of the year. What do you think about this? 49ers beat the Bengals in overtime, 26-23. The Giants clinched the NL West. First time in 7 years has been someone other than the Dodgers. Rolled the Padres 11-4 at Oracle Park last day of the season. 49ers clinch a playoff spot, Week 18 against the Rams. Or Kevin Gausman walks it off against the Braves. The good old starting pitcher sac fly to right field to score B. Craw, and the Giants win. Any one of those stand out to you?
Yeah, probably the Week 18 game against the Rams. Just the way you were able to come back, and Sean McVay. It would feel a lot better if you hadn't lost the NFC Championship game to the Rams, but just the image of McVay celebrating in the end zone as Higbee scored his second touchdown, and it felt like that game was going to be a blowout, and then you came all the way back to win it.
Best player of 2021 in the Bay Area. This will be the last award given out at 11:30. This is where everyone will gather on stage and congratulate one another for being them. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Crawford, Steph Curry, Buster Posey, or Trent Williams. Those are your big five. Best player of 2021.
That may be the toughest category because you can make a case for all of them, especially when it comes to Trent Williams, a candidacy that I've been championing based on what we think of when it comes to the MVP. He gets the PFF MVP,
sure does.
Highest graded player on the board.
Yeah, you can look at all of it. PFF's highest graded offensive lineman and at times highest graded player allowed 1 sack this year. 1.
Crazy.
1 sack.
And play the NFC Championship game on a high ankle sprain that nobody does anything with a high ankle sprain.
But all these guys, I think of some of these. Trent Williams, you see him coming. You know that Trent Williams is the best left tackle in the game. Steph Curry is Steph Curry. We don't need to. But look at the surprise nature of some of these nominees. Buster Posey, we didn't even know if he had anything left.
Right.
Brandon Crawford, we thought was Dunsky, and we were getting ready for who the Giants were going to sign at shortstop the following year. And then Deebo Samuel. We knew Deebo was a good player. We didn't know Deebo was this. Wide back.
Right. We didn't know that he was going to be, and by the way, he could throw the football as well,
Right,
which I thought that might have been just missing out on a nomination for best play of the year, the Deebo Samuel to Trent Sherfield pass for the touchdown.
Well, that got him back into the game for sure. Like, that's an underrated play with everything that happened in the fourth quarter. It gets forgotten, but yeah, that one.
And
that
by the way,
huge.
Steph Curry always a threat in best player of the year, certainly.
Yeah, Steph can go ahead and win all these awards. He's not allowed to win breakout star because he's not new. But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number if you would like to weigh in. That is the Comcast Business text line as well, which is available to you at all times. And go ahead and fire away with your votes on some of these. We will take that into account. However, to be a true award show, we do have to hand these awards out without any idea for you in terms of how we actually came to this decision. You have to just thank the Academy. You don't know who these people are or how they vote. It's even worse than the Hall of Fame. We will not be publishing on Twitter our voting pages at the end of this show.
And unlike the Academy Awards and the Oscars, we've actually heard of these things because I don't know if you've looked at the Oscar noms for this year, and maybe it's just because there's a pandemic and nobody went to the theater last year, but I don't know if I've heard of any of the movies nominated for Best Picture, let alone seen them.
It's been that way for me for a few years, but yeah, the pandemic, have you been to the movies at all? You been to the movies in the last 2 years?
No, it's been probably 3 years. The last movie I went to was a 9 o'clock movie, 9 in the morning.
Oh.
When the new Star Wars...
Those?
Oh, yeah. When the Star Wars movies come out, they show them all day long. And so my son, he was a junior in high school at the time, and now he's a freshman in college. He might have even been a sophomore. We went to a 9 a.m. showing of one of the latest Star Wars movies I can't even remember, not the Last Jedi or whatever it was.
Whatever they're called, yeah.
But I'm in on 9 a.m. movies, by the way.
Oh, I mean, that's my only chance to stay awake during a movie.
Totally.
Is to, you put the lights out, give me some popcorn and stillness. Oh, come on. That's actually the way I rate movies now. Am I still awake at the end? Wow, that's a great movie. I think I've been to the theater twice since COVID-19 introduced itself to us. And one of them was a kid's birthday party where they rented out the whole theater. They rented out the whole thing, so it was just us. And obviously it was some kind of a kid's movie. I don't even remember what it was. The only other time I went to the theater was the recent Spider-Man movie over the holidays.
Right.
And that might have been where I got COVID, actually.
Oh, wow. Shout out the movie theaters. Or don't shout this one out in this case.
No,
but
I won't. Well, it was down in Orange County. So I was traveling and visiting my parents. So, when I got it a few days later, when you do this, you backtrack. All right, how did I get this darn thing? Where was I? Because all I've done, I was in the car with the kids. Nobody down there had it. We weren't out partying, doing anything. We didn't do anything. So that movie theater, Spider-Man, I've been one time, and it's on the list of places where I possibly received the old COVID-19.
Right.
Yeah, it's good times.
Well, Orange County in general is probably where you got it.
Well, didn't you hear? They don't have it there.
Ah, that's right.
It never made it. So, yeah their walls worked.
And mask mandates being lifted, by the way, coming up. Although I've already decided that I will continue to wear my mask when I officiate basketball.
Good.
Even though mask mandates go away.
A lot of people are going to wear them forever now.
Yeah.
Because all the other diseases lessened.
Yeah.
No one's getting colds and flus anymore.
They work. They work. Memo to all you mask holes out there who don't want to wear them.
Yeah.
Masks work.
I know a lot of people who are just so we're just going to do this.
You know what else works?
Now on.
And this is, I've been waiting for this piece of news to rebut all of you Pro Bowl haters out there. The numbers are in. 6.7 million viewers across multiple platforms viewing the Pro Bowl yesterday, even though it was the lowest Pro Bowl audience since 2006. People watch the Pro Bowl.
Right.
People will come, Ray.
So I am going to offer an alternate view. Yeah, people will watch because there's nothing else to do on that weekend. I don't think anybody's lining up like, boy, can't wait for the Pro Bowl today.
6.7 million viewers.
That's how football starved we are. We are so football starved. We are so habitual with what we do on Sundays that you get to that first Sunday that doesn't have football. I mean, wow, I'd go to the park down the street and watch a bunch of 7-year-olds if they have enough of them to line up and run a play. Like that, and this actually, I'm glad you brought this up because this weekend that we just experienced, Kyle made a great point. We were talking about it yesterday. He goes, that was actually the day where it really sunk in. It sunk in. It's over. And the 49ers lost. And it's over. And we're not going to see these guys again until September. We're not going to see Jimmy in uniform for the 49ers ever again. At least I don't think. Who knows how that's all going to play out. But it really sinks in because it's so ingrained in us. You through the winter months, I don't want to speak for you, but we really get a process. There's a process, and it's like if you want to do something as a family, like the kids know, hey, Dad, take us and we'll go ice skating over the holidays at Union Square or something like that. We're going to do that on a Saturday. We're not doing that on a Sunday because on a Sunday we don't get dressed. We make unhealthy food, and we watch football. And so we get to that last Sunday in January, or in this case, I guess it was first Sunday in February now. Man, we don't know what to do with ourselves. So, okay, is the Pro Bowl on? I honestly believe that's it. Do you think anyone's excited to sit down and watch it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you are giving enough credit to football fans who want to see football players in different settings. I don't know if you looked at the 49ers social media account or if you go to 49ers.com and you see Laken Tomlinson mic'd up at the skills day out there with his daughter. That's content that I personally enjoy. George Kittle out there and Alex Mack at the Pro Bowl and Kyle Juszczyk. You get to see these guys in a different way. You get in-game interviews with players. And yes, the football isn't necessarily the kind of football we're used to seeing, but it's different. And the numbers show you that people are interested. There's a ton of other things you could be watching on television or other activities.
Is there?
You could be doing. Yes.
What else did TV offer us? And by the way,
I'm not sure, but my point is 6.7 million people watch the Pro Bowl.
But I'm talking about the game, right? And my point is because we don't know what else to do with our Sundays right now. If you're a television watching sports fan, there was nothing. It literally offers nothing.
We were live at Pebble Beach. Hello, friends. Jordan Spieth.
Golf, Olympics, these are becoming a little bit more niche. That's not football. Football on Sundays in the winter. This first weekend, I really believe that those numbers are a function of habit and not having any other good options if you're a football fan. Now, you bring up like the skills competition. I think that's different. I do dig that. I do dig the content. I love the digital content. George Kittle coming up on that kid and going, boy, that's some high-quality H2O. That was funny, especially because the little kid had no clue what he was talking about. He didn't get the movie reference. Right. It's funny. That stuff I love. The game itself,
well, you didn't watch it.
It's not football because it's not. I've watched it before. It's not football.
You didn't watch it. So.
I didn't watch this one.
Yeah, it's different.
Not football.
It's different than your normal football game. It has many things that people look at and say, oh, this isn't football. There's other parts of it that are entertaining beyond just the hut hike of it, and that's what draws some people to it. Normally, myself, didn't watch it this year. 6.7 million people did.
Yeah, absolutely. Although here's something no one has ever said to me. Oh my gosh, Mark, did you watch the Pro Bowl yesterday? It was great. There's a sentence I've never heard in my whole life.
It's because the Pro Bowl has been so stigmatized to where if you say you like the Pro Bowl, or if you say you like the NBA,
bad dude.
yeah, if you say you like the NBA All-Star Game, which I really enjoy the NBA All-Star Game, you're considered an idiot. Oh, they don't play any defense. Well, I don't care. I don't care that they don't play any defense. I want to watch guys throw it up off the glass to each other. I want to see Steph try and shoot one from 75. I enjoy that. It's different.
Yeah, I don't mind the NBA All-Star Game as much because it is more about that individual showcase talent, but none of it really, it's not injectable into my veins like actual games that are being played. But 888-957-9570 on that. I'm glad this came up, though, because even seeing Jimmy Garoppolo in Vegas over the weekend, and as Kyle said, it sort of sinks in. That's it. That's it. We got one more football game. If you're a 49er fan, your favorite team is not in it. And for me, seeing Jimmy in Vegas, it drove home another point that I guess we knew, but I didn't really think about it this way. The 49ers are good, so therefore you don't think about them having to transition to a new era. But the quarterback position is important enough in sports that, to me, this is now we are entering a new era of 49er football, and that will be the Trey Lance era. Does it last 3 years? Does it last 10? Somewhere in between? We don't know, but I don't think we've given enough credence to this idea. It's not just a quarterback switch. It is a completely new era, and I wonder, because it's a different situation, most of the young early draft pick quarterbacks come into an awful situation where there are no expectations. This is different. What are the expectations when this guy hits the field? And I don't just mean that individually. I mean it collectively as well. What's considered a good year for the 49ers next year?
Well, Super Bowl or bust, Mark.
Come on.
That's what we do as fans.
You don't do that.
Super Bowl or bust.
You don't. I know you're not one of those people.
Well, it depends on how you look at the whole boom or bust argument we've been getting into, because some people want to say, well, the 49ers need to be a playoff team. They need to get into the playoffs. They need to win a playoff game at the very least. Well, that to me flies in the face or runs anathema of this whole idea of the boom or bust. We can't judge a draft for 3 years. Well, if you can't judge a draft for 3 years, well then this first year for Trey Lance, a full Trey Lance year, he's got to get a pass for the most part because it's only year 2 for Trey Lance.
Except for you're talking about individual, and I think that those are in some ways, I mean, they're attached, but we're talking collectively about the team. And if we go with the narrative we've used in the past, which is, boy, the 49ers are an amazing roster. They just need to sprinkle in a little quarterback, add water, and boom, it's going to be amazing. Okay, this is a young one. He's absolutely allowed his bumps and bruises. He's only 21. He's coming out of North Dakota State. But he's had a year of seasoning. We've been told that collectively this is a Super Bowl window for the 49ers, and Kyle Shanahan is supposed to be able to get the most out of almost any quarterback. And I think that his numbers do show that. It doesn't mean that they're going to be great, but C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins are not great players, but they were at their best under Kyle. So if he's going to get the best out of any particular player, then we would expect that out of Trey as well, even though he's young. So he's allowed to throw some picks and mess up and do all that. But it doesn't mean the team can suddenly be awful.
Right.
My definition would be this. They need to win more games than they lose next year.
I was thinking 10 wins, so I'm kind of right with you.
They got to have a winning record. Now, I don't know, do you lose in a tiebreaker and you miss the playoffs like they almost did this year? Sure, that could happen, and I don't think it's a disaster. But if this team moves on from twice into the NFC title game, Jimmy, and can't even win more games than it loses with, by the way, a third place
I'm just looking at the schedule right now, and you're so right.
If you can't win more than you lose, that's not going to go well. That's going to be a problem for people, and I think it would be fair. Give me the names. Who's on the schedule?
Well, they're going up against the AFC West. That's their crossover.
Ouch.
So
okay.
They go to Denver and to Las Vegas, by the way.
Okay, if you wanted two teams to come to the Bay Area, I would say the Chiefs and Chargers would be it. So that's good.
That's pretty good. You also get Tampa. No longer Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay post-Tom, maybe he comes out and does the ceremonial coin toss.
Blaine Gabbert.
Levi's.
Blaine Gabbert will be hucking it around.
Gabby. You got Gabby in town. New Orleans comes to town.
Also
as
quarterbackless.
Well. Yeah. You've got your typical Arizona, LA, and Seattle. Of course, we know that. You've got Kansas City at home. I mentioned it. You go to Chicago, and then I think that's your third place crossover with the NFC North. And Game 17 is Miami, and you've got them at home. 9 home, 8 road on your Niners schedule.
They don't play anyone from the NFC East?
No East. They do go to Atlanta and to Carolina.
Okay.
So I guess that's your NFC crossover is the NFC South.
You're going to have to win more than you lose. You're going to have to win more games than you lose.
So let's assume a 3-3 split with your own division just for the sake of argument.
Okay.
So now you're 3-3, you got 11 to go.
We're doing win-loss already in February. This is amazing.
We're doing lightweight win-loss because it all depends on the stack. Where's the bye? What's the stack? All that.
Okay.
But at Atlanta, you got to figure that should be a win. At Carolina's got to be a win. At Denver... At Denver at Vegas.
Got a lot of quarterbackless teams on this schedule.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So Atlanta, Carolina, 2 wins. At Denver, at Vegas, I'm going to give you one of the 2. So there's 3 wins. And then New Orleans and Tampa at home.
With no quarterbacks.
I mean, that's got to be...
Yeah.
Kansas City, I'll give you a loss there. And you got the Chargers, by the way, at Levi's as well. You got Miami at home, at Chicago. This feels like a 10-win year.
They got to win more than they lose.
10 wins or bust, Trey.
Even with the young guy, they got to win more than they lose. And
if Trey doesn't win 10 games, he's officially a bust.
Okay.
That's it.
Let's see who's healthy, all of that stuff.
Okay.
All right, it's sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics now. Bring your skills to AC Transit and enjoy exceptional benefits with a side of work-life balance. More than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Kyle Turley is one of the most fascinating NFL voices out there, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. Super Bowl week is here. It's Offensive Lineman Day. Right here on your home of the Bengals.
OLD.
Big
not that
dudes,
he's old.
No. He's not old. He's football old, but not regular old. So that's good. But yeah, fun guys, interesting guys. Kyle Turley's going to be on in moments. Kyle is a fascinating guy. Kyle has been through a lot and is one of these guys that has not only found a new lot in life, it's now something that I know he's doing a lot of work to share with others, not only within the game, but outside the game as well. You remember Kyle. What was it, 8 years in the league, Kyle? Is that how long you had?
Technically 9.
Okay. I didn't mean to short you. How are you, man? It's good to talk to you. What's going on?
I'm doing good, brother. I appreciate y'all having me on. Just here in L.A., getting ready for the festivities this week. Should be a great time, man. And I'm a home team guy, so go Rams.
Okay. Well, we said that this is we're up in the Bay Area where we're spurned 49er fans, so we're going Bengals, brother.
I'm sure you are. My son is as well, but y'all need to change them colors on your station there, apparently, because it looks like them Rams blue and gold.
That's Golden State Warrior blue and gold, but it's a point very well made.
Not this week, brother.
Yeah, no, you're right, brother. That's not something I thought of. I will immediately burst down to the art department and rip them a new one. Tell them they better orange and blackify it for the...
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. It's something we talked about before, and you've been in this spot before. If a team beats you and knocks you out, do you want that team to go down, or is that a team that you want to go on and win it? That way you can say, see, we were the second best team.
No, you want them to lose. You want them to lose badly. I remember in New Orleans when we beat the Rams, that we just spanked them that year. Both times, and they went to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, used our practice facility. It was not a good feeling sleeping just a short distance away from knowing that the guys that you just destroyed are playing in the Super Bowl. So I can't imagine. I mean, well, I guess the one year when if it's personal, Jake Delhomme beat us in St. Louis when I was with the Rams, second round of the playoffs. We all should have been in New Orleans and probably would have won a Super Bowl that year. But I was in St. Louis, Jake Delhomme's in Carolina, and they beat us, and I was excited for my boy Jake to get in there.
Kyle Turley here with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kyle, you know the deal. Offensive linemen are the least talked about. But maybe the most important things for a football team's success. And we're seeing a lot of it with this particular matchup. The Bengals offensive line has struggled at times. The Rams pass rush, among the best. Aaron Donald, maybe the best. Is that enough to totally break this game? What do you think about that?
No, unfortunately it's not. I was in Tennessee sitting in the stands with my son, who's a big Joe Burrow fan, as I said, and he took a beating. I mean, I don't see how Aaron Donald has a better game or the Rams D-line has a better game than the Tennessee Titans did against him, and he should have been out on a stretcher. That kid's tough as nails, and I think he's learned a lot, obviously, through that. So you could pretty much expect that ball to be out and gone very quickly, knowing the defensive front he's coming up against, and the struggles their offensive line has had over that time time period. They're young. They've had the COVID stuff, the injuries, all this crap with this year, and all the things these guys are dealing with. So Joe Burrow's a guy.
How much power is there in being this sort of an underdog where you got a young QB, Jamar Chase, young star? Nobody expects the Bengals to be here, let alone win on the road against the Rams. Does that give them a certain psychological edge?
Oh yeah, 100%. You got nothing to lose. You know, I mean, at this point, you're going home. I mean, going back to my New Orleans days, we won the first playoff game in team history. Then we go up to Minnesota and they beat us. We come home and it's like we won the Super Bowl still, So I anticipate that being the same for the Bengals. They got nothing to lose. That city is on fire right now, just that they're even in it. And, everything's in their favor to come and take home a big upset. But I hope that doesn't happen for my sake of my home team.
Kyle, you've been kind enough through the years to share your story a number of times with your time in the league, CTE, in your post career life, and then now the work that you're doing. I mean, you really are an unbelievable story, and it's incredible that you've turned things around the way you have. What's the update? Revenant MJ, all the work that you're doing, how's it going, and how are players in the league receiving it?
Well, the players in the league are receiving it, unfortunately, on the down low still, as the NFL doesn't want to just open it up and allow players to freely, use this and start to figure this out, and or have guys like me follow up from, PowerPoint presentations that I gave the entire NFL medical staff, of which they then stopped suspending players for marijuana after that. They don't have guys like me and Jim McMahon and Evan Britton going around and really trying to help these guys. So unfortunately, it's a snail's pace. CTE is a very serious and progressive disease that needs and must be addressed in our community, and they're continuing to fail to do so. I've been out here stretching my neck out as much as I can for this plant and what it's done for me, but it's past me. This is the science of what it is human health is revolved around, and when you deny individuals and people in general, the general public out here, and every one of your listeners, and a lot of your listeners know this. Unfortunately, so many people don't, including the medical community. Well, they're not at least letting everybody know that the number one regulatory system in your body, everyone's body, is the cannabinoid system. It's not the Vicodin system. It's not the aspirin system. It's not all these other drugs you see on these commercials. Unfortunately, until we get that opportunity, and hopefully one of these companies steps up and buys the Broncos in Colorado, are we going to get the truth?
And I appreciate you saying that, because it just turns my stomach, the hypocrisy of the league when it's, Toradol and you're getting guys shot up at halftime, yet something that's a natural plant. And like you said, the cannabinoid thing, part of your body, that's a natural part of your healing system, yet the league demonizes that while pushing these other synthetic drugs.
Yeah, they really do. It's still to this day, even. And it's really disgusting, knowing the damage that does to your body, but more importantly, your mind. It wasn't until I got off all those pharmaceuticals and found what I found in cannabis that I stopped having real episodes of vertigo, seizures, all these other things that, cannabis is addressing, and, all these stories that people see on their TVs all the time. Every year it's a new one. I did that Weeds episode on CNN. I was on Weeds 4, and the way they were even going about it, I was like, what are you guys going to do? You guys want to have Weeds 25? Like, when are we going to get past this? Like, this is ridiculous. They wouldn't even talk about it and put on this, and still all these publications don't want to talk about a young man. I woke up out of a coma in 30 minutes when his doctors gave him a death sentence to his family from putting some CBD drops under his tongue when they said it wouldn't work, and these things are real. And the experience I've had with CTE and dealing with that, and what our community is suffering from still, with lack of information being the culprit, and all of these opiates being the cause of death.
Kyle, keep up the good work, man, and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much again for sharing it with us, and appreciate you coming on.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Go Rams.
Yep.
Nah, you didn't have to do that,
except go
Kyle.
Bengals, but yeah, exactly. There he goes, Kyle Turley.
He did play for the Rams, so
he did.
We'll allow him to pass.
Fair. We'll allow it. We'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, and he wants us to drape in orange and black for the week, which we're fine with that here in the Bay as well. Like we'll not only root for the Bengals, but let's put some good vibes toward the Giants actually starting a season on time. How about that?
He's right about the logo. I mean that really hit me hard. I know it's Golden State Warriors.
What are you going to do?
What we're going to do is find a way to change the logo for the week. And when the Warriors play, blue and gold goes back up. No. Warriors off tonight. Like yesterday, blue and gold. We got to find a way to rotate the colors on this logo. See if we can get some Bengal stripes on this.
You know what that would be?
It would be a rotation sensation. Yeah, it's a buck. I'll take it.
It's $1. And while you're in there hitting sound, Spadone, why don't you go ahead and hit another one, would you?
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
I sort of feel like letting Kyle jump in and letting this one loose because this isn't just news to pass along. This is a classic the Sacramento Kings are on line one. You're on Willard and Dibs, Kings. Hey, Kings, what are you doing? What are you doing? Listen to this trade with the Indiana Pacers. The Pacers and Kings have gotten together on let's not call it a blockbuster, but it's a buster. Domantas Sabonis, Jeremy Lamb, and Justin Holiday are all coming to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for Buddy Hield, Tristan Thompson, and I saved it for the end, Tyrese Halliburton.
What?
They just dumped Halliburton. He's 21, and he's fantastic. He shoots it well. He passes it well. Domantas Sabonis is a good player. He's a good player. I get it, but wow, that's a temple rubber.
It's a Woj bomb is what it is.
You should have seen.
Bomb.
Have you seen Woj's tweet? This is the funniest Woj bomb we've ever.
I'm looking at it right now.
Can I read it?
Please.
I really want to read it. Woj tweets out 12 minutes ago. The Pacers are trading Domas Sabonis. Whoops. This is what happens when you want to be first. They're trading Domas Sabonis, Jeremy Lamb, and Jeremy Lamb.
Double trade action.
Wait, the Kings are genius. They got 2 Jeremy Lambs.
Clone him.
For Tyrese Halliburton.
Dolly the sheep.
I didn't know about that part. You just keep doing you, Kings. You're right. You got 2 Jeremy Lambs at the same time.
2 lambs inside. That's really good. Sacramento.
Oh,
let me think about the Sacramento War Room. Tyrese Halliburton. That's a good pick. Wonder if he'll be a good player. Damn, he's a good player. He's got to go.
He's gone.
He has got to go. And Buddy Hield. I like Buddy Hield.
But he's going to be Buddy Hield's going to be involved in about 4 of these through his career. That's the kind of player he is. He can help. He's not the guy. He's going to be a piece, and therefore he's going to get tossed in a time or 2.
Fleece rhymes with peace, and before you think the Kings got fleeced, there's another piece to this trade, and this is a huge one. The Pacers are also including a second-round pick in 2027. And Kyle Shanahan will tell you, I don't even know if we're going to be here in 2027.
I'm pretty sure we won't, to be honest with you.
I'm going to be 59 in 2027, Mark. Gone.
2027. How many years is there? 5 more years? Yeah.
That's 6 more NBA drafts.
I'm gonna be going to the next decade by then.
That's always my favorite in these NBA trades. Is a team will trade a future second-round pick. Second-round picks are meaningless for the most part.
Well,
sorry, Draymond.
Right.
In the NBA,
yeah, it's not so much. Sometimes it's who you get. Can you find a diamond in the rough? But it's all about finances and assets and all of that stuff. So they are pieces, I get that. But the lead on this is clearly the Kings dumped Halliburton. And so we see what the Pacers are doing. The Pacers are getting involved in a whole lot of stuff. We knew this. We heard this report, remember, about a month ago, that the Pacers were open to tearing it down. Their top players all suddenly on like the same day. Remember, it was like right before they came to play the Warriors. Remember the overtime game that the Pacers won? Right before they came here, they're like, oh, all the Pacers' good players are out. They're not hurt. They're trading them. They're trading him. So they put him in bubble wrap and they stuck him in the locker room. You just wait there. In 2 weeks, you'll be a king. And and that's why they didn't just have to wrap him in bubble wrap. They had to duct tape them to the wall because they would have escaped if they had known what was going to actually happen. So anyway, we knew that they were going to trade him, and here we go. But if they could start getting pieces back like Halliburton, well, then hell, that was a pretty smart move.
I feel really bad for Jeremy Lamb, who is a Sacramento King not once but twice. It's like, even if the Kings want to trade Lamb, they got to trade him twice now to get rid of him.
The other Lamb will still be there. He's like, take me with you. Come on, where are we going? Oh, my gosh.
I want to quote our producer on Twitter from 10 minutes ago with, I think, the best possible analysis of this trade, although he's missing a comma.
It's okay.
Dude, what are they doing?
What are they doing right now? Get the Kings on the line.
It's like
what are you doing?
It's like an Ashton Kutcher reboot. Dude, where's my star?
That's a 4. That's a 4.
I mean, Halliburton's not quite a star yet,
but that is
3.5.
That's
I'll
what
take it.
That's what I'm sticking with a 4.
Where's my star?
I'm sticking with a 4 because it's not even just now. It is the plight of the NBA team that's in a market like Sacramento. The Warriors played Oklahoma City last night. I will forever look at that jersey and go, holy smokes. Once upon a time, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden didn't even start. He didn't even start on that team. And they had Ibaka, and I mean, they nailed it. And they're all gone. And what do they have left
Jim
for it?
McKay.
Yeah. They're all gone.
Oh my.
I think it hasn't rang in weeks.
Wow.
I figured out how to turn the ringer on. We also have ringer ID. It looks like it's the Sacramento Kings. Hang on. I'll get this.
Good. I can't reach it. Go ahead, Kyle.
Hello. Oh, hey, Jeremy. Oh, hey, other Jeremy. How you guys doing? Hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What's going on? You finally drafted a good player and you traded him.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. All right. Goodbye, Jeremys. All right. We'll see.
Yeah.
There's the Kings.
Wow.
I don't know what they're doing.
What do they do? Oh, they didn't say?
No.
What are they doing?
Nothing. I don't know.
What are you doing?
Yeah. All right. Lamb.
Lamb is delicious.
Very
little rice, good Pinot Noir.
I've heard of counting sheep to get to sleep, but now we're counting lambs. Gone. Gone.
How many lambs do you have?
Man.
Not 5, not 6,
Seriously.
not 7.
Maybe they get the future rights to Jeremy Lamb Jr. in case he has a son and names him Jeremy.
Junior?
Thank you. That's a 4. I had that so fast.
Oh, gosh. 925.
Buttons.
Can we have Davion Mitchell for Chioza? Seems like they're just going to take whatever.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So Mary had a little lamb, and so do the Kings. Okay. So that was fun. I didn't see that coming.
No. Well, trade deadline still 2 days away, and I guess the Kings wanted maximum value for both lambs.
Well, the next Woj bomb will be it turns out the Kings thought they were getting Domantas Sabonis. They are actually getting Domas Sabonis, his little brother, who has not yet made the pros, but he's a prospect and a competitor. So
he's a horse.
Right.
Domas Sabonis will be the name of my fantasy team next year. So I have to log that and remember that, and we look forward to that. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Willard and Dibs is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Matt Burke, former offensive lineman for the Baltimore Ravens, coming up in about 10 minutes at 11:30. We are going to hand out our busters. That is not as sensual as it sounds. That's right. We're going to hand out the 2021 Bay Area Sports Awards in honor of today being Oscar Tuesday, even though, as Dibs reported earlier, none of us have seen a movie in the last 2 years.
Yeah, even though a lot of the movies now delivered at home, you can watch them at home. I haven't locked in on it, and the Oscars, it seems to be less and less relevant, at least for me, as time goes on.
No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. All right, so wanted to continue also. It was good having Kyle Turley on. our conversation that we were having sort of about the expectations, if you will, for Trey Lance. It's a new era of 49er football, and therefore what is expected, even though, as we're having a conversation about when is somebody a boom or a bust, this is such a unique situation. And I really love, we got this text from 650, and I think this is on point. With all the people who've been saying a rookie can do what Jimmy does and win, well, then the 49ers damn well better win over 50% of their games. That may not be fair to Trey Lance. This goes to what Stephen A. was saying yesterday when we were talking about what he said about Durant. Where it's like, look, Durant's the best, but you know what people are going to say. Right, and that's true. You do know what people are going to say, and this is an accurate point. With everything we've said, gosh, if they could just have a quarterback or anybody could go in there and do that. Well, if that's the case, then that thought gets pinned on Trey Lance. He doesn't need to be a star in his first year as a starter. That's not fair. He's a pup. He doesn't need to be perfect. But he needs to not stink the joint up. He's had a whole year of seasoning, so he's an NFL player now. So I agree with this. That is going to be my marker for next year. The 49ers have to have a winning record.
Yeah, 9-8. Although I think that 9-8 won't be good enough. I'm putting the bar at 10, especially considering the schedule. You pointed it out yesterday and you nailed it. You got a third place schedule. You were a third place team in your division, yet you tied for third in the entire National Football League. You made it to the NFC Conference Championship game. So the fact that you do have a softer schedule based on the way you came out in your own division, and look at your division. Russell Wilson, we don't know if he'll be back in Seattle. We don't know what Seattle is going to look like. The Rams are in cap HE hockey sticks. They aren't going to have the same amount of guys back, even though I know that they can do.
Yeah, but I don't believe in the cap anymore. I mean, they're in cap hell. They know how to get their way out of it, obviously. The Rams seem to print money.
And you've got Arizona with Kyler Murray, who has scrubbed his account of...
Right.
So he's not in a good place. Seattle and Russell Wilson, you don't know what they're going to look like. And the Rams coming off a Super Bowl, it's really hard to go back-to-back. So the division looks like it'll be a little bit more wide open than it was this year. Add in the opponents you have. You've got Carolina, a quarterback-less Tampa, a quarterback-less New Orleans. You've got Chicago that is still trying to figure itself out. To me, the schedule lines up to where, and by the way, you have 9 home games next year.
Right.
10-7 is the bar, Mark.
What if Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers get traded out of the conference? I mean, there's also, there's the unknown. I mean, Tom Brady's already left the conference. He's left the building entirely. Aaron Rodgers, I don't think he's going to be traded. Russell Wilson, I don't think he's going to be traded. But what if they are? I mean, those conversations are out there, and we know if those teams do want to trade him, they'd love to get them out of conference.
Right.
So what if they do that? I mean, the NFC could look very, very different. And yeah, the 49ers are on a short list of teams that should be able to compete on some level next year. All right. Matt Burke is going to join us next, former Ravens offensive lineman. This is just to rub Kyle's nose in his worst fan loss ever. That was the Beyonce Bowl when the Ravens took down the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Next hour, we hand out our busters as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is Willard and Dibs, brought to you by the Exergen Corporation on 95.7 The Game.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with
on the go. So no matter what big event comes up, your team can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle when you order online by March 21st. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and 1 voice line customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. And subject to change.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is proudly presented by the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Visit sfzoo.org to plan your visit. You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Super Bowl week, and Willard Dibs is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll hand out our awards later this hour. We've got a medal update later this hour. Right now, we've got Matt Burke, former offensive lineman for the Baltimore Ravens, a Super Bowl champion. And Matt, we invite you on, but ask you to be easy on us, because I think your career highest moment was like this city's worst moment over the last decade and a half when you took down the 49ers in the Super Bowl. You know that it was holding in the end zone, right? You know that.
Some people think it was. Personally, I think it was a great no call by the official.
Well, thank you for coming on. How are you? How's everything going?
I'm great. I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Yeah, so I know that you're working with something that Dibs and I were just talking about this earlier, the dynamic of the Super Bowl square pool. Where did this come from, and how would you describe the phenomenon?
Well, so nobody knows where it came from. Like, if you Google it, you don't get anything, yet this is a phenomenon that they say 100 million people have played or know how to play football squares, but there's no, who started it, where, how? There's literally nothing on the internet about it. And the reason why I'm interested in it was I helped launch a company last year called Super Squares, which is a modern-day version of football squares, much more exciting, and it's digitized, so you can play against everybody in the country at the same time. It's a free app. And we set a Guinness Book of World Records during last year's Super Bowl for most players in a squares game. And so we're doing it again this year. We thought, I Googled it one day, and the inventor of our game, Super Squares, comes up as the inventor of football squares. That's not true. We've only been around for 2 years. So at Super Squares, we're kind of asking the football community to go to supersquares.com and share your stories, share your earliest memories. When did you first play Super Squares? How did you hear about it? Hoping that somebody has, the Holy Grail, like the first Super Bowl squares game ever created, because we want to tell this story, because I think it's a big part of Super Bowl Sunday for a lot of people.
It's fascinating the way you broke that down, because I've been playing squares since back in my early youth, and it had me thinking about the history of bingo. And I say it with that accent because I got Minnesota roots, and my grandma, rest in peace, who lived down there, Minneapolis. Down there, Arlington Heights, used to play a lot of bingo, and it's the same sort of thing. Like, what's the history of bingo? What's the history of anything, man?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You betcha. Yeah. Like, who knows? I mean, maybe it was some church lady who, the bingo turnout on Super Bowl Sunday was really low, so she came up with Super Bowl squares, or maybe it was some neighborhood bar where the proprietor's name ended in a vowel, and there was a guy named Lefty at the bar who would take bets. I don't know, but I'm just kind of fascinated to find out, because, like I say, this game is everywhere. Every Super Bowl party I've been to has a Super Bowl squares game, but we can't definitively point to one person or one moment in time to know where it came from.
I bought mine yesterday. I got a guy. Matt. Yeah, I bought mine yesterday. But you know what's funny? We're in this day and age of analytics in sports. It's not a great bet, is it? I mean, like you're hucking a feather up in the air. You don't even know what your numbers are going to be. It's fantastic if they land, but I wonder what the analytics of this bet are, because it's kind of like a slot machine. Like you have zero control over this.
Oh, totally, and that's why with Super Squares, what we did was so we have the luck element, which is the squares, but instead of just getting one set of numbers in our game, you get 4 sets of numbers every single quarter. So you end up with 16 different numbers. You get partial credit if you match one of them, and then we added a prediction element as well, where you just make 3 predictions about the game. They're very simple, and you get points the closer your predictions are. So that kind of serves as the differentiator, and that's why you can play. That's why tens of thousands of people can play at the same time. But yeah, it's if you play traditional football squares, it's just a lottery. It's just a luck thing. And if you're like me, you're not very lucky. I think I hold the record for playing football squares the most times and getting the numbers 5 and 5, which never hit.
Yeah, it never really works out unless it's 35-35, and then you go to overtime, and then you're kind of screwed on the back end. My personal squares victory, I was in the movie Flubber. I don't know if you've seen it, Matt, but on the set of Flubber 1997, it was the Packers Super Bowl, and I hit the second, third, and fourth quarter all on the squares, and I had the over as well. So that was a good day for your boy, Matt.
What a year for you! First, the box office success of Flubber, and then hitting 3 squares. That's incredible.
Yeah, when you have the acting chops that I do, which is to say I was in one movie once and I got no credit for it, but it's neither here nor there. How do folks get involved in your super squares, and can I win enough to retire, which would be my ticket out of this dump?
Well, you could win $2.1 million on Sunday.
Hello.
And I want to say this is totally free. We're not trying to get anybody to bet. We're not going to spam you. We're not going to try to sell you a mortgage. Our sponsors pay for all the prizes. You can download the free app right now, supersquares.com, and you can play. You can make your 3 predictions now, and you're ready to go for Sunday. And if you have a story to tell, a memory about Super Bowl squares, please go to supersquares.com and share it with us.
Matt Burke, he is a 6-time Pro Bowler, a Super Bowl champion with the Baltimore Ravens, joining us here on Willard and Dibs.
Just one more, Matt, before we let you go, and this is courtesy of Google Images. I see the picture of you as a football player, offensive lineman, be fairly big guy, and then a photo next to it, a shirtless Matt Burke with a 12-pack. What the heck did you do to get in that kind of shape?
First of all, it's
got to be Photoshop, right, Matt? It's got to be Photoshop.
There's a lot of things I regret in my life. That top of the list might be taking that picture, and unfortunately, it will live forever on Google. Here's, guys, I don't know if you struggle with your weight, but here's the secret to losing weight. Okay, this is the secret that 100% works. If you want to lose weight, start at a really, really high number. Okay,
right.
I was 315 pounds. I had nowhere else to go but down. Okay, I couldn't have weighed 1 more pound. I would have exploded. So, no, I don't know. I was always a lucky guy. Lucky in the sense that I always had to quote work to keep my weight up. So when I retired, I just ate like a normal person instead of devouring entire pizzas or 2-fisting burritos. And the weight came off pretty easily.
Yeah, you are like a block of cheese going on a pizza, shredded, Matt.
So, I'm using that.
You should, yeah. You and Nick Hardwick should have like a smoothie off or something. You guys have nailed this thing. Someone told me that one time. They're like, when football players retire, like the offensive linemen get smaller and the running backs get bigger, and everybody just meets at about 230 pounns.
That's true. Yeah, the little fast guys, they do get fat. Right. They're not running like that anymore. No chance.
Hey, Matt, real quick, just because your team has come up a few times in the last couple of weeks on this show, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it'll surprise you. This city has been in a years-long Jimmy Garoppolo debate, and whenever the quarterbacks who weren't stars necessarily, who won Super Bowls, when that list comes up, and it's Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson, Joe Flacco ends up being on that list. What was your experience that year playing with him, and how would you compare it to what Jimmy Garoppolo achieved with the 49ers?
Well, I played with Joe for 4 years. Let me say, I don't think it's fair to put Joe Flacco and Jimmy Garoppolo in the same category. I think Joe's very talented. The thing about Joe is, pretty soft spoken publicly, but he kind of had like that moxie you see from Joe Burrow. Joe was confident. Joe was tough. And listen, the Ravens, our formula for winning football games was not to have Joe Flacco go out there and throw it 40 times and for 350 yards. We were going to play good defense. We were going to run the ball, and then pick our spots with the deep shots. And when Joe had to make the big throws, which he did a lot in that playoff run, he made them. And you can say what you want. Joe Flacco was a average or above average NFL quarterback for his career. That's fine. But for those 4 games in the 2012 playoffs, nobody was hotter than Joe Flacco. And I think this epitomizes Joe better than anything. He's never gone 4 games in a row without throwing an interception, except for the 2012 postseason. When it was on the line, Joe Flacco played the best football of his life. And to me, I don't think you can say Jimmy Garoppolo and Joe Flacco in the same sentence unless you're talking about guys that are good looking. It's not even close.
Wow, that's a fascinating take right there. One more on the Super Bowl. What was it like when you're in the locker room and you're obviously a longer halftime than normal? Beyonce's out there doing her Beyonce things, and the power goes out. What went through your mind in that locker room?
Well, here's what I got to know, because people always ask about that. We were cruising along pretty good,
21-6.
We're at 28-6, and then the lights go out. And, I think, we're just locked in. We're focused. We're just waiting. There's nothing you can do. You're just waiting for the lights to come on, and then we're going to commence with the thumping. Yet it's a totally different story the second half or after the lights came back on. And people said, well, what did you guys do? And what did the 49ers do? Do you guys know? Because obviously whatever they did worked. Whatever we did didn't work, because we almost blew it. I mean, if there's another 3 or 4 minutes left in that game, we'd probably lose.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Colin Kaepernick started doing, Colin Kaepernick type things, and it ended up being a classic. Well, fun to go down memory lane on that. Matt, your Super Bowl square stuff is obviously very relatable. Appreciate you hopping on for a little bit.
No, thank you, guys. Good to talk to you. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Matt Burke, former Ravens offensive lineman, now the president of Super Bowl Squares that you'll all be playing this weekend. And I don't think he knows this as he departs our show. He just said something that's going to blow the minds. Like, Joe Flacco and Jimmy don't belong in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Them's his fighting words around here. I don't think he realized what he was saying. That was a little inflammatory.
Well, and it was an inflammation sensation is what it was. And based on Joe Flacco did have the single greatest postseason by a quarterback.
He did.
Maybe in NFL history. And Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't yet had that. But what he said, I hadn't realized, that was the first 4-game stretch Flacco ever went without a pick.
And only. Like it never happened again.
Right.
Right.
Well, it happened this year because he sat the bench most of the time.
He's not thrown a pick in many games now. Yeah, we're going to need to pull that. What was his first sentence? Do you have it? Listen to the way he responds when he wants to compare Jimmy and Joe. He sort of goes, yeah, you can't compare those two because Joe's talented.
The thing about Joe is, pretty soft-spoken publicly, but he kind of had like that moxie you see from Joe Burrow. Joe was confident. Joe was tough. And listen, the Ravens, our formula for winning football games was not to have Joe Flacco go out there and throw it 40 times and for 350 yards. We were going to play good defense. We were going to run the ball, and then pick our spots with the deep shots. And when Joe had to make the big throws, which he did a lot in that playoff run, he made them. And You can say what you want. Joe Flacco was a average or above average NFL quarterback for his career. That's fine. But for those 4 games in the 2012 playoffs, nobody was hotter than Joe Flacco. And I think this epitomizes Joe better than anything. He's never gone 4 games in a row without throwing an interception, except for the 2012 postseason.
Well, you know what? It's interesting. I mean, I get what he's saying. He basically said Joe's got a high talent level. He is a bigger, probably stronger armed guy at that time than Jimmy is. He points to toughness. He points to moxie. He points to being at his best when the moment called for you to be his best, which is definitely not Jimmy's reputation, let's say, based on his two playoff runs, unless you want to spotlight, for instance, what happened against the Rams in Week 18 was like, you better do something amazing right now or you're going home, and he did it. So I understand that, but let me peel out and say I totally believe that Jimmy Garoppolo and Joe Flacco belong in the same sentence.
Yeah, and it just depends on how you look at it because, Joe Flacco's got the ring and Jimmy Garoppolo had a chance to get the ring and didn't get it done. And I think Burke was just defending Flacco for being put in this category of worst quarterbacks to win the bowl. But I know Spadoni's back there furiously working on getting that cut, the inflammatory cut, and we'll have it for you.
I think he's got it. Yeah, so I asked him, let's put Jimmy and Joe in the same sentence. Here we go.
Let me say, I don't think it's fair to put Joe Flacco and Jimmy Garoppolo in the same category. I think Joe's very talented.
I mean,
we're sort
Jimmy's
of, not.
Yeah, we're sort of putting words in his mouth. However, it is kind of funny. They don't belong in the same sentence because Joe's talented.
Yes, and that's it's a little bit of a Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment.
A little bit,
yeah. And for him to say, and if you want to Google Matt Burke in images, the one picture that comes up, I wouldn't regret that picture. The dude looks shredded.
Well, right, I get that now, but when you're a dude,
I get it,
and you've got like a glossy glam pic on the internet, I guarantee you his boys have made fun of him a million times for this picture.
It's because they don't have that.
Yes.
Give me that glossy glam pic 1,000 times and twice on Sunday.
Well, Matt also,
body envy.
This is one of these odd dudes that he's got all these pictures of him with a helmet off on the sideline, and he pulls the helmet off. I mean, he could be doing a hair products commercial. Like, he's one of these guys, like, even when they take the helmet off, his hair looks like he just worked on it for an hour.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. So when you then put chiseled frame up against it, yeah, the guy went and tried to win a modeling competition.
Yeah. Beautiful gold hair.
Yeah. Yeah. And now public speaking on, how to lose weight or whatever the hell he talks about. I don't know what he talks about. Super Bowl squares and how they make you lose weight. I don't know. Do you lose weight if you win the Super Bowl squares pool?
If you get $2.1 million, you can afford to lose weight, I suppose.
You can. That was fun. That was a fun conversation. That went places I didn't think it was going to go.
Yeah, and that's what makes these Radio Row, because he's down there for the Super Bowl, and everyone's gearing up for the Super Bowl, and back in the day, we would be Radio Row at the Super Bowl. Had the Niners got the win, we would have been down there for the Super Bowl, but these random kind of interviews, they always give life to interesting things.
Absolutely. By the way, speaking of interesting things, and while we're on quarterbacks, can I do my quarterback fun fact?
After we take a trip overseas, Mark, because it's time for the medal count update from Beijing, and it's presented by the County of Santa Clara. As we take a look, it's the Russian contingent that remains on top with 10 total medals. Norway sitting second on 8. Netherlands, Italy, and Austria with 7 apiece. We've got Sweden and Canada with 6, and you have to go all the way down to a tie for 8th before you get to the United States of America with 5 total medals. We're still waiting for the first gold medal as things continue from Beijing. And this medal count update from Beijing has been presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211 I'll say this, Mark. I am really looking forward to tonight's long program. Nathan Chen, the American, going for gold. Say what you want about me and about my love. It's a deep like of figure skating.
Yep.
These dudes, these young ladies are unbelievable athletes. Imagine, first of all, good luck trying to get on ice skates and even go forward, let alone go back. But then try going full speed, leaping in the air, spinning 4 times around, and then landing on a thin piece of metal. It's remarkable watching these athletes. I was locked in last night to the short program.
No, I know Nathan Chen has grabbed the concentration sensation of the nation for sure. So yeah, and I also know this. You know, I think this is sort of standard in the Olympics. The Olympics are about these individual stories of people who have been working their entire lives to get here. If you do anything that's ice related, especially if it's in, you know, let's say California, where we don't just have ice all over the place. If you do this, I promise you, those parents spent every dollar they had, and everybody in the house was awake at 3:45 every day. There's no way that you can work out the way that they do. With that, you got to go, you drive your half hour, get your rink time, do your work, get back, go breakfast, blah blah blah, get to school on time. It's amazing. It's
Short
amazing
of
what
curling.
goes into this.
I mean, curling on ice.
Well, curling.
I don't know if you saw the picture of the U.S. men's team.
No.
But it's basically 4 dads standing around in their Harbaugh slacks with their belts on, chilling with their brooms and their stones. I'm not saying that curling isn't fun to watch.
So you just shut your yapper.
And Jim Cosmore is on the call, and shout out Coz for another great Olympic telecast. But I don't know how much like what you're talking about, up at 3 a.m. Olympic training you need to do to be on the U.S. Olympic curling team.
That's actually why I have a hard time sometimes watching the Olympics, because it's like if someone's been working for 17 years for this moment and then they fall, I'm like, that's depressing.
Well, that's why we love sports.
Hard.
Why do we care about Scott Norwood?
Well, because Scott's going to get another chance next year. These people...
4 years.
That's it.
Well, that's the Nathan Chen story.
Hope you had fun.
4 years ago, Nathan Chen gacked it in the short program, and but then, like, to your point, it's like you got a choice. Either grind for 4 more years at the crack of dawn, throwing up triple sow cows and quadruple toe loops, or you move on with your life. It's remarkable.
No doubt about it. All right. Hey, Spadone, how about a little game show music, please? Just for a little fun, since we're talking about how Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't even belong on the same planet as Joe Flacco. Just a little fun fact, and I don't say this to make you mad, but what do Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Derek Carr, and Lamar Jackson all have in common from this year?
Wow. Boy, they all had their hands under center.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's one correct answer.
They all self-identify as male, and they use the he, him pronoun.
I cannot speak to that. It's possibly correct, but
I feel like I'm on a roll right now, no?
But, well, it's not.
I'm either hot or I'm getting fired.
You're not wrong, right?
Or both.
Any other guesses?
They threw a pass.
That also correct, yes.
Well, I don't know what else is left, Mark.
We're looking for the number one answer on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, good answer. Right. Willard family's over here trying to steal.
They didn't lose to Jimmy Garoppolo, because I don't think that Derek Carr didn't lose
good answer.
Garoppolo.
Well, they didn't lose to Jimmy Garoppolo in a game.
Right. Maybe they lost to him in Super Squares. Oh, they all had lower quarterback ratings than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I saw that. I was just poking around.
Quarterback rating.
I knew it would get you going.
Let me dink and dunk my way to a 105.2.
I love it.
God.
Nope, that's it. There's data. Jimmy's better than Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and
I like
Justin
my
Herbert.
answers better.
All combined, he's better than all of them. So you have to deal with that, not me. All right, the Busters. The best play of 2021, the best performance, the best press conference, the breakout star, the best supporting player, the best game, and the best player. As it is Oscars Tuesday, we'll hand out our awards. Coming up next, pick your battles, Looms. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Rams and Bengals play in Super Bowl 56 on Sunday.
Good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Now, back back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Willard and Dibs brought to you by your Northern California Toyota dealer. And the Busters, the Berries, whatever you'd like to call them, it's time to unveil. Plus, pick your battles looms. And if you did not join us yesterday, Dibs decided, hell. He just flipped the desk over and said, I'm done. I'm giving the listeners the picks. Carlos and Concord not only rocked a dub, he rocked an early dub. This sucker, we joked. Was I home yet when that green check came?
Well, the green check should have come at 12:16.
So that's a no. I was not home yet.
Well, the green check came late because I didn't check the score until I got home about 1:15.
Got it.
We had the over in a La Liga game that started at noon. There was a goal in the 3rd minute, a goal in the 5th minute, and a goal in the 16th minute, which means by 12:16, cha-ching.
Yeah, well done. Well done. So, what do you have for an encore? What are you doing today?
What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing right now?
What do you think I'm doing?
No, so are you putting it out to calls again? Are you riding with Carlos?
We're riding with Carlos.
Okay, all right.
So Carlos and I have already been in conversation on Instagram direct message.
The old IGDM slide in.
And I shared the message with you that he sent yesterday. He sent, and today I'm actually going to read, when I make my pick, our pick, he's included some show material as well. He's a P1.
Oh.
Carlos and Concord.
What up, Carlos?
He's family. He's family until he loses.
Until a red X.
And then
you're out.
Gone. But
give me a red X.
I'm out. Right now, Carlos, you are my favorite listener.
Okay. All right. And again, we were 1 point away from a 4-0 night as a show. Only Spadone goes down at the hands of Arizona State. But Kyle and I off to a 2-0 start this week. You and Spadone at 1-1. And so Carlos and Concord is very much in play for this situation. I've got a couple of games I'm looking at right now, rubbing my hands together, wondering what's going to be the pick. So we'll have that. But right now, it is time for the Busters. Let's hand them out on Oscar Tuesday, our own Bay Area Sports Awards for 2021. Let's start with Best Supporting Player. The nominees are Kevon Looney, Golden State Warriors; Tyler Rogers, San Francisco Giants; Kyle Juszczyk, San Francisco 49ers. Dibs, who do you like as the winner?
I like Kyle Juszczyk, underrated blocker, and even though he came up short on a short yardage play when he carried the ball, watching him in the Pro Bowl get a chance to score, something about fullbacks I love. I'm going with Juszczyk.
Yeah, I think Juszczyk is our winner. He's a game changer. The 49ers offense does not run the same without him. Kevon is a great rebounder. I love Tyler Rogers. Great story. He was 2 days away from becoming a firefighter when the Giants called him up. And now here he is, a major league closer. He did kind of lose his job to Camilo Doval, and he scares the hell out of you when he's throwing 82 miles an hour out there trying to close a game. But he's good. He's good. He usually gets it done.
And he's a fun watch when his knuckles are scraping on the dirt and he throws that rise ball. He flips it up there. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Breakout star. And the nominees are Eli Mitchell, 963 yards, 49er rookie record. Lamont Wade, late night Lamont with 18 home runs this year. Jordan Poole, averaging 16.6. And America's next great draft pick, Jonathan Kuminga. He dunks. What do you like?
To me, it comes down to the biggest impact. Eli Mitchell, I think, thrives in a system. Kuminga, too small of a sample size. Jordan Poole, we kind of saw it coming. Lamont Wade, with one of the great nicknames, Late Night Lamont, his late inning heroics for a heroic season. To me, it's Late Night Lamont.
I go with you. Our winner is Lamont Wade. Don't forget, after the Talkman catch, it's Wade who goes out there and knocks in a couple of runs to win that game in L.A. that, in effect, helped them win the division by one game in the end. All right, let's have some sound here. How about best press conference of the year? Can we hear the nominees? Let's start with, do we have this? Are we good? Yes. Jimmy Garoppolo's farewell.
Faithful, thank you very much for everything. It's been crazy, man. Just all the comebacks at Levi's, comebacks on the road, ups and downs. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. I love you guys. So, see ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
Peace to the out. See Garoppolo. Yeah. Gone. Buster Posey's surprise retirement and farewell. Let's hear from Gerald from Georgia.
Let's go to Mark.
Buster, I know you stated you weren't 100% sure that this was going to be the last year, but it maybe seemed that way. Coming off of the opt-out, why was it important to maybe come back for at least one more year? Were there some specific things you felt like were kind of still on the table?
Let's go right here in the back.
That's it. No Buster? You just gave him me?
Yeah.
You gave him me.
Yeah. 2-parter too.
Yeah, it was. It's a little, related 2-parter.
I like it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's go to Mark. Let's go right here in the back.
And one of the great Bay Area 2021 sports mysteries, we still don't know who that guy was in the back. Rowdy in the back, just said, like he rocked. Remember, that was question 2, wasn't it? He made the top 3, and we don't even know who he is.
Nope.
He was in the
trifecta.
In the trifecta.
Yeah.
All right, and then final press conference. Kyle Shanahan says that all of us are about to die.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
There you go.
Chicken Little. The sky is falling.
Who wins for best press conference?
I'm leaning toward Jimmy Garoppolo just because of what took place before. Shanahan and Lynch saying, well, he might be back. And Jimmy saying, I'll say it, I'm gone. I think it's Jimmy G.
I think I'll go with you that Jimmy G won the press conference just because there wasn't anything all that unveiling that took place with Buster Posey. Buster's is the one that I think had more gravitas, a little bit more surprising. But sure, Jimmy G wins press conference of the year.
See ya.
Okay, peace out, Jimmy. Thanks for coming. We appreciate you. What do you like here? Best performance, Logan Webb, game 1 against the Dodgers. Deebo Samuel, week 10 against the Rams, or Steph Curry's 50-burger against the Atlanta Hawks.
We've seen 50 burgers from Steph, and they're all great. They're like our children. We love them equally. Logan Webb in that game 1 gem anointed him as the ace of the present and the ace of the future, but for me, it was Deebo Samuel, his Diana Ross, I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I've got to let it show.
Very good.
And that, to me, was his coming out party as the real wide back.
I love what Logan Webb did, and it's so significant, with again, the coming of age, becoming an ace, showing you can do it in that moment. But, yeah, Deebo Samuel is the guy right now. That is the 49ers' best player, and that game was the indicator. He wins best performance of the year. How about best play? We heard the highlights earlier. It's Jordan Willis / Hufanga? It's Mike Yaz with his grand slam in front of Dibs, making him a liar on Instagram. It's Steph Curry breaking the all-time three-point record, or it's Mike Tauchman robbing Albert Pujols at the wall in L.A.
Even though I was there for Yaz, I've got it 4th because it was just a special night for me personally. The Tauchman robbery is ahead of Steph Curry. I got Curry 3rd. It comes down to Tauchman or Hufanga. The fact that they won that game at Green Bay in that spot on a special teams play after we ripped the special teams all year, to me, Hufanga?
That's the one where you're going to remember where you were and who you were with.
Right.
I mean, the celebration sensation I had with my sons running laps around the living room when Hufanga went in, and you may remember I had said to my son right before, I go, we need to block a punt.
Yeah.
We got to block a punt. And the look that he gave me when they did, and Hufanga went in, I'll never forget that look. There's a moment. All right, we got 2 awards to go. Best game. 49ers clinch a playoff spot week 18. Giants clinch the NL West against the Padres last day of the season. 49ers over the Bengals in OT. And Kevin Gausman with the pitcher pinch hit walk-off sack fly who wins the award.
Well, that was an unbelievable win, and the Giants avoid the 3-game losing streak and keep it alive. Niners Bengals in OT, nice regular season win, and the Giants clinch a little anticlimactic because they were going to be a playoff team anyway, but the Niners coming back after the McVay flex in the end zone to come all the way back and win in overtime. That, to me, should be game of the year.
Yep, I'm with you. It's the most memorable moment of the year. The Drive by Jimmy Garoppolo. We will always have that, Jimmy. We'll always have that. By the way, text line, how the hell is Klay's return not a nominee? Because it was in January.
Right.
That's why that's 2022. Join us next year on February. No. Okay. Best player. This is it. Everybody come up on stage. Here we go. The best player of the year. Deebo Samuel. 1,405 yards receiving and another 365 on the ground. 14 TDs this year. Brandon Crawford, where the hell did that come from? The season for B-Craw, DJ, BC Raw, Steph Curry leading the NBA in scoring at 30.2 points per game. Buster Posey returns, hits over 300. And then Trent Williams on the left tackle, PFF's highest graded player in the NFL. Dibley? The envelope, please.
Well, this is a slug out because any of the 5 could win. All 5 are worthy, but I'm going to go off the board, Mark, and this might be one of those controversial, I can't believe that won Best Picture. But to me, it's the namesake of the awards for the Busters. It's Buster Posey. What a way to end a career. The way he received a young pitching staff and the way he delivered at the plate, time in and time out. I give it to Buster.
Love catchers. Buster. Yeah, I think Deebo is probably the most popular answer on the board right now. There's a little recency bias there.
Yeah.
Buster Posey homering in his first at-bat back probably could have been a moment that we even added to this list.
And Steph does Steph things so often that he can win every year.
Beautiful stuff. Great job, guys. Those are the Busters. And now we pick our battles next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Toyota's President's Day sales event has begun. Get low 2.99% APR financing on 2022 RAV4.
Taxity.com to schedule your appointment and say farewell to the stress of tax season. Liberty Tax. Let's end taxiety. At participating locations, terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
When you order your Walgreens prescriptions with same-day delivery, it's possible you'll experience some side effects. Side effects may include joy that you won't run out of your pills and disbelief at just how crazy fast the delivery came right to your door.
On our pick, there's been some back and forth with my team and I.
All right, let's unveil that. I mean,
we'll get there.
Do we have issues, or are you ready? That's what I mean. Like, are you ready?
No, the pick is still in.
The pick is in.
The pick is long.
This isn't like a Minnesota Vikings thing where the other teams are going to start now coming up and making selections ahead of you because you're not ready to go.
No, but I will not be picking first. Spadonuts, coming off of a loss, will pick first, and then myself. Then you and Kyle can slug it out after that. But there's been some developments on our pick, but we are unwavering. And I say we because Carlos and Concord, I looked to the listeners yesterday. Carlos and Concord hooked me up with a win, so we're riding with Carlos again today.
Okay.
And he was just giving me some updates on our pick and assuring me that the pick was still good.
Okay. All right. So everything's fine.
Yes.
All right. And now is Carlos like... I do want to build on what we set up yesterday, which I guess Carlos is now he's going to be the one here for if he loses, is he out? And it's up for, is it open for grabs again? Because I want to provide a 12-15 on the corner of Broadway and Battery. I want to provide a donut for this person if they pull you out of last place.
Yes, and right now I'm tied in last place, I guess, with Spadoni.
Well, I meant from recent weeks.
Yeah, of course.
Not necessarily this one.
Carlos is not Mr. Right, but he's Mr. Right now.
Okay.
That's kind of the way I'm looking at it.
Okay. All right. Very good. Then let's just dive into it right now. I think we're ready to go, and Spadonut, you are indeed you're first up. So let's hear it.
Cool. I'm going to get back to this pasta real quick, so I'll be quick here.
Wait, no. What? Please describe. There's a lot of bread. What kind of pasta
we
do
have
we have
some
today?
mastaccioli with a oven roasted chicken thigh with some beer can chicken seasoning on there. It's delicious. And I have a quarter loaf of sourdough bread.
A quarter loaf.
2 carbs outside.
You had me.
That's a bore.
You had me at what'd you say?
Mastaccioli.
Master, please.
It's the cousin of Panarigata.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, they're cousins.
Slightly larger.
Yes.
Slightly, yes.
Well,
we're a fan of the mini ones, though, at our house, because Benny, he's still a little small. We don't like the super big pasta. It's a lot for him.
You eat a lot of pasta, slightly larger is going to be your motto. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to go soccer here with the, I don't even know how to pronounce this, Coupe de France, Dibs?
Coupe de France.
Coupe de France, all right. And we have Monaco versus Amiens, and I'm taking the over 2.5 here with Monaco v. Amiens. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly.
No.
If you are French on the text line, let me know.
Just pronounce win. That's all you need to do.
There
Pronounce win. If you get it right.
Forks down, by the way, with that loss yesterday. That push.
My gosh.
Terrible.
Yeah, that was. Although you actually had the pick wrong, and then they did something at the end to make you feel like you were going to be right.
Which makes it
Same thing
more.
happened to me, and I
This is my pick still.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now it's to Dibs.
Dibs, your turn.
Our turn, Mark.
Oh, that's right.
Carlos and Concord and myself, we've been going back and forth in a game that kicks off here in about 6 minutes, so I'll get right to it. Manchester United against dead last place Burnley. He talked about Man U. They got eliminated from the FA Cup. Those Red Devils, Man U, are going to bounce back in a big way. I smell 4 goals for Manchester United, and he put this in the, he gave me a Brian and Palo Alto brace from Ronaldo.
Okay.
With the uptick. But Ronaldo is out. He's a late scratch, but we as a picking team,
obviously,
we still like the over. Manchester United and Burnley over 2.5 is our pick. I responded to Carlos. I said LFG, which we know means let's blank and go.
Yes.
And he responded with let's find goals.
Oh,
LFG.
Looking for goals.
Over 2.5, Man U and Burnley.
All right.
Does Carlos and Concord want my job?
Yeah, the pick is in.
You hear footsteps? Yeah.
Mr. Madsen, you're up.
I'm only doing this so I don't have to hear it from you, Mark.
Uh-huh.
The Houston Rockets were blown out by the New Orleans Pelicans on Sunday. The Pelicans made a trade today. I think they're going to be a little bit shell-shocked. The Rockets on the road are plus 9.5. Give me Houston plus 9.5 points. Give me them dogs.
Wow, that's a courageous pick from you, Kyle. Good job. All right, I will. I've been up and down this NBA board. There's a lot of interesting stuff, but Kyle, I'm kind of lockstep with you. Let's look for teams that just made trades who might be a little shell-shocked. My guess is that Tyrese Halliburton is not going to be in uniform yet for the Indiana Pacers tonight. So let's dive into that game where they will visit the Atlanta Hawks tonight. The Hawks were recently the owners of a 7-game win streak. They've been playing very well, but all of the sudden, they've lost 3 of 4. They went on a 2-game road trip to Toronto and Dallas. They lost them both. They're going to be mad. They're coming back home, and they're going to take it out on the Domus Sabonis-less Indiana Pacers. Do not be afraid of that big number. Lay it. It's a Trae Young blowout special tonight. The Atlanta Hawks minus 12 against the Indiana Pacers. Lay it and play it and lock it in.
Okay, and I guess the Pacers won't have either Jeremy Lamb yet.
No, they will not.
Okay.
They're both out.
I keep reading that Woj tweet in the John Travolta voice. The wickedly talented, one and only Domus Sabonis.
the wickedly talented Dazzy.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's very good.
That's awesome.
Oh gosh, and Justin Holiday is just like, I didn't even make the Woj tweet. Like he's over here like, I'm not even in there.
Yeah,
So-
he eventually got in there, I think, on the reboot, on the recycle.
Maybe.
So, yeah, I mean, other than that, what are we locked in on tonight from a sporting standpoint?
Well, on
the worst day of the week, which is Tuesday.
Tuesday, it is. I actually said that to one of my kids the other day. They're like, why? Like, what do you got against Tuesday? I'm like, it's just not, like, we haven't even made it halfway through. Like, Tuesday's worse than Monday. I know people, right? People are like, oh, gosh, it's Monday. No, we get like, you should feel refreshed, rebooted. You're coming out of the weekend. You should have a little je ne sais quoi, a little energy for what you're about to go do. Tuesday's like, we're not even halfway done with the week. Plus, Monday during the football season has Monday Night Football.
It's a lot of reflection, too, on Monday for the weekend, no matter what's going on. I mean, I told my CYO story, and, Steiny got a haircut, which we haven't addressed. We should have addressed it yesterday.
Yeah.
I kind of miss the mullet, to be honest. He had a little bit of business in the front, but the party in the rear was unreal.
It's really good. Yeah, now he's tapered. He's tapered in the back.
My butt hurts.
It's a lot. And then Guru comes in here just trolling you with an Iguodala all over his chest.
That's fine.
He's just,
He played last night.
He did. He did.
In air quotes, he played.
He hit a three.
Yeah, look at you.
And then he left. He hit a three and he left. What's up, Steiny?
Is that a King's hat, Goo?
No, it's McQueen Violet Fall Gin.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Might as well be.
They sent it to me.
I'm not
going to put it
trade out.
Spadoni thought it
You're
was
like,
King.
I always hated Halliburton.
Big
Let's
trade
go.
by the Kings.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
Do you? For who?
Sabonis. I mean, they must think he has another level, and I like Halliburton. He's a piece, but I don't think like Spadoni and Steiny and JD, they think he's like a one.
Well,
Steiny didn't say that, but
the
I kinda
word,
put words in his mouth.
the word that I think is going to come up for people who want to defend this for Sacramento is fit. Right? Domantas Sabonis is a fit because Tyrese Halliburton, you could reboot him about 5 times and they're all there. They've got all these Buddy Hield. We got all these guards and swingmen and people who are playing out on the wing. But fit, that's a tough pitch to get by the hitter, man, because that's what, if you want to go to the big headline on fit, that's why the Warriors passed on LaMelo Ball, because James Wiseman was a fit.
What happened to best available player?
Well, man, that's what did happen to that. I mean, I don't really believe in that. I don't think that they do that. You're not going to. Let's take quarterbacks for example.
But aren't bigger guys less valuable now than they used to be?
If they're typical big men with big man skills, and I think Sabonis is probably more of a typical big man than what you thought James Wiseman or what you think he might be able to be.
Former All-Star.
I think the Kings just made a terrible trade.
I do too.
We agree.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, when I look at the Kings roster, it's like, okay, you can take anybody off to be on your team. All right, I'm interested in Halliburton. I'll take Mitchell and give me a little bit of Rashawn Holmes. That's about it.
That's it?
Buddy Hield is addition by subtraction, though.
Now, Buddy Hield's the interesting
on
one.
The right
I don't like him at all.
Oh, wow.
But I can't. But if Buddy Hield were on the Lakers,
man, that's a fit.
He would make them better.
He's got to roll.
Right.
He needs shooting.
But the problem is he thinks he's a 35-minute a night player.
He thinks he's a 35-shot a night guy.
Exactly.
What about Fox? Where's Fox fit into all this for you?
Just terrible to me.
I'm not a huge fan of Fox, but I think what the Kings must be thinking is they got Fox, Harrison Barnes, and now Sabonis, who clearly they think has another level. But he's already putting up hollow numbers in Indiana, and they're terrible. So, they clearly expect, they think he's Kevin Love from 10 years ago when the Warriors were thinking about that. Only he can be better than Kevin Love.
I don't think anybody, this whole conversation, these are all B pluses. And that's not to, these are really good players, some of these guys we're talking about. Sabonis is a really good player. Halliburton's a really good player. But I feel like everyone's looking at this, they're looking for ones. That's what NBA teams are doing. They're looking for ones. I don't think any of them are that, but like you said, if I'm looking at that Kings roster and you want to break it apart, who's the one guy you're like, let's keep him. I don't want to say we're building around him, but let's keep him. That is a centerpiece to what we're doing. I would have said Halliburton.
If you had a draft
and they
of
dumped
all
him.
the players in that trade, to me, Halliburton's the clear number one pick.
And then Sabonis would be 2.
Yeah.
And then Buddy Hield, and then one of the 2 Jeremy Lambs would be 4, and the other Jeremy Lamb would be 5.
You know, I like the younger one.
Yeah.
A little raw now, but I think he's got more potential to be better than his brother.
I agree. And it's easy to poke fun at Ward for the one mistake in his tweet.
With the 13th pick, I'm selecting Domas Sabonis in the Woj draft.
The race to be first. And I wonder if DeMontis autocorrects to Domas. You know?
Let's try it. Let's try it right now.
Depends on your device.
Let us know.
Hey, by the way, Willard, you can look this up because you're out of this one anyway. I'm going to make it. I posted a number this morning. I posted a number.
A golf number?
No. A weight number.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning. I got on the scale. I put the number down.
What was and before we get to, you don't have to give the number.
It's an accurate number.
Was it shirtless and boxer
there
shorts?
we go.
Is that your
Mike Tyson. Yeah, boxer
my
shorts,
weighing modus operandi?
All right, I'll be honest. I'm usually completely.
You go, ferme la bouche.
Yeah, and I make
A la
sure
bouche?
if I'm out of the shower that I dry all the wet water off me.
Now, do you wait? Because if you wait an hour after you wake up, that number will go down by about a pound.
Well, I could have done it last night, and that would have been the biggest number.
Peak of the peak.
Right, but I waited till this morning, and...
No, we're not going to play guess the number.
All right.
No, it's not guess the number. It's just that, all things considered, it's a fair number.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now, as long as you weigh in the same conditions and at the same time of day, that I think is a fair standard. Now, I also today weighed in.
Okay.
And I also
Get in the game, dude.
You
have a number.
I've already done it at J. Relly Fitness. He said, Unc, I need your number. I didn't want to give it to him. I gave it to him.
So now,
the picture.
in order to make it fair between the three of us, because we all three are different sizes, you're tall and Steiny, and whatever, we're going to go by percentage of weight loss.
Yeah, you know what, though? I was thinking about that. I was thinking this should be less of a contest and more of an exhibition.
I agree. Because I want all three of us to win.
Sure.
But, are you looking to lose
I'm trying to get 20. I need 20
So that's 10%, because I know that you posted 220.
I went hoop last night.
And when do we want to set the deadline?
Well, 90 days, I think, is always
just
a good...
coming out of my mouth.
That's too long.
No.
Oh, wow.
May Day. Because we all need help.
I was thinking March 1st, a 3-week jab, like a Muhammad Ali jab.
Well, if you really want this
I
to
need
stick
surgery,
and stay,
Willard, to lose it by Lipo.
I need to get my jaw wired shut. I think 90 days is a fair way to truly,
no doubt.
truly lose weight.
I mean, if you're not going to let me, you're not going to invite me to this.
Look at this guy.
You should try to see how much weight you can gain.
If you're not going to invite me,
island over there.
You're not going to invite me to this party. Can I at least be the host of The Biggest Loser?
Absolutely.
Let me be the host.
Absolutely.
By the way, completely off subject, DeMontis, it autocorrects to damn taste. So there we go. So
you should
Taste Sabonis is now a member of the Kings.
While we're trying to do this, you should do the supersize me dude thing.
Exactly.
You should eat fast food every day and not exercise.
On the weekends, I kind of do. I got 3 kids. What do you think they say when I say, what do you want to do for dinner tonight?
Love it.
This guy constantly eats, which is even more infuriating.
I used to be like that, man.
Yeah, he's one of these eat or no gainer guys. Yeah.
Skinny. Yeah.
Metabolism.
Well, good, Steiny. I love it. You're going to go on a little run and
and I'm not gonna do anything crazy.
But you look good. You don't look
today
like you're like
I got on the
either.
bike.
You know what I'm saying? You don't look
no
like
reason
hefty.
I can't get on the bike for a half hour when my show's not till noon. Come on.
Oh, that dude. I'm saying.
I mean, half hour.
Y'all look fine.
An hour.
It's a start.
It is a start. I'm not trying to poo-poo your efforts. And
like I used to take Bart in here. That was, by the end of the day, that's 2 miles built in between West Oakland and Embarcadero to here.
Yeah.
But you got to have a good, nice tunes because that keeps you going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tupac or whatever. I'll go.
Playlist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wrap your
We Are
Walkman around your
Family.
arm.
I switch it up.
All right, so we all have a number, though, right now.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
real.
have to write it down on a
You
piece of
haven't
paper.
seen a Red Bull in 2
One
days.
decimal point.
Yeah, one in my trunk, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like
you're doing fine.
413.3
Okay.
or point something.
So you're looking to? Are you looking to drop 15 or 20 or what's your number that you're
I mean,
looking to
honestly,
shed?
my goal was 10 by the end of the month.
Okay.
Wow.
Because I know I just got
By the end of the month, wow.
2.5 would be
short
aggressive.
This is
Dibs will
February.
tell you, I'm deceptively.
Oh.
Remember, I think it was Oregon State used to have a center named Steve Johnson. Way back in the day, they called him the Moose with the big caboose. I'm packing back there.
Mahorn?
No doubt. No doubt.
He makes dough, but don't call him Doughboy.
Wow.
Thank you.
Before we get out of here,
I
Willard,
got some Mark Aguirre in
Yeah,
there.
I love it. Big boned. What were you guys doing yesterday, 12 to 3? Did you turn on our station here? Because your boy went viral, and I just want to end it here. He said he's from the Bay, but he's born in Reading, PA. And he had the reasons why. Oh, the people went crazy. But can you tell him, Dibs and Willard, for me, you're not from the Bay. You're a transplant.
When did you get here?
Oh, my Willard.
No, I just want to ask. I need the info.
He got here in 1995.
No. How old? How old were you? How old were you?
That I'm not going to tell you, but I've been here.
Why?
30. Yeah, I don't feel like.
Because that'll tell you how old he is. But
You were saying it yesterday.
Dibs will tell you. He's got more.
Did you get here before or after your 10th birthday?
Oh, thank you, Will.
After.
I'm not from here.
Well, here's the thing.
I appreciate
There's two different things here.
Dibs knows repeating bits is the worst thing you can do.
We're not. I hadn't got their take.
You can be from somewhere, but he can rep the Bay
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he's
All day.
been here for more than half his life.
Hunter Pence reps the Bay all day.
All day.
That's
Well,
fine.
we're still pending his Bay. We're still pending his Bay.
Saying hella. That's
town biz, baby.
Yeah. You're hella not from here.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I want to stay till 3 right now. Where was I yesterday? I should have been locked in.
Listen to
Odyssey app.
95.7 The
Gotta
Game,
hustle.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, and Steiny and Goo are next.
This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what is up, everybody? Afternoon, Bay Area. My town.
Our town.
Let me tell you, we're done with yesterday's discussion.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I hope
love you, man.
I hope everybody took it in the spirit it was meant. So far, so good. Nobody was trying to meet me outside the office.
I knew that.
Hey, all right. Here's what. Seriously.
First of all, I'm not your buddy.
That was only one that was upset.
Yeah. So I'm watching the Warriors last night. They win 110-98. And here's what was hitting. Here's what hit me. It was like, I think it was the second quarter. Yeah, it was early in the second quarter. They have a lineup, I think, of Iguodala, Klay, Steph was in there. I don't know if it was Poole or Looney. Maybe it might have been Kuminga. But I'm looking at this team, and I was just looking at this team, and then I was looking at the Thunder, and I get it. The Thunder, a long way. They
play hard.
They're 3. Put that on their tombstone. They're 3 years away from being 3 years away. But I'm looking at the Warriors, and I'm thinking, well, they don't even have Draymond. And I said to myself, this is a championship team.
No doubt.
This is a championship team.
With Draymond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, at their best.
Right.
Or, but you're getting to where I'm going. I'm like, this team can win a championship. But then I thought, okay, but what has to happen for them to win a championship? Okay. Because, look, they're going to be a top 2 seed, most likely. But the thing I was thinking about the Warriors is the one thing that kind of have working against them just a hair, even though it's been a great bounce back year, is it's championship or bust. I mean, if they get to the NBA Finals and lose,
it would be Heartbreak Hotel.
It might be we may look at a great year, but that ain't a championship.
And would we say the run is finally over? The dynasty is dead?
No, I wouldn't. Okay, I wouldn't. In fact,
but it's been a minute since you added anything to it.
Let's put it this way: no. I would say that if they get to the NBA Finals and lose, the dynasty is on life support.
All right,
but I didn't know that it could even get back to life support. In other words, this may have come back from the dead a little bit.
And there's the compliment in this season in itself.
But it's still all about title or bust. If the Golden State Warriors get to the NBA
Steph Curry
Finals,
and now you got Klay.
And the other thing is, if you get to the NBA Finals and the Bucks beat you, you know what? You're 3-3 in
or
NBA
Brooklyn,
Finals,
or Philly,
whoever.
Yeah.
But you're 3-3.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Don't get me wrong. That's good. Being 3-3.
Yeah, but people want this shit because Steph still, and we love Klay. Steph is Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5, so you want him back on that mantle. He's still candidate for MVP, Steiny. And again, I did not see this season coming to, what they're doing now, and it's a mixture of the old recipe with before Dre got hurt, Dre, Steph, and Klay, and then you got the youngsters everywhere you look. Right now, the Warriors are rolling. And I heard Rick Barry on with the Morning Roast, Steiny, and there can't be a Warrior fan that can ignore the rat on the table, which is Draymond. And when I bring that name up, do I sound like a hater? Am I turning the volume down? Am I saying the party's over? I just can't take much more of watching this Warrior team thinking about what you think about chips.
Yeah, they've won 9 in a row.
Yeah, but the league is so, and it's not why they won 9, but Sonny, how many good teams are there? The league is in bad shape. There are some just terrible teams. I got the league pass.
Well, I don't want to talk about the terrible teams. I want to talk about teams that can win a championship.
And the Warriors are one of them.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting. I'm watching last night's game. Iguodala comes back. Then he leaves the game, and he's got lower back tightness.
Straight to the locker room.
And after the game, Steve Kerr says, yeah, it's a concern. So I'm thinking, this is... We always talk about, well, can the Warriors win it without Steph? No. Can they win it without Draymond? No. But that's not the way it happens. Like, we tend to think about that, Guru, in a way of like, well, Steph Curry got hurt tomorrow and missed the rest of the season. Well, yeah, then the Warriors are done.
Okay.
But that's not really the way it usually happens. What usually happens is, for you to get to the NBA Finals, you got to play at least 20 playoff games, essentially.
Yeah.
That's 4 or 5 game series. Okay, Andre Iguodala.
Iggy.
Right? Let's say the Warriors...
I got him on right now.
Let's say the Warriors 22 playoff games. They would be the average.
This year, okay.
Yeah, to win a title, they got to win 22. They got to. It'll take them 22 games.
Right.
They won 2 6-game series, 2 5-game series, something like that. How many games will Andre Iguodala play of those 22?
I got to believe, and I mean what I'm about to say.
And how many does he need to play, in theory?
He would need to play at least 18. And I feel like the Andre that I'm seeing, the Andre that goes back to I'm a minimum paid player, having fun with that, I think he's pacing himself. And when it's go time, he'll be there for 20 of the 22. Because if he's not, Steiny, this was a failure.
Okay. I got to tell you, if I were Vegas,
okay,
and let's use the number 22. There's 22 games. 888-957-9570, because this involves way more than Iguodala. Because we're talking championship now. We're not talking first round and out.
Yeah.
I would see, I think he'll play 11 of 22. Like, that's what I would expect.
So physically, you think he'll never get back before April starts?
My feeling is, once you get into the postseason and you start going game day off, game day off, game day off, and then, because he's Iguodala, if he's going to go game, well, then he'll probably become less effective. So, I'm thinking 11. And
Okay, I
now,
got two
and then
things
what
for
I
you
ask
when you're
myself is, okay, so, but you're optimistic. That's fair.
I think this is built in. This like he would really have
Fair
back
enough.
spasms.
That's
I think
fair.
this was built in of hey, just chill and be ready
fair.
when it's go time.
That's fair. That's fair. I also think, like, if Iguodala had the same injury, and it was, but here's what I think about Iguodala: if his back were the same right now. And it would. So here's what it sounds to me like you're saying: if the playoffs were now, Iguodala would be playing.
No doubt.
Yeah. See, that's where
every other night would not be a problem.
That's
for
where
him
I
either.
differ from you because I think Iguodala is so sophisticated that he would say, "Where are we in the playoffs?" Well, it's a first round, game 2 and 3.
Okay.
He'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not going to play those games. We're fine."
Let me throw something at you. This is not 2016. This is not the 2016 Iggy. Not taking anything away from him, but Steiny, let's just say it was 11 of 22. To me, it's not as Iggy goes, the
you're
Warriors
right.
go.
He's
you
not
got
as important.
JTA now.
Yeah, he's not as important.
I
No, you're
rest my
right.
case.
You're right.
And that's not a diss to him,
Right.
but
And-
that they got more versions like Gremlins.
And what I'm saying is before the season or early in the season, when he was playing well, I said, they're going to need Iguodala to win a championship.
Okay.
All right, I don't really feel that way. I think they can win one.
No doubt. Yeah.
If he were lost tomorrow, that would not help. But I still okay. So that's Iguodala. All right. My next question is: if James Wiseman doesn't play a game, can they win a title? To me, the answer is of course. That's my answer. Of course, they can win a title. They've been almost the best team in the NBA all year, and then he hasn't played a game. So to me, that's where I put Wiseman.
Okay.
What about you?
Hell yes. And I'm getting more mad. I keep going to Rick Barry, the great that was on the morning roast today. Steiny, I got to paraphrase. Something else has got to be going on, but I'm getting more mad because I feel like something else is going on and we're not in the know. And we keep getting these back to practice. But to answer your question and stay on par here, hell yes, they can win without him.
Okay. Steph and Klay. All right, Steph and Klay, essentially, they're playing as they've played together the last dozen games. In other words, Curry's going to... If Steph and Klay continue to play essentially how they've been playing, all right, Steph is going to shoot 38% from threes. He's going to shoot 42.5. Klay's numbers aren't great either.
Right. But he's working his way back.
Can the Warriors win a title if they play... If they maintain this level of play but don't get better?
I honestly believe if Klay were not to be available, they still could get it done with Curry at the metrics that he's currently at. I mean that. He's more than just numbers. But if something happened to Steph, then it's off the table. There's no way.
Okay, but that's the question is, assuming Klay and Steph continue to play essentially like they're...
Yeah, they can win it, Steiny.
See, I think there's some people out there that would say, no, they've got to pick it up one level.
Right, but I don't.
888-957-9570. Those are the kind of questions we're asking today. Because you watch the Golden State Warriors, and look, this team has the second best record in basketball. The goal, I think, at the beginning of the season for a lot of folks was, can they get into the top 4? Well, they're going to get into the top 4.
No doubt.
And they're likely going to finish 2.
It could be
All
one,
right?
but yeah.
So let's start talking about this team like it is, like a championship team. All right. Let's move on.
Oh, I was like, I'm waiting for the
because I like
steak.
As it relates to Curry and Klay. My answer there is, boy, I don't know. Like, on the one hand, I think, well, if they continue to shoot like this, which is below, it's a level below the way they've shot over their careers. Can they still win it? And I'm like, ooh, I don't think so. Like, I think they've got to play better. They've got to take it up to that next level.
What if Wiggins and Poole did that?
Hold on. Yeah. But they have a history of that, Curry and Klay.
Yeah.
Well, now you're getting back to these 3 guys, because this is, to me, a huge thing. Kuminga, Poole, and Wiggins. Like, everybody likes what they've been doing, but this is the regular season.
Let's go speak. You preach.
Kuminga is 19. Poole has never played in the postseason, and Wiggins played one postseason. So
against the Rockets.
So can we expect Wiggins, Poole, and Kuminga will their play get better or worse in the postseason, or will it stay the same?
Now, collectively, I could answer that, or individually. I think Wiggins is ready to break out.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing fluke or, not big stage about what he's doing and the way he's played even when he was in Minnesota being the one with Cat. So I think this is his coming out party, the offs. Kuminga, it could go either way, and I'll be negative just, and say, okay, maybe he hits a wall and struggles and trying to go too fast. No big deal. And as far as Jordan Poole, Steiny, he is lethal. And that's why I think Poole and Wiggins together are Geico for Klay and Curry. Not that they'll replace them, but if those two aren't hitting from the field like we're accustomed to, these two guys can have breakout games. So to answer your question, 2 of the 3, I think, can elevate their game. Then this is why. The Warriors play a different brand. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. They play a different brand of basketball. And when they got Steph and Klay out there, and you see that pedigree with Kerr, Steiny, to me, it just does something for guys, the others, to where they know they don't got to be Rocky Balboa. They just got to contribute and be the best version of themselves. And that's what has them successful and surprising. So I don't think that's going to dissipate come playoff time.
Yeah, but everything's going to get tougher. And guys respond in certain ways. And that's
I get the question, though.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
So Kevon Looney.
Oh, he's already done it.
So let me just ask you this again. Two things.
He's in the best shape of his life.
If Looney were to go down tomorrow and go on for the rest of the season, are they done?
Damn, Steiny, I thought I never would answer this question.
Because that's the way I want to ask it. Because the reality is that's not happening. Right. But again, I always say, okay, now you're in the playoffs.
I'm giving Looney the respect of what he's doing,
right,
and hold it down with. I would say yes, they may be done.
I would tend to agree with
Teams like Milwaukee and Phoenix, you would miss the hell out of Looney.
Like
Dre.
If you were to say, just a general question, without looking into it too much.
Your hair's phenomenal.
Can the Warriors win a title without Kevon Looney? I think my answer would be no.
And I thought I would never say no.
Right.
He's balling. He helps Draymond. Draymond helps him. Right. But if you're telling me that clog is gone,
so that's
you got problems.
Like that's kind of what I'm thinking now with the Warriors.
What a compliment to Loon, man.
And I take it Draymond has to be healthy.
Yeah,
as far as everybody's concerned.
Dude.
Anyway, so that's the way I like to think about it. Let's start talking about the Golden State Warriors for who they are. They're a championship contender. So now that they're a championship contender, because say it took us 40, 50 games. That's fair. Some people had higher expectations. Some had lower. Doesn't matter what you had now. Right now, they're 41-13.
They're balling.
What's got to happen now? How do they win a title? They just if
I know what
if
my
things
answer
keep
is.
rolling like they're rolling, can they win a title? And what I mean by that is, guys are kind of bouncing in and out. Can they?
What if
I think they've got. I think they've got to pick it up. Whatever this means, they got to take one step higher. And then I think they could win a title. They just got to get a little better.
Okay, what if I let you have that and I said it's medical for me? They got to get good medical, not reviews, info back on Draymond and Wiseman, because I said they could do it without James, but if he were available, Steiny, that would go a long way. Draymond's prognosis is bigger than any 9-game, 10-game winning streak, if that makes any sense.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. 888-957-9570. Let's start talking about the Warriors in reality. This is a championship contender, plain and simple. What has to happen for them to win the title? Of course, they have to be healthy, but the reality is, how healthy do they have to be?
Certain individuals.
They don't need to necessarily have 5 Ironmen from this point to the end of the year. 888-957-9570, because if you look at their past, they've played without players before on their way to title. The big man situation that everybody's worried about, stop worrying about it. It's fine. Nothing will happen unless something happens, and I'll explain on the other side. We're now streaming live and on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to the twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, The Comcast Business Text line, always open, 888-957-9570.
Want to pay off your 30-year mortgage in half the time? Network Capital is offering a low...
fans right off the bat is stop worrying about the center spot.
Why?
Because nothing's going to happen.
Well,
nothing's going to happen.
Well, Dre, I'm putting him at the 5. And Wiseman, they get good health and a bill of health. They're back.
Bottom line is they're not going to do anything unless and until they have
and what's out there? Millsap.
You'd be surprised.
Like
I could get you excited over 5 names. I know that.
Dwight Howard.
Is he on the team?
No, I'm joking. He's on the
I'm joking too.
D'Antoni's team.
Look, here's what's going on. I'll tell you right now. Bob Myers to me, he lumps 3 players together. He lumps Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, and Wiseman together as their bigs. All right. I get Bielitsa plays some stretch 5, but he's not in this one. Okay, so what do we got? We got Kevon Looney, just turned 26, playing the best basketball of his career. And it's clear that right now, they're just going to keep playing Looney like they're playing him. And they're going to hope he's an Iron Man this year. And he plays 100 games. 80 regular season, 20 playoffs, essentially. Okay, so Looney right now is the rock. They don't have to do anything with him. Wiseman. All right, where is Wiseman right now? Well, you know where he is? They believe it's not yet past the point where James Wiseman can get healthy enough to play the last 15 or 20 games of the regular season.
We're 54 in.
Yeah. So let's say mid-March. Hopefully, or let's say early March, Wiseman can start getting reacclimated, and by the playoffs, he's able to give us 6 minutes a half.
12 minutes, I'll take it.
Yeah, just something like that. That's what they believe right now.
And he's not J.J. Redick. He's 7'1", so just go out there and be 7'1", because we know you ain't had all the time to ramp up. But go ahead, I like it, Steiny.
So at this point, the plan is Wiseman's going to get back. There's still going to be time enough in the regular season to have him contribute in the best way he possibly can this particular season. All right, now what do we got with Draymond? We got a back issue. Well, okay, we got a back issue. Well, guess what? Draymond and the team is very optimistic. It sounds like everybody acknowledges that best case scenario, or what they hope to happen, is Draymond comes back early March and he's ready for money time. They clearly believe that. And all signs point to that happening at this point. So until they realize it's too late for Wiseman, or until they realize Draymond's not going to be Draymond, or until Looney gets banged up and they're like, holy cow, he's going to miss 6 weeks, they're not going to do anything. They're just not. They don't have to.
Right.
Now, the minute Wiseman, the minute they say, holy hell, Wiseman's done for the year.
It won't be holy hell, though, to me. I think like you said, they got their traits. They know who they are as a team without him.
Right. But the point is if you lose Wiseman
this year,
I think you gotta go out and get somebody.
Oh, okay. But somebody would have to come off.
Yeah, then you got to waive somebody.
Wow, Steiny. Who would you want? Who are the candidates? It ain't going to be... Ooh, that would
JTA.
No,
Damian
JTA
Lee.
go. Yeah, the fan base would go crazy. Lee ain't going anywhere. He'll take and make a big shot anytime. Bielitsa would be the leader in the clubhouse.
Okay, so you'd have to lose Bielitsa. Yeah, that's whatever. I'll just use Marc Gasol. You go out and get Marc Gasol, and you get rid of Bielitsa, and hopefully Gasol can give you 5 minutes and 5 minutes a half.
I'll see where you're going.
So that's to me where it's going. If Draymond. If they mid-March say, holy hell, Draymond's not going to be Draymond this year, plain and simple, then what do you do?
I got something for you. You got to get on that phone. I'm going to say something to you about Draymond. So he can come back, but my fear is, will he be able to do Draymond things? Will he be able to perfect what he was able to do when he was healthy? And I don't think they know that until he goes out there and tries it, Steiny. So at this point, you got to believe they don't know. And all this time, because it's been a minute, all this time lets you know how severe it is. Is anything that I just said, do you think, Goo, you might be putting too much mayonnaise on the burger?
No, I just think they're looking at it positively rather than – they're not going to say, we got to make a move assuming Draymond Green's not going to be Draymond Green. They're saying right now.
They got to see it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. They have to. Or they don't have to, obviously, but clearly, until they know that Wiseman can't help them this year, they're going to keep rolling. And that may not be till
I got a question for you.
A month and a half.
No, you're right. And I can't stand it. And Fitz the other day, Steiny was the last game, like he can't wait for it. He had brought Dre up. What keeps Kuminga out of that trifecta you just mentioned at the 5 spot? With Wiseman, Loon?
He's not out of it. He's not out of that trifecta. But the way I look at him is he's just gravy.
Right.
That's all. I mean, I'm not saying Kuminga won't get time.
Oh,
But I'm saying he's not really in this one just because he's going to keep doing what he's doing, I'm assuming. Like if Kuminga got hurt tomorrow, they're not going to make a move.
No doubt.
It's just God, we got to play the rest of the year without Kuminga.
That stinks.
If any of those other 3 guys go down, they got to make a move.
No doubt.
They got to make a move.
But we could play this game with every team, right? You know what I mean?
But essentially that's kind of the thing I always think about is, hey, happy birthday, Klay Thompson.
Happy birthday.
32 years old today.
32?
We tend to talk about it. And Steph Curry, 34 in March. That's why we tend to talk about it. We could do this for any team. You're right. But players north of 30 tend to get hurt more than players south of 30.
I would take 30. Well, I'm 31. But
Austin in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man? What do you got?
I'm doing pretty good. Sound like y'all doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Also. Okay, look, here's what I got. Hey, I like how I seen Iguodala and Kuminga in the game at the same time. He, like I said once before, Kuminga compliments Iguodala. If he can, don't look so stiff on the court, he gonna be a real good player down the stretch for us, and we gonna see Andre Iguodala in the finals for them 4 games. That's what we want him at. And with Wiseman, man, the league should be worried about the word. They're gonna be scary. Just imagine Kuminga dropping 18, Jordan Poole dropping around like the same thing, Wiseman getting a little double. They do got the new assistant coach for the center spot. That's why Looney out there grabbing all them boards, and you mix that with Wiseman offensive game and them boards also. Man, the word will be scary. That's all I got.
Appreciate the call.
You're going to need Iggy to get to the finals, though. We love the callers, Donnie. These games are going to be fierce.
I mean, honestly.
And that clutch 3 always seems to hit.
I broke
my back.
Early in the season.
I know.
Early in the season, I would have said that they were going to need Iguodala in a pretty important role. Now, I don't know.
But the stakes aren't as high.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if they go hard every game, but like you said, some guys might get lemon booty, and
I'm just saying.
But you're gonna need I gave you my answer. They can win it without Iguodala, but still, there's no way they could go through this terrain of the offs and not need them.
Well, then
you need that veteran moxie and that guy that'll take that dagger 3.
That's a tightrope you just walked.
But I think he's living that way.
Can the Warriors win it without Iguodala? Can the Warriors win it if Iguodala's only playing every other playoff game?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Yeah. Can they win it if Iguodala is out for the rest of the season from this point on?
I still got to say yes.
Yeah, me too. No need to be scared of that.
I'm not scared.
Okay. Of course Iguodala would make it easier. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, could they win it? Come on, man. Let's talk brass tacks, as they say. Let's go.
Maybe he's getting all the absences out right now. The PTO's out the way.
Maybe. But it doesn't matter because we've just agreed that if he weren't to come back, that's not going to put...
but that would tax other people.
Sure, it would. And it also would give other guys more of an opportunity.
To fail.
To shine.
Well, right. That's obvious. But if you don't, then you fail because he's done it at the biggest stage.
And then...
NBA Finals MVP.
Yeah. Well, you can't... The other thing you can't do is for 7 years complain about Curry not getting the Finals MVP then say, Andre Iguodala, that's a Finals MVP right there.
Oh, well, it was never an assassination on the guy's character. It's just he has that's the truth.
Tony's in Oakland. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. So what I want to say is, if we keep this pace right now, we're gonna be all right. But when it comes to the offs, like Steiny was saying, man, they're gonna have to step it up. The young boys gonna have to step it up. Poole, I really think our biggest X factor right now is Kuminga, because if you look at it right now, the offs, man, their only kryptonite in the offs is Giannis and Andre Ayton. Other than that, everyone else is pretty much a lockdown, man. If Poole can step it up on D, be a good two-way player, man, we looking real right now, man. I mean, everything's looking up. I agree with you, fellas, man. I think we can do it without Andre Iguodala, but we're going to need our dark horse back in Day-Day. Day-Day's going to have to come back. You know, like you guys were saying, we're in the offs, man. The guarantee we're in the offs right now. We just got to keep stepping up. And when the offs comes, you know, you got to play every game like it's another game. And don't joke like Joe Harris did last year. All right, fellas.
Appreciate it. See, this is what bothers.
The offs.
This is what bothers me.
Thing.
You ready? This is what bothers me. 650.
Oh, I ain't even.
How about Wiggins and Wiseman for Lillard? Free up a spot on the roster and look.
Lillard went under the knife.
Well, he's supposed to come back this year. The point is, there's no chance they're making a move like that.
Lillard, for give it to me again.
Let's play. Do we have that Bob Myers sound where he was talking about this team? Let's hit it, Spadone. Listen to this.
I don't think we look at the roster as deficient. Doesn't mean we think the roster is perfect. We don't think that. But at the same time, we don't feel like there's something lacking. And again, I caveat that with no roster is perfect. But we don't look at it and say, we really need to get X, or we better find this before the playoffs. Now, if health factors in, that changes things. And that could be an answer in the buyout equation. We don't have a clear picture right now of what the roster will look like, only because of injury. If healthy, we really like it, even though we haven't seen it. So I guess that would be my answer to that.
There it is. If healthy, we really like it. That means if they feel like Wiseman, you know what?
And we haven't seen
I should never say his name first. If they feel like Draymond Green and Wiseman will be are going to be relatively healthy in the postseason, they're not going to make a move. Hey, Spadone, you're going to have to go to the tape.
Uh-oh.
Because I got a text here that says, hey, Steiny, it's brass tacks, not brass taxes. And I'm like thinking, I know it's brass tacks. But did I say taxes? If I did, I need to acknowledge the misspeak, which rips my heart out, but I'll do it. There you go. You got to start thinking about the Warriors.
I do every game.
Great. That's great. They're 41-13, everybody.
Yeah.
But we hang banners out here in our Bay Area.
And where's
my
Draymond?
Bay Area?
Yeah, that's all I want.
So
the
what do they got to do?
notes.
What do they got to do from this point on to win it? Do they just keep rolling? And is it good enough if they just keep rolling? Does Steph have to be more like Steph of the last 10 years rather than the Steph of this year? Because we could all acknowledge at this point he's not shooting the ball like he shot it in the past.
But he's a big part and an MVP candidate of why they're 41-13.
And
now people could say, well,
so
that's
can
regular.
They win it if he doesn't play any better?
There's no doubt, Steiny, he can. Because I don't think people are computing what he means to other people for them to get off even on a bad day.
That's
and the
fair.
attention. Now we got Klay, and Klay ain't bashful. Was that one of the doors?
Right. And I think what are their numbers?
Well, see that now I lose this.
No, you don't lose it. They could look. They've won 9 in a row essentially, and they're shooting. They're not shooting great.
A lot of Rockets in there. A lot of bad teams.
That's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I think they're gonna have to shoot the ball better.
Okay.
Like
and I said I don't agree with that, I agree with that.
For example, like at the end of, let's say the Warriors win the title. Okay,
a parade.
They play 25 games.
Yeah.
All right, they have a 7-game. Okay.
Curry Finals MVP.
If over the 25 games, I look and it says Steph Curry shot 38% from 3 in the postseason, 42 overall, and Klay Thompson, we're at the numbers he's at right now, which I don't know offhand, but they're low 40s and mid 30s. I'd be surprised.
I wouldn't.
I would be surprised.
Because you left something out. How many trips to the free throw line?
Well, Klay doesn't go to the free throw line.
Well, but hopefully by then he'll add that.
He's never gone to the line more than twice a game, essentially.
It feels like he's going more since he's come back.
I'm just saying.
Well, he's dribbling more.
I'm just saying we're only talking about a point or two there. And Curry doesn't go to the line as much as he has in the past.
What grade would you give Klay since that Cleveland game with Steiny? Not just numbers, and I know you're not that guy, just with everything overall.
B+.
Yeah. It's some science. Is like, we look at Kevin Durant before he got re-injured, like, how'd he come back? But Steiny, I'm surprised.
Moose is in San Jose. What's going on, Moose? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, how you doing? I wanted to just call in, and you were talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody. I wanted to just kind of give my 2 cents in terms of how I feel about Kuminga. Now, I'm not making the direct comparison, but it's very reminiscent of like 2012, 2013 Spurs with Tim Duncan and Manu and Tony Parker kind of on the decline. Now, I'm not saying Steph and Klay are 100% on their decline, but clearly they're a little past their prime. And you have a super athletic rookie coming in. Now, again, skills-wise, he's not as refined as Kawhi Leonard, but Jonathan Kuminga gives you that athletic ability that Kawhi Leonard kind of had coming in 11, 12, and 13 and 14. He was able to kind of put his skills together to become the Finals MVP. Again, I'm not directly correlating the skills. I'm just saying a super athletic kid coming in to kind of try to take over the reins. And the other thing is you know what? He's kind of doing everything that you thought Wiseman was supposed to do, and damn near doing it better than the kid did when he was on the floor. So I'm not too worried about Wiseman needing to be out there. You don't need him to win a championship. I don't think you need Iggy either to win the championship. I'm the biggest Iggy supporter, and I don't think you need him to win it this year. Draymond, you definitely do. Those shooting numbers on Klay and Steph, I do think you could win it with them kind of eking into those lower numbers of their career because you're getting the support from Wiggins, Poole, and you're getting some great defense on the other end. So if you have that, I do think you could squeak by with those numbers. You don't like them, but I think with the current roster setup, you can get by.
That's a great call as far as I'm concerned. Thanks, Moose. 888-957-9570. I was talking to Goo earlier, and I said, man, I'm watching that game last night against Oklahoma City, and that's a championship team, the Warriors. They can win a title, and that's the goal. And Joe Lakers about hanging banners. And so I came in today saying, we got to start talking about this team like it's a championship team. And if it's a championship team, what's got to happen for them to win it again? To win it again. Do they just have to keep playing like they're playing? See, I think they're going to have to play better, obviously, but
a couple people.
But they're 41 and whatever.
13.
Without it. How about this? I'll say this. He said Kuminga, Kawhi. I'm going to go back a little further because I think Kawhi was better than Kuminga at that point when they won a title. Right. To me, he's got a little Rodman/Sally in him for the Pistons bad boys. Like that team, the Pistons starting team,
Spider and the Worm,
was not that athletic.
Right.
It had Lane Beer, who wasn't really that athletic. Yeah. Early on, it had Dantley. He played below the rim. Isaiah is a great athlete. Dumars too, but they weren't overly athletic. But when Rodman and Sally came in the game, it just gave them a totally new dimension. So that's what I anticipate. That's what I think Kuminga could be this year for the Warriors. Go checking into a playoff game and just giving 15 minutes where
reckless abandon.
Yeah. He changes the game because of his energy. Gets a putback, gets a block, gets a great dunk, gets a steal. Next thing you know, you were down 7, and now you're up 2, and it was spurred on by Kuminga.
Are you proud of me that, because every night the guy hits the floor talking about Kuminga, there's just a monster dunk that your boy don't come in here talking about the dunk? I kind of just like he's got his used to it.
Last night?
Yeah, putback.
Yeah,
very good. No,
don't be afraid to bring
reminds me of young Dwight Howard physically. Shoulders.
He's not that big.
Is he?
I mean, he's not. Jeez.
I mean, he got some broad shoulders, Donnie.
Dwight was 7'1".
He was, but skinny, but chiseled. Not good skin, like muscle skinny. Like now, he's just he's muscle man. Neck turn. Now before he had the slack. Kuminga is a beast.
Come off that.
I'm not thinking about the 7'1".
That's what I'm saying.
How many inches we talking about with height?
At least 4.
Yeah.
And I got to believe at least 30 pounds.
How does he look on TV, though? He looks like...
Honestly, he doesn't look
menacing.
Monstrous
to
me on
that
TV.
Back, those shoulders.
Yeah, to me, it's quickness more than anything else.
He's got that. They hit a homer. G League elite. Moody.
Yeah.
Well, no, Moody went to what school?
Arkansas. He played for Eric Musselman.
Oh, your boy, he must. That's
By the way, it was funny because I was listening to Dibs earlier in the show when I was coming in, and he was starting to scratch at the surface of something, and it's not good or bad, but it's kind of the way I think.
Can't wait.
And it's just God, Poole's really good, and holy cow, Kuminga could be a star, and who else is in the mix?
Moody.
Yeah, not so much him, and Wiseman. What if they can't? And I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but he hit it. Yeah, exactly.
I said this.
They can't keep paying everybody.
Oh, keep paying. Okay.
They can't keep. Was it Willard? But Dibs agreed. Like, they can't. It's got to end sometime.
And to put another rat on the table, on top of that, when you talk about the chicken, Jordan Poole has to have that mechanism to where I'll be third or fourth fiddle. What is the disease of me?
Yeah, but he can go somewhere else. I mean, he'll be restricted.
That's all I'm saying.
So, by the way, we got Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. Talk some football with him.
Somebody said Dwight Howard 6'10".
No, you're right.
Do we know if Ross Tucker's at the Pro Bowl?
Let's hope not.
I can just ask him. Hey, Ross, we at the Pro Bowl. I'm hanging up.
You got to Google it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Couple trades today real quick before I go to break. Kings made an awful trade. The Kings made
me and Spadoni ain't speaking.
Listen, if in 2 years from now I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think the Kings made an awful trade.
What is Halliburton a future All-Star in your estimation?
I'm not sure.
To me, he's not.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
but you know what?
They robbed the King fans of seeing that.
I mean, what? We can talk about it on the other side. We got a lot to talk about. We're going to get into football. There's a trade that's being rekindled, and it looks like it could actually happen now. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. 888-957-9570. What do the Warriors have to do to win a title from this point on? How healthy do they have to be? Who's got to play better? Look, this is a championship team. Let's start talking like they're a championship team at 888-957-9570. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Steve Kerr directing traffic. Says Wiggins set a screen. So Curry now gets the rookie Giddy. Curry working alone. Step back. Nothing to do. Finds Thompson for three. Got another one. Klay Thompson. Back-to-back three.
They gave him so much room. I cannot believe his defender did not challenge that.
Birthday.
I agree, Jim. I agree.
I love Jim.
I agree, Jim. Look, that game was never in danger of the Warriors losing.
They cut it to the starters.
Please.
Curry had to come back in.
Can you wait for me to finish?
Well, I'm excited, and I was talking first, but go ahead.
The Thunder were never going to win that game.
Tell me something we don't know.
Well, you said, hey.
What about Curry's last three? My boy plays to the end.
You know what's funny? Your boy plays to the end. But about 2 weeks ago, there was a game in which the Lakers were down. Spadone, help me. And they were down, but they had a score, and LeBron drove in for a layup. And nobody said LeBron plays till the end. There was talk and memes about how, look, he's thinking about Jabbar. Remember, he made a layup with 4.3 seconds left. The Lakers were down like
Jabbar,
11, and he absolutely got lambasted. Curry puts. I think he's a rookie, right? No. Anyway.
Yeah.
And he plays till the end. I just try to bring out some incongruities. That's all. By the way, we got some news. Bunch of news. Klay Thompson's going to miss tomorrow's game in Utah, and he's going to play against the Knicks on Thursday.
TNT.
He doesn't play back-to-back.
Okay.
So they're just going to rest him tomorrow rather than Wednesday.
This is my gym.
I think they're going to... how about this? I don't see him winning both games. It's a gutsy prediction.
But Utah's been a mess.
Well, actually,
they've
won 3 in a row now. I think they're desperate because Ingles is gone. They're starting to rally. They're starting to realize it's
go time.
Yeah, and now they've hit by adversity. And
well, they owe the Warriors because the Warriors went up there and spanked them.
And don't sleep on the Knicks. You're coming off a back-to-back, and they play defense.
Oh no, they're long.
So,
who's your favorite? You got a favorite Knick?
No. Do I have a favorite Knick? Let me think.
It was Julius for me, but he can't go right.
Is there any Knick I like?
Oh, I like
Steve
Obi
Novak.
I mean, I'm not a fan of
Obi Toppin.
R.J. Barrett.
My son's
Toppin,
game, Lil Daryl is like R.J. Barrett.
Who else have? Mitchell?
R.J. Barrett, though.
He's all right.
And what's about your Kimba?
He's done.
Fournier?
Dude,
you know
he
what?
can
When
shoot.
Fournier's...
Dude, tell me about it. He's the guy you see at 24-hour fitness.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not taking him.
Hey, that boy can shoot, though, when he's hot, Steiny.
Yeah. Never mind. Steiny's such a tease. Yeah, I know. There were a couple other things I wanted to bring. Let's go to Vegas, Rob. Talk to me, Vegas, Rob. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man? What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
You got it?
Hey, we got a new name for you, Steiny. Bayside Steiny, man. I don't care what they say, man.
Yeah, what it is.
Yeah. I tried to call yesterday, man, but the line was so packed. But, man, like Rakim said, man, it ain't where you're from, it's where you at.
Oh, I love it. Put that on a shirt.
The Golden State Warriors, what we looking at, man, is the transitioning, man. We got this our new team. This is the future. And I do believe that Steph and Klay will usher these boys into the future. Do we need Draymond? Nah, but we need to learn from Draymond. You know, Draymond not be there. He might not be there, but we need to learn from him, his defensive tactics and his smartness to get this team into the future. But this the future, man. You know, we ain't worried about Phoenix and all that because them boys put that confidence in them in Christmas, and they beat them. So they not worried about that, man. I think this team going to come out the West, and we going to be strong. It's going to be a tough task, but we're going to be strong. And we ain't worried about Aiden, man. Aiden is garbage, man. This is his contract year.
Yeah.
That dude ain't
Vegas, Rob.
I don't like that. Vegas, I don't like garbage. I don't like that word.
I told Steiny in the green room, the only thing that bothers me about this beautiful season is you are missing the DPOY because he was leading, and you call us and say you can do it without Dre?
Well, again.
That's getting fat-headed. You know, you get big-headed.
Well,
Vegas, Rob. Keep it real.
Because I'm such a stickler. What are we talking about where you can win it without Draymond Green?
If we get news in the next month that he'll be out for the season,
including the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think they can win it all.
I'm with you. And I think that line would be around the corner. Are you watching teams, what they do against the Warriors in the paint in losses? That's what concerns me. When they got active bigs, let me cue up the Minnesota game where Cat looked like, you called him Jabbar. He looked like Kareem down there getting busy. Long dudes without Draymond. What's all that? When the Cat's away, who plays?
The mice.
Yeah, right.
It's a good. No, that's a good one. Actually, I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
But again, like, I want to get a little more detail. Like, yeah, if he's done now, but what about, what about March 1st comes around and they're like, Dre's not ready.
Ooh,
we're going to give him another month.
That's April.
And then once we get into April,
first round.
Mid-April to later April's the first round. And
what shape is he going to be in?
Well, exactly. Those are the things. And here's the other thing.
Fitz will tell me to stop worrying.
You know how long the playoffs last? 10 weeks.
Good God.
10 weeks. So, April, May, 2 months. Let's say 8 weeks.
All right.
It's a little.
Still a stretch.
Exactly.
Of every other day.
So
40 games, 40 nights.
Like, it's not likely. In fact, I don't know that it's ever happened where everybody's going to play all the playoff games. Like, that just doesn't happen. Let me ask you a question.
I just went automatically to Jordan and Pippen. Like, they were there.
Steph Curry's missed 11 playoff games during their 5-year run.
Okay. The comeback game.
11 out of 124. So 1 out of 10 games he missed. All right?
We're talking about the super team, though, with KD.
No.
Oh, you're going the whole 5.
I'm going the whole 5. All right, the whole 5.
Yeah.
He missed 11 games. How many games do you think Draymond missed during that run?
I'm going to say 3.
1.
And I didn't trust
it was his
myself.
suspension.
Okay, wow.
Draymond
so that don't
Green,
even count.
Draymond Green did not miss one game because of injury during their 5-year run.
All right.
Klay Thompson. How many games did Klay Thompson miss during their 5-year run because of injury?
I know 2. I'm going 4.
1.
What about the finals?
He played game 6 when he got hurt.
Yeah, okay. Wow!
He missed game 3 of the last finals.
Man!
All right. So that's what I'm thinking.
But they were younger.
Right. So, exactly. So what I'm saying is, can Draymond and Klay Thompson not miss a playoff game during the entire postseason? Can Steph Curry only miss 2 playoff games during the postseason if they go to the finals?
I see.
And now there's KD. KD missed 12 of 59 playoff games. Obviously, we just took the 3 years that he was here.
Okay.
So without Curry, they were 8-3. Without Durant, they were 8-4. Draymond, they were 0-1, and Klay, they were 0-1. Not that that matters. But Durant's not here anymore. So you start looking at Curry, Draymond, and Thompson, and you're like, wow, were they pretty healthy during all the postseasons?
Iggy, too. You think this added bulk will help? A text line to 408.
Yeah.
You think this added muscle that we talk about will help Steph in the offs? Because we haven't seen him play in the offs in 2 years.
Yeah, maybe. I got to believe that had something to do with why he did it. Although I can't remember exactly how he finished. Well,
I'm going to give you a comparison now.
I do remember he had 15 turnovers in the last 2 games last year.
Wow.
Think about this.
Well, he had a few last night, Steph did.
Well, he had 3 right off the bat.
The one behind the back, the dude came and took it with him.
Think about this. Last year, the Warriors lost to the Lakers and then the Grizzlies.
Oh, don't remind me.
And in those 2 games, Curry had 15 turnovers and Draymond had 15 turnovers.
I'm in a good mood.
That's incredible.
Can I give you one more? That's incredible to me. Mm-hmm. Steph didn't score at home in overtime. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that one bothered me. Oh, real quick, a comp for Kuminga. I can't wait to give it to you. I'm stealing. Dominique Wilkins. Nah, Dominique wasn't. Dominique was. I'm just talking about. You see anything, or that might be.
I mean, to me, the two players you picked, one was a center, one was a small forward, and he's a power forward. But hey, man,
because he's bigger than Sean Kemp.
Is he?
Yeah, to me. S-Fly.
To me, that would be a similar body comparison.
Oh, yeah, but I think he has more LBSs than S-Fly. When he first came, it was just a maniac.
See, to me, that would be a good comp, like physically.
What'd you say, Producer E?
Early Sean Kemp.
Yeah, early. That's how you said that.
True.
Yeah, we're trying to have the problem.
A couple things.
He got big.
Couple things. The one, and we'll just. So the one trade they're saying could very well happen by the trade deadline, which is Thursday.
I get
something
mad that
involving
you buy this. Go ahead.
Is something involving Ben Simmons and James Harden.
But Steve Nash, he said James wants to be here. We want James be. So you're not buying. Oh, you think it's when the coaches get that vote of confidence and they get fired the next day?
I'm just saying. Let's say hypothetically, Harden goes to the Sixers and Simmons goes to the Nets. And there'll be other stuff, but for the sake of it, who wins that?
Philly.
I think if.
Go ahead, Steiny.
I think if Durant and Kyrie are healthy for the postseason, and you add Simmons,
okay.
I
wouldn't rule that out.
They're going to be good.
I wouldn't rule that out, but I don't think they would be better than the big three as is healthy.
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do.
Like there's two teams to me Ben can't go to, the Warriors and the Nets, because the ball would just stop, Steiny. You know what I mean? He would get it.
That's the problem with the Nets when they're healthy. They have Harden, Kyrie, and Durant. That's three guys who need the ball.
I'm thinking wop though. Do what Ben gets it, then what?
Ben's a passer. Yeah. Ben doesn't need to shoot. Ben doesn't need to take 20 shots like all three. Look, the reason the Warriors worked was because they had three superstars and they all didn't need the ball. That's the reason it worked. You can't have three stars who all need the ball. The reason it worked with the Warriors is because did Durant need the ball? Yes. Did Klay need the ball? No. Did Curry need the ball? Half the time. Yeah. So of their three superstars, to me, they had 1.5 players who needed the ball. You can't have three players who all need the ball.
Are you worried about being off all this time? Or that's not?
Of course, but I just think
because he's
I just think he fits in.
Too.
I just think he fits. He makes them better defensively.
But what about KD? Not to cut you off. What about KD coming out saying? And I buy this, Donnie. Harden ain't going anywhere. He's pro Harden.
I just said we'll see.
All right.
I just said if that trade were to happen, I think the Nets then I don't think the Nets are going to win it this year.
Well, everything's just haywire right now for him. KD and this injury.
Kyrie's going to have to obviously.
Well, what about? I told you I didn't even know you had to be boosted to get into Chase. Things are changing. The mask mandates going away. Do you think that happens by playoff time in Brooklyn to where Kyrie could play home games?
I think it's possible.
I mean, that would be a big deal.
I think it's definitely possible. We'll see.
They played Denver the other night. It was ugly, but they were without James and.
What about KD? Harden and Embiid? Could they win a title?
Oh my gosh, yes, that would be perfect. I would love to see him in Philly. Tobias Harris.
See, this is kind of where
I've started that. James needs that to get that guy to have that attention.
Yeah,
throw the lobs on the drive to Embiid because he is the MVP right now, right?
Who?
Embiid. If the season ended today, I love you, Jokic. Hey, Giannis has moved up my rankings. I put him on Twitter tonight, about 9. But my top 5 MVP rankings, dude, Embiid's balling.
Yeah, I don't think Harden's a championship player anymore.
After what he did, and
I don't think
would Chris Paul get the Warriors down 3-2?
That was 4 years ago. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
But it was arguably one of the greatest teams he was going up against.
I'm starting to think if James Harden is the best player on the team or your second best player, you can't win a title anymore.
Steiny, wow.
Steiny, you were saying this like the second week of the season.
Yeah.
That James Harden's not the player that he once was.
I don't think
I think that hammy something's up, Steiny.
All I know is like when you compare a Harden to a Steph Curry has maintained a level of play that James Harden has not maintained.
Or his body, if we want to keep it real.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Or if that's Photoshop.
Harden's gotten Harden's gotten worse, and Steph's kind of like barely gotten worse. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't.
One of the best scorers to ever do it if he never gets back up to that plateau, James.
So, and as far as the Kings go, me and
Spadoni, yeah. We had a text.
I think they made a horrible trade.
Why? Because you're down on Sabonis, though. That's because he used to be the man.
What does that mean? What do you mean? They've never
I'm about to tell you
won.
what. Well, that is not just on him, but he was an all-star, and we came in together.
All-star. He's 25 years old.
Oh, Steiny, so the Kings are thinking, okay, he can get back to that.
Are the Kings,
and they never
the Kings have better players than the Pacers?
You know what? If we were to go, man, no, the Pacers would have more talent.
Then,
why LeVert's gone.
Why do you expect Sabonis to go to the Kings and them to become better when the Pacers stink? They're 13th in the East.
And they got De'Aaron Fox. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to take a stab at it. I think now it'll be like Russell Wilson. What did they say? Let Russ cook. It'll be let Sabonis cook.
He's averaging 29 and 5. How much more cooking can he do?
And maybe that the Kings thought, McNair and Vivek, Ranadive thought, now they got a legit inside presence that they haven't had forever. We're losing.
He's not really an inside.
They had more wings than Round Table. That somebody had to go, and nobody wanted that Fox contract. Dude, he bothers me.
Of Fox, Hield, Mitchell, and Halliburton.
Give it to me.
The guy I would have not gotten rid of is Halliburton.
Right. Okay.
Like, of all those people, here's what I see.
21 years old.
Could Halliburton be a piece of a championship team?
I believe that.
Yes.
Okay.
Can Mitchell? Yeah, maybe as like a third guard.
Thank you. I'm not all high on him.
I don't see any circumstances where Fox and Hield are championship.
Well, who's to say the Kings are done? What if you add this Sabonis, though?
Here's the way,
got Fox.
Here's the way I think of Sabonis. All right. Spadone, I think you're going to love this. So will Evan. Remember when the Warriors were thinking about trading for Kevin Love? When he was in Minnesota.
I'll never forget it.
And Love had these numbers, 25 and 12. Love. He's unbelievable.
I remember.
Love. Kevin Love. Look at those numbers. He's one of the great.
For Klay.
Well, never happened, right? And what did we find out? That Kevin Love was not that player.
A fraud, man.
Not a fraud, but not that player. He wasn't 25 and 12. Get out of here. And my feeling is Sabonis is not even the player that Kevin Love was when he was in Minnesota. So what you're going to find, I think, with Sabonis is he's going to get to your team and you're going to say, 22, 10, and 5.
Garbage.
Those numbers are hollow.
You just went to the lab in your coat. I'm giving you your presentation, A+, but tell the people and myself, when did you come to this conclusion about Sabonis? How long has it been to where you said, I'm out?
I just look at their record. They're in the East. They don't win.
What about his
okay, I saw him against the Warriors.
He was off. Remember, we both came in.
They lost the game. He's not going to score.
Terrible.
I'm just saying, okay, Sabonis. Where you can't go to him consistently.
He's got a little shot too.
Okay, he's got a little everything. If Sabonis almost has to be your fourth best player to win it all. Steiny. Hey, I might be wrong. I've been wrong before.
But I'm on not the social media.
I just want nothing to do with Sabonis.
A lot of people think the Kings messed up.
I think they.
Spadoni one of them.
And again, even Buddy Hield, I don't like him at all. But
on the Lakers, Buddy Hield would have been. Who was it? Willard or Dibs? Fit. That's what the Lakers need, a shooter. Buddy Hield would have been perfect, Steiny. He ain't a bum, Buddy. Kobe liked him.
But he's selfish and he does one thing. 99%
of the league is selfish. I got league pass.
Why? Well, then. Oh yeah, how many selfish players do the Warriors have? They have one.
They don't have one.
They have one. Klay. Klay.
Oh, let
me use the word greedy. Right. Or hungry.
No, I changed my game for you know what?
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's use the word shot hunt. Right. Who shot hunts on that team?
But he bored to do it.
Him and Poole sometimes.
Poole, hey, look at Spadone. They're hired assassins. That's what they come in. Dude, I'm telling you. Poole,
what are you telling me?
I'm worried about his future. If he's got the wrong people in his camp or even his mama, boy, Klay? You just as good as Steph and Klay. Why you ain't sure? That can happen in life, Steiny, and he'll want to go for broader horizons. And I'm scared that he's good enough for that. So hopefully they sprinkle hey, we're winners. You can be Clarkson. But man, I like him.
How much I got here, Spino? I want to make a point.
2 minutes.
I want to make a point.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes.
Okay. Steph Curry. Let me tell you what Warrior fans should be extremely worried about.
Oh.
And this is a testament to Steph Curry's greatness. And people think I don't think, yeah, right. Okay. You look at the Warriors right now, okay? And you see what Kuminga's doing. And you start thinking, holy hell, this guy, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If Kuminga is the player that he kind of looks like you're going to have to pay him. You're going to have to pay Kuminga. I'm telling you that already. He is good.
But what, two more years?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Right. 2 or 3 more years. Poole, you want to keep him? You got to pay. Okay? And you're going to have to pay within the year or two. All right, now he's making 25. All right? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Who else you going to? Wiseman. James Wiseman.
Well,
year or two down. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on Wiseman. You know what? Wiseman's healthy. You know what? The kid's going to be pretty good. You got to pay Wiseman 20 plus at least. Okay? Well, now it's 4 or 5 years from now. And Steph's making 60.
Oh, my God.
All right? But Steph's going to ride into the sunset.
No, I get where you're going.
And he leaves. And Draymond's done. And Klay's winding down. And you realize.
I don't like this at all.
And you realize that when Steph leaves, all those guys get worse. They just get worse. Kuminga, not worse, but they just, you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Story of my life.
I'm just saying. The floor will close up. The attention stops on Curry. The advantages that Poole had because guys had an eye on Curry and then even the other eye on Klay, and they're gone now. So Poole becomes the guy who's taken 9 threes, but guess what? They can guard Poole like they did Curry.
Man.
So it's not necessarily
the
5-1-0 money's the last thing I worried about with Lacob. This is less about money, although he cannot continue to spend at this rate. But it's still less about money than how good are these players without the greats right now.
It's like the Tom Brady thing.
No. Mm-hmm.
But your boy's about to get some cash.
Who?
Lacob and company will come to playoffs. And Chase, game against Cleveland, Klay's return was like a finals game at Oracle. I can't wait, man.
All right, let's get into some football. We got a lot to talk about. You know what? We didn't even talk about this interesting news that you got an issue with. Ross Tucker on the other side. Let's get into the Super Bowl. Let's get into some Niners. Let's talk football. Hey, we're streaming live right now on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe to all the latest content. Remember, the Comcast Business Text Line, always open. 888-957-9570.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, joining the show, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Hey, shame on me for not knowing this, but Ross Tucker isn't on my radar all the time. Were you at the Pro Bowl, Ross?
Absolutely not. No.
Thank you.
Hey,
I refused to participate in that thing. Even when I was a player, I decided I'm not going to play well enough to go to that thing. That thing's a fraud. So one of the reasons why I wasn't a better player, I boycotted all 7 years. But I gave up lots of sacks and put that on purpose so I didn't have to play in the Pro Bowl.
Just a great curveball there you threw us. I like it a lot.
Right?
I was listening to a guy like Randy Cross, and he had some harsh words to say about it. Just kind of where do you come down on what the Pro Bowl has evolved into? Should they even continue to play the game, or what do you think?
I think they should make it flag football, and I'm dead serious.
Right.
I think, and I don't mean that as a negative. I think, number one, that way the guys don't have helmets on. Everybody gets to see their faces, number one. Number two, flag football is huge. It's what a lot of the youth play. It's what the NFL is trying to get youth to play. Everybody I know, all my buddies' kids, they all play flag football. I think those kids would all want to watch NFL guys playing what they play, playing flag football. And by the way, no helmet and shoulder pads on, playing flag, those guys would actually be more competitive. Like, they wouldn't think there's any chance of injury because there's no contact. I think it'd be fun to watch them go after flags. I think they would be very aggressive, trying to make moves, trying to get flags. I think it would actually be more competitive if it was flag football and they didn't have helmet and shoulder pads on.
Ross, I echo those same sentiments. You wouldn't know this because you don't follow me on Twitter, but I wasn't expecting it. They didn't get us ready. So I put all caps, "This is embarrassing." Sean Taylor rolling over in his grave, because I've never seen football players play touch football. Take the pads off, take the helmet off, then we get it. We're a part of it. But Ross, I'm with you. That angered me. I'm not out there getting hit, but that was bad. I think it was bad for the league, and I'm with you. Do flag football, and then it becomes something else. But I just felt like I was sold a bill of goods. I had ASC, Ross, so it came through. But still, even then, I couldn't enjoy it. So I'm with you, man.
Yeah, I never watched that thing. I never can. I never care. I know what it is, and I have no interest in that. It's obviously not real football. They still have millions of people watch it. Good for them. But, yeah, like I said, I've always boycotted that thing. I refused as a player to participate in those kind of shenanigans.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ross, obviously 49ers moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. What team would Jimmy Garoppolo fit best on of the teams that need a quarterback?
Yeah, I'm excited about this. I really am. I'm excited to see what team he goes to and how much they're willing to give up. I think it's really interesting. It'll be interesting to see what people will give up for a solid starting quarterback who's a winning starting quarterback who's not a guy that people think can carry a team to a Super Bowl. I really don't know. I really don't know what the market's going to be like for them, how many of these teams are going to try to get Jimmy, what they're going to be willing to give up for him. I can't wait to see it. I think the team that jumps out to me for sure is the Bucks. To a lesser extent, I would say the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm trying to think of teams that have pretty good veteran groups, pretty good teams that really just are lacking a quarterback that can help get them to the next level. and help keep them competitive. Because if you're, the Steelers or the Bucks, you can sell Jimmy G to that locker room. Listen, this guy's played in 2 out of the last 3 NFC Championship games. This guy can get us where we want to go. If the rest of us do our part, Jimmy can take us there. And so I think those are the teams that would be most interested. Maybe the New Orleans Saints. Anybody that I think that's pretty good, playoff caliber, that doesn't have a starting quarterback right now.
Ross, I know I'm long-winded. I'm going to try to condense it. But about the Super Bowl, I've watched that NFC Championship game over and over, and the Rams, mainly Stafford and McVay, were minutes away from being humiliated. The Rams organization, going wild-e-coyote with the draft picks, and it didn't work. The fact that they got past the Niners that owned them, the fact that Cincinnati, to me, they lost the game, but they won it because it was bad Kansas City. They took it. I just see a scenario where Aaron Donald, been relatively quiet, was okay in the championship game, getting Super Bowl MVP. The Rams are going to bring this home, and I told Steiny it's not even going to be close. Make a case for the Bengals.
Sure. Well, the one thing I would say is I'd be very surprised if it's not close. I mean, based on what the Bengals did at the Titans, at the Chiefs, that would surprise me. I don't think the Rams are world beaters. I do think they have a good squad, obviously. And I don't know if we talked about this or not, but I know, when I was in Tampa for that Rams-Bucks game, I was talking with some people with the Rams and just saying, man, how happy are you that the Packers lost and that, whoever wins this matchup between the Rams and the Bucks is going to host the NFC Championship game. And I thought it was really interesting. They were happy about it, but the thought of the Niners playing in the Super Bowl on their field in their city, they weren't as excited about hosting the NFC Championship game as you would have thought. That notion of the Niners potentially, beating them again and playing in the Super Bowl in L.A., that was a little bit too much for them to stomach. So I thought that was really interesting that they felt that way. The way you look at it from a Bengals perspective is their young skill and Joe Burrow. I have more confidence in Joe Burrow in a big spot. Joe Burrow's never lost a playoff game. I'm talking about college. LSU, you think about the SEC championship, then the semifinal, then the final. Now, he just expects to win these games. You obviously can't say the same for Matthew Stafford. I really think that's the case for the Bengals, is that Burrow outplays Stafford. I think Stafford has 4 pick-sixes this year. I think maybe Mike Hilton, the nickel for the Bengals, they think he's the best nickel in the NFL. Maybe he gets a pick-six. And Joe Burrow, plays clutch. Maybe the Rams play a lot of single high safety, middle of the field, and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins make plays. I think it's going to be a close game. I'm surprised, Guru, that you think that the Rams are going to blow them out.
Yeah, just that old line. I can't get over the Tennessee game where they were lucky to move on, and I know that's just one aspect of it, but I think about the fallout. Burrow's a stud even if he loses or wins this game. We know his career is about to it's taken off, but Matthew Stafford is right there to just shut the world up and get that ring and hoist that Lombardi trophy. I just feel like that's the theme, Ross.
Let me ask you guys this, because I love taking the pulse of the locals. If I asked 100 people in the Bay Area, 100 Niners fans, who they want to win the Super Bowl, what percentage would say Bengals, what percentage Rams?
95 and above Bengals.
Yeah, I'm going 99 Bengals, yeah.
Good. Well, I hope the Bengals win, too. You know why? Because the Bengals have never won it. Those fans, it would be so awesome for the people of southwestern Ohio, Cincinnati, Dayton, northern Kentucky. I know what that was like for people where Steiny and I are from, when the Eagles won it for the first time 5 years ago, people cried. It changed lives. People were talking about their grandpas, their dads. You know, I went to like 3 weeks in a row of people doing Eagles Super Bowl winning parties and making cheesesteaks and the whole deal. I mean, it just meant, I almost didn't realize how much it meant to so many people just to finally say we did it. You know, we won the whole thing. And I hope that for Bengals fans so bad. Niners, I mean, the Rams don't even have fans. The Rams don't have very many fans. And the ones they do, they're not like diehard Ohio fans. I mean,
wow.
Like the Rams could win the Super Bowl Sunday night, and Rams fans would be like, oh, that's cool, but I'm still going to go surfing tomorrow and whatever. Like, I don't understand how so many people in L.A. are rich and live on the beach and go surfing. They don't even have jobs. What are their jobs?
Wow.
People don't even have jobs, and they're rich and live on the beach and go surfing. They don't deserve to win the Super Bowl. Let's go Bengals!
Wow.
I got to believe, you know what? You're right, because I'm just thinking about out here when the Warriors, and I know they won it in 75, so it wasn't the first title, but when the Warriors won their first title, everything changed. Like the whole fan base changed after that. and ditto with the San Francisco Giants. Pre-2010, post-2010, everything changed. Here's what I want to ask you, though. I'm looking at Deebo Samuel right now, and I'm looking at his numbers. He carried the ball 60 times this past year, but really the last 8 to 10 games is when everything changed. Can the 40, he was rushing 8-10 times a game. Can the 49ers continue to play Deebo Samuel and use him like they're using him now?
I think they can. I don't think they will.
Yeah.
I think that's like like an emergency exit, like break here, break glass here in case of fire, right? I think they had so many games they had to win. I think Kyle's smart enough that you save that for the games you absolutely got to have. And the Niners had a bunch of them there in the stretch, and then obviously the playoffs. I think it's probably more like 2 or 3 carries a game in the regular season next year, just enough so that the team has to freak out about it, and they got to prepare for it all week, and they're worried about it and all that, but not enough that you're worried about the wear and tear on Deebo. That's kind of how I look at it. I would think it's a lot less than that, Steiny. Now, look, Deebo's one of those guys that wants to do it, and that's great that he wants to do it, but sometimes you got to protect these guys from themselves. You need him as a threat in the passing game, and frankly, you need him as the threat for those, even just those 2 or 3 carries a game. I mean, that makes a big difference in people's game planning. Kyle's going to have all kinds of play action off of that next year. They're going to use him as a decoy in the run game a lot next year, unless Kyle just lost the brains of the operation and Mike McDaniel and comes up with nothing.
Ross, we always keep it real. I've been waiting to ask you this question because last week when we talked, I told Steiny before we had you on, just, as a black man, not seeing, blacks represented as coaches in the NFL bothered me when you see a lot of players African-American. So we went through all that. Brian Flores, the whole thing happened. We got your take on it. Mike McDaniel hired, Lovie Smith hired in Houston, who I believe they didn't want to hire. They were going to give the job to Josh McCown. But you know what, Ross? I'm okay because I feel like all this hustle and bustle and the fuss is why these guys got the opportunity, and hopefully it works out. But to you, when I asked Ross Tucker why those 2 hires happened, do you say it's because of the fallout from the situation with Brian Flores?
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I don't think I even, I hadn't seen the whole lawsuit when we talked last week. I didn't realize, I thought maybe it was more about, Brian Flores getting the money as much as it is seemingly, and it appears to be more about trying to affect change. My biggest issue with this whole thing is how few people submit any type of solutions that actually make sense. And anyone that criticizes the NFL's league office, they just don't know what they're talking about. I mean, the NFL has spent so much time trying to get more diversity among the NFL head coach. I'm talking about hundreds upon hundreds of man-hours. It's a huge initiative for Goodell, huge initiative for Troy Vincent. Here's the problem, guys. It's ultimately up to the owner to make the decision. And for whatever reason, when they do these interviews, they, more often than not, think that the white candidate gives them a better chance to win than the black candidate. And I don't know how you fix that. You know, I had Peter King on today's Ross Tucker football podcast, and he talked about making a new position on every team that's essentially assistant quarterbacks coach that has to be filled by a minority, because everybody wants the quarterback coaches. Everybody wants Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur, McDaniel, Zach Taylor. Everybody wants the Shanahan-McVay guy, the guy from Shanahan-McVay that worked with the quarterback. So his idea is, let's make a mandatory position where there's a minority that's in the quarterback room, that's part of the quarterback discussion every day, which I kind of like. I like that idea. I also like incentivizing teams to promote these guys to the next spot up. You know, the Niners are getting draft picks because of McDaniel. The Browns and Chiefs are getting draft picks because of their guys, Poles and Adasso Mento, that are getting GM jobs. I like that. I know nobody likes the idea of, you know, actually getting draft picks to hire them. So let's just keep making the incentive greater to promote these guys so that they're one step away. The more of these guys we get one step away, the better odds we have of having more minorities actually getting these jobs.
Ross, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. See you guys.
All right, that's Ross Tucker. Odyssey Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. So, you know what I hate? It's my pet peeve, and it happens, is when you interview somebody and say, you know, I wanted to ask Ross Tucker. And you're like, well, he was just on 2 minutes ago.
And I think that was our last time.
We should have. No, we got to get him after the Super Bowl one more time.
Oh, okay.
But I want to acknowledge that I'm not asking Ross Tucker this just because we kept him 20 minutes. I didn't want to keep him longer. But so I just
a little hot. Yeah.
I just think it's interesting that he liked the idea. I guess Peter King floated an idea of minority. Yeah. Okay, here's all I would say to that. I'm old enough to remember when there was a perception that there could, like
Warren Moon, you had to go to the CFL. You can't do it.
That the black quarterback was inferior.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's why there weren't any black quarterbacks.
I'm old enough to remember that.
Okay,
CFL.
So I don't know. Is that progress to now say, well, now you must have a minority candidate in the quarterback room. It's
and would the minority candidate feel like a token, like I'm only here? But then that's got to change. That's good. I'm
not taking a position on it.
He was talking to me, Steiny. I'm one of these, and I said it to you in the Masters, Spadoni and E. I don't have the answer, Sway. Right. I just know it's not right, but it is. How do you
legislate the heart? Unfortunately,
dude, you just hit me in the heart. I got to say something.
Unfortunately,
to you. I got two things. Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
We're brothers. I just got a tweet from a Leonis C. Wood.
I know Leonis. Word.
Oh, Word?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. His name's actually...
I may need your readers.
Leonis C. Word. Well, and we just call him Word.
Listen.
It's pretty cool.
This is directed at me. Bruh.
Oh, boy.
You and Bonte Hill have me forgetting who you're interviewing by the time you finish asking a question.
Oh,
with this... Is there anything to that? Because we used to put timers on the question...
I mean,
if you just answered it, you went high. You went Cam Edmond on me. But now Spadoni.
Look,
but you've never told me Goo condition.
Well, we did make we made kind of a bit out of it back in the day when you had a 90-second question. God, I wonder if we could dig that up. Well, you had one today. First of all, you qualified it by saying, "Hey, Ross, I can be long-winded. Let me be long-winded."
That's already 15 seconds.
Listen.
You've already answered my question.
But let me be honest. We can all be guilty of pontificating before a question. There's somebody across the street that does all the time. But
it's just,
what I'm saying is, and I've done it for sure. Sometimes you realize, the best questions are just like, why do you say that?
Okay, right. Well,
you know what I mean? Like, just the shorter the question, right. Unless you're getting an interview guy, and like a guy like Ross, he's paid to come on here.
Because he got long answers too.
But he's getting interviewed. You want long answers from him, or at least provocative
right. I get
ones.
it. Come on now.
Nobody likes Nobody likes this question. Nobody likes this question. Hey, Ross, how you doing? I'd like to talk a little bit about the 49ers quarterback position. As you know, the San Francisco 49ers, Jimmy Garoppolo's been here 5 years, had some ups, had some downs, and taken the 49ers to 2 NFC championship games. And there's a lot of mixed emotions about Jimmy Garoppolo at times. It feels like half the fan base likes him and half the fan base doesn't like him all at the same time. And the 49ers drafted Trey Lance, and they have given up 2 draft picks for him.
No, that ain't me.
And many in the fan base are saying that Trey Lance should play sooner rather than later. And with Trey Lance sitting behind Jimmy Garoppolo, at least for the present, how do you see the 49ers quarterback situation playing out, knowing that Jimmy Garoppolo has had success in this league and that Trey the Pike.
Oh,
the Pike.
You're talking to yourself at that point.
Exactly. Hey, Ross, where are the 49ers going with their quarterback situation?
Short and
They're going to be
sweet.
better or worse next year. Why? Sometimes that can, but listen.
Steiny, you are one pathetic.
This is where I want to be clear.
That was good right there.
This is where I want to be clear. We're all guilty of that.
No, we got some long-winded at the station. I ain't the only one, because I hear it. I listen to the show all the time. But, that hurt me, Leonis. And it's your friend, by the way.
Yeah. Leonis has a great sense of humor.
Oh, I'm just having fun with you. You're irreplaceable.
No, he's look, there's two kinds of you're laughing with someone, you're laughing at someone. He's laughing with us.
The words are so profound. I love that one.
Yeah. All right. On the other side, oh man, I got another piece of basketball news to pass along to you, and then we got to talk about the big football news that I said to Guru. I said, "Hey, what is what I said? This is exactly how the conversation went." I got in today. I said, "Goo, did you see this?" And he goes, "Man, I got a problem with that." And I'm like, "I love it." I'll tell you what it was on the other side. 888-957-957 if you want to jump into the conversation. Leonis!
The Warrior. Nation. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Way to shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead, man. What did a texter say about your question?
Oh, Guru asks questions like he's trying to sell you a new phone player. Because you know they don't stop.
Did we get the watch on that question?
It wasn't that long.
I want to say I want to say the all-time longest is 131.
There's some names coming on here. I will not read the names of our other hosts because I listen in. You want your question to be detailed. You want them like Ross, the phone plan. That's pretty good.
It's the typical question of the. Well, no, you're different, man. You're different.
Well, 510, Ray Ratto has some pretty long questions, but somehow he pulls them off.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ray.
But Ray is a time. Listen, when Ray asks a long question, even though I'm down on him, I can't believe he gutless said something to you without me. You're trying. I'm talking about the specific question where we have a guest, but before I ask the question of the guest, I must prove that I know what I'm talking about. And not only do I know what I'm talking about, you must acknowledge that I'm a very, very smart interviewer.
I don't do that,
And then when I feel, acknowledges that I'm a smart interviewer, then I will get to my question.
Yeah, I'm out.
But no, let's let everybody know I am the smartest man in the room.
Yeah, I don't do that. Yeah.
A full stop.
I'm going to go short now from now on. I worked in college. My job was interviewing people. The boss would be like, I said, they enrolled Rays. You didn't probe enough? They enrolled. You didn't probe enough. Okay. All right, I'm gonna condense it. Ray said we spent too much time on where you're from.
Well, he told you that.
Yeah.
I just said good morning to Ray. And
I blamed it on you.
Hey, thanks for coming in today. And so clearly,
that's pretty good. Thanks for coming in. I give it. Yeah,
he's always got this.
Yes, I like Ray.
Oh, yeah, Ray's here.
I said, where are you from?
He's from the Bay.
East Bay.
To say.
Yeah, Alameda.
Yeah. Okay, so today I come in and I got my sheet of stuff that I'm interested in, and I see that the greatest quarterback of all time, who's just retired, said, yeah, I'm retired. And they said, any chance to Kuminga? And Brady said, well, never say never. So Tom Brady essentially left the window open, or the door, depending on what analogy you like. He left the window open for his return at some point. And I thought, yeah, I get it, for sure. And of course, not of course, but Guru, surprisingly to me, says, yeah, see, I got a problem with that. Why?
Because and I love Tom Brady. I mean, stellar. One of the best to ever do it, if not the best. In a world of IG, and Tom's a part of it. Tom terrific, and he's always pushing something with his camp and training. The only door we should be talking about is next year and your NFL career continuing. So you retired, and when you retire, bulletin, I got that from Pete Franklin, you're gone. Don't leave something at the end to keep the world talking about you. And he bit the pill of, talk about me. I'm going to go away, but I don't want to go away because I'm going to leave you with this little riddle. This is not an episode of Batman. You're not the Riddler. Just retire and go away. Now, what are we talking about? Is Tom coming back next year? No. Like, good Lord, can you take a play off, Tom?
Okay.
And if you come back and surprise us, which we would all love, then it's organic. But what's being shotgun with this announcement? Oh, in the red writing, the fine print, Tom might come back.
He might come back.
I don't know whose voice
he might play another game in 16 months. Like he's not playing next year.
But right off on the white horse.
You mean like Michael Jordan? You mean like Michael Jordan did?
Why you're by.
You mean like Steve Carlton did? Like 70% of all boxers do. I'm retired.
Well,
you're not retired.
Too short retired.
Retired doesn't mean retired anymore.
Yeah, but don't
so
leave
why
us
are you
a clue
holding
that
it? Why are you
can
holding
come
it
back.
against? Why are you holding? See, and
Because
that's
what
where
about
you
the
and I
Brady
differ.
fans that are now hanging on that?
Oh yeah,
he's coming back. Just
so
Tom, you know how to do it elegant. Just leave.
Here's what you gonna get that.
Who
the hell is calling you right now?
I said, go ahead.
Who's calling you right now?
I have no idea. You don't want me to get it.
I feel like Tortorella when the cell phone went off in his press conference. He goes, "Are you serious? Are you serious?
You're good, man."
That's just.
Yeah, I got to turn it.
That's
down.
just disrespect.
Is that handy, Goo?
No,
Lakers doing a trade?
Yeah, right.
You guys are fired today.
So,
go ahead.
Again, Guru, to me, what I'm hearing is
we could put it on.
You
poll.
would rather somebody be untruthful than honest.
I would rather somebody just let the truth be the truth.
He's allowing for the opportunity that
he
may
knows
come
what
back.
he's doing, Steiny.
Right. He's telling the truth. He's saying, you know what?
That's TMI. Just say you're retiring and then surprise us when you come back. Oh, never say never.
So,
and he's smiling, and I don't like stuff like that, Steiny.
Hey, Evan, this is one I could start getting annoyed with Guru on. Like, legitimately annoyed.
Like
our society has a bunch of these jags who retire and come back, and retire and come back. And it's Eric Weddle. All right,
but
Eric Weddle was retired. Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't retired. He came back. At least Tom Brady's saying, you know what? I'm going to be realistic. I have more introspection than most.
I'm just telling you, I wouldn't have added it for me. I would have been, my retirement is about my family, my wife, my new endeavors. And if I decide to come back, guess what? I'll shock the world one Monday morning and announce it. But to leave at the end, I'm taking it this way, Steiny, in this whole IG social media, I'm going to double down. I'm retiring, but maybe I'm not. Smile, wink, wink. I just hate that.
I think I'm going to retire until February 9th.
See, that's what it came across. Like, Tom, so you're taking a year, and now we're all doing this math. Oh, he may come back. And I just like,
why don't you?
Tom is great, by the way. Let's just celebrate.
Okay, so
the
he retired. Brady retired. Okay,
he took away from the retirement by saying he might come back.
And so now he's a week. He gets caught in this interview, and they ask him, "Well, you're done forever and ever and ever and ever, right?" And he said, well, you know, like, it's like, you telling me there's a chance.
Well,
so Brady's like, well, look, you never say never. But yeah, okay, 99.999%. Rather than, I'm never, give me a list of athletes who said, I'm never fighting again. I'm never playing again.
Jordan, and he came back.
Thank you.
But he came back. Magic.
Exactly. Well, I don't even know.
And I'm not mad. I just
millions.
You know what people are going to do in this world with that.
Just annoys me that Tom Brady basically, no matter what you think of him, he was asked something and he clearly told the truth. And you don't like that.
Well, he did, Steiny, because I'm looking at his Instagram post. He never said the word retire. He never said it. He says, as I said earlier, this is the last couple sentences of his post. As I said earlier, I'm going to take it day by day. I know for sure I want to spend a lot of time giving to others and trying to enrich other people's lives, just as so many have done for me. There you go.
You want to take it back?
The word, wow. I didn't know the word was never uttered.
It's like the immunization of retirement announcements.
That is fun. There it is right there.
We got all these 10 years. George Foreman. Oh God! I mean,
Brett Favre.
You know how many times Muhammad Ali retired? And I'm not kidding.
But Floyd Mayweather too. But I'm with you. It's easy. You don't box every other day. Yeah.
Oh, here's one for you. NBA related. The Wizards. Bradley Beal.
What?
Out for the year.
Ooh, man.
Bradley Beal will undergo season-ending surgery for a torn scuffle ligament in his left wrist. Bradley Beal.
Excuse you.
Gone.
Wow.
Not gone. He's out for the year.
Thank God the Warriors didn't go get him, huh?
Well, see, you know what?
Remember
that's interesting.
No, I'm just like,
no.
Wow.
Now, that's interesting you said that. This has always been, to me, one of the fascinating things in life that people differ on. Okay, you ready?
I'm laughing. Go ahead.
Why do you assume he would have gotten hurt with Golden State?
Right.
For example, let me ask you this. No, because to me, there's two types of people. Let me ask you this.
I'm a Taurus.
Runner on first in baseball. All right? Got a runner on first. All right? And there's a batter up. There's nobody out. Okay? And first pitch, the runner takes off.
Gotcha.
And he gets thrown out at second.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. He gets thrown out at second.
All right.
All right, now he's off the bases. All right? The next guy up singles.
Oh,
and the announcer says, man, they could have first and third right now.
Right.
Well, no.
That guy.
No. We don't know that. We don't know that.
We do because
no, we don't.
The batter got a hit.
Well, what if, but that changes everything. Every circumstance now changes.
Well,
runner at second, maybe an outfielder comes in a little closer.
With that logic, Steiny, I don't know how you stop at a red or green light or go because you could question anything. I mean,
well, that's my
we
point.
know what the announcers, you know what I mean? Had the guy sat there, he would be a third with the hit.
Well, then the guys wouldn't have been playing in the same spot.
I don't know. Hey,
I don't.
Yes,
like that's one.
Yeah,
that's one. Or this one. Runner at first, 2 outs. Guy steals second. Guy tries to steal second. He's out.
Gotcha. In the inning.
No, I'm sorry. No outs.
Okay.
No outs. Runner at first. Guy tries to steal second. Gets thrown out. Next guy hits a double, and they say, well, if he was on set, or let's even say a single. Well, that could have been a run if he would have been safe at second.
Spadoni and I think of that guy.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
With a runner at second, everything changes.
You have to reflect. You could have had, you ran yourself out of an inning. You hear that all the time.
No, everything changes.
That's amazing.
You don't know the guy would have had, so the guy would have, everything. I don't get it. Everything stays the same, even though there's now a guy at second. Yeah, that's never been me. That's never, ever been me. I've always been well, you can't assume that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't agree, but I get it.
I'm trying to think of another good one.
No,
I think fans know what I'm talking about.
No, we do. But that's just, I don't think that's a stretch at all.
I'm trying to think. Second,
gets picked off.
You're
like, he would have been on stage. Say the best, A's would have scored. Giants would have scored. Dude, what's up with the lockout? Do you even care?
No.
What about the Olympics?
No. I'm actually curling.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm a Canada guy.
But that's all your interest is, just curling.
Your yap.
And our boy Cole's looking good.
Here's what we watch.
I text him.
We watched some of the ski jumping. It just doesn't do it for me.
And why would it?
Well, it would if people would wreck a little bit.
Oh, see,
nobody wrecks like the old wide world of sports.
Yeah. Oh, Evel Knievel.
No, I'm talking about the skier. Remember, he was the agony of defeat, I believe.
That's not cool, Steiny.
He was okay.
No, I'm just saying for you to. So you're the guy on the freeway slowing down, looking at the wreck.
Why are there certain people that like auto racing?
The speed,
the crash.
Oh,
why do some people like football? The massive hit. Why do people like the UFC? To see a guy get knocked out.
Yeah. So I ain't one of those.
Everything's out.
Well, you go on Facebook now, you'll see all that.
I know, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. It was definitely sports related. I like curling, ski jump,
NBA. Oh, it was Beal.
NBA. Beal's
We're talking
gone.
about baseball situational hitting.
Yeah.
Well, he did that well.
No, baseball's.
What are they? They're done. If they're going to push the start of the season back, obviously, because it looks like spring training is going to be pushed back, it bothers me. I need that. No, Warriors will be playing in June. We're good.
As long as you brought up baseball. I will say this. And it was an off-season story on Kapler, written in The Athletic by Andrew Baggerly. Good story. But... and this is making fun of nobody. Well, kind of Kapler a little bit. But they're basically saying, the Giants won 107 games, and now Posey's coming back, and what do you do for an encore? And there was a line either in the story or in the headline that said, Kapler's trying to reframe the entire question. And I'm like, no kidding. You're damn right he is. Well, you know what the Giants over-under is? First of all, they ain't playing a full season. All right, let's just put that
out. Oh, you think no 162?
No chance. No.
I hadn't even thought of that.
No. But my point is...
81-81.
It's 81.
Dude, I think they could get... Okay, hey, I love Buster as much as the next guy.
Okay, they're going to win 107 again.
No, hell no.
Okay, they're going to win 100.
No.
They're going to win 90.
I wouldn't put it. Well, I got to see the rotation because Gosman's gone.
He was wearing down at the end of the year.
Yeah, who ended up? John Curley. Who's our guy?
Does he have? Logan Webb.
Logan Webb, with the Red Bull guy.
Logan.
That's insulting to John Curley.
What's the Red Bull guy?
He drinks Red Bulls before it starts.
Okay, and I guarantee you 38% of pitchers do.
Oh, no, it was just a factoid. It wasn't a bad thing. Hey, you got that Stephen A. sound. You got to play before we get out of here.
I'll play it right now.
First set it up. Because remember our boss told us just in general, people can't assume they know.
All right, let me...
Or you want me to do it? I
let
can
me
do
just
it,
do one
press the button.
You know, by the way, let me shout out my peeps in the Bay. This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
That's a drop.
So Stephen A. is on ESPN.
Okay.
Well, you set it up.
I just said. So Stephen A., they were talking about the lack of black coaches in the NFL and GM positions. So he picked out the New York Giants, who I don't know if you know, Steiny, I think you do, have never had a black head coach. So Mr. Marr, the late Mr. Marr, who passed away, Tiki Barber played for the Giants. And he's fond of them, and he does a show in New York on The Fan with our former Brandon Tierney, who used to work here. So Stephen A. said they should be ashamed of themselves. They're hypocritical because they act like they're about progress and they haven't had a black coach. So that got to Tiki Barber, and Tiki Barber said basically Stephen A. is not in the know. The Giants are not a racist organization, and that Stephen A. was throwing stuff against the wall.
Okay.
And today, your boy came back, Stephen A., with this when it got back to him of what Tiki Barber said.
All right, let's take a listen to Stephen A.
Oh, my God.
To Tiki Barber.
Tiki, you don't know who the hell I know. I've been a journalist for almost 30 years. I know a few people within the Giants organization. I know a lot of stuff about you, my brother, that I would never say because I'd have the decency not to say those things. Chill out, watch yourself, and know who you're talking about. That's all I want to say.
Oh my God!
What world are we in?
Watch yourself.
That's like Bob Costas against Dan Rather. What are we doing? That was a threat.
I'm kind of with you.
What do you think he knew about him?
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
That was so reminiscent.
Know who you're talking about.
Remember when he was going after KD and he's like, "You do not want to make an enemy out of me."
Steven,
I love the one where he said, "Who did he say? You better be careful." To.
I should know this.
You better be careful.
Right.
Oh,
don't be disrespectful.
How does Tiki respond to that?
We shall see. See that?
What do you think he knew?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. And I don't know how many skeletons I have as opposed to other people.
But still.
I'd like to think if someone wanted to ruin my life, it would be really hard with words. But I don't need anybody bringing up my...
Oh, man. Yeah, I got
personal stuff onto the air.
That was Stephen A. Why did he feel he had to go there?
That's a good question.
But I guess he was
questioning
his integrity.
Did you ever feel that way? I don't know that you...
Now, what if I said something, Handy said something to me, and then somebody said, "Oh, you don't know Handy like that." Would I, not to be Superman, but would I take that personal and have to respond to them like, "How dare you question my relationship with my friend I grew up with?" That was a bad reach, but
I'm thinking more. Would you ever get so PO'd at me that you'd be like, "Hey, Steiny, I'm gonna drop some stuff on you, and you ain't gonna like it."
Let me tell you, brother, if it hasn't happened in the 3 years I've been with you, it will never happen.
I'm trying to think what it would be. Hey, Steiny, 2.5 years ago, you didn't pick up that bill.
No, that's what you do.
Steiny, I know you didn't get that hole in one.
That kind of hurt me.
What?
That you didn't put the hole in one on the vine. Dibs knew about it before I did, but it's all good.
Yeah, Pixar didn't happen, so I'm actually not counting it.
I can't believe that would have been plastered everywhere for me.
I've had one already. That was my second. It's like titles. The first one's always special. The second one for Curry with the rant.
Stop it. Yeah, right. Snort.
We're the best team. We know that.
Hey, I know we got. Can you play that just in its entirety one more time?
Yes, I can.
I don't. I had to.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about. Tiki, you don't know who the hell I know. I've been a journalist for almost 30 years. I know a few people within the Giants organization. I know a lot of stuff about you, my brother, that I would never say because I'd have the decency not to say those things. chill out, watch yourself, and know who you're talking about. That's all I want to say.
Why do I feel like he told the world what he knows about him? The fact that there's something there.
Like, he doesn't even have to.
There, right. He don't even got to.
I kind of do, too. I kind of do, too. You know me. I'm a big musical fan. I love the theater.
Oh, man.
And the one thing I learned early about the theater is when, let's say, something dramatic happens. Let's say there's a death during the play or the movie.
Yeah.
Well, there's two ways to handle it. One is you show it. The other is let it happen off screen so that each audience member, when they hear it, Jimmy was slayed by it, that each individual audience member in their own head will have their own vision of how it happened. Everybody will be different, and it'll be... That's what Stephen A. Smith just did. Yeah. Stephen A. Smith just said, let me tell you something about Tiki Barber. There's something going on with Tiki Barber that is so outlandish. Or whatever.
I just pictured a hotel
I don't even want to drop
party.
it.
Yeah.
So now it's like, well, okay. So now it's up for everybody to say, wonder if it involved a woman.
Wow,
wonder if it involved
doubt.
a gun. Wonder if it involved violence. Wonder if it involved this. What if it involved that?
Everything. That is amazing. Yeah.
Hey, here's some more Warrior news.
Uh-oh.
James Wiseman started 3-on-3 contact work today.
Oh, he's coming back.
Up until this point, he hadn't been cleared for any contact.
The only thing about that is they play that that's the Kings music during timeouts. And then they sprayed it
22 teams.
They do not deserve that song.
We've talked about this before. I don't mind that one. The one I mind is everybody clap your hands.
Yeah.
They're playing that song in Indiana, though.
Nice.
I hate that.
I can see you in the crowd, man.
Everybody clap your hands.
So you don't participate.
Right. Make noise.
Not a big cha-cha
That's
slide
a big
guy.
deal. Wiseman's on his way.
Yeah. Now, what do you expect from him?
12-6. That's what he gave you as a young pup, man. Steiny, it's not even about his production. If you can go out there and just be a presence.
It's just really hard.
That ain't good news for Ayton. Anyway, go ahead.
You and me are so different.
Black and white.
I just, I'm looking at it, and I'm not saying Wiseman's no good. I'm not saying I give up on him. I'm not saying anything. But to me, the Golden State Warriors, like I said, this is a championship team. This is a championship contender.
No doubt.
And we've got a young big man, okay?
Second year. Okay.
That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm struggling to see how Wiseman now can make them better. When they've been filling the center spot with Looney, who's been terrific, with Draymond, who's been terrific, and Kuminga has given... You think Looney can be as good as Kuminga?
No.
Well, then he's got to sit behind Kuminga.
But you're doubting I'm going CNN. The politics of the number 2 pick and what this kid is, Steiny, he will get an opportunity. And I think people got to trust Steve Kerr in knowing whose minutes to take back and put him out there. What did I just tell you real quick? I said, some teams are getting what they want down low. When the cat's away, the mice will play.
Who's getting what they want?
Like Wood against when Indiana came in here and their backup center got the start and he was doing work down low. They didn't win the game. What's my guy's name? I'm about to bring it up.
Backup center for Indiana?
Yeah, who was the guy?
Well, I know their starting center, I think, went 1 for 10.
That
Miles
wasn't him.
Turner.
No, it was the other guy.
Who you
looks like my guy in Portland. From not Russia. Where's he from? What's my guy's name? Had the beard.
Valanciunas?
No.
Nurkic?
No, not Nurkic. He's on the Pacers. What's my guy's name?
Well, if you can't remember his name, how much did he hurt
It's
him?
hard to pronounce. That's why I can't remember his name, but I'm about to give it to you. But anyway, he was eating a little bit, and then Wood with the Rockets was eating, and I've just watched some games, even okay. No.
They're one of the best rebounding teams in the league, right?
But I'm just telling you, this is good news. I'm
not saying, of course it's good news. Of course it's fine.
I'm getting that name.
But again, this ain't last year when there are no stakes. This is a championship team. The standards have changed. I guess the bar has been raised, and he's going to have to meet that expectation. 888-957-9570. Hey, good news. No other way to put it. James Wiseman, he's starting contact today, 3-on-3. He hadn't been cleared for that before today. And so James Wiseman is at least taking a step up. 888-957-9570. What can we realistically expect from James Wiseman? How much can he help if he can? It's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
At Whole Foods Market.
won the game.
I love
Yes.
my job.
All you, buddy.
It's not Sabonis. The text line's blowing up with Sabonis. Spadoni, can you help me introduce the young man that I was thinking of?
Well, what are we talking about
Goga
first?
Badazzi, the
Badazzi,
center from the Pacers.
He had 13-9, and he, for him, he was getting busy. I was like, Warriors don't have an answer for him. So he had a good game that
The
night.
Warriors didn't have an answer for a guy who was 5 for 12,
13-9
in 32 minutes.
big rebounds, and he was a nobody. For
You
me.
do- you do
From Georgia.
realize.
And Enes Kanter is who he remind me of.
The Republic of Georgia.
You do realize that. Let's be as plain as we can possibly
Right.
be. The Warriors lost to the Pacers.
That was the worst.
Without Sabonis. They actually beat the Pacers with Sabonis, and the Warriors lost to the Pacers when Sabonis did not play.
I'll tell you what.
Oh my
God! When Sabonis does that press
Incredible.
conference, if they have one in sack, he can be like, "Hey, you got to change the opinions of the Matt Steinmetzes out there because it ain't just you." But Steiny, I think he's a good ball player.
Okay, you know who he reminds me of a little bit? David Lee.
Ooh, I wonder if I dial up the.
What do you think about that? You like that, Spadone?
I think
What do you
he's
get-
got more game, Well, he's shooting threes. Lee would have shot threes if he was playing now anyway.
Yeah, you look at. I guarantee you, David Lee was close to 19-9 and
Didn't
5.
Lee make one All-Star game?
Did he make? Yeah, he made one.
I think he made one.
Yeah, but David Lee, I think the East was probably better back with.
What about
David.
Chris Bosh?
Future Hall of Famer. What?
Exactly. I'm not laughing at Bosh.
yeah, Bosh
I'm
can
laughing
play.
at the comparison.
I remember Toronto.
Oh my God!
Bosh.
If he were Chris Bosh, we might have a ball game in sack.
Well, we remember, because you said
Wiseman.
Kevin Love and you remember Chris Bosh, he ended up being the third or fourth wheel on that Heat team.
Exactly.
That's just what happens with these big guys.
Exactly. I like Bosh, or I would absolutely rather have Bosh than Kevin Love in their primes.
Okay, with that, and I'm being real. What if I told you in 2 or 3 years Wiseman will be Chris Bosh? 2.0 maybe.
That'd be nice.
Man, because
That'd be nice. I
he
think
ain't
he's more of an
afraid to shoot
interior
the three.
player. Yeah, but listen, Chris
Bosh
Bosh.
I know he was bald. Go ahead, Scotty.
Chris Bosh could shoot the hell out of it,
and had a post game.
He also had a jumper from the
mid range. I'm thinking of him now.
Yeah.
And for him to go ahead.
No, I'm just going to get a call. It's your show.
It was our show.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Steiny, I'm sure you didn't have Kuminga and Moody having the roles they do now at the start of the year. Absolutely, you're right on that. I'm sure Kerr will find a role for Wiseman.
No doubt.
Yeah, no. Problem is Wiseman's going to have to play better when he gets onto the court than whoever the hell has been playing for him in the first 2/3 of the season.
And
can he do that?
There you go. And I'll say this.
I'm skeptical. That's all I'm going to say
Okay.
right now.
I get it.
As a 20-year-old.
I'm not, because he's featured. He's going to, even if it don't pan out, they're going to run him out there, not starting, but we're going to find out, and they're going to feed him just like we're watching Klay work himself back in. Steiny, my thing is, and I know it's about team. If I'm JTA, if I'm Bielitsa, if I'm Kuminga to a degree, if I'm one of the others, Gary Payton II, and I know it's about matchups, his Wiseman's minutes, and I don't dare say Looney, they're coming from somewhere. Now, you could be like, he's only going to play 6,
I know
6.5, but it'll increase. I can't wait. This is what we've been waiting on.
Rick's in Pacifica. What's up, Rick? How you doing, my man?
From Pedro Park.
Rick?
Oh, hang on.
Let him go. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man? Oh, Spadone with the...
Rick was on a date.
Spadoni with the Alex Trebek R.I.P. news. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
I don't mind that.
Who's the lady? She was from Oakland. That was
Clearly,
winning all
you
the
thought
money.
she was more important than this awesome show.
She
so
probably
you're out.
was.
Wow.
No, not even close.
Gogo Batazzi? Come on.
Goga.
Oh, of course.
Badazzi.
Of course. Hey, here's one thing. You tell me what you...
I'm excited, man.
Specifically? What are you excited
Wiseman.
for?
Like now, I feel like, remember you were like, he might come back before such and such day. Now it's like, okay, it's happening. 3-on-3, contact is the big word that I took out there. Then it'll be 5-on-5, maybe Santa Cruz, and then bam, back on the big club.
I think you're going to be disappointed. I think you're going to be disappointed in how much he plays. And I think Wiseman's going to become another guy where if they lose, they'll be, why didn't Wiseman play? They're going to lose. Why didn't Kuminga play more? And they lose. How come he didn't go to Otto Porter and Kuminga more?
Well, that's
just the way it goes.
I'm going to say this.
I'll
say this to that, Steiny. Can you go, and I mean this, can you go in your 6 minutes at 7-1 and be JaVale McGee?
He couldn't last year.
And wow.
And he hasn't played in a year.
That's all I'm asking for. Get to Chris Bosh.
Here's the thing.
Can you go do that for us?
Can I please be clear? Because when I talk like this, people think I don't like Wiseman. I got no opinion on Wiseman. What I do have an opinion on is somebody who's played 3 college games, all right, is 20 years old, has now missed a year of basketball
pro games,
as a 7-1 player.
Yeah.
Exactly. 37 games, 20 years old, now hasn't played for a year, but what's going to happen? Fans actually think that this 20-year-old, who now you're dropping on to maybe the best team in basketball, hey, let's go in and cater to Wiseman, and no. He's got to be damn good to get on the floor. And that's asking a lot for somebody with so little experience,
no doubt.
Such an injury. Let's just wait on Wiseman.
No doubt, and I don't have a problem doing that, but isn't it a two-way street where Kerr and the coaching staff and even his teammates got to help acclimate him back in?
I just don't think he's ready yet. I don't think he's ready to be a consistent contributor on a team that wins the championship. Now, does that mean...
Give me defense, no offense, I'm fine. Give me some boards.
He's terrible at defense.
Well, he was when we last seen him.
Okay.
And I think I'm selling him short about in between the ears, how that's grown while he's been watching it. Because he's been watching the games,
and I think that's unfair. And in fact, I think it's egregious. You're being bamboozled.
Now, good movie, too.
I'm trying to think Stephen A.
I'm going to get some hate.
Listen, this is what I can't stand.
Excitement.
Everybody, they say this. Look, hey, big men take longer. So we all know big men take longer, like years.
Yeah.
But we're expecting Wiseman to take a significant jump in a year where he hasn't even played in the last year. He hasn't even played a game. But we know big men take longer, and he hasn't played in a year, but he's going to be a piece that's going to help us win a title.
Do you think him watching?
Not yet.
I go. I got to say this because I believe it. I'm a guy, tries to read him, what's going on upstairs. Do you think James Wiseman watching, I'll call it the success that Kuminga's having, even though they're two different players, do you think that kind of lights his furnace?
I don't care if it lights his furnace. All right? If he needs his furnace lit, he ain't going to be any good anyway.
But I think he's going to be more ready than. And then what did they say? Oh, he's added 10 pounds of muscle. We'll see. But just
we don't even know if the kid's a killer or not.
No
we don't
doubt.
know if he's a dog or not.
That's the biggest check box we have.
So as far as I'm concerned, it's like.
But we're getting closer to that with him getting closer to getting back. Like what did we say last year? You, me, and Dibs. We had to give him an incomplete.
Steinmetz swears to God Wiseman will be the exact same player he was prior to injury.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Klay Thompson just came back from injury. Is he as good or better than he was when he left?
No, he's not.
He's not.
Yeah, and he'll tell you that.
He might be. I don't know. Yeah. We can argue. Is he 80?
But he's still
90?
productive.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If Wiseman comes back after a year off and is 80% of what he was last year, he's not playing. He's not playing. He's got to be 120%. And that's asking a lot after he's not playing.
Anthony Slater, you're Kerr. Let's say, what do you say to the reporters or the Dub Nation?
What's the question?
How come James is not getting more minutes?
Because he's not in our top 12 right now.
Wow,
because right now, as of right now on the roster, okay, we have 4 players who are better at the 5 position. One is Looney. One is Kuminga now.
Okay.
One is clearly Draymond Green. And you know what? If we're in a Game 6 in the NBA Finals, I'm playing Bielitsa before I'm playing Wiseman. at this point. Now, if we're 30 and 40,
or get
and
bad
there's
news
12,
on Dre,
and there's 12 games left in the year, well, yeah, I'm playing Wiseman.
I want to see him on the floor, man.
I do too. Yeah. But I'm telling you, I think we're expecting too much from him. I really do. And I think
there's like there's no way around that. Like I'm not going to come in here after I see him play Steiny and say, "Oh man, he didn't do this or that offensively." I'm just like, "Man, can you go out there, be a little stronger? Give me some rebounds, son."
Steiny, you think he hasn't played enough, but yet you don't want him to get minutes. So how is someone supposed to get better? I believe Steve Kerr will find minutes for Wiseman. Not a lot of minutes, but I think Wiseman's going to get put into games in the first quarter, or 5 minutes in the first, 5 minutes in the first half, 5 minutes in the second. If he's not helping, guess what? He'll get 5 minutes the next game in the first. They cannot allow him. They're not going to win a title if they're nurturing him along. Unfortunately, it's got to be tough love right now for Wiseman.
And he may know this. He may already know.
No. Let me be clear. I don't think Kerr's not going to play him.
Yeah, I just feel like that's put that.
Yeah, he's going to play.
Yeah, they're going to find out what he's got this year.
Okay, he'll get Bielitsa's minutes. Let's say. All right, that's fine.
He's definitely going to the G League first, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. No. Would you put him there? Hey, kid.
I have no idea.
Go get some confidence.
Honestly, that's the kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. Worked for Moody. Worked for Poole. I don't know. Like, they might have I don't know.
You want to know how tough it is being a pro athlete, and I know you get paid handsomely. Moody and I like Moody. He goes and lights the G League up. He's Steph Curry or Klay in the G League, and then you come to the big clubs, Tiny, and you got to sit. You know what I mean? You know where your game's at. And it's just like you got to get in line. And it's just, I'm not going to use unfair because he's blessed. But I like Moody, but I'm like, he's light, and Bob kept alluding to it fits. You know, he's lighting it up, and then you come up here and crickets. And he got in crickets. He got in last night.
He was terrific the game he started.
Yeah, no, and he was, but there's not going to be a lot of those games moving forward.
Well, but last night
he'll be lucky to see the floor.
But see this,
and I like Moody.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. How many minutes did Moody play last night?
I got it right here. Hold on.
They were in the fourth quarter.
The Moody was ball. I like him, Steiny.
So
right.
Now I get it. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder, but clearly Steve Kerr looks at Moody and says, "You know what? If I got to use him, I can use him, and I feel pretty confident." Wiseman's got a long way to go before he gets to that point.
What did Moody have last night, Steiny? 30. No, that was Poole. 9 minutes.
And what were the Warriors in 9 minutes that he was in there?
-6.
Okay.
Yeah. But I hate that. That's a, yeah.
Well, I get
They're doing it in my son's high school.
From the floor?
2 of 4, 1 of 2 from deep.
What more can you ask for the 14th pick in his rookie year? Like that. Like, I'm not saying he was great and was a difference, but they put Moody in the game.
Like, no,
and I get it. I get it. They lost 6 points, but he didn't hurt him. Moody did not hurt him last night that I saw. All right, I gotta tell you how my brain works.
Okay, I think it will.
And you tell me if this is why. Okay, I'm reading Dave McMenamin works for ESPN, covers the Lakers.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, Spadone, I don't even think I ran this one by you. I'm reading a story after Westbrook's game on Saturday. Westbrook shot 1 for 10.
Got bit.
He was 1 for 10.
Damn.
Okay? And in the story, Dave McMenamin says Russell Westbrook was 1 for 10. It was the 5th game this year in which Russell Westbrook has taken 10 or more shots and made less than 3. All right? So Westbrook has had 5 games of 1 for 10, 2 for 10, 3 for 11, 3 for 12.
Yeah.
All right.
They seem to be all prime time.
So how many games did I say? 5. All right. So I'm thinking about Steph Curry. What? And this year and his shooting. And if you use the same criteria that McMenamin used,
yeah,
Curry's had 11 of those games. more than double of Westbrook. Now you say, what are you talking about, Steiny? I'll tell you what I'm talking about, Steiny. The criteria he used is fewer than 3 makes in 10 or more shots.
Okay.
The first game of the year, Steph Curry was 5 for 21.
Yikes.
That's like 2 games like that. That's that's a 2 for 10 and a 3 for 11. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do.
Okay.
I love that.
And he had so Steph had a 4 for 21. That's like 2 of Westbrook's games like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You're going to call me a supporter.
I'm just saying. Westbrook's shooting a higher percentage than Steph from the floor.
Now that bothers me. That is like, okay, but I'll say this, and we all know it. Even the guys in the bag, Steiny, our brothers. Westbrook doesn't do just by being on the court.
I'm not saying he's as good. Right. I'm just saying, but Steph Curry
is amazing. What made you go look that up? Like,
well, when I read it, I was like, well, wait a minute here.
Curry's at 38 from 3, 42
and guess what? Here's the
field.
other thing. Steph Curry this year had a 7 for 28. Okay,
who was that against?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Spadone, even though I just said Curry had 11 of those. That doesn't even include the 7 for 28 because I was like, you know what? If in theory Curry makes these last 2 shots, he's 9 for 30. And guess what? That wouldn't fit the criteria. Like,
all right, gotcha.
So, of course, Curry is better than Westbrook.
I got something.
And Curry makes the Warriors better more than Westbrook makes the Lakers better.
Right.
I'm just saying, if you're going to pick on Russell Westbrook's shooting, which we all know is terrible, or not very good, you got to, man, Curry's the greatest shooter, and he's had far more awful shooting games in terms of that than
but to
Westbrook.
capture, and I got cheese for you, Stoddy. I'm about to trap you, I think. In his worst shooting season thus far, he's still an MVP candidate. Steph Curry.
He's not going to win the MVP.
But we just talked about it in the green room. You were
like,
whatever.
Okay, he's finished.
Remember, I said he's
He's not winning the MVP.
You don't still think he can get it?
No, I don't think he can win the MVP.
If they catch Phoenix and his stuff improves, last 10 is better than what it's been.
I don't think so.
So you think that MVP ship has sailed? Because he's got the team dynamic of it now. He's going to have it, it looks like.
I don't think Steph Curry's going to win the MVP.
Well, Embiid's balling, and now got Giannis, Jokic.
I mean, you're just asking
Chris Paul.
You're just asking me my opinion.
Yeah.
What was he last year? 3rd?
Yeah. On a team that was 8. What were they?
He won't be any better than 3rd this year.
You think so?
I'm just telling you what I think. I mean,
but
clearly,
that's if he did. Okay.
Clearly, Embiid
is the front runner.
Whether it's right or wrong, Embiid
he's balling.
He's going to get more votes than Curry as the MVP. Joel Embiid.
Now, what about Ramona Shelburne saying it's always to her? Yeah. It's about a theme, and now this Warrior team didn't make the offs. Now they're about to be a 1 or 2 seed.
Well, they're better.
And if Steph averages 27 minimum, 27 points, would they give it to him?
Listen. Steph Curry's numbers right now, as they stand, are significantly worse than they've been over the course of his career. Now, if he gets hot in the last third of the year, he can bump those numbers up and probably get to a place where he could win the MVP. But if you can't vote for Steph Curry as the MVP when you put his numbers up from this year up against his career. It just, like you said, do people really care about that?
I was just going to remember I told you, the MVP, you think so?
I do. I mean, I do.
So it's not, basically then it's not Steph against Embiid, it's Steph against Steph. And it's Giannis against Giannis. Like if they know, if they use that against him.
Steph's been a big part of the Warriors' success, right?
Gotcha.
But you know what hurts him now? Andrew Wiggins is an all-star. Draymond Green was an all-star. Now, he didn't play. Klay Thompson's back and looks pretty darn good.
So, okay, now he ain't carrying the load.
Exactly.
Like last year was all him.
But I also want to acknowledge that a lot of times what we hear is, well, you got to go with the best team, and then what? Best team, then what? Well, you know what? It might not be fair, but for some reason, I don't really think Curry gets that benefit of the doubt for some reason. I don't know.
It'll be fun to watch, man. Like last night, he was 4 of 10, but I'm waiting for that 7 of 10, that 8 of 10. And it's coming. We got what?
Well, yeah, it's coming. And guess
left.
what? More 3 for 11s are coming.
Man. Even against Sacramento, he got hot.
You know what I'm going to do?
What? You could call him?
Call who?
Steph.
I don't have his number.
You got Lakeups, which means you got every Warrior's number.
Curry's more untouchable than Curry.
I believe that. We're about to see him on TV. I can't get over that.
Who?
Steph and Aisha.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I can't wait.
How much we got here, Spino?
Got about a minute left. Michael Irvin, 4:15 on Damon
That's
Ratto.
my guy.
All right.
Can't wait for that one.
Damon and Ratto. All right. Damon and Ratto coming up.
You could not pay me for me and my wife to go on national television and do a weekly show about relationships.
Oh, it's weekly.
Yeah.
How about for $3 million?
Oh, please. Where you want us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that.
Yeah, where you want us?
Done.
Go on. The money these guys make with endorsements, their
You know
check.
what? Let's end on a positive note. Dead serious. Wiseman took a step forward today. We're closer to seeing Wiseman on the floor.
Yep.
No Klay tomorrow in Utah. He will play Thursday against the New York Knicks. Ratto, Bruce, with the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Coming up next, don't go anywhere on 95.7.
The Morning Roast, live on Twitch.tv, YouTube, and the Odyssey app.
Klay looks great, and the best is yet to come. His handle, the Jonathan Kuminga hype train.
Gutsy here. I don't know about you, but my car could use a few upgrades. I mean, the 8-inch tier in the driver's seat does have sentimental value since my butt has molded to fit it, but I'm ready to move on. My solution? eBay Motors. They've got all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, from seat covers to whole new seats. When I get that new seat, I think I'll put the old one in the living room, right next to the minivan seats, or as we call it, the sectional. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Hey team, it's a full house. We got to pick up the pace.
At Hank's restaurant, the line goes around the block.
Is this for 12? Okay, I need the truffle oil drizzle.
What he needs is another line cook.
Oh man, are the quail breasts still in the sous vide? Dave, can you keep an eye on that, please?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is proudly presented by the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens. Visit sfzoo.org to plan your visit. You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
All right, here we go. It is good to be back with you here. It's a gorgeous Tuesday outside. If you are an NBA fan, there are a couple of lean forward trades as we're getting closer to the trade deadline. We're obviously leaning forward because it's Super Bowl week, and the closer you get, the bigger it feels. Oh, by the way, breaking news about Trevor Bauer that not a lot of people probably expected to hear today, or sound an awful lot like no charges will be filed, but that is indeed the news today on Trevor Bauer. We got an awful lot of stuff to get into this afternoon. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto with you, an ever-changing guest list. We thought that Tim Bontemps might be joining us a little bit earlier today, but his day filled up to talk about NBA news later this hour. I believe we're going to bring in NBA aficionado Howard Beck a little bit later on. We're going to say hello to Michael Irvin, since we are getting closer and closer to the big game. Ray, how are you? Good to be with you. Enjoying the Olympics?
I enjoyed the Italian mixed doubles curling gold medal.
Nice. I'm glad you're watching.
They'd never had one before.
I'm all about a first-time Olympic medal for a country that has never won one quite like that. I love it.
I'm all for curling is what I'm for, because that's a sport where you can hold a beer.
It's a sport you can relate to. There is no doubt about curling. It's a sport you can relate to. You got to love a sport that you think, if my friends and I got together with some chicken wings, we could become world class at this within, 3-4 days.
Well, even if you can't, you still got wings.
And you still got wings. Hey, even if the Super Bowl turns out to be a dud, you still got chicken wings if that's the choice you make. We are going to talk an awful lot about some of these Super Bowl bets that I'm starting to see. It's the right time to talk about that. We got just a couple other, like if we had $1,000 to chop up on how you wanted to bet it over the Super Bowl, I think, Ray, that'd be something we could have some fun with before it's all said and fun today. A most amazing thing about something that could happen resulting from this Super Bowl that has officially never happened in the history of football. So an interesting note or two along the way, but maybe nothing more interesting, Ray, to start the show with today, other than the fact we got a lot of Warriors to talk about. Klay Thompson goes to Oklahoma City, and he feels like he's at home in that gym. That was, flashback to better days for Klay in Oklahoma City. Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, all the way back in, 2016 now? It's a long, long time ago. And it was a good night for the Warriors, who have now won 9 in a row. Under any circumstances, that would kind of be our lead NBA story. But, Ray, it isn't.
Yeah, they're the one team, or one of about 3 teams, that probably isn't fielding a lot of calls for trades. But everybody else is in play and active.
How about the Kings? Okay, there's a lot of ways for this Kings trade to hit you. I think if you are just looking at who they are, what they want to be, and the choices that they've made to now set the next sequence of dominoes in motion. The Kings are sending very impressive rookie Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield, and Tristan Thompson to the Pacers for Sabonis, Justin Holiday, and Jeremy Lamb. Now, it's fascinating because Halliburton is the kind of rookie having the rookie year that says you don't trade a guy like that. But they also had too many point guards on their team, and apparently they dubbed that the point guard they were willing to sacrifice to bring in what is currently, as this trade is constructed today, Ray Ratto, the best player in the trade, and that's Sabonis. I know that that's an unpopular opinion, and everyone's looking at the upside of Halliburton, and rightfully so. He is a very, very interesting young player. The best player in this trade as of the hour it was struck is Sabonis. When's the last time the Sacramento Kings got the best player in a trade?
It's been a while.
But, and Halliburton's in a second year. Pardon me. He's not the rookie anymore.
Yeah. But the interesting thing part from the reading that I've done in the last half hour is that the guy they wanted to move was Fox. And the market for him isn't nearly as hot as they thought it was. And what that suggests to me is that the general manager, Monty McNair, was told by someone above him, which would mean Vivek Ranadive, fix this. And this was the best he could do. I don't know that long-term, Fox and Sabonis will be, an ideal match because, Halliburton was their best floor spacer in addition to everything else they do. And I think in the short term, the Kings will regret this. But in the long term, because it's the Kings, they'll do something else to regret soon enough.
Well, look, De'Aaron Fox wasn't about to land them Sabonis, and that was who they were after in this trade. So you have to peel off a player that you'd rather not and hurts a little, with the only salvation being, if you're a Kings fan, maybe it fits together a little bit better than so many point guards on a team, having just drafted Davion Mitchell, having De'Aaron Fox. Maybe you do sacrifice a talent like Halliburton to bring in a two-time 25-year-old all-star who's basically 20-12 rolling into an NBA game. Sabonis is interesting. So could the Kings screw this up? Of course. At all times, that's in play. A good idea today is ruined by the whatever next idea follows it tomorrow. We've seen them do that time and time again. But to me, this is not the event horizon panic level Kings know nothing of what they're doing trade that I was almost expecting them to make. Halliburton is a surprise, but I understand why they did it.
Yeah, it still leaves them with a guy in Fox who nobody really believes wants to be in Sacramento anymore, which means that either he's got to find happiness with Sabonis on his team instead of Halliburton, or all they're doing is kicking down the can to the day when they've got to get rid of Fox too. That's the danger here. I don't think it is inherently a bad trade, but when you keep a guy who's disaffected and get rid of a guy who's got a more well-rounded game and helps your offense in general, the risk is greater than the reward a lot of times. I know they had to do something because they still believe that finishing 10th has value for them. But, I don't know if this was the ideal trade for them, except for the fact that in trying to shop Fox, they now know what his actual value is, which is not as much as they wanted it to be.
And let's be totally honest here. How often is the ideal trade even presented to the Sacramento Kings? So it's an interesting day for NBA news, and we'll get into other reasons why here in just a second. Damon and Ray, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Bradley Beal is having season-ending surgery on his left wrist, which was just a sprained wrist when it was hurt last week. Obviously, things have changed right there. Portland getting into the news, I think, first this morning, but it's old news by now, the way that NBA news moves quickly once deals start to get commiserated or consummated. Yeah, that's, I think, what I'm looking for. Oh, and by the way, Damon, you sound a little different today. A pitch higher? Love you. Zucci Main from the Comcast Business text line. Very funny. Touche. There will be no more consummation over here, or at least conception, shall we say, going forward. By plan. By design. It was an interesting day yesterday, Ray. I'm sitting on a pillow this afternoon.
If it helps you at all, don't tell me about it.
Fair enough. There's also plenty of Percocet running through me, so if things get a little goofy, you've been pre-warned. Portland flipped C.J. McCollum to the New Orleans Pelicans. Okay. Dame Lillard officially left holding the bag now. He has lost his backcourt buddy, Covington, gone, obviously, with the trade of last week. It's going to be Dame and Anthony Simmons, having it built around them with a significant amount of cap space to offer the free agent that Portland historically has not ever really landed. So what do you think of the Trailblazers kind of clearing deck?
I think they recognized probably last year, maybe even the year before, that making the playoffs and getting knocked out in the first round over and over and over again is not a rewarding life. And they had to do sort of something to shake that up, which is why they did the McCollum deal. Because don't forget, in addition to Josh Hart and Satoransky and Alexander Walker and Lozada and the first round pick that they may or may not get, depending on whether New Orleans is protected or not. Yeah. They also got that cap space you're talking about, and they got rid of the McCollum contract that you talked about. And they need to retool. And most people who are close to that honestly think that this guarantees that they can still try to build around Damian Lillard. The only question really is, how much has his abdominal surgery, changed his game for when he comes back? Because while people are aiming for him to be back around mid-March, I suspect there's not going to be a hurry to get him back in uniform. I think they would like to essentially kick this year down the hole and move on to next year with what is essentially, when you consider their two trades, a whole new team wrapped around Damian Lillard.
Got ourselves a very interesting basketball afternoon. We got an afternoon that gets us closer to kickoff of the Super Bowl. We need to talk about how there is no more vacancy at the NFL head coach's motel. All rooms have been full. So we will talk about what happened there, and it's already Super Bowl week because we got a player in trouble. We have a story about strip clubs in the Super Bowl city that we feel we need to get to you before it's all said and done. And we've already got another player growing publicly unhappy with current team. So we're, pretty much on pace for a normal Super Bowl week. And it looks like we will have all of that. Michael Irvin later today. Howard Beck, I believe, later today. We got open lines right now. I think Kings fans are going to want to talk about this one, and I understand why. It is giving up something you like to acquire something you might have not been ready for, but maybe you got the best player in this trade. If not tomorrow, maybe today. But are the Kings a today team? Not really. So it's interesting, to say the least, right? It's interesting. Oh, and we also have to officially detonate the NFL's Pro Bowl. We need a new idea there. We'll try to come up with that before it's all said and done. We're brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on a 2022 painting plan? Well, MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, wood rot repair. Why wait? See if they can help you today. 855-MB-JESSE or online at mbjesse.com today. That is JESSEE.com.
Odyssey. The Game is presented by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Oh, it's great to have you with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content from right here on 95.7 The Game, all you got to do is text the word Warriors to 20357. It's the word Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and then Ray, as if by electronic magic, everything that we do that is Warriors-centric gets zapped right to your phone. Isn't it amazing what technology can do?
It's also a cruel burden. So we'd better be good.
Let's try to make it good. We're trying to make good with the time to pin down Howard Beck. I guess that's going to be happening a little bit later on. Michael Irvin also a little bit later on. It's a moving parts Tuesday here on 95.7 The Game. We'll let you know when we have everyone pinned down. But in the meantime, it's good to see Klay Thompson playing like that in Oklahoma City. 17 points in the second half, hitting dagger threes late in the game. It's got to give Thunder fans flashbacks to the very best of Klay Thompson. 0 players from that Thunder team. I was reading an Anthony Slater article about it. 0 players from that Thunder team remain. A lot of those similar Warriors, a lot of the same guys playing almost the same style of basketball now. That pre-Durant style of basketball that so many Warriors fans fell in love with. And we're starting to see it, and Ray, we're seeing it in significant chunks and stretches here. Again, a 9-game winning streak is nothing to shake a stick at. I don't care who you're playing, where you're playing, who's dressing for any other team on any other night. 9 in a row in the NBA is a hard thing to pull off, no matter how good you are or how bad they are. So good stretch for the Warriors here after having the previous 20, 30 days that left everyone going, what's going on?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a genuine run of Dr. Feelgood. They've been able to transition out of their thinking too much about our offense and allow them to find a better version of the rhythm that offense needs to function well. And that includes Thompson, and it includes Curry, and it includes Jordan Poole, and it includes Andrew Wiggins, all of them. They've been able to sort of regather their equilibrium while maintaining their defensive intensity, which is the main reason why they've won their last 9. It's that the defense never goes away. There might be a night here or there where a team just shoots 58%, and that's how it works. But you never see them take the night off when the other team's got the ball. And that's the reason why they were able to build this cushion early. And it's the reason why, even on an off night shooting, they're still okay, because I think they're, since they started the year 18-2, they're 23-11, which means they're still winning more than 2/3 of their games. And that would put them, 3rd in the conference just based on that. So, hats off to the offense for figuring it out slow but sure. But hats off to the defense, because that's what makes this team good.
And double hats off, I guess, when you're playing defense this well without Draymond. I mean, that's another thing that really makes me kind of raise both my eyebrows at this 9-game winning streak. There's no Draymond Green involved in any of it. I mean, not a single defensive possession in this 9-game winning streak involved Draymond Green being out there. And that brings us to Jonathan Kuminga. Ray, what's the old the eye test? I always thought that an important part of the eye test is when the player that we're talking about is on the floor. I can't take my eyes off of him. I can't take my eyes off Kuminga when he's out there playing. I mean, every single game that he's in there, he does something that just makes you go, wow. And it's not just the reverse windmill dunk that is the obvious highlight in transition. It's not that. It's how he puts his shoulders down on a drive and just goes and seems to be unstoppable getting to the rim when he makes that choice to go to the rim. And it feels like it's almost a choice. When he makes it, he's going. He's got a lightning quick first step. His body control belies the amount of basketball that's actually on his young body. The explosion is ridiculous that he has. And he has a night where you see all the potential in the world, a couple of the mistakes along the way too as he's growing. 16-4-4. But, I mean, we got to give him this, Ray. He's gone from you hoped he would be a project that you could actually throw out on the court this year at one point in time to bona fide, no doubt about it, important part of their rotation. I mean, he's a year away from being a different breed, a different threat than what Draymond Green can really pose. And I'm not saying that to take anything away from Draymond, but there is a different version of Draymond coming in Kuminga where you're sacrificing a little defensive acumen for all kinds of offensive pluses.
In the immediate future, though, because I don't know that I'm ready to project out that far, it's clear that he is the best big man alternative to Looney, because Looney's going to start. Mm-hmm. That's just a given. And even if James Wiseman, who apparently was doing 3-on-3 contact drills in Utah today, and is sort of guesstimated by Monty Poole, among others, to maybe be activated by the end of the month, Kuminga is now clearly the number 2. And because he can do other things, rather than just be a low block 5, he becomes more interesting. The interesting thing about it is that we're now entering into the post All-Star break when all of a sudden every game is that's chips in.
It gets a little tighter.
Yeah, it gets tighter. They're going to be playing better teams more often. And then once you get to the playoffs, you're playing good teams every night. So, he's hitting his stride at the right time. I don't know if it sort of makes him their first option for big guys come the postseason, but it makes him a guy who could get 20 minutes a game, in the rotation, even if you allow for the fact that Looney's going to play 23 or 24. It means that there may not be a whole lot of room for Wiseman one way or another.
They'll find some minutes for him. They'll figure out a way, if they can, to make what little minutes they get out of him effective. I mean, if James Wiseman turns into a little rim protection and 6 fouls to give, okay, that could be useful in the playoffs too. No, not sexy, but useful.
Oh no, it will be particularly useful if they play Denver, because Nikola Jokic, who either is the MVP or is going to finish second to Joel Embiid, is a force unto himself. And they're going to have to spend fouls on him, because I don't know that Kevon Looney can do 25 minutes against that guy. Which means that, whatever you can slip in with Wiseman is helpful. Because otherwise, Jokic is going to have his way every time they play.
Of the quality back-to-back games that Klay Thompson has just put down, where he's turned into the Warriors' leading scorer in the last 2 games in a row that they've won, he knocked down some big shots in this one in Oklahoma City, which obviously puts everybody in the time machine, except really for Klay Thompson, who says he doesn't remember telling that entire gym that he owns them.
I don't remember, man. I black out in those moments.
There you go. That's a very diplomatic thing to say. I don't remember screaming obscenities at anyone. I was blacked out as I was sticking daggers in their eyes. And he says, look, it really isn't about 2016. The year didn't end the way that he wanted it to, so maybe it's not as romantic for him as it is for everyone telling the stories.
No, that was a long time ago. Although that's a dear memory of mine. It did not end well that season. It was a lot of heartbreak. So 2016, although we accomplished something that might not ever be done before, it was a hard year. It was a hard summer. I had to think about that all summer.
Didn't like it. Didn't like the way that one ended, by the way. He did happened to notice that he was stretched out to 30 minutes by a intentional rotational change that Steve Kerr is making as he's starting to think about how to get Klay out there for the most important minutes in a game. I know he shaved minutes off of his first half to play him more in the second. He got 30 minutes for the first time since his return. Klay Thompson.
It was a ton of fun. I am most impressed with my no turnover game. I don't think I've had one of those this year, so I'm glad I was able to do that. And I just am happy playing almost 30 minutes. I don't take that lightly. That's a big, big milestone.
Big step. Big steps, baby steps, Ray, but still big steps all the way. The Warriors really are, for a team that's not even close to being healthy, really, really well positioned right now. As you look at how their week sets up, it began with a 110-96 win over the Thunder just last night. They've got Utah tomorrow in Salt Lake City. Thursday, they come home to the Knicks at Chase Center. On Saturday, they got the Lakers at Chase Center. That game's going to be on ABC. The last time the Warriors lost a game was all the way back on January 20th when the Pacers shocked them with a G League team win. And it's February 8th now. So that's a lot of sustained, well-played basketball over a stretch that I think it's starting to balance out the struggles that were sustained over a decent stretch that we kept on alluding to. Like, this is more than a bad week of Steph shooting. It's going on 20, 30 games. It feels like the market adjustment is starting to appear. Like the scales are being balanced out a little bit by the 9-game winning streak here.
Well, the last time they really got boat raced in a game, and true, the Indiana game was not, very heartwarming for them because Indiana's awful. But the last time they got boat raced in a game was January 16th. And since then, their defensive rating has been second. Their offensive rating, I believe, has been 8th. So they are relocating what they had in the early part of the year when they also had a relatively easy schedule. The point is not that they're only beating up bad teams. It's that when you get bad teams, they're handling their business so that if they lose to a good team here and there, it isn't catastrophic. It doesn't put them in jeopardy of losing a place or two in the conference standings, because to at least a certain extent, who you play matters, how far you advance. So, take the good times when they're happening for whatever reason. But the thing that is most gratifying, I think, above and beyond being able to get Thompson more run, is that they were the best team in basketball in over 20 games, and in the games since then, they've been the second best team defensively. And it's the thing that just keeps grinding at my head. It's that they have not taken the foot off the gas pedal.
When you consider how many injured feet, theoretically, this team has come up with 2. It's really something else. And I want to go to the second cut here from Steph Curry, if I could, Grandy, where somebody on the text line brought up the fact, like, hey, if they can keep this up, they can chase down Phoenix for that 1 seed. I don't think the Warriors exist in a world where the 1 seed or home court advantage matters as much as overall team health. And that's what Steph Curry was saying. He's like, yeah, we're playing really well. We did play really well earlier. We haven't even really been all that healthy yet. And when that happens, we're going to be a tough out.
It is, honestly, it's kind of hard to understand what that's going to look like because there's so much indefinite timelines of guys being in and out, Wise, Draymond, essentially Andre now. So we're very excited about it, but we also understand we don't want to skip too far ahead to, especially for the young guys, to keep building the right habits and the right perspective of how they can impact winning. Because when you get to the playoffs, if there is injury, if there is something, everybody has to have that same confidence. We need everybody on the same page, and we're building towards that.
When this team gets all the way healthy, look out, NBA. Look out. Look out, look out. And all the way health could mean, James Wiseman's only getting 8 minutes a night. It doesn't matter. If he's out there healthy, contributing in any way, becoming a human fouling machine, that's all good too. We'll worry about all the details maybe next year for James Wiseman, but just getting his body out there to complement a short Warriors team with one legitimate 7-foot fouling machine, that works too. I could see how the Warriors could make that work for them too. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Ray, under normal circumstances, under normal world circumstances, you and I would be doing this show from Los Angeles, even without the 49ers making the Super Bowl. Normally afternoon drive shows of our ilk, whatever. How's our ilk, Ray?
You mean our elk?
Our ilk, our elk, whatever, the Elks Lodge that is this show. Normally shows of this Elk Lodge stature end up going to Super Bowls. And we probably would have. But we're not this year. For all kinds of reasons. Namely, Ray, I don't know if you've seen any of these Super Bowl Radio Row pictures that have come out from early in the week here. We have a socially distanced Radio Row, and I have to tell you, from a personal standpoint, from a professional standpoint, from a career standpoint, Ray, I have no FOMO washing over me at all here. No fear of missing out whatsoever. I think we're going to be just fine without being on location for this one.
Oh, I would feel that way about most of them. I think what you're going to get, and this is all inside media stuff that most people don't care about, I think that's the wave of the future, where it is going to be socially distanced, just in general. Even after the pandemic has come and gone, I think the days when, you would pack in as many people as you possibly could are over. I think fewer and fewer, media outlets are going to bother. They'll try to cover it remotely because the Zoom capability is still going to be there. And it'll be harder to get sort of players and football celebrities to do the car wash that they used to do. So I think this is not only a matter of momentary exigency. I think it's really about the way things are going to be from now on.
I think you're right. Radio Row was an extension of media opportunities that used to not exist to either NFL fringe entities, different sort of folk, a blend of the real celebrity world and the sports celebrity world, whether that be the C-list, the D-list, and I've seen a lot of A-listers, walking around the Super Bowl. I'm going to tell you right now, being on Radio Row when Beyonce walks directly through it, it's an event. It's a lot of stop and look action at a legitimate global icon just strolling on past you. It was a big deal in New Orleans when it happened. There's no mixing and mingling, I think, going to be happening like that, not only from a lack of COVID standpoint, but you don't need Radio Row to reach out to anyone anymore. You can do so with your however many millions of Instagram followers you already have. You don't need to appear on, the Shecky and Juice show, yuck it up on the Chuckle Hut with the morning guys to talk about your new movies brought to you by Haas Avocados and whatever underwear you happen to be selling that week. These promotional opportunities are everywhere, not just existing on Radio Row. So, yeah, it's a different world. It's a different world. Having said all that, it could mean good dinners at steakhouses on the company dime. And if indeed that should return, Ray, we'll catch yourselves a part of that.
On this company dime?
Yes, on this company dime. We're highly regarded. We're the Elks Lodge, I told you. Look at our ilk.
Stink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we stink for the right reasons.
Yeah, I think your next 500 steaks will be prepared by you in your kitchen.
Look at it this way. I won't miss a single temp. You want perfect mid-rare. I'm talking about take it off the grill at 128 while it's resting. It comes up to 131. Perfect mid-rare. Nail it every time, Ray.
Well, you are a meathead, so.
Thank you.
I don't mean that in the way that it sounds, although I do enjoy the way it sounds.
I feel good.
You are a guy who will grill.
I feel good about it. I really do. Thank you. Howard Beck is going to be joining us coming out of the next break. We are going to be talking about trades that have happened, trades that might happen, and how good the Warriors can really be when they are all healthy together again with NBA reporter extraordinaire Howard Beck. He'll be joining us in just a moment. In the meantime, Lucas has texted me, we have a call if you want it. Sure, we want it. Fillmore Mike in San Francisco. What's going on, Fillmo?
Hey, man, I've been holding on for a second. I'm on my lunch break. Shout out to El Farlito. They got the best Mexican food in the city, in my opinion. Anyway, Damon, I wouldn't hate on Radio Row because it still makes your show. You guys have an excellent show, but with Radio Row, it still adds. It helps radio maybe more than the NFL. With that being said, because you just talked. I brought that up, but my main point was this: two things. Kuminga, I understand what you're saying, but in terms of IQ, I don't think he could do what Draymond can do next year. In terms of IQ, everything else he could do. In terms of IQ and ball distribution, where to go, I don't think he's there yet. You always tell me this, though. I mean, you always say this, Damon, and I totally agree with you. I love you for this. Development of a player is like the greatest thing to see in sports outside of that player killing and doing Curry, LeBron James types of things. So that is Kuminga's development is priceless just to watch that. You feel what I'm saying? It's like you have an artist, a musical artist, and no one knows about it, but you do. And you're telling everybody, like, man, this dude tight, and then all of a sudden they blow up. It's like that. Do you ever see that artist when he was just playing small theaters, and then 5 years later they're selling out stadiums, and you were like, I knew it back then. I knew it back then. That's where we are with Kuminga. Kuminga isn't very much a secret, but he's our little lounge act right now who will soon be playing and selling out stadiums on his own. The development of the guy's been extraordinary. Thank you, Filmo Mike. And you're right. Look, Radio Row is good for the show, the brand to grow. But Ray refuses to help grow the brand or the show, so it would be counterproductive even if we did go. Look, here's the thing. The Super Bowl. I was there, Ray. I'm old enough to remember when. But it's the truth. I remember when the Super Bowl, and being on Radio Row did give you an access to a level of information and stuff that just doesn't seem available because that's not really how it works anymore. But yeah, it's the ultimate radio trade show. It really is.
No, it had far greater value in the past. I'm not denying that for a minute. It's just that we are in, and this is a stupid thing to say, we are in a revolutionary media landscape where proximity to people is less important to those people than it used to be. And it's just, one of the casualties will be, if it isn't already, the sizable Radio Row. They're going to be, there'll be rights holders who will be there. There will be some local stations, maybe the two participant teams, and then probably not much else. It'll be a much smaller thing. And, it's neither good nor bad. It's simply what is.
It is, yeah. It's just very much a sign of the times. Filmo, thanks always for listening, man. Good to talk to you. It's always good to talk a little NBA with Howard Beck. And that's what we're going to do next here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are streaming, Twitching, YouTubing. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. You can see me wearing a hat today. And I think Ray's got a Nordiques t-shirt on, which is always good and fun to support. So stick around. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game.
Got a party of 10 coming in, and we need to flip those 2 tables.
Leah's restaurant is fully booked night after night.
Section 3 is still behind.
She no longer has reservations about finally finding a hostess.
Why doesn't 23 have menus? Oh, because they're in my hand.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times, so I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises when it comes to covering the NBA. Howard Beck, no compromises being made. He just gets right down to the truth, the fact, separating it from the fiction. He is in Brooklyn, where he's based. He's going to be taking in a little Nets and Celtics tonight. We got a possible trade rumor from that game to talk about, but there are a few other trade facts that we're going to get over on Howard before we bring up what could be happening with Mr. Harden and company. Howard, first of all, thanks for joining us. Understand you're working a game tonight, so you're extra busy. Thank you for taking a little time out for Ray and I. How you doing, man?
Doing all right, guys. How are you?
We're doing very well. So the Warriors have won 9 in a row. That's good news around here. But the other bigger news, I guess, from Northern California basketball is that the Kings have made a trade, including Halliburton, which is a little bit of a shocker. But they might have gotten the best player back in Sabonis, and a lot of people are understanding, or they can't understand why they would do this deal. I kind of get it. I think I see how it fits a little bit better than a lot of point guards. What do you think of this trade? It's kind of a big one.
Yeah, I was shocked like a lot of people were, and, you know, the resounding opinion of NBA Twitter was to just trash it immediately from the Kings side of it, because everybody loves Tyrese Halliburton. Like, he was an incredible pick by the Kings, and they were really proud of that pick, as they should have been. He was a steal. He's turned out really, he's developed really quickly. I think that he has exceeded, maybe not the Kings' expectations. They obviously had high expectations for him, but I think he's exceeded a lot of expectations of people around the league, where you thought he was going to be a really good, maybe high-level role player, right? Handle the ball a little bit, shoot a little, defend multiple positions, really intelligent ball player. But I don't think anybody was projecting, he'd be some perennial all-star. He may still not be, but the way he's played, especially in the last month or so, and when he's played, especially when De'Aaron Fox has been out and he's had a lot of responsibility, he's been fantastic, and he's still really young in his career, and you wonder if his ceiling is a lot higher. And if that's the case, and he's a big guard too, he's got size. So if that's the case, that's the guy that if you were a struggling franchise, as the Kings clearly are, you'd think you'd want to build around. But I think they also put themselves in a position where De'Aaron Fox is on a max deal, and they drafted Davion Mitchell, and so now your three best players are all guards. And maybe they just felt like we've got a surplus, and if we can flip one for an efficient scoring, rebounding, playmaking forward, and Sabonis does all those things, then maybe that's the play. It does balance out the lineup, and it does give them, a nice 1-2 punch with De'Aaron Fox. Obviously, he's had his struggles, Fox, but if they really believe in him, and they better, given that contract, then I kind of see it. I don't like giving up Halliburton, but, Sabonis is a 25-year-old two-time All-Star who's still evolving, still growing. Like I get it. I do get it. I'm just not sure that the ceiling for them on this, in terms of this trade and what it does for them, I don't know. I'm as you can hear, I've got some hesitation with it, but I kind of get it in the abstract.
Does it indicate in your mind that maybe the feeling around the league for De'Aaron Fox is not nearly as high as we once thought it was? That maybe this year the market has fallen for him and fallen to a point where the Kings couldn't get anything that even was remotely considerable?
It's a fair assessment of it, right? It's a fair read, but it's complicated by the fact that De'Aaron Fox, having been drafted, a few years before Halliburton, is already, in that second contract, and so he's gotten his max deal. And so if they were, it's not apples to apples in this case, right? Like, part of it is De'Aaron Fox has been kind of up and down, and though he's shown flashes of stardom, he's also struggled at times and still doesn't have a reliable jumper. And there's questions about whether he's a winning player, and there's questions about his defense. So as a basketball matter, you might lean Halliburton anyway. But once you throw the contract in there, and Halliburton's still in his rookie deal and a fixed wage, and Fox is on, the max extension he got, the point is, like, you can't, as a rival team looking to add a guard, you're not comparing them in the same way. And you're constructing trades that also have to match salaries. And so there's just a lot that goes into it. But yeah, look, it's hard to conclude anything other than Halliburton was the more valued prospect or the more valued guard on the Kings roster. But again, look, Fox has shown enough in the last few years to believe that he still could be the answer for them. We've seen him, do great things at times. He's put up numbers, and maybe he just needs the right group around him. I think my other big concern with this, although, is that Halliburton was a guy who, as a bigger guard, could kind of balance out and take on the tougher defensive assignments on the perimeter, and you lose him. Davion Mitchell's a great defender, but he's smaller, and Sabonis is not known for his defense at all. So the Kings, as a group, maybe they've balanced themselves out offensively and have improved themselves offensively, but the defense is still a huge problem for them, and I don't know how they're solving that.
Howard Beck, senior NBA writer for Sports Illustrated here on 95.7 The Game. Before we get to your backyard in Brooklyn and rumors coming from there, Portland flipping C.J. McCollum to the Pelicans to essentially turn, a whole bunch of cap space into future opportunities to play next to Dame Lillard. Who's got the brighter future? McCollum and maybe Zion on the Pelicans, or Dame Lillard where he stands and whoever might become of the cap space?
Man, I have no idea. I mean, Lillard is dealing with an abdominal injury that seems really alarming to me. I mean, I was covering the Lakers back when Shaq had an abdominal injury back in the late 90s that could have seriously altered the course of his career, but he got great treatment from Alex McKechnie, and the rest is history, and he was fine. But abdominal injuries are no joke, and Lillard, the miles on him, you start to worry. I like what the Blazers are doing to try to reformat around him. This is an overdue decision to basically tear down around him. It's not a rebuilding project because you still have Lillard, and as long as he recovers from this injury and comes back like his old self, you're still in a great place. And I think he's got a lot of great years left if he's healthy. But this was the right move, and it was an overdue move. The Lillard-McCollum pairing had run its course, and most people around the league thought that they should have broken them up years ago. So the Blazers are doing what they have to do. I'm kind of on the trade just because, the return package is mostly about cost savings and flexibility. Josh Hart's a good player and a good defender and can play well next to Dame if they keep him. It's more about what they do next to the Blazers. In the Pelicans' case, they're just trying to salvage something of this season, and they've played pretty well since their poor start. I think they're 20-20 over the last 40 or something like that. Like they've really kind of been able to get something going even without Zion. And then the big question there, when you're asking me to compare the two teams and who makes out better, I mean, everything is about health on Lillard's part and on Zion's part. And Zion's missed so many games so early in his career, and with some weight concerns and lower extremity injuries, over and over again, you wonder about the trajectory of his career, period. And now you got to figure out when he does come back, okay, what is the distribution like? Ingram's great with the ball in his hands. Zion was playing, basically being, point Zion before all the injuries. McCollum obviously is great with the ball in his hands. I like the offensive firepower. Does it all work? It's going to be a while maybe before we know. But in the meantime, hey, the Pelicans and the Kings have just declared there's an all-out war for the play-in tournament.
Ooh-wee. What a great idea that is. Okay, let's get to the the gist of the day. Is a Ben Simmons deal going to happen before the summer? Is that doable at this point, or have we reached the stalemate of stalemates where nobody's really interested in Simmons to the point that they want to actually do something about it yet because they're waiting to see if he's going to play at all, or can the Sixers pull something out of their ear at the last minute?
Well, before you guys called, or just as you guys were calling, I did see Sean Marks roaming the court here at Barclays Center, seemingly without a care in the world. So he's clearly not hunkered down somewhere trying to trade Harden for Simmons at this moment. I can report that. Things change quickly in this league. I don't suspect we're going to see a Harden deal by Thursday, and I don't suspect that anything is happening between these two franchises, the Nets and Sixers, anyway. The interesting thing is that, the way the Sixers have handled this has been, and I agree with it philosophically, we're not trading Simmons until we get the payoff that we think we should get for a guy who's 25 years old and been All-NBA a couple of times, and that's fine. If their main targets have been Harden, Lillard, Beal, well, Beal is now having season-ending, wrist surgery. Lillard's out with the abdominal. Two of the three guys that you have targeted are having serious health concerns and are certainly not fixes for you today. And then there's James Harden. The buzz around the league, and this is not just from Philly. I know people cynically say, and I understand it, that, all this is just coming from Philly. They're trying to force the hand. They're trying to poison the waters, whatever. People around the league have been saying for a while that they've heard rumblings of Harden wanting to play in Philly to go reunite with Daryl Morey. Harden's tight with Michael Rubin, one of the Sixers co-owners. He could go hitch himself to Joel Embiid and be on a contending team for the next several years. So there's plausibility there and believability there, and I do think that there is a risk of the Nets losing Harden this summer. But does that mean you pull the trigger now? I don't think you do it unless Harden has come to you and definitively said, "Look, I'm going to opt out and I'm not coming back," or I'm going to be demanding a trade because he can opt in. He can opt into the 1 year of his deal and then demand the trade. I mean, if you think that's coming, you act now. But there's just such volatility with this team right now between Kyrie Irving only eligible for road games and Harden hurt at the moment and questions about his future. Durant hurt for the moment. The clouds over the Nets right now are just pretty thick.
Howard Beck, so do you think that there's a little caveat emptor, little buyer beware going through Kevin Durant's mind as he reflects on the situation he designed for himself and this is kind of imploding on him?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fair statement. I mean, he came here in concert with Kyrie a couple of years ago. He certainly lobbied hard to be reunited with James Harden, his old Thunder teammate, and so this is the team Durant wanted, and it does appear to potentially be crumbling around him. But part of that's him too. Part of that's his own health, and I think we've now seen this play out a few times in a few different places. Kyrie Irving is an incredible talent, but you take on some risk when you decide to hitch your franchise to him or as a teammate. And, this thing could still go, it could still end happily for them all, right? Durant gets healthy, maybe New York eases its laws and Kyrie gets eligible for all the games and Harden stays and those three, march on to the championship in June. It could happen. It's possible. I don't see that right now. I feel like again, there's too much volatility, and the supporting cast also has not been stellar. I would have traded Kyrie 2 months ago to replenish that supporting cast myself, but easy for me to say.
Howard, thank you so very much. Appreciate it, especially on a school night, man. Thanks for joining us.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Take care.
Thank you very, very much. Howard Beck coming to us live from Brooklyn outside of Celtics and Nets, which I guess he's reporting will not be offering up a blockbuster pending James Harden trade, not at least this evening. Welcome, everyone. Just a minute or two late into your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
You know, the more I've read about it, Ray, the whole Harden falling out of love with Brooklyn, it's not that he doesn't see eye to eye with Kyrie. It's not that he is upset at the failed designs of Kevin Durant in the first place. He just didn't want to be a big one. He didn't want to have to carry the load every single night at this point in his career. If he wanted to do that, he could have stayed in Houston and gotten paid more money against how much he was just eligible to be paid by the team in the first place, and the more money that he kept in the loose tax haven that is the state of Texas. And I think Harden's like, if I wanted to be doing all the heavy lifting, I would have stayed in the place to have done that with a whole bunch of young guys. Now I'm here on team older guy, and I'm the only one lifting it all. This is not what I signed up for.
But that's why he isn't that happy with Kyrie Irving, because while you can't be mad at Kevin Durant for getting hurt, because that's a predictable circumstance of being an athlete, you can look at Kyrie Irving and the way that he hasn't played any home games, and the way that he has, basically said, I'm not getting a vaccination, even if it means I'm a part-time player. I think that is at least preventable to one way or another. And I think he does have a problem with the fact that Irving has not been there in a way that could have saved them this latest cratering.
Not a single one of these players has the balls to walk up to him and put that bill on his table.
No, but
everybody gives you the public, like, I'm here to support whatever decision he believes is right for himself. Like, nobody's like, nah, you're right. You should just take the damn vaccination like every other normal person in the world and get to work.
No, which I get. I mean, the fact that he doesn't say anything about it doesn't mean that his disenchantment with Brooklyn isn't about that. Because Durant getting hurt is, it's an act of God.
That's sports.
Yeah, that's the deal. You can live with that. You won't be happy about it, but you can live with it. This is at least preventable, and the guy who could prevent it isn't preventing it because he genuinely believes that vaccinations are not for him. And so I get why Harden's unhappy, because, he didn't want to be the guy carrying the heavy end of the piano night in and night out. And it's starting to weigh on both him and everybody else, because that team was constructed in such a way that there were those three guys, then Joe Harris, then, minimum salary players. It was incredibly top heavy. And now all you're getting is one and a half of those three guys. Of course they're going to be struggling. Of course they're going to be seventh. Of course they're going to be looking at a play-in tournament. Of course he's going to be unhappy. So, I don't know that the Nets are going to do anything about it, because I think they believe that when Durant comes back, a lot of Harden's anxiety will dissipate. But for right now, he's also a guy who is showing his age, and I don't know what other teams want to pick up that salary nut for a guy that, frankly, has always been ball dominant and is a hard guy to fit into your philosophies. So, he's a little bit like Simmons in that way. He's expensive, but you're not sure you can rely on him.
We're going to be hopping right back into the NFL talk of the week leading up to the Super Bowl. Hall of Famer Michael Irvin going to be joining us next. Looking forward to talking to him. I'm guessing he is walking around Los Angeles somewhere getting ready for the big game. Wonder what a player can really do on a Tuesday afternoon to get ready for a Super Bowl after you spent the entire year prepping for this moment. Like, how much work, how much prep can you actually get done between this point and the big game? Or is between this point and the big game where most of the actual prep you're going to use during the Super Bowl gets put in? We'll talk to a guy who's gone to and won several Super Bowls, so he knows more about it than Ray does, than I do. So we're going to have Michael Irvin join us in just a second. But real quick, one more NBA note to talk about on a day where trades are all around and happening, and the Kings find themselves in the middle of a very interesting trade for lots of different reasons. Ray, the steep decline of Russell Westbrook, it's getting to like mountain yodeler levels here from Price is Right days where he just falls off the damn game board. And for all the jokes, like, here's the thing. Russell Westbrook, he's just not a fit on that team. But he's still, like, of all the guys who qualified to lead, he is the Lakers' leaders in points, rebounds, assists, and steals. Like, say all you want to joke about Russell Westbrook. He can still play, but he just does not fit. And he does not fit on that team. And when it's not going right, he seems to have no governor on how he's going to go about shooting the ball. Just watch that Lakers-Knicks game from over the weekend where he was out there going 1 for 10, playing absolutely no defense, representing a $44 million cap hit this year and a $47 million cap hit next year, which means, Ray, nobody wants to trade for him. No one. And so LeBron is saying all these things publicly like, yeah, we're going to figure it out. We're a bunch of pros, but they left themselves no escape hatch from what is the worst contract maybe in the NBA.
There is a fascination, I think, among players in a position of power in the NBA when they are looking to pick up a player for their team. It's inevitably somebody who's about their age. Even if Russell Westbrook was more helpful than he's been, he's still a guy with miles on him. And when you pick up a guy of that age with that salary, you drastically limit the number of things you can do when something goes wrong. And with the Lakers, Anthony Davis got hurt. Now LeBron's hurt. And this team was not constructed for your third best guy to be your first best guy. There was a clear pecking order on that team. And it was LeBron because, of his resume. LeBron. Anthony Davis because he is the dynamic player of the now. And then, distantly third, was Russell Westbrook. They're a team who is in the position right now of missing Alex Caruso badly. Because he was a guy who could sort of be like the grease between the gears. Now he's gone too, and the Lakers they're a hard watch. They are just a hard watch. And until they figure, out how to get everybody together, they're going to remain a hard watch. And even if they all come back together, there's no guarantee that Westbrook is going to suddenly reinvent the Westbrook of 3 years ago. He might just be washed.
He also seems committed to not fitting at times. I mean, he's just, like try to fit into a system, not just stand out from it. And he feels like he refuses to do that at times. So watching that Knicks game was something else. And then they sit him at the end, and they come back and they win it. And look, LeBron and AD, Ray, when healthy, they're two of the best of all time. I mean, it's just, it's LeBron and Anthony Davis means you don't need much else. Like, that's how good they are when they're on their games and healthy. I mean, they're incredible. But the Lakers are now 26-28 and are only going to go as far as Malik Monk can take them. I mean, it's crazy.
And the truth is, even when you include James and Davis, two's not enough.
No.
That's been established time and again. And even with Westbrook as he is now, They still only have the two. Westbrook is now mostly a name, and names get you nothing.
Here's a name, Michael Irvin. It carries some weight around these Super Bowl parts, and we're going to talk to him next. Here on 95.7 The Game, Michael Irvin comes up around the corner. In the meantime, Ray Ratto, Damon Bruce, we are brought to you by the Northern California Toyota dealers.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Klay Thompson.
Thompson off a screen by Looney. Nailed it. That's a huge shot for the Warriors.
I don't remember, man. I black out in those moments.
Thompson for three. Got another one. Klay Thompson. Back-to-back three.
They gave him so much room.
Every hour ticks by as each day passes. The sun sets in the west, it rises in the east, and we are getting closer and closer and closer to Super Bowl Sunday. To talk about it, to talk about how he would prep the week before, what he thinks players need to be doing in order to get their minds right to win this game, Ray and I are so happy to welcome in one of our favorite guests from NFL Network, from the Hall of Fame. He is Mr. Michael Irvin, the playmaker himself, here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael. It's good to have you. What is going on with you this week?
Man, listen, this thing here, you guys know I'm already in L.A., right? I've been here since Sunday because I had to wake up and do first take early in the morning here, 4 o'clock in the morning on Monday. So I've been here. Now, let me tell you something. And I think the teams are just getting here like today, just coming in today. And my first thought was, wow, man, I'm so glad we had Jimmy Johnson. Because Jimmy Johnson understood things. Jimmy didn't try to hide. See, y'all, let me tell you something. Jimmy Johnson knew I got some young dudes over here, a lot of testosterone running around in them. I need to go and get this bad testosterone out of them so we can focus on the game. So Jimmy made sure we came in on the Sunday prior. And he said, hey, all you dogs, you get out there and run ravishly and get it over Sunday and Monday night. Tuesday, when we came in, you've got some running around out, and then you're ready to focus on football. I got to watch this new thing when you're coming in this late. And then all of this ambience are going on around you. Do you get caught up in it when you come in this late as opposed to going getting it out your system? Now, remember, I know you're about to say something, but remember this. We old men. I just sit up here and say, I'm going to sleep early. But they're 22 years old. It's a difference when I was 22 than it is when I'm 55.
Oh, yeah. And look, you're in the Super Bowl. Like, go get yourself a victory lap before the game even happens. Have some fun. That's good.
Hard to get these pats on the back, and you ain't going to let me go out here and let somebody pat this back? What are we talking about?
The thing is, though, like when we used to live in a different world, Tuesday was media day, and it felt like that was the day where the players would come back together from their little mental vacations and say, all right, it's install time. It is serious time.
It was right. It was the indication to get back to business. But Super Bowls were really a week long then, because you would have welcoming parties for both teams somewhere in the city. Everybody be looking for the welcoming party. All the Miss USA, they were all looking. I was looking for them too. I'm just saying, they were looking for the welcoming parties, man. It's just different, man. I guess it is what it is. That's what it is.
Your first Super Bowl was in L.A. When you were getting your instructions about, Sunday and Monday, rage like hell, and then Tuesday be ready to work, how much hell was there to find, or was the fact that the city is so big and everything is so stretched out that it was hard to get all the fun in that you wanted to get in the window that you had available?
No, we did pretty good. Don't feel bad for us. We did pretty good. We got it on there. We got something in. The first night, it was me, a lot of us, quite a bit of us. We stumbled up on a little face party. This was some kind of party. They were announcing some release of some music, and it was packed. And we went up in that thing, man, and we were in the back. We were making all the noise, and they were trying to talk and make some announcement. They were asking us to be quiet. Can you guys in the back, please pipe it down? We're trying to do the party right. I said, we are the party. What are you talking about? We're here for the Super Bowl.
We're the NFC champs.
Party. We were cranking that thing up, man. So, no, we had plenty of time that Sunday and Monday in L.A. to get loose and have some fun.
How much of a headache is it leading up to the game, dealing with family members and friends and cousins coming out of the woodwork, everyone wanting to not just go to the game and have you provide a ticket, but they want to go to that party with you. They want to be on the red carpet with you. How hard is it to handle all the demands of your own family on the game? And do players who have family who understand, like, back off a little bit, it's a work week, do they have an advantage over the families and players that get greedy?
Right. I'm going to tell you something, man. Now, that ain't going nowhere. I'm still sick of that at 55. You know what I'm saying? Right now. I got everybody wants, man, I'm coming in, Mike. Man, I'm coming to town, man. Dude, you're not, man, Mike, man, I'm going to get with you Friday. Let's go do this, let's go do, man, I'm coming with you. Negroes, y'all not finna have me running around here like I got a posse at 55 years old. Just stop right now. I'm not walking around with 40 people with me. We're not doing this. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can, because everybody's trying to use your face as their ticket to get in every spot. And if you're not careful, you'll be walking around with a whole football team, a whole 53-man roster, trying to get in a spot, telling me, hey, man, I'm over here. Like, man, we're not doing this, man. We're not doing it. You know, if I see you there, I will see you there. So I just say, no, I'm working, and after work, I'm going to be in the NFL car because of COVID protocols. They can't have anybody else in the car. You guys go ahead on. I'll meet you at the spot. I've come up with a standard. That's my standard right there. I'm working, and because of COVID protocols, I can't have anybody else. The NFL won't allow anybody else in the car. I'll just meet y'all at the spot, and we'll see you there. That's how we do it.
Did you farm out all the logistics to a family member, or did you just say no a lot?
Well, yeah, I have assistants and everything, and I didn't say no. And even when we were in the Super Bowls, you know, I would go to Jerry and say, Jerry, you know how many brothers I have over here, so I'm gonna need some extra tickets. And then I would get that to my assistants and tell them, y'all take care of that. Don't bother me with this. Nobody come back to me and talk to me about tickets. They will pass out the tickets. Now, about that third Super Bowl, and some of you figured out at that second Super Bowl, my family learned that they can get thousands of dollars for that one ticket I gave them. You know? So, and they had already saw the Super Bowl here in Pasadena. So now we're in, I think, Arizona, Atlanta. One of the second was we're in Arizona or Atlanta, wherever the second one was, and they were going. And I got back to the hotel. I said, "Man, see the game, man? Yeah, we saw the game. I said, did you? You know, we came back here and watched it. I said, what'd you do? So a few told me they sold the tickets there, and then the next year they promised they wouldn't sell no more tickets, and a few more sold the tickets the next year. So after the first year, yeah, they kind of took some of the money and ran.
I mean, a little disappointing, but ultimately, I guess, understandable at one point. Michael Irvin here with us on 95.7 The Game. Just going back to your days as a Super Bowl and all the moments of Cowboy glory. It's the Leon Lett play and Don Beebe chasing him down that I still think about. When you talk to Leon Lett, do you use the words Don Beebe, or do you talk to Don Beebe about Leon Lett?
To this day, I don't know. I think it still would have been the record. We had 52. At the time, would have been giving us, I think, 58 points with possible field goal to make it 59, which would be probably the highest score in Super Bowl history. That's what we messed with him about. That's what we used to mess with him about. Dude, you snatched our history. Playing around with it. And he always said, I was just trying to do that thing you did. You know, we hold the ball out and bring it across the goal line after your body comes across the goal line. He said, I was just trying to do that thing that you did, Playmaker. You know, I should have just done my thing. But Leon is such a big, just a gentle giant. You feel bad messing with him. But yeah, we have to mess with him sometimes. And as always, Thanksgiving in Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Things we're going to accentuate every year, no matter what.
What actual home city advantages do the Rams genuinely possess this week Not just, we've played on the field and they haven't, but the things that make this week easier for the Rams than for the Bengals?
Well, first of all, you know lay of the land, and even here, let me tell you how it has helped me. Like usually when I'm so fresh right now, it's Tuesday, I'm fresh. Wednesday, I'll be fresh. Thursday, I'll be fresh. Usually by the end of the week, I'm worn out because I go to a new city, and Sunday, Monday, you go to those places, you go eat with people, and you're drinking, and then by Thursday, you're like, oh man, I'm worn out. But when you're home, I work here every week, so I don't feel a need. I have to go to these places. Like if it was a brand new city, I would feel like I have to get out early in the city because later I'm going to be real busy. See, I don't have that issue, so I'm resting. I've been resting. I hadn't had one drink yet this whole weekend. This whole week, I'm just resting. Now Thursday comes in, I'll start going to dinner with people, hanging out, doing things, doing some of that stuff. But I'll be resting, and I think that plays a big role right now. Now that you're here. You're here. You play here. There's nothing that you want to go see. There's nothing you want to go peek at. You've already seen it. You can rest your mind, and you'll be more fresh at the end of this week when it's game time. When you come in to visit LA from Cincinnati, you want to see the lights. You want to see some of those things. So yes, your brain's a little more active, and I should say a little more focused on some of the other things, not just football. I think that's an advantage that the Rams have.
Michael, if I am Joe Burrow, I'm spending all week in one guy's ear. And it's not Jamar Chase. Jamar is taken care of. Like that guy, I'm not worried about him. He's going to show up. He's going to have a big game. I would get in T. Higgins' ear. And I'd say, the whole world's going to be looking at Cooper Kupp and Odell Beckham Jr. and even your own teammate, Jamar Chase. T. Higgins, this is your chance. You are as good as any wide receiver on this field, and you could be the difference in us winning the Super Bowl or not. T. Higgins, they are not coming here to stop you. They're coming here to stop Jamar Chase. They're coming here to stop Joe Mixon. Not you. You could decide the Super Bowl. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I love the way you deliver it to them. They don't believe you belong in that group that I just talked about. What are you prepared to do about it? What are you prepared to do about it? That's how you deliver that to them. I'm going to give you some opportunities today to show them in the whole world. And it's not a hyperbole when I say that. When I say them in the whole world, you get to show them in the whole world on this stage. What are you prepared to do about it? That could be a huge difference in this game right there.
In terms of trying to focus.
I felt that, man. I felt like I wanted to go play if I was T. Higgins. I just kind of felt that right there. Because
so are you saying like I should be a Super Bowl quarterback? Like I'm wired the same way as Joe Burrow?
I felt that, man. And it was so harmonious when Norv Turner told me my rookie year. He said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" I said, "I want to be the best." He said, "Be the best win. I'll be the best to ever play." He said, "All you got to do is focus on being the best every Sunday. That'll take care of itself. What are you prepared to do about that? Every Sunday, you be the best on the field. Then being the best of all will take care of itself." That's the first thing I heard from my offensive coordinator when I got in the league, and that's the one thing I try to share with most young wide receivers all the time.
Speaking of focus, what extraordinary things did you do in those 3 Super Bowls to keep the outside noise away from you? Not just you not watching TV or whatever, but keeping people away who might tell you what's going on in the outside world. I mean, how did you manage to stay sort of laser-like at a time when there are more distractions than at any other time during the year for any athlete?
And I'm going to tell you, and Jimmy did a great job with bringing us back home. He really did. He had such a dial in on our team. He knew when we needed to be let a little loose. He knew when we needed to be pulled back in control. And I'm gonna tell you something. After that, when we're gonna talk about it Tuesday, and we start those practices Wednesday, we're at a whole different place. And Jimmy dials you back in, man. He comes in and he goes after you. All right, let's go. We're going to do this. We're doing it right. We had when we went out those first few days and came in. Dude, I'm gonna tell you. And I talked about this with Cincinnati. Cincinnati's practicing over at UCLA. And it reminds me a lot of when we first got here because when we first got our first year, we were a year early. Just like people are saying, Cincinnati's a little early. They were practicing at UCLA. After we had those few days out, man, we came back. I promise you, to this day, the greatest thing I've ever witnessed on a football field was the practice we had that Wednesday at UCLA. It was the first time I think I was part of a perfect practice. I mean, not a ball hit the ground. Everything was a perfect pass, and I was like, oh, God, we are about to kill this team. We had a perfect practice, and Jimmy went off, locked us down. We got to be focused. Just locked us down, man. That was a perfect. Did anybody drop a ball in practice? I don't think a ball hit the ground. You know what I mean? I don't think a ball hit the ground, but he focused us back in, man, and all of our attention came back to that football field. And then he told us how the game would play out. He said it'll be tough for the first half, but right around halftime they'll start turning the ball over, and we'll take over then. And we did just that. It was incredible, but he did a great job of bringing you back in. Now, I don't know if you can do that to this degree today because we didn't have the things that took our attention. They had social media, so whatever's going on in LA, even if you're locked down at the house, locked down in your hotel room, you're still getting it on social media. So, you're still being curious about, like when we got locked down, it was locked down. That's it, y'all. We're back here playing cards and watching film at night now. After you do practice, you go to meeting. We're over here, we're watching film, and then we go to our room and play cards at night. He really locked us down in a big way.
Right. There is no more, go to bed without dinner in the NFL. Everyone
right.
get dinner
go to bed
delivered
without
right to their
knowing
hotel.
what's going on out there. Don't even let your mind race. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. How can I not think about it? It's popping up on my Instagram and on my feed and all on my TikTok. Everywhere. I cannot think about it. I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, here we go, Michael. In the ultimate sign of modern times, nothing says a warning shot across a franchise's bow like someone unfollowing a team on social media. And I guess we got our first other big story of the Super Bowl week that Kyler Murray seems to be reaching an unhappy place with the Arizona Cardinals, or at the very least has gone ahead associating with them and canceled all of his social media follow. He's unfollowed the Arizona Cardinals. And what that means, if we can translate it into actual world speak, it's I want an extension and I want it now.
Yes, that's the new world we are in. Get ready for it. Let's get it going, too. That's the new world we are in. You're seeing this, man. I tried to tell people this years ago that we are moving towards a place where dominion is over. Dominion over players is partnership with players. You got to start working with these guys. And these guys got their own voice. They got social media. How do you take everything down? What is he saying? What is he saying here? Okay, Arizona saying that was a pretty bad last game. We're just going to probably wait on this extension. Oh, really? Okay, I'm going to take everything down, let people know that I will not be here. As soon as I can get out of here, I'm going to get out of here. So already the negotiations are starting. And the negotiations, silent with your mouth, but real loud with our social media, is how looks like this is going to go.
With the hirings this week of in Houston and in Miami, do you consider that progress and diversity, or do you think it was sort of forced by circumstances and it'll fade within a year?
It was certainly forced. There's no doubt in my mind. Listen, which would have been absolutely insanely crazy. But I believe if Brian Flores didn't file that lawsuit, we will be having Josh McCown right now as a head coach of the Houston Texans. That would be the reality. Not any coaching experience in the NFL whatsoever, and he would be head coach of the Houston Texans, and everybody would have been flipping the lid. Because they would have said, this is exactly what we're talking about. Once Brian Flores filed that lawsuit, there was no way they could do that. He was the front runner. Everybody had heard he was the front runner, and then all of a sudden, Lovie Smith's name appeared. Now, I'm sure they'll put him somewhere on the staff, and I hadn't heard all of that yet. I don't know what the whole plans are yet, but I'm sure he'll be a coach in waiting. But that was the whole thing. You can't tell me that wasn't affected by Brian Flores filing that lawsuit, because could you imagine the optics of it if they had gone and given him that job after that lawsuit? It would have been a wrap.
It is always so good to be able to talk to you, Michael. You hold nothing back. You are just fantastic, especially during Super Bowl week, because you are in your element. We thank you, as always, for joining us. And I know that all the pundits in the world need to save their picks for their shows and so on and so forth. May we ask you, though, and with giving you full reservation to change your mind as the week develops and we learn more about the game, can you give us a Super Bowl pick, please?
Right, and listen, and I always do this every Friday now. I call as many guys I know on each team and try to figure out how they saw the city, because I believe those measures matter. You know, if I get a guy say, man, Mike, I would just focus on the game. I got to put a check by his name. Boy, Mike, we were with this part. I put a little X. So I got to add those up at the end of the week, and I'll tell you who's focused on the game and who was focused on the scenery and who will win that game. But right now, my initial thought is a lot like last year. How can you, if you are the Rams, how can you let them come in and win a game, win a Super Bowl in your own stadium? You have to walk in this stadium every game next year. And if you allow this to happen in your stadium, you'll see this every game next year when you walk in that stadium. That beautiful SoFi Stadium, as beautiful as it is, will bring you bad feelings and bad thoughts. No way the Rams lose this game. Just no way. No way. If you got to block Aaron Donald, no way. You need to make sure you tell your loved ones you care about them before you take this field on Sunday. Just make sure you let them know how much you love them. You don't know what's going to happen when you take this field Sunday. Call home and say, Mom, I just want to tell you how much I love you. Tell Dad I love him. I got to go block Aaron Donald. I don't know what's going to happen today, but I know how much I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all after the game if I'm still alive. That's what you do.
Michael, we love you. Thank you so very, very much. Enjoy the rest of your week and all the pats on the back that you get, too. You are beloved in this sport, and rightfully so. Thank you so very much.
I appreciate the love, my brother. God bless.
There he is. Oh, that's worth the price of admission, Ray. Every single time he joins us. Michael Irvin.
There's a world that he lives in that nobody else he opens the curtains, he shows you a little bit, and then he goes back, and you don't get to be on that planet.
It's like they used to say at Staples Center, there's a big, long hallway, and at the end of the room, there's a VIP room, and then behind that, there's the very VIP room, and then behind that, there's the room that only Jack and Dennis Hopper are allowed in. And Michael Irvin's in that room, too.
Oh, yeah, there's more people in that room than you know, but if you're not sure how many people are there, you're never getting in.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. When we come on back, some big things to go over, including a brand new list from the NBA. The 15 greatest coaches in NBA history, chosen by the NBA itself. So stick around. We'll tell you what that is, who's on the list, and a couple of other names of who's on whose list when it's all said and done here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. College hoops tonight in the Big Ten. Michigan, a 2-point road favorite to Penn State. I think we're getting a discount on Michigan here. I think Michigan should be -3 or -4 in the game. Michigan star center is playing well. I think this is an easy bet to make. Michigan laying 2 tonight on the road. Happy Valley against Penn State. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
BetQL's Giving Props contest is officially back for the big game. Whether you played this free-to-play contest for the first 3 weeks of the postseason or not, you got a brand new shot of winning $2,000. Just go to betql.com/props right now. 10 prop bets have been posted around the big game. I know Ray and I will be picking some a little bit later on this week. Just a couple of ways to, like, if you had $1,000 to bet on either team, how might you best whack it up? That's something I want to get into before it's all said and done, Ray. But go to betql.com right now /props or text props to 20357. There's a $10,000 grand prize that you'll be eligible for whether you pick a single prop bet correctly or not. You're eligible just by signing up in the first place. Text props to 20357. Message and data rates apply. Ray, we have some information about the NBA that we need to impart to our good listeners. Number one, here's who's shooting in the three-point shooting contest. No Warriors need apply. That's kind of too bad. Your NBA All-Star three-point contestants are Zach LaVine, Desmond Bane, Karl Anthony Towns, Fred VanVleet, CJ McCollum, Luke Kennard, Patty Mills, and Trae Young. No Steph, no Klay, no Damian Lee, no Alan Smailagic.
Well, Smailagic is a disappointment, but I think we know that if Stephen Curry wanted to be in that, he would have been.
You think they would have let him in?
I think so. I think he's taken the week off as much as he can.
He probably has a few other commitments that he's going to be running around doing in Cleveland, along with starting in the All-Star game. But that's a disappointment. You did want, Steph in that since he's the greatest shooter of all time. But we have seen the greatest dunker of all time pass up on dunk contests. So I guess the three-point contest only had it coming to it. Too bad. We will get Juan Toscano-Anderson in the dunk contest, but there is no Golden State Warrior but Juan Toscano-Anderson involved in All-Star Week until you get to the actual All-Star game. No Warrior in the three-point shooting contest, no Warrior in the skills competition. Juan Toscano-Anderson, get funky. Your 15 greatest coaches in NBA history, Ray. Have you seen the list? Do you have it in front of you?
I have seen the list, and I do have it in front of me.
All right. Well, that's going to ruin the Rorschach test of the fun of the questions that I was going to ask you. But
all right. I'll take the list off.
No. That's all right. It's all right. You didn't know. We're in different locations today, so we couldn't talk about this. We have the list. Mark Stein just put it forward. The 15 greatest coaches in NBA history. The NBA has released this. How indeed the NBA came up with this list, I do not know. Ray, do you have any lists of? Do you have any a roadmap of to how they compiled this?
They got drunk, looked at Basketball Reference, and just picked 15 names out of a hat. Well, that's 15, why Doggy Julian's one of the 15.
Look, 15 names, pretty hard to argue with. I mean, I don't see a name on here that does not belong, but the two surprising names are maybe among, the active coaches who actually made the list. There are 4 active coaches who made this list. Greg Popovich, that's easy. You can put him on the list. I don't know if Doc Rivers was an easy put him on the list, but okay, Doc Rivers is on the list. He's had success in other places, multiple places, degrees of success, varying degrees of success. Eric Spoelstra's name is on this list, and Steve Kerr finds his name on this list. Now, I'm very happy that Steve Kerr got his name on this list, but I would have thought that others would have just attributed his success to being well-timed with the galactic amount of talent that the Warriors have had on it. But he has kept that talent egoless, and he's done a hell of a job. I mean, one of the greatest winning percentages in the history of basketball belongs to Steve Kerr, but he is yet to have a second-generation team really run through his fingers yet, and I thought that would be a reason why they did not name him one of the 15 greatest coaches of all time, because he's really only coached one team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but he's coached it for 8 years. His winning percentage, if you give him credit for the 39 wins that he had when Luke Walton was actually in the building is third all time. And between longevity and success rate, you look at this, when this regular season is over, he'll be one of only 3 guys to have a 700 winning percentage. And his postseason winning percentage is better than that. So it would be a hard argument to make that he hasn't done this long enough or well enough.
It would be. But I thought maybe the fewest amount of years coached would have him struggling to get on this list, even with his success. But I'm glad they overlooked that, because I think Steve Kerr would belong on it and certainly would end up there and will end up there. Look at it this way. He doesn't have to end up there. He's already there. Text line, Comcast Business text line says, why does it have to be 15? Why not 10? Why not 20? I don't know. It's not my list. Here it is, though. I'll give it to you. The 15 greatest coaches in NBA history, according to the NBA itself. Red Auerbach, Larry Brown, Chuck Daly, Red Holtzman, Phil Jackson, Casey Jones, Steve Kerr, Don Nelson, Greg Popovich, Dr. Jack Ramsey, Pat Riley, Doc Rivers, Jerry Sloan, Eric Spoelstra, and Lenny Wilkins. Okay. You want to get on the margins of it all, saying that Doc doesn't have multiple titles? You could. But who would you replace him with? Rudy Tomjanovich maybe is a name that came right to my mind, Ray. George Karl, had he won a championship somewhere? I think his name is on this list. Had Mike D'Antoni won an NBA title? I could see his name being on this list. Mike Budenholzer feels like if they ever expand this list, he's like the Klay Thompson of this list, the guy who might have been on it a little while longer. He could have been one more ring because he was very successful in Atlanta before winning it all in Milwaukee. Rick Adelman, or is he just in the hall of very, very good coaches?
I would say there's only one coach and that you could put on this list, say at the expense of Doc Rivers, and that's John Kundla, who was the original great Lakers coach in the 50s when they were in Minneapolis and won 5 titles. Because if you're looking at titles won, he's in very rarefied air. So he would be the one guy I would say, yeah, maybe him. You could maybe consider Billy Cunningham, although he only won 1 title too. He has a better winning percentage.
How about Al Attles?
I don't think his winning percentage was good enough. He had too many years where that team wasn't very good.
Fair enough.
But those would be the only 2 that would jump out at me and go, maybe. But I don't have a problem with Doc Rivers being on this list. In fact, I'm fairly gratified that they were smart enough to put Eric Spoelstra on the list, because a lot of people thought that he was wholly created by Pat Riley. And in fact, he's been at this long enough and has won enough that he's his own guy now. So I think they got it largely right. Kundla's probably the one oversight, and that's because he did this like 70 years ago. But you win.
Yeah, somebody in my ear was Grandy saying, well, what about Larry Brown? He's on the list. What are you talking about? He's on the list.
Second guy listed.
Yeah. And another person says, is this in any particular order? No, there is no particular...
There is a particular order.
Oh.
Alphabetical.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
No wonder. I thought Lenny Wilkins was last. It's not because he's the one guy who never won a title. Well, actually, Don Nelson never won it. That's 2 guys on this list are titleless.
But they're 1 and 2 in total wins.
And Jerry Sloan. Jerry Sloan never won a championship.
Jerry Sloan never won one. But, no, the list is basically alphabetical. They took the 15 guys they liked, they put them in alphabetical order. It's very much, click on the link and they'll put in any order you want.
But are we surprised that we got 3 names on this list without titles? I mean, at least 2 of them can say we have, the first and second most wins in NBA regular season history?
Well, and Sloan was 5th. So, if you want to, go down that list. Actually, Wilkins won a championship, now that I'm thinking of it.
As a player, though, right?
No, as a coach.
When?
I will tell you now. It was, 1979 with Seattle.
I thought that was Dr. Jack Ramsey's team.
No, he was Portland.
Oh, he was Portland. I'm sorry. I'm getting my Pacific Northwest towns confused and my incredibly plaid Blazers confused.
Yeah, no. So really, the only two that have never won are Nelson and Sloan, and it's still 2-5 on the list, which means that the other guy who did not get on this list, who did not win a championship, and also didn't get on this list, was, drum roll please, George Karl.
Yeah, and I had George Karl's, maybe my first name left off this list as I was writing it down. I thought Rudy Tomjanovich, because Tomjanovich, I would guess I would have to look at the overall winning title percentage, but I mean back-to-back titles, right?
Yeah. But, he just doesn't jump out to me as the guy who sort of guided a team from, initial construction to whatever. I think a lot of people look at his two titles and say, well, that was when Jordan was playing Birmingham Baron. And I think that's how they view it. They give the credit for those two titles, and probably rightfully, to Hakeem Olajuwon.
Look, I don't think we want to all the way give the Golden State Warriors credit for the C.J. McCollum trade today, but they basically made it, right? The way that the Warriors blew up the Clippers, the way that the Warriors blew up the Rockets, to a lesser extent, they helped blow up the Portland Trailblazers. Dame Lillard and C.J. McCollum were a backcourt that won an awful lot of games, but certainly couldn't get past the Warriors in any playoff round, really couldn't get past enough teams in any playoff round to be remembered. They were another very good franchise that just got laid waste to by the Warriors' dominance.
Well, the Warriors and others. I mean, they've made the playoffs 38 times in their history, or since they won their first world title, their only world title in '77. They've made the playoffs 38 times.
Dr. Jack Ramsey was the head coach of that team, Ray. I just looked it up.
Yeah, you said, yes, well done to you. In 25 of those playoff years, they were out in the first round. That is what they are most noted for.
Yeah.
They're the people who came to the dinner party at 4:45 and left before the salads were served.
And on that note, welcome to 5 o'clock, almost dinner time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
I always thought that C.J. McCollum was a guy who was in the Hall of Very Good. I wonder what he ends up looking like when he gets to New Orleans. I mean, really, this entire trade reveals itself when New Orleans becomes the McCollum, Ingram, Zion, if he's healthy enough to play. Until we see all three of them together, we don't even know what this is. And when it comes to Portland, they now have a huge chip to throw around at a free agent. Who takes it? Who decides, I want to go play with Dame Lillard and Anthony Simmons, and that's where I'm going to cast the rest of my career, or the prime of my career, and take max money to go to Portland? Then we'll know how this trade actually works out. It's not the pieces that were really moved around today. The Pelicans sent out guards Josh Hart, Tomas Satoransky, Nikolai Andrew Walker, a prospect named Didi, a first-round protected pick, 2 second-round pick, blah, 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 blah. It's to open up $60 million in cap space because Covington's gone now, too.
Well, but in the previous trade where they got Bledsoe, Winslow, and Keon Johnson, they basically remade a lot of that roster. The New Orleans piece, though, is interesting because after they started so poorly, I think they were 3-16, they have a winning record. They might have figured this out. And maybe, this trade helps them get better to the point where they're not 10th, but maybe they end up 7th or even 6th. It's a huge ask, but they've been a good team since those first 20 games. So McCollum might be, going to a place where winning can be done, because it certainly wasn't going to be happening in Portland.
So no one was going to accuse the Sacramento Kings of being a team that figured out some winning ways after an early struggle, because they never did. But here they are.
They never do.
Here they are, rebuilt today, is there still a mushroom cloud over this bomb of a trade that hit Sacramento this morning? How are our friends D'Lo and KC doing? Are they all right? Anyone check in on them? Because if you had told me that the Kings were going to trade Tyrese Halliburton, I would have said probably not, but they did. Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield, Tristan Thompson to the Pacers for Sabonis, Justin Holiday, and Jeremy Lamb. It's fascinating. It's fascinating because of the potential that Halliburton seemed to be realizing and the potential that his game still suggests that he has to grow into. Him and Chris Duarte and Malcolm Brogdon. Like, that's going to be pretty interesting with the Pacers. All of a sudden, we now have the Kings doubling down on it's still the De'Aaron Fox era. His new backmate, his running mate, is going to be Davion Mitchell. And for the first time since Chris Webber left the building, we have a real playmaking, facilitating presence in the front court. He might not be the best player involved in this trade a year from now, 2 years from now, Ray, but he's the best player involved in it today. Domantas Sabonis is a 25-year-old two-time All-Star who gets you 20, 12, and 5. He's very good. And maybe the Kings, who lose a sexy piece of potential in Halliburton, actually fit together a tiny bit better as a basketball team without trying to build around 3 point guards.
Yeah, the 3 point guards thing is clearly a problem, and they were going to do something with one of them. I'm just not sure that they did it with the right one.
They did it with the one who could return Sabonis. Fox
exactly, but I don't know that Sabonis was the only trade that they looked at. I think they were largely shopping Fox, and the answer they always got was, well, how about Halliburton instead? And I think they finally just gave up and said, okay, let's do the best deal we can do with Halliburton, even though we'd rather have him than Fox. And the problem with Fox, other than the fact that he's not a great shooter and probably never will be, is that he seems incredibly disenchanted with playing in Sacramento. And that has always been an issue in the Kings' thinking when they either trade a guy or bring a guy in. They passed on Luka Doncic because they didn't think he'd be happy in Sacramento. When, in fact, the logical thing, the thing that most people would have done was, well, you know what? We're going to take him anyway, and for 5 years we're going to have him. And then maybe in those 5 years we could figure out a way to make him happy.
Right. If in year 4 he remains so inconsolably miserable, yet an all-star, what a trade piece that'll be for us. We'll just use that. Yeah.
Or maybe an all-star on a winning team, because he's the kind of piece that can make you a winning team. Instead, they took Marvin Bagley, at least in part because he said, I'd like to play in Sacramento. And it wasn't because he loved Sacramento. It's because he wanted to get the second pick in the draft so that he could be, get paid more than the third guy in the draft. And now he's unhappy. So, it's Sacramento's got to get over well, God, if he's not going to be happy, why would we take him? The whole idea is to get the best player and figure out a way through your talent evaluation and coaching acumen to make them a good enough team where you overlook the stuff you don't like. That's their failing.
It's like the old Simpson Lionel Hutz self-help video. Get some self-confidence, stupid. Yeah. I mean, look, Sacramento, you're going to have trouble attracting. You're going to have trouble retaining. So the best shot you got at acquiring talent is through the draft. Draft a player. Force them to say, no, I'm going to stay in Czechoslovakia rather than come play in the NBA. I understand that Luka Doncic isn't from Czechoslovakia. I don't know. I shouldn't have brought Czechoslovakia into it, but I did.
Yeah, it's not even a country, but you go, you run, you enjoy.
Is Czechoslovakia more of a feeling?
No, it's either the Czech Republic or Czechia, depending on what atlas you look at. It has been Czechoslovakia for a long time.
I was watching the Parade of Nations, Ray.
And
I was telling my wife I want a gig at when the Olympics do come to Los Angeles. I want a job as the announcer of the Parade of Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Uruguay?
You pronounce it that way, and people will strike you.
How would you pronounce Uruguay?
Uruguay.
Uruguay?
Yeah.
Are you one of those people who say, "Oh, could you please pass the Parmigiano Reggiano cheese"? Do you develop an accent for the word you're saying? Are you accenting in the moment?
When you say Uruguay, you're putting your accent on it. They get to call their country whatever they want.
Right, but in America, you're allowed to use an American pronunciation.
Well, but I rarely
the same way in China, there you can use the Chinese alphabet.
Well, but I rarely hear people pronounce it the way you did. I usually hear Uruguay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Argentina.
Yeah.
I just want to try out. Is what I'm saying. I think I could do this.
I'm just trying to help you so you can get the gig.
I don't think you're trying to help me.
Oh no, I really am.
I think you're secretly rooting against me.
No. If that's the gig you want, I want you to have it.
It's a part-time gig. I'll come back and hang out with you whenever it be necessary. I do so.
Okay. All I'm saying is I'm trying to help you get the gig.
Uruguay.
God, you sound like you never left Indiana.
Can I say something?
Not a compliment in this case.
Can I say something too that is also being received to varying degrees of offended or not? Not that I even care about some analysis I did over the sports weekend since I wasn't here to talk about it yesterday, but I want to talk about it a little bit now. Unless you listened to the one podcast or the one show that happened to be locally broadcast where former 49ers offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel explained that he did come from a minority background because his father was biracial. Mike McDaniel getting the 49ers a compensatory draft pick because he was a minority hire is one of the bigger plot twists of the year that I don't think a lot of people saw coming, namely me. I had no idea that he had a biracial background. There was no telling the way that he presented himself or looked. I thought that there was any, but I had no idea. And I remember me and Lucas and Grandy listening to some of the press conferences that he did. As big of a like Dorcas Malorcas sounding white guy of all time. I mean, like I couldn't believe that Mike McDaniel has actually returned a compensatory pick because he's a minority hire to the 49ers. That's one of the biggest surprises of the NFL year in my mind. I had no idea, Ray. Did you?
I knew that there was that you get something if a minority coach.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that. I just didn't know that Mike McDaniel checked that box.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't exactly sure how they lined up the boxes, but I wasn't surprised when they said it. And in fact, it's interesting. The 49ers, who were supposed to have strip mined their entire future drafts by getting Trey Lance, they have 9 picks come the end of April. They got plenty of draft capital, and they might get some more.
And they have a very interesting piece, too, in Jimmy Garoppolo that could fetch more. Kyle's officially got a little bit of a coaching tree now. It's official. Saleh to the Jets and Mike McDaniel to the Dolphins, who, by the way, visit Levi's Stadium next year. And it's not just one, it's 2 compensatory picks for Mike McDaniel. By the way, all 9 rooms at the NFL head coaching motel have been filled. No more vacancies. 6 of the 9 coaches hired, Ray, come from the offensive side of the ball. We got Dennis Allen rising from defensive coordinator to head coach in New Orleans. Lovie Smith takes the Texans job. Matt Eberflus to the Bears. Those are your defensive thoughts in coaching hires. Doug Peterson to the Jags, Brian Daboll to the Giants, Kevin O'Connell to the Vikings, Nathaniel Hackett to the Broncos, Josh McDaniels to the Raiders, and Mike McDaniel to the Dolphins. Round it all out. Who lasts the longest, Ray? Who's in the best situation? Of all of those names, who will retain his position the longest?
Okay,
Care to wager?
It won't be Lovie Smith because Houston's a disaster. It won't be Mike McDaniel because Miami's worse than that. It won't be Doug Peterson in Jacksonville. I'm not answering your question, but I'm trying to go in reverse order.
It's all right. Your process of elimination works too.
Brian Daboll, no. Giants are a mess. I mean, they're the best job that came open is probably the Raiders, but I don't want to commit to that until I find out who their general manager is going to be and how well he works with what I suspect will be limited budgets down there. Because I don't know that the 32nd owner in terms of, personal wealth likes to splash the cash around the way a true spendthrift like Mike Brown does. I think the Raiders' big problem is not who they hired, it's who was the guy who did the hiring. Because I think he is the mess that is the Raiders more than anything else.
Well, I mean, can Josh McDaniels overcome an awful lot of people don't like me feelings that he's generated in several cities? Ones that he's worked in, ones that he said he would work in and then didn't. And it'll be interesting to see how the players respond to him. It doesn't sound like they're off to the best of locker room endorsements, and there's still a lot of Team Bisaccia.
Yeah, there's
rolling
some
around.
Team Bisaccia, and then we have to find out where Derek Carr is in all this. Because if he's not McDaniels' type of guy, then the Raiders have to go find a quarterback where there are precious few. And if they downgrade a quarterback as the general manager and coach's first acts, they're in trouble, like they always are.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Norway?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, Norway's not hard.
I could do Norway. Nathaniel Hackett to the Broncos? Okay, does he bring Aaron Rodgers with him? If yes, all of a sudden that becomes the best, most winningest situation for as long as Aaron Rodgers would be there, you would think. Kevin O'Connell to the Vikings? I don't know.
He likes Kirk Cousins.
I think that Doug Peterson has more staying power with the Jaguars only by default of maniacal operation. Like, they seriously just can't let another head coach go within 2 years. They can't. I mean, like, they're almost pot committed to 3 years of Doug Peterson.
You underestimate Jacksonville's ability to start over again.
Yeah, but I actually think that the owner is dying for a level of normalcy that he's just not been able to find. So he might try to force it through on this time around, even if it doesn't work. And the deal is that Doug Peterson can actually draw up a play or two. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like.
The only coach he's ever really enjoyed, though, is Tom Coughlin, and he's sort of out of the picture now.
Dennis Allen 2.0 in New Orleans. I mean, it's hard to hold any amount of failure with the Raiders at the end there on just the coach who was doing it.
No, he was operating with no hands at all.
Right.
And got the record that, frankly, that team deserved, if not
he got dealt
necessarily
6'4" offsuit.
Yeah, so I mean, the Saints have some rebuilding to do. You know, they were hanging together with Drew Brees and Alvin Kamara, you know, and a okay defense, but not a great one. Now they really do have to, you know, get down to retooling this team. And so that's going to be a 3 or 4 year process, I think, because they're about to have some unwatchable years. And it won't be because Dennis Allen doesn't know what he's doing. It'll be because you can only tell a pig to run so fast.
Well, and that too is, you know, who's your next quarterback? If Dennis Allen all of a sudden gets the next version of Joe Burrow, by definition, 3 years from now, he should be in the Super Bowl, right? So we'll see if that happens. Look, you brought up Alvin Kamara, and you know it's Super Bowl week because we already got players getting in trouble. We got players expressing some discontent with the situations they're in, and it's the week for somebody to get in trouble, to somebody say I'm unhappy. It's still the week for somebody to get arrested on site of the Super Bowl city. Kamara got arrested in Las Vegas. Coming out of Dre's. Ray, you ever been to Dre's at the Flamingo?
No.
It's a scene, dude. It's something.
Now,
here's the I don't even think it's the Flamingo anymore. I think they've like changed the name of the hotel. But if this is still, how about this? I'm an old man. Dre's used to mean the basement of the casino of the Flamingo. You take the elevator down, and it was like taking an elevator and descending into the cocaine 80s. It was a party down there, and it would go on. Dre's is the kind of club that when you leave it at 8 a.m. the next morning, you throw open the door and the sunlight hits you and you do the vampire take.
Yeah, your skin melts.
It's one of those clubs. You don't leave it at 3 a.m. You leave it and go to breakfast. It's one of them. At least that's what it was when I was a young whippersnapper.
Well, I can't imagine it's a Mormon reading room now, so let's just assume that it's still a fairly happening place.
So Kamara and friends beat up a nightclub promoter, and he's already been caught, shall we say, underselling his involvement to the police about it. Alvin, to put this into video replay terms that you might be able to understand, after further review, Alvin Kamara is going to have to go deep into his pockets to settle this one, Ray.
It based on what we've seen and heard, yeah. This is going to take some significant 7-figure tap dancing to make this one go away, because nobody understands their value than somebody who can walk around a casino like they own it in Las Vegas. They know what money's worth, and they know who's got the kind of money that's worth having. Well, so yeah, I think this is not going to be a quiet go away kind of money. This is going to be fat money.
You don't throw punches in a casino. It's being recorded from a 360-degree virtual reality angle. I mean, like come on. Is this your first time at the rodeo? You do not throw a punch in a casino. Even drunks know that.
Yeah. There is no customer service window. When they want you to go, you go.
Yeah.
And they only want you to go if either you don't pay for your drinks or you throw hands, because they'll tolerate just about anything else.
Well, this is I guess guys beefing in an elevator. See, Dre's was at the Flamingo, and you used to take the elevator down. Now someone's saying that Dre's is on the roof of the Cromwell. I believe the Flamingo rebranded to the Cromwell. I might have that wrong. I do not. We need to bring in our Vegas insider, Joe Fortenbaugh. We need to bring in Joe for just some Super Bowl bets this week. I'll reach out to him. But someone's saying it's a hip-hop club now. It was kind of a hip-hop club then. I mean, it was a club that played music that was officially all night long. It was. I had a blast. I was there one night and had an absolute blast. It was crazy.
When did you leave?
7 a.m.
Okay.
Straight up vampire ass. We're gonna die. What time's the flight at McCarran? 11:30. Let's go to breakfast and get the hell out of here. It was one of those.
Dandy. So it's an amazement that you're still here.
You would have been proud of me, Ray. You would have been, the kid used to party just a little. Anyway, so Super Bowl week's officially begun. We have a player arrested, although not on site at Super Bowl. We can still cross our fingers it's going to happen. And we have our player who's not happy in his current situation. Who would have thought it would have been Kyler Murray, though? Kyler Murray unfollowed the Cardinals on social media, which is the modern equivalent of a first shot being fired, or the modern equivalent of a warning shot across the bow, I guess. What it really is, Ray, what it translates directly to is, I want an extension, and I want it right now. Murray's entering the final year of his rookie contract. He's going to make $5.4 million, and that's the 22nd most among NFL quarterbacks, which, if you're Team Kyler, is, unacceptable. Here's what he's got going for him. And here's what he's got going against him, Ray. Let's start with what he's got going against him. He's got one clear and only kind of thing going against him. He's short. That's it. There have been an awful lot of smaller, diminutive yet still successful quarterbacks that teams are always looking to improve upon, even in real time. And the number one example of that, the true number one example of that, Ray, Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie was a great quarterback. You could have built a winner around Doug Flutie if you went out of your way to build a winner around Doug Flutie, but no team is comfortable. No GM wants to stake his reputation on building a team around a diminutive quarterback. It's just, it flies in the face of NFL realities in spite of how talented the diminutive quarterback might be. And again, Doug Flutie, look him up, kids. He was an STUD level stud. The difference between Doug Flutie, though, and Kyler Murray is Kyler Murray's already had the team built around him. Like, Arizona is too pot committed to the Kyler Murray experiment working. And unlike Doug Flutie, he was the number one pick in the draft. And unlike Doug Flutie, he's had quite a bit of success early on here in his young career and has gotten better each and every year. This is Kyler Murray telling the Arizona Cardinals, I dare you to blink. They can't blink, Ray. They're all in on Kyler Murray. They got to give him whatever he wants.
I'm not sure it's all about money, though, because the money is easy to solve. I think Mike Bidwill, the owner, made some loud noises about being unhappy with the way the season ended. Because don't forget, they started the year 7-0, and they sort of limped into the playoffs and got run out immediately by the Rams. And that's when Mike Bidwill said he was unhappy. And everybody thought at the time that was aimed at Cliff Kingsbury, the coach. But Kyler Murray might look at that and go, you're including me in that. So this might be more than just, I want a new contract. This might be, who do you think you're talking to here? And how they solve that, I think is going to be more than money. They can get a contract done in 20 minutes. It's whether Kyler Murray believes that they believe in him still. And they is not Steve Keim, the general manager, or Kingsbury if he keeps his job. It's the owner. Because if the owner's unhappy with the way you finished, part of that is you're unhappy with the way the quarterback played at the end. So I think there's more than just the cash part that's moving around here.
If the Arizona Cardinals think that they can come up with a better idea to win the NFC West than the situation that Kyler Murray has them in right now, that would be among the most Arizona Cardinal-y things to do of all time.
Well, then you've answered your own question. They're the Arizona Cardinals. There's a reason why they don't go to the playoffs 3 years in a row, ever. It's because they have a very short attention span when it comes to what do we need to do to win. They are the Cardinals. They could screw this up. I would say right now there's about a 40% chance that they absolutely will. I just don't know whether keeping Cliff Kingsbury is the move they should make or firing him. Because the one thing about Kingsbury is none of his teams in college or pro have ever finished strong. And depending on how Kyler Murray feels about Kingsbury as his head coach, that becomes a move that's fraught with danger. Either way.
Did you watch any of the Pro Bowl?
Not a second. I aggressively avoided it.
As did I.
Good. You're learning.
And I still saw, I guess highlight would be the normal way to describe it, but all I saw were lowlights being shared in the Twitterverse. Look, the Pro Bowl is the single most desperate to be reboot idea in all of professional sports. We even saw the NHL just tinkered with its All-Star game to varying degrees of success. Ray, did you watch any of the NHL All-Star game? Do you have a review of this, of the 3-team round-robin tournament?
They've been doing that for a while, and no, I didn't watch any of that. I watched a few minutes of the blackjack game. The skills competition blackjack game.
So you said I was going to watch that, but I actually missed that. How was it?
After about 2 minutes, it got tiresome.
You were good.
Yeah, I was good. I didn't watch any of the tournament game, but they've been doing that for a while. They're also the league that has changed their format more times than any other. They had North America versus Europe.
Right.
They've had, they've done stuff to the All-Star game repeatedly that seems like good ideas when other leagues take them up, and then they sort of abandon them. They were the ones who came up with the player draft, and the last guy picked gets a car. They've done all those things. The problem is it's still earrings on a pig. You're still stuck with an event that isn't worth watching.
Well, that's the thing, and the problem is that it's hockey, and people just aren't naturally predisposed to gravitate to a hockey game, whether it be the lowest of stakes or the highest of stakes. It just we're not a nation that votes yes on hockey, but voting yes on football, it's almost unanimous. But the Pro Bowl, God, it's awful. It's football without intensity, without defensive intensity, sucks. Just cannot happen. The Pro Bowl should be a list of players. That's it, not an actual game. But we got 12, 15 million people tuning into this nonsense, so we're going to have to put this show on TV somehow. All right, so then come up with a TV show. Come up with an NFL meets the old ABC Network of Stars competition and have something be born out of, I don't know, competition that's actual competition. Because there's no actual competition in the sport of football without tackling. Turn it into a quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, one-on-one type of performance, and then maybe get all the linemen who are Pro Bowlers to do, I don't know, have them run 40 times or swim laps, or maybe it's an Olympic year, have them take downhill ski runs or something, and just have their overall scores added up to the tally. Maybe have linebackers do push-up or pull-up competitions, have the winner of that get added to some team bonus. Just do something other than play the lamest football game that you could possibly play.
You can't save the Pro Bowl, no matter what plan you come up with, because there's one single flaw that you can't get around. If you want guys to play hard in a football game, some guys will get hurt. And nobody wants to get hurt and lose actual playing time in the real season because you screwed around and tried hard at the Pro Bowl. I think it's a non-starter from the start. I think your first idea was name the teams and then walk away.
Yeah, it should just be a list. Congratulations, you're a Pro Bowler.
Yeah,
that's it.
And you know what? And if you make the Pro Bowl, you pay everybody a significant sum of money so that they will want to be on the Pro Bowl. Because the other thing that's awful about the Pro Bowl is, as soon as you're named to it, and you find out that your bonus is going to get paid for making it, the next thing you do is aggressively avoid playing in it. I mean, it's why everybody in the NFL makes the Pro Bowl every year, because you got to keep replacing guys who said, oh, by the way, I've got an ingrown toenail, I'll be out for 6 weeks. But the day after the Pro Bowl, I'll be fine.
The Comcast Business text line says, what about just flag football? Well, that's basically what they're playing out there. I mean, they're trying to play two-hand touch professional football, and it's just embarrassing. Flag football would be a little bit more dignified, I guess. Have them play where they're not even wearing helmets, so they get some face time. I don't know. I still wouldn't watch that. I mean, who was the New England Patriot, Ray, who got hurt during a beach flag football game? Or like MTV did a beach touch football game at the Super Bowl. The guy blew his knee out in the end zone and was never the same. I can't even remember who it was.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head either. But
you remember the moment. That's why you can't even have a flag football game. Nobody wants to go get hurt.
Yeah, you can have no athletic endeavor attached to this. None. Just not even a walk down a runway at a fashion show. None of it. If you get named to the Pro Bowl, your job is to sit in a chair. That's it.
How about this from the text line? Congratulations, you've been named to the No Bowl.
Yeah, I mean,
you didn't have to go play.
Yeah, it is the sport that is least like the sport it is pretending to celebrate.
Right. Which is why the baseball All-Star game actually tracks, because it is most like the game it is simulating.
Yeah, and yet they can't get people to watch that either. I think the idea of the All-Star game was irreparably damaged when you stopped having separate leagues or separate conferences that almost never interact. Because now it's guys who've played against each other and they've seen each other and they, there's no angst to be created here.
Right.
The NBA, it's not a great show either, but because getting named to the team is so prestigious for the players, they will make more of an effort. And they have made more of an effort more recently since that game that went like 190 to 180 that everybody literally hated because it was just a layup line. But even at that, you're still getting games in the 140s, which is not really the basketball you're used to.
Well, it's a whole bunch of layup line until like the last 5 minutes of a half or a quarter where they start crunching down. So you get a little bit of an actual basketball game. And basketball, let's face it, due to the highlight package of alley-oops and dunks, even at walkthrough pace, at least you still get some whoa type of moments where there are no whoa moments in a Pro Bowl to be had if no one's really playing defense. By the way, Robert Edwards is the Patriot that got hurt. A lot of people weighing in on the Comcast Business text line with that. Thank you very much. Lucas back in the studio. Do you have a Pro Bowl solution?
I'm going to cite my sources. My dad told me yesterday that he saw on Facebook, so the source of a source. Someone's idea was that you should do a bowl game, so it's enough of the all-star stuff. Let's put real stakes on it. The two worst teams in the league play a real game, and the winner gets the number one overall pick in the next draft. What do you think about that?
I see one enormous flaw. Why are you going to try hard as a player if the reward is that the team that you play for gets the draft pick that might cost you your job? I think they're passing on that.
At one position, you might have a little bit of, not honest effort because you're drafting the guy who's going to replace you.
Yeah, there's nothing in it for the players, and that's where you need full buy-in. All that is it makes a general manager happy. And nobody wants to see a general manager do athletic stuff. You need the players committed to it, and you can't get a football player committed to a game that has no value or meaning. The game is too savage. So, nice try to your dad's anonymous pal in YouTubeville, but that one doesn't fly either.
Yeah, it doesn't. Football without intensity is not worth playing. It's just that simple. And there is no intensity to be found.
No, they hate it.
At the Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
and the most intense moment was when Peyton Manning was talking about his liquored up kicker, Mike Vanderjagt.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even a treat. It used to be believed to be a treat that you got to go to Hawaii on somebody else's dime. Well, players, even crappy players, make enough money to go back and forth to Hawaii. It's like 6 times a year.
Right.
And it's not even good Hawaii. It's Honolulu.
In your mind, what's good Hawaii?
Stuff that's away from the tourists.
There's one correct answer. The answer is Kauai.
Okay, well, anybody putting a stadium in Kauai?
No, they wouldn't allow it. That's what makes it good Hawaii.
That's why it's good Hawaii, exactly. No, there's nothing to be done about the Pro Bowl. It is a disgrace. It is proof positive that the United States of America is a dying culture because the only thing to do with this is take it out in the woods and leave it there.
By the way, the Olympics, I mean, from a rating standpoint, it could be getting the long drive into the woods at some point here too, Ray. I don't know if you saw this. I watched the Olympics. I like the Olympics. I like the Winter Olympics. I don't need Team USA to win a single medal for me to want to watch just sports I admit to only caring about once every 4 years. The first Monday night of the 2018 Winter Olympics drew 22.3 million viewers.
Across all platforms. That should be made clear. This is not just eyeballs on television sets.
Right. Streaming, everything. 2018, 22.3 million. This Monday night, so same time during the same Winter Olympics, 11.5 million, all platforms combined. That's down 48.4%. Now, the timing is way off with it being in China. There's no doubt about that. Team USA's won 0 gold so far. That's not going to help curiosity. The international enthusiasm that you would eventually get just dripping into the Olympics, it's totally non-existent. There are no fans at these events. And it's a disaster.
It's a disaster, but in 2018, the games were played in Korea. So it's not like they got a huge break on time last time that they didn't get this time. People are looking at this and they're going, I don't feel like it. It doesn't help that that NBC has splashed this, half the events are taped, half of them are on Peacock or Peacock Premium, some of them are on CNBC, some of them are on USA, and people are used to going to one place to get their events. And in fairness, it's still early in the Olympics. The marquee events still haven't happened yet. But it also doesn't help that the NHL pulled out of the hockey, because that's a ratings getter. It's just, the Olympics is a fading memory for a lot of people. It's just one of those sports that, for good or ill, is falling out of fashion. When I say sports, I mean events. It's just falling out of fashion. And NBC has done itself no favors by making it harder to find the event you're looking for.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Luxembourg? I'm going to work on it.
Okay.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're coming on back. One more segment. A most amazing thing and news about Trevor Bauer. Maybe no one was really expecting. That's coming up in just a moment. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, providing a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. BMWFairfield.com.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder, blink and you'll miss it, iSki faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New Xfinity Connect customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 1 year, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible gateway. Gig speed Wi-Fi is shareable across all devices. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. risks. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green of System Pavers, America's #1 designer and installer of elegant outdoor living systems. This spring, love your home again and turn the old hardscapes into big savings with our free demolition and instant recycling cash credit. Call System Pavers today at 888-PAVE-002 and you will save like never before because we'll demolish and remove your old cracked concrete or asphalt for free and give you an instant recycling cash credit toward our beautiful interlocking pavers, SP turf, custom built-in barbecues, fire pits, and wonderful outdoor lighting. This could add up to hundreds, even thousands in savings, but you must call now at 888-PAVE-002. Don't wait. Our free demolition, removal, and instant recycling credit only applies to new orders placed by February 28. 888-PAVE-002, 888-PAVE-002, or systempavers.com.
See website for full details. Contractor's license 661575.
Exergen agrees with an important study just released by the FDA. It confirms what the medical community has known all along. Non-contact thermometers are not accurate and continually fail to meet FDA requirements for accuracy in labeling. With new strains of COVID on the rise, we can't afford to tolerate the rampant false temperature readings from non-contact thermometers. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. Use Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the girl from that alien movie you watch on demand. Our worlds have been brought together thanks to DirecTV Stream.
Why are you whispering?
Because the alien will hear us.
Maybe let the alien know you can get DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
He seems pretty excited by that, actually.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at DirecTV.com.
Requires high-speed internet, incompatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Why does Walgreens offer copays as low as $0 and 90-day refills? Because we care about Medicare, so you don't have to. I mean, do you really care to hear me go on about prescription delivery options making your life easier? Or how there's a pharmacy expert available 24/7 and one-click refills? Well, I just did anyways. Fill your Medicare prescriptions with Walgreens and save.
$0 copays apply to Tier 1 generic drugs and select plans with Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy. Restrictions apply. See walgreens.com/Medicare for complete details.
New to Curiosity Stream. Blue whales follow a mysterious ocean current from the edge of Antarctica to their arrival in the tropics. Witness a filmmaking marvel that reveals the secrets of this aquatic superhighway on the Humboldt Current. Plus, go back in time to investigate the world's most notorious murders and the old-school detective techniques used to solve them on Murder Maps. It's all on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are just $20. Visit CuriosityStream.com.
Get your biggest refund guaranteed. Jackson Hewitt Tax Pros will help you find thousands worth of new tax credits so you get every dollar you deserve. So why wait? Schedule an appointment with one of our tax pros and learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Postseason coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Marawest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Klay looks great, and the best is yet to come. His handle, the Jonathan Kuminga hype train. I saw on Twitter the other day. I was like, man, there's no more room on a JK hype train anymore.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I do think Jonathan Kuminga is really cool. I do think it's a hit as far as a pick.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
If James Wiseman doesn't play a game, can they win a title? To me, the answer is, of course.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It's good to see Klay Thompson playing like that in Oklahoma City. Hitting dagger threes late in the game. It's got to give Thunder fans flashbacks.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So we're going to invite you to just keep it right here on 95.7 The Game, because coming up next, it's Warriors Roundtable. Kevin Dana, the saintly one, Gary St. Jean. Going to recap a week that started with a win in Oklahoma City, heads to Utah tomorrow night. I'll be back in studio. We'll get you ready for Warriors.